electoral votes that we need, but we are getting there slowly but surely. And there's also a lot of other news going on. You know, COVID remains top of mind. The pandemic continues, and we hit like a pretty sort of sad milestone overnight. 100,000 new cases in one day. That is the first time that has ever happened here in the U.S.
That's right. And it's important to note that the President of the United States suggested throughout the campaign that after November 4th, we wouldn't be talking about COVID anymore. But the reality is, it is still very much front and center. We're entering a dangerous period that all the doctors have told us as we get into flu season, as we get closer to the Thanksgiving holiday that many people want to celebrate with their friends and with their families and loved ones and may not be able to do so. So we're going to dig into that a little bit later in the show. The other thing, Anne-Marie, is that tensions and perhaps even more than tensions, anxiety has been rising across the country as the future of the presidency hangs in the balance. So here's what we know. Democratic nominee Joe Biden is closer to 270 electoral votes. He's getting there slowly but surely, leading President Trump 253 to 213. Now, this comes after some projected wins in Wisconsin and in Michigan yesterday. Right now, we are keeping a very close eye on some other crucial battleground states like Arizona, Georgia, and Pennsylvania, where ballots are still being counted. Now, if former Vice President Biden wins either Nevada or North Carolina, he will reach 270. But don't count out President Trump just yet, because he does have a path to the presidency. The vice president is continuing to urge patience while President Trump mounts some legal challenges in several states nationwide. He is falsely claiming fraud as legal votes are still getting counted. Laura Podesta takes a closer look.
Supporters of President Trump gathered outside a vote counting center in Maricopa County.
We're not trying to break in. We just like to watch you count the ballots.
The president trails former Vice President Joe Biden in Arizona, but there are still votes left to be counted. In Detroit, Trump supporters demanded Michigan officials stop working. The president had a lead on election night, but CBS News projects Biden won the state after legally cast mail-in ballots were added to the total.
And we are here to defend the right to vote.
Activists around the country marched through the streets yesterday.
It's our right to vote. All the votes must be counted for.
The Trump campaign is launching legal challenges in several states.
We're going to win Pennsylvania, but they're trying to cheat us out of it.
The president holds slim leads in both Pennsylvania and Georgia, but the remaining ballots, all cast on or before Election Day, come from Democratic-leaning areas.
In Pennsylvania, every vote is going to count.
CBS News projects that former Vice President Joe Biden is the presumptive winner in Wisconsin, but that lead is small enough that the Trump campaign is expected to ask for a recount.
We believe we will be the winners.
Speaking in Delaware, the former vice president looked past the election.
It'll be time for us to do what we've always done as Americans, to unite, to heal, to come together as a nation.
In addition to Arizona, Nevada is also leaning toward Biden. And with electoral votes from those two states, he would be right at the 270 needed to win. Laura Podesta, CBS News, Washington.
All right, so for more on this, we want to bring in Caitlin Huey-Burns. She is with us now from Philadelphia. So, Caitlin, we heard a little bit in Laura's story, kind of the state of things currently and the various paths by which either candidate could sort of get closer to 270. But just, I want you to sort of flesh that out. Take us through the latest developments on the presidential race. Which states are you watching closely?
Hi, good morning, guys. Well, I'm just doing some math on this notepad here as we're getting all these totals coming in from these various states. The key states that we're watching, in addition to Pennsylvania, where we have been, as you know, for the past week or so, where they're still counting votes. About 600,000 votes are left to be counted here in Pennsylvania. About 580,000 votes are here in Philadelphia in this building right behind me, where we've been doing these stand-ups all week. We're keeping a close eye on Georgia, which has about 50,000 votes left. That is a, traditionally deep red state. The margin is super close there, with 23,000 votes essentially at this point separating Donald Trump and Biden. In Fulton County, 10,000 votes are left to be counted. 10,000 absentee votes are left to be counted. Remember, that's Atlanta, so that's likely Democratic votes. We're also keeping an eye on Arizona. So here's kind of where the math is for Joe Biden at this point, with Wisconsin and Michigan having already been called by CBS News. If he wins Nevada and Arizona, if those are called in Biden's favor, he's exactly at 270 electoral votes. Remember, 270 is that magic number. So they're watching those. Georgia, of course, is also very competitive at this point.
Right. And so, Caitlin, as you pointed out, Pennsylvania is still up for grabs as ballots are being counted. Now, we know the president's lead has narrowed there as the former vice president gains more votes. Why is this significant? We understand the state's electoral votes, that's 20, but just give us a sense of where the votes are coming from.
Well, the votes that we're really waiting on are these votes here in Philadelphia, about 580,000 votes. The margin between Trump and Biden at this point in Pennsylvania is about 164,000 votes. So do the basic math. The margins between President Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden are narrowing as the votes are coming in. And that's why you see the Trump campaign moving with these legal challenges and claiming without any evidence of fraud here in Pennsylvania. They haven't given us a timeline here in Pennsylvania as to when they'll count those votes or when they'll have the final tallies. But I can say that yesterday, the Secretary of State said that they had about 1 million ballots left to be counted. Today, they have about 600,000 left to be counted. So it seems like they're going through the process. In this building behind me, poll workers have been, staff have been working around the clock, 150 staffers in this building doing nothing except counting these votes. So shout out to all the poll workers, shout out to all the staff working very, very hard on getting Americans these numbers. It was interesting, actually, today we've seen ads on television supporting these workers, and we've seen protests here in Philadelphia and around the country really urging the votes to be counted.
Yeah, you pointed out that Joe Biden still has a path to 270, even if the president maintains his lead in Pennsylvania, because there are these other states that are still up for grabs, still very, very close. And those protests happen in a lot of those states. Literally, people either demanding that the vote count be stopped or demanding that votes be counted. It was really interesting watching the various protests across the country. Just how are people feeling and how are people doing?
We went to one of them down the street from where we are standing last night just to kind of check out the scene, and there was a substantial crowd there urging the counting of the vote. When you talk about what the president's strategy is heading into a day like today, you're talking about all of these lawsuits, not only here in Pennsylvania, but also we're hearing that there may be some in Nevada as well. The president's campaign has urged the stopping of counting here in Pennsylvania, where as more votes are being counted, the margin is being narrowed. Biden is gaining ground the more the votes are counted here. And again, remember, these are all legally cast votes. Meanwhile, in Arizona, they are arguing for more time to count votes. That kind of shows where the president's strategy is, or lack of a clear strategy, wanting to stop votes counting here in Pennsylvania, where he would be losing the more votes are counted, and continuing them on in Arizona, also waging or threatening to push forward with a recount in Wisconsin.
Right, Caitlin. So essentially what you're saying is we're hearing from the president and his supporters, Trump supporters and the president stop the vote. Trump supporters and the president count that vote. I mean, it doesn't really make a lot of sense. And something that you said, Caitlin, which I think deserves to be just pointed out once again is that these poll workers who are doing this job under difficult conditions, because obviously we've never been in a pandemic like the one that we're in right now, just remind our viewers, these are bipartisan. When these election commissions in these states and these counties are set up, this is a bipartisan group of poll watchers. It's not just Democrats, it's not just Republicans, it's bipartisan. And when you look at them, we have a couple of live shots, and we have had a couple of shots of these poll workers doing their job. I mean, they look like your neighbors, which they are.
They are, and that's a really great point. And we've been talking to a lot of these folks throughout this campaign, and when we've visited polling sites, these are people who really care about the job that they're doing. These people see this as a patriotic duty, really. And so that's why they should be applauded, and they're working all hours of the night and in a pandemic, knowing that the pressure is on, the cameras are on. That's another important thing to keep in mind, that a lot of these vote counts, especially here in Pennsylvania and in Arizona, you can watch them being counted. There are cameras in there. We have sat in canvassing board meetings in places like Florida just a couple of weeks ago. This process is transparent. It's designed to be so to protect the integrity of the election. My wonderful producer, Sean, has just handed me some new totals here in Pennsylvania. We're seeing about the margin now at whatever time this is. What time are we? Top of the hour at 9 a.m. About 17,000 votes. Biden is leading by about 17,000 votes here in Pennsylvania. Gained 17,000 votes, sorry, over here in Pennsylvania. About 146,000 votes separate the two candidates. So still waiting on these numbers in Philadelphia. Trump has the lead, but is narrowing that lead really as the votes are being counted here.
Shout out to your producer, Sean Galitz. We could not do the work that we do without our producers, both in the field and here.
Look at all of our notepads, all of our numbers that were being counted. It just kind of shows how fast this race is moving, how they're trying to get all these votes in. So that was my bad math. Sean is better at math than I am.
Well, that's why we rely wholeheartedly on our producers, both in the field and in the studio. But Caitlin, really quick, so you pointed out how many votes the vice president has gained in just the last couple of minutes or hours. And so how many votes are still outstanding?
Well, about 600,000 votes here in Pennsylvania are still outstanding. Biden has gained about 17,000 votes, but really keep an eye here on Philadelphia. 580,000 ballots are here. This is a county that is heavily Democratic. This is also a place, remember, when we're talking about the strategies heading into Election Day, where the Biden team, the Democrats, have been very focused on absentee ballots, early vote. That's what is being counted here as well, in addition to the day of voting. So that's kind of why everybody is saying wait for the votes to be counted. That's critical. These are legally cast ballots. People have a right to deserve their votes to be counted.
Indeed.
And we'll have a call when they're counted.
Indeed, indeed. Caitlin Huey Burns and producer Sean Galitz, we thank you both. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And for more on the Trump campaign's mounting legal challenges, let's bring in CBS News White House correspondent Ben Tracy. All right, Ben, so you heard a bit of what we were saying with Caitlin. On one hand, Trump supporters and the president are saying stop the vote counting, and in other places they want the vote count to continue. But they are suing to stop the count in Michigan, where CBS News has projected that former Vice President Joe Biden is the winner. Over to Pennsylvania, it's trying to stop the count there, where the president currently holds a narrow lead. What is the Trump's campaign? What is the argument for filing these lawsuits and having this sort of schizophrenic approach to the various states where they appear to be winning and in the states where they appear to be losing?
Well, on that second point, they don't really even bother justifying that. They're basically going after the votes that they think are going to harm them. So that's why you're seeing them wage these legal battles in places like Michigan and Pennsylvania. Their arguments fall into two kind of different buckets. One is access to seeing the ballots being counted. They're saying that we want more access, more transparency to see if these ballots are actually being counted fairly. What's interesting about that is there already are bipartisan poll workers in place in these states today do that very thing. So they're basically asking for a remedy that already exists. But the goal here is to really cast doubt on the process itself. And then there's this issue of fraud. The campaign has made these unsubstantiated allegations that there is widespread fraud with the ballot counting in Pennsylvania, in Michigan. We've seen the president tweet out that they've been secretly dumping ballots in Michigan. There is no evidence of that. He has not even offered any evidence of that. And then in Pennsylvania yesterday, you saw the president's son, Eric Trump, get up in front of a crowd there and say, this is fraud, this is not democracy. There's also no evidence of that. So, they are waging these lawsuits. They're intending to announce another one this morning in Nevada, where they're going to accuse Nevada basically of allowing 10,000 people who no longer live in the state to vote. So I think we should expect this to go on in the places where they feel the outcome is not going to end up in their favor.
And in fact, the president's legal team has already lost a battle here in Pennsylvania, and they filed an appeal. What they want to see happen is they want mail-in ballots that are received after Election Day, but postmarked for Election Day, received by Friday. They don't want those ballots to count. They already lost that battle once. They are appealing and hoping to take it to the Supreme Court. What is the possibility of that happening?
It's possible that, it went to the Supreme Court, and it basically was a 4-4 decision where the Supreme Court said that it was not going to overrule that change in the law there in Pennsylvania. But some of the very conservative members of the Supreme Court signaled that they would be willing to hear this argument again and rule against it. Obviously now, since that ruling happened, we now have 9 members of the Supreme Court, including Amy Coney Barrett. She has not said that she would recuse herself from any of these cases that involve these election challenges, even though she was just put on the court after being nominated by President Trump, one of the candidates who is bringing these lawsuits. So we'll have to see how that plays out. There is the question of whether or not those ballots would really matter. If Joe Biden, they're counting these ballots currently, these ballots that were actually received by Election Day. If he takes over a big win there in Pennsylvania, which some people who are looking at the math say is quite possible, these other ballots may become moot, but certainly you should expect the administration, or the Trump campaign rather, to keep pushing for the Supreme Court to intervene.
Ben, let's talk about Wisconsin. The president and his campaign continues to push for a recount there, where former Vice President Biden is the projected winner. They are citing reports of they're citing reports of things that they haven't been able to prove in several counties there. And over in Georgia, the campaign sued election officials in Chatham County, alleging that ballots arriving after the 7 p.m. deadline may have been mixed with eligible ballots and improperly counted. In Wisconsin, which I think is interesting because it's already been projected for the vice president, we had the former governor, who's a Republican, Scott Walker, on our air. And he's suggesting that even if a recount happens, the margin of votes between Biden and Trump is something like 20,000, which would really be a high hurdle for the president to overcome. But have you, in our reporting, have we been able to find any evidence of, something that is fishy in either of those states?
No. And in fact, all of these allegations of fraud or irregularities, the campaign has offered zero proof for them. They just kind of put the allegation out there, which that seems to be the strategy. In terms of the recount in Wisconsin, you're right. The former Republican governor has come out. They have a lot of experience in Wisconsin with recounts because they have a lot of really tight races. So they've been through this before. And typically recounts only turn over a couple of hundred votes. And you're talking right now, the margin that Joe Biden has in Wisconsin is north of 20,000 votes. So that's a very, very high hurdle for President Trump to overcome. It also would be expensive. This is something that the campaign would have to pay for, and they are actively raising money online, asking people for donations to support these challenges that they're making. The other thing is they have formally asked for this recount, but they can't actually really do that for about another 2 weeks because Wisconsin needs the time to actually verify its results before a recount is even a possibility for the Trump campaign.
So the Trump campaign, they're not the only ones with an army of lawyers. The Biden campaign also prepared. What's going on with the Biden campaign in terms of fending off these lawsuits or appeals?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, this is something that both campaigns were well prepared for in the months leading up to the election because they both assumed it was going to be very close and it likely could come to what it now has come to. So the Biden campaign does have its own army of lawyers. They are ready to defend themselves in all of these states where the Trump campaign is filing these claims. And, you know, there are other races that are very close, like Georgia, where you could see the former vice president come up on the losing end of that by a very narrow margin. And then his campaign would have to decide, is a recount something that they want to go after in a state like that? Certainly they're hoping today that perhaps Arizona and Nevada break their way and none of that matters, that Pennsylvania would no longer matter, that Georgia would no longer matter. I think, though, even if the former vice president is declared the winner in the next 24, 48 hours, I don't think you should assume that the Trump campaign is going to accept that and just drop these lawsuits. This seems to be something that's going to go on for weeks and could stretch all the way to Inauguration Day.
Ben, real quick before you go, when President Trump was a private citizen, he sued constantly. That was just sort of a hallmark of the way that he ran his business. So it's not surprising that he's doing this now. The question I have for you is, are you hearing from sources either close to the White House or other Republicans that they're sort of, I mean, if you watch David Begnow's report this morning on CBS This Morning, he was talking to some voters, and he had one woman who essentially said, well, she believes the president when he says that there have been, you know, there's fraud and there's these, you know, things that are happening in states, you know, that the elections are rigged. I mean, the power of his words really do matter. And a lot of people, when they hear from the president of the United States, take those words to heart. Are you hearing from anybody either close to the White House or other Republicans who are sort of saying, you know what, this is getting a little exhausting, having to defend the integrity of the elections of the United States of America, where for the last 100 years, or at least since the post-World War II era, we have been the country that have gone into other countries and told them how to conduct their elections?
Yeah, it depends on who you ask. The folks in the White House, the folks in the campaign, these are the true believers. These are the people who will go down with the ship however long it takes. So they're all in. They're all for this battle, because even if the president is not successful, let's say he ends up losing all of these legal challenges and then loses the race, they view this as good PR. It shows him fighting. It shows that they want to keep making these accusations that there was fraud, that this was rigged. But what you're hearing from more establishment Republicans is just let people count the votes and let's see where this ends up. Let the votes be counted and then mount your legal challenge if you think there was fraud and you have evidence of that. So there are kind of two different camps. The campaign obviously is trying to get out in front of some of these states where they are now expecting to potentially lose and call fraud before there is evidence of fraud, because that's a nice way of really then saying that vote is wrong once there is a final tally.
Ben, Tracy, thank you. The president tweeting in all caps, "Stop the count," just moments ago. Not sure if he wants it stopped in the states where he's winning or where he's ahead or where he's not ahead. Well, I can guess which states he's talking about. Ben Tracy, always a pleasure. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
So tonight, be sure to stream a special 2-hour edition of Red and Blue hosted by Elaine Keano. She will be joined by a team of reporters and analysts to break down the very latest election news and results. That's from 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on CBSN.
All right, coming up, over 100,000 new coronavirus cases were recorded in the United States yesterday. Folks, that is the highest number of single-day infections ever reported in this country. So ahead, we will speak with Dr. Shoshana Ungerleider about the concerning spike as temperatures continue to drop and the holiday season inches closer. Keep it right here. You're streaming CBSN, CBS News, always on.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. Boom! And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more. Experience thought-provoking.
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
Innovative and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You're donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
The U.S. has again broken its record for coronavirus cases, reaching more than 100,000 new infections in a single day. That brings the country's case total close to 9.5 million since the pandemic began. More than 233,000 Americans have died as a result of the virus, and experts say that we should expect even more infections as we head into the winter. Meanwhile, a new study out of the UK suggests that some adults could have immunity to COVID-19 6 months after first becoming infected. So Dr. Shoshana Ungerleider is joining us now from California with more on this. Doctor, let's talk about these numbers first. There won't be an approved vaccine until potentially 2021. But with the partisan fight on how to handle the pandemic, there is hope that America will be able to buckle down without a vaccine. And I know we focus a lot on a vaccine, but there are so many things that we can do to bring this pandemic under control without it.
That's right, Anne Marie. You know, I think high level, we're clearly not rounding the corner on COVID-19. We just hit this record for new cases in a single day for the first time. This is terrible. The virus really is spreading unchecked. The United States is not in a good place. And regardless of who wins the White House, we're in for a really tough winter. I think we are where we are largely due to a lack of leadership from this administration on a public health response. But we can all step up and make a difference right now. You know, we do have strategies that work while we wait for a vaccine and treatment options. We all need to be wearing masks, continue social distancing, not gathering in groups with people outside of our homes. We know that a major contributor is informal gatherings with family and friends. So it's so critical, you know, as we head into the holidays, that we use as many precautions with our loved ones who we don't live with as we would with strangers. We've already saved so many lives with all of our hard work this year. We can save so many more if we keep this up.
So, Doctor, let me ask you about the increase in infections and what that could possibly mean for herd immunity, which is something that we've heard before. Often we've heard it from the president, some of his supporters, this notion of herd immunity before there's a vaccine. But I just sort of sometimes, and again, I'm not a doctor and I'm not a politician, but I just feel like I don't want to take the chance of living in a world or in a city where we're just rolling our dices with herd immunity.
That's right, Vlad. You know, let's define. So herd immunity happens when enough people become immune to a disease to make it spread much, much lower or stop altogether. There's actually two ways to achieve this, right? Through getting the infection or through vaccination. You know, with COVID-19, obviously, we don't have a vaccine. People are talking about this idea of herd immunity through natural or community-wide infection. So this is exactly what you said, allowing the virus to go completely unchecked. This would require a very large percentage of the population being infected. We are not at that place. This would come at a cost of massive amounts of illness and death, which is not a viable option, you know, for so many reasons. And this is why a safe and effective vaccine is so important and the right approach to achieve herd immunity.
So we are now entering into flu season, and I'm sort of curious because part of the challenge of COVID-19 is that there is an overly robust immune response within the body. It's almost a little bit, it's like all kinds, it's like a respiratory illness that also affects your, the circulatory system. It's like a flu, but then it also is almost like an autoimmune situation. So because of this like robust immune response, can you still contract other things? Like, could you get both the flu and COVID simultaneously?
Oh, you absolutely can. And that would be, you know, terrible. You know, I think one positive thing when we do talk about the flu in the setting of the pandemic is that the same precautions that protect us against the coronavirus also protect us against the flu and other viruses because they're spread in a respiratory fashion. However, I do want to point out, you know, the direction that we're going, as I said, is not good. You know, COVID infections are going up, hospitalization rates are following, and then unfortunately, we're going to see deaths increase here. So this flu season is going to be particularly hard. And hospitals across this country are frankly nearing their breaking points. And this is just the beginning of our flu season. And so people need to be extra careful. Our doctors, our nurses, our respiratory therapists on the front lines are exhausted. And healthcare systems are already being impacted due to COVID because of limited amounts of medication and PPE and staff, which also means that the care of patients with non-COVID conditions like the flu, right, heart attacks, strokes, are also going to be compromised as well. So this really affects everybody's ability to get good medical care. Patients can only get good care if we have enough hands and enough supplies and beds to go around. And when a healthcare system gets overwhelmed, you have negative health outcomes across the board. So we really need to do everything we can right now to avoid that. And if folks have not already gotten their flu shots, do it right now.
Doctor, practically speaking, for people who are worried, I think I saw a reporter that I follow say, you know, entering the season where when you get the sniffles or you get a runny nose or you have a cough, is it a cold? Is it the flu? Is it COVID? I mean, how would you know? How would you know if you were just battling the flu and not COVID-19? Are the symptoms different or are they similar?
A lot of them are quite similar. You know, as you pointed out, you know, COVID can present with a number of those upper respiratory type symptoms. The cough tends to be a little more dry. That loss of taste and smell is more common with the novel coronavirus than probably the flu, but it's a little tricky. And so I would definitely say if you're starting to have symptoms, definitely isolate, you know, from others and think about, you know, calling your doctor if things get worse.
I didn't know sneezing wasn't I just was looking at that and I didn't realize, Anne-Marie and Dr. Ungerleider, that sneezing was not an indication of the flu or of COVID-19, because I tease my wife every time she sneezes in the house. You know, I go running for the other room. And so I won't be able to use that joke on her anymore.
No, probably allergies. But we know when we hit allergy season, all of us started to wonder, you know, is it COVID or not? It's just, it's hanging over us no matter what. So a new study in the UK, doctor, found that T cells could potentially provide immunity to adults 6 months after infection. That sounds pretty good. As we learn more about the virus, how significant is this?
Well, Anne-Marie, some of the questions that we've been trying to answer for a while now are whether previous infection with the virus gives you immunity to reinfection, and if so, for how long? The immune system is extremely complex, so this is not a straightforward issue. A study just came out of the UK, which followed 100 people who tested positive for the virus, and they were asymptomatic or had mild illness. And what they did was look at the degree of their T cell response, which is a component of the immune system. And this response was present 6 months out and was about 50% higher in people who had symptomatic disease at the time of their infection. This is interesting. Right now, though, it's not clear whether this immune response lasts over the longer term, so beyond that 6-month mark, and if the strength of the response correlates to the likelihood of becoming reinfected. So it's more information about this challenging virus, and I think will inform the process for vaccine and development and treatment. But we do need much more study in order to answer some of these key questions about immunity.
All right, Dr. Shoshana Ungerleider, always great to have you, doctor. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Coming up, it's not just the White House that Democrats are looking to flip. We're going to tell you how they're faring in the effort to take control of the United States Senate as well. Stick with us. You're streaming CBSN.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy.
And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You're donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
All eyes are on Arizona as ballots continue to be counted there. Joe Biden currently leads President Trump by a very slim margin with more than 86% of the votes in. This comes as several protesters gathered outside of one voting center in Phoenix last night. And earlier, I spoke to CBS News correspondent Jamie Yuccas about the protests and where counting stands in the state.
We were here as one of those protests erupted at the Maricopa County Elections Department. There was a large group, probably about 200 people, who came between here and the state capitol, which is about a half-mile away. They started going back and forth in their cars, and they were demanding that the votes be released. They think that the votes are not being counted, and if they are, that they're not being counted correctly. The protests were mostly peaceful, I do want to say that, but there were about a third of the crowd we could see with our own eyes did in fact have guns on them. They were armed. Many of them had assault rifles just out in their hands. Others had their conceal and carry and were carrying handguns, sometimes on their waistband. We did talk to one man who was armed and said that he was here to do that to protect himself and the other people in the crowd, and that it was his right to do that, which it is, with a conceal and carry permit here in the state of Arizona. So we did see that. At one point, the protesters, besides chanting to get the ballots counted and get the results out, they also did lead a prayer at one point in time in the parking lot, and then, as I said, went back and forth between here and the state capitol. They had lots of President Trump flags. They were very pro-President Trump supporters who were here demanding that the votes get counted. What I can also tell you about this elections department, Anne-Marie, is that they are very much about transparency and making sure that the vote is counted correctly. We were inside on Election Day, and officials showed us their process, and they're saying it's slow because they want this to be right. So a couple of things that we learned while we were inside is that when votes are tabulated, they go up into a very secure wired system, into a locked room on a server. It's never connected to the internet, so it can't be hacked. Also, if there's a dispute on the ballot is taken, and just the section that's being disputed is taken over to two people, a Democrat and Republican, to look at it. Both of those people have to agree as to how they believe the vote was supposed to be tallied, and then it is sent back and tabulated that way. So one thing that was concerning here when those protests erupted is that there are a number of people inside trying to do the work at the Maricopa County Elections Office, and they did last night have to be escorted by the sheriff's office back to their cars as they went to leave. So the protest was peaceful, but the people inside were uncomfortable enough that they did leave with the help of the sheriff's department.
See, and that just slows things down even more, right, if they have to stop and start back up again. So let us talk about the votes that are being counted, because, this election is different in so many ways. So we have, the votes that were cast the day of. We have the mail-in ballots that came in weeks ago. We have the last-minute drop-off ballots. So give us a sense of, what are they counting now? And, people may wonder why we're sort of holding off on coming to a conclusion. We know that depending on how the ballots were received, sometimes Democrats tend to vote in a certain way, Republicans tend to vote in a certain way, depends on the county that they're coming from. So just let us know, what are they actually sort of counting now?
Yeah, you make really good points, and that is exactly what's happening here, is that everybody thought on election night that Arizona would very quickly get the results up and there wouldn't be much dispute about it, because they were actually able to start tabulating those ballots, mail-in ballots and early ballots, about 2 weeks ago. So they had gotten through most of their process of those. But when people came to the polls and they voted in person, or they came to drop off their mail-in ballot, those then had to start being counted on Election Day. The process is taking a long time because of the verification system they go through. Each ballot has to be looked at, signature verified, then run through the machine, as I talked about. If there are any problems, then it has to be looked at by both that Democrat and Republican, and for them to say, okay, this is okay, let's move this along. We were told that here in Maricopa County, which is the largest county by far in Arizona, it's Phoenix and its suburbs is what it includes, is that they can run about 6,000 to 8,000 100,000 ballots an hour. So we have about 275,000 ballots left. Yesterday, they had 450,000 ballots left. So the idea is that hopefully by the end of the day today, about 7 p.m. local time or 9 p.m. Eastern time, we should get hopefully the rest of the information and the ballots through the tabulation system and know where it stands. And the reason Maricopa County is so important, Anne-Marie, is because there are so many votes that come from here. Statewide, there's about 3.4 million people who vote. Maricopa County is about 60% of that vote. So the presidential candidate would have to win Maricopa County in order to win the state. Now, the other interesting point with that 3.4 million number is that a lot of people have said, wow, this race is really narrowed. If you look at it, you know, former Vice President Joe Biden had a really wide lead, and it's now narrowed to about 68,000 votes. But in this state, you only need 0.1% to have a recount. So it's very, very narrow. So with 3.4 million votes, that calculates out, if I'm doing my math correctly, to about 3,400 votes would have to be between the two candidates before a recount would happen here. So that's what people are watching if that narrows even further. But the one thing about Maricopa County that's also changed is that, well, this has been a reliably Republican area, the demographics here have changed. So you've had a lot of younger people move in from more liberal states like California. They came out to vote. You had more suburban women show up at the polls who voted for former Vice President Joe Biden. And then you had the Latino population, which has increased here tremendously. Just between 2018 and 2020, 100,000 Latinos had reached voting age. So it's been a big shift in that demographic, and many people think that the majority of the votes will go to former Vice President Joe Biden, but we'll have to see. So there's enough there to keep an eye out, and people are anxious to get the results in. So hopefully we'll have those by the end of the day today.
So that interview was just one of many I had this morning on CBSN AM, and you can catch us every weekday morning at 7 a.m. Eastern. You can also watch CBSN AM on CBSNews.com and on the free CBS News app, as well as CBS All Access. Coming up after the break now, large crowds pack bars and pubs in England for one last night out on the town before new restrictions come into force. We'll tell you just how Europe is responding to a surge in coronavirus cases. You're streaming CBSN.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
I'm open to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You're donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day. Another 750,000 Americans filed for unemployment last week. That's down from the prior week, but not by much. Mark Hemrick is a senior economic analyst for Bankrate. He is here to help explain what the new jobs report means for the economy. So, Mark, for the past few weeks, we've seen fewer unemployment claims filed, though the numbers are still high. This past week, 7,000 fewer people filed than the week before. What is driving these numbers?
Well, we're obviously, very deep into this downturn. This is the 33rd straight week of the downturn since we really had the lockdowns. And that depth and duration is helping to contribute to ongoing job loss. Now, also this morning, along with these figures from the government, the private firm Challenger Gray and Christmas did weigh in with its job cut announcements number for the month of October, and that was down by 30%. Now, mind you, not all mom and pop businesses are able to command the same sort of headlines as large companies that obviously garner attention when they make job cut announcements. But that is, I would say, some very positive news that we seem to be transitioning into a lower level of job loss. And slowly but surely, we're winnowing away on the elevated level of unemployment nationally. Of course, we'll get an update on that tomorrow morning with the October jobs report as well. So we're recovering, but we aren't at the destination we want to be at right now.
So what industries are seeing the most job cuts? Who's being affected?
This is very much, I would say, a similar story to what we've seen all along, Anne-Marie, and that is leisure and hospitality at the top of the list, bars and restaurants, some of which will be throwing in the towel, unfortunately, as cold weather sets in those climates where it's not going to be pleasant or reasonable to sit outside. Retail continues to be an area where we'll be losing some jobs as well. Obviously, we're now in the thick of the holiday shopping season, and brick and mortar is just not going to command the level of sales that it would in a typical year. So we're seeing some further changes for that area. One area that might slip below the radar is the energy sector. We still have essentially depressed oil prices. People celebrate that at the gasoline pump, but it's something that is bemoaned in the oil patch. And so energy is another area where we're continuing to see some job losses. And another one that might surprise some people is healthcare. Even though we have high utilization of medical services related to COVID, we've had a sharp drop in that utilization, including in dentist's office earlier in the year, where people just didn't feel like it was either safe to go to those offices, or indeed some of them were closed. Many of those have reopened since then.
All right, let's turn to the U.S. election. CBS News exit polling showed the majority of people who voted for President Trump thought the economy was in great shape. The majority of those who voted for Vice President Biden disagreed. From your perspective, how is the economy actually doing at this moment? And I wonder, you've started to see the market rally over the last couple of days. I have a friend of mine who works at one of the big Wall Street banks who said to me that, one of the things that they're starting to see on the street is the prospect of a Biden presidency, but a divided Congress. And Wall Street seems to like that.
So in terms of the perception on the part of voters, is very consistent with our own Bankrate surveys, which we conduct all the time as well. We know that people see many facts or the lack thereof through a politically informed prism. And it may well be that people basically concoct these narratives to fit the story that they want to use to justify their support of a candidate. That doesn't mean they're necessarily wrong. It just means that that helps to explain the differences. And that can also be within the backdrop of an economy that's performing poorly, because we know that during this so-called K-shaped recovery, and in many ways we've had a K-shaped recovery for years now, we have some that are doing very well, some that are not doing so well. On the conundrum that you're asking about there, how can it be that Wall Street likes the idea of divided government? I think that reflects the fear on the part of some investors that you can have activist government, either on the conservative or on the so-called progressive side, that enacts policies that could essentially hurt corporate profits. Now, I would argue myself that divided government isn't always a positive, to the extent that we have some long-term structural problems in the United States that need to be addressed, and to the degree that you have those problems that continue to fester and don't have solutions on the part of our elected officials, that's not a positive for the economy in the long term. You could put healthcare and infrastructure at the top of that list. But nevertheless, Wall Street seems to be just fine. Let's just say that's a proxy for investors in general, seem to be fine with the presumed outcome of this election. And to the degree that we don't have downside volatility, that obviously is a good thing.
All right, Mark Hamrick from Bankrate. Thank you so much, Mark.
Thank you.
All right, the two parties remain locked in a tight battle for control of the U.S. Senate, but Democrats' path to a majority is looking increasingly unlikely, as Republicans have managed to fend off several challengers to protect their majority. Nancy Cordes has the very latest.
To the people of Maine, thank you, thank you.
Maine Republican Susan Collins blocked one path to a Democratic majority, winning a fifth term in the Senate despite a high-profile challenge from State House Speaker Sarah Gideon.
I feel that this is an affirmation of the work that I'm doing in Washington to fight hard every day.
Other Senate Republicans fended off well-funded foes in Iowa, Texas, and South Carolina.
I'm going back to the Senate with a purpose.
Now the fight for control comes down to 3 states with tight races. The first is North Carolina, where Republican Senator Thom Tillis retains a small lead over Democrat Cal Cunningham, with nearly all of the votes counted. CBS News hasn't projected a winner, but Tillis did.
We did it against all the odds, right? I mean, have we heard this before? You're down in the polls, there's no chance of winning. And I believed in every single one of you.
Georgia Republican David Perdue is being more cautious. He's leading Democrat Jon Ossoff, but if Perdue slips below 50%, the race will go to a January runoff. Another Georgia Senate race is definitely headed to a runoff between Senator Kelly Loeffler and Pastor Raphael Warnock, meaning we'll likely wait for months to find out which party controls the Senate. The Senate's current leader, Mitch McConnell, admitted yesterday he's in suspense, just like everyone else.
I don't know whether I'm going to be the defensive coordinator or the offensive coordinator.
In Arizona, former astronaut Mark Kelly is likely to defeat Republican Senator Martha McSally. And former Colorado Governor John Hickenlooper is headed to the Senate after beating Republican Senator Cory Gardner.
It's time for a different approach. It's time to start solving problems and helping people. And that's exactly what I intend to do.
Even if everything goes the Democrats' way, they will only end up with a razor-thin majority.
In the House, Democrats are expected to keep their majority, but with a much slimmer margin. They flipped 2 red seats to blue, and Republicans flipped 8. There are still more than 24 races, though, considered toss-ups. In a letter to Democrats, Speaker Nancy Pelosi admitted that it had been a, quote, challenging election. Puerto Rico is still waiting for the results of its historic gubernatorial race. The pro-statehood candidate, Pedro Pierluisi, is holding on to a slim lead against pro-Commonwealth candidate Carlos Delgado. 95% of the vote is in, with Pierluisi at 32.4% and Delgado at 31.4%. If the final vote is less than a half point, an automatic recount is triggered. Other candidates on the ballot are also making history. The Citizens Victory Movement and the Independence Party received 15% and 14% of the vote, respectively. That is the most votes either party has ever received in an election. Both parties are said to have gained the support of young voters who want to move away from the two-party system. Manuel Natal of the Citizens Victory Movement is narrowly leading his election for mayor of San Juan.
Coming up after the break, as election officials across several key battleground states work around the clock to count outstanding ballots, we're keeping an eye on any updates that could determine who the next president of the United States will be. We will keep you updated on those results throughout the course of the day. You're streaming CBSN, CBS News, always on.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy.
And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun. But wait,
There's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You were donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Well, thousands of ballots remain uncounted in Georgia, one of the 3 remaining toss-up states that could determine the fate of the election. With 16 electoral votes at stake, the state remains too close to call. President Trump is currently leading Democratic nominee Joe Biden by less than 1% of the vote. For more on this now, we want to bring in Mark Strassman. Mark is in Atlanta. Do we have Mark? We do have Mark. Okay, Mark, I wasn't sure if you were up There you are. I hear ya. Okay, so Mark, you're in the thick of things. Where does ballot counting currently stand, and when can we expect to hear some results?
All good questions. So let me see if I can walk you through it here. So it's nail-biting time for the Trump campaign here. When President Trump got up yesterday morning, he was 118,000 votes ahead in Georgia. Woke up this morning, he's 18,000 votes ahead. His lead has steadily crumbled, and here's why. There have been tens of thousands of outstanding, uncounted ballots here in the state of Georgia, most of them from Metro Atlanta. These are primarily a handful of counties with changing demographics. They are younger, they are more diverse, they are much more receptive to a Democratic candidate, whereas in the past they were almost uniformly Republican. As these ballots, uncounted ballots, have been counted, former Vice President Biden has needed to win essentially 2 of every 3 of these uncounted ballots to close the gap with the president. Over the last 48 hours, he is doing that. And so, as I said, yesterday the gap was 118. Today the gap is 18 with 61,000 uncounted ballots left to go. So over the course of the day, if the current trends hold, we will see this gap continue to shrink. Here's what else is significant. In Georgia, a recount happens with when the margin is less than 0.5%. In this race, that gap would be about 25,000. We're at 18,000 now. We're within the margin of a potential recap, and the Secretary of State's office told me yesterday they fully expect a recount to happen. So this election in Georgia isn't over by a long shot.
Mark, so where are these outstanding votes coming from, I guess, is the first question. And we are expecting in the next half hour or so to hear from the Secretary of State. Could we get results then? Because I understand that it could happen before the end of today, before the close of business, that Georgia would finish their count.
Okay, in order, where are these votes coming from? They're essentially absentee ballots. Absentee ballots are a little more time-consuming. They're paper ballots. You have to open them. They're a 2-page document that you have to make sure that they've been properly filled out. So they have to be processed, and then they have to be taken to a separate location and be tabulated. All takes time. And so over the course of the last roughly 36, 48 hours, the big stack has become a smaller stack. And again, this involves a number of counties, but the vast majority of these absentee ballots are from a handful of the most populous counties in Georgia, which are the Metro Atlanta counties. So that's where the ballots come from. As far as when this is going to end, I think the majority of these ballots will be counted today. But I've heard, for instance, that one county here, Gwinnett County, may not be finished until tomorrow morning. I'm not sure they're all going to be counted, but it is also possible that enough ballots will be counted that, depending on what the margin is, we still may be able to project the state of Georgia for one candidate or another, depending how the rest of this day goes. But there's no question. The last day has been excellent news for the Biden campaign and nail-biting time for the Trump campaign. We'll have to see how the rest of these uncounted ballots play out.
That may be part of the reason why the Trump campaign has filed a lawsuit in Georgia, as well as some other states where the count is very tight. What more can you tell us about the lawsuit in Georgia, though?
Okay, so the lawsuit was filed against Chatham County, which is the Savannah, Georgia area. Essentially, the Trump campaign alleged irregularities. They claim they saw someone take a stack of 53 ballots and put them into another stack of uncounted ballots. They claimed in a press release that the Democrats were trying to steal the election. They want all the ballots that were received after 7 p.m. on Tuesday night put aside, and they want the voting put on pause. They're essentially again claiming that the Democrats are trying to steal it. They've also threatened to sue as many as a dozen counties in Georgia along the same lines. Clearly, they're unhappy with the way the trend line is going as these ballots are being counted and the president's gap is shrinking. We'll have to see how it goes. We haven't had a court weigh in on that yet, but when we do, of course, we'll bring it to you.
Yeah, and Mark, you already took us through the requirements for a possible recount. Now, I know that Georgia is different than Wisconsin, but Wisconsin officials, including the former governor, have suggested that generally when recounts happen, it doesn't really change the margins all that much, but maybe it's different in Georgia?
You know, it's a good question. I mean, Georgia has a new generation of machines that they're using for the first time here, and so I think to some degree, you know, all bets are off. I mean, you have to see, for instance, like how have these machines performed? I guess we'll find out with the recount, and then of course you have this whole separate stack of absentee ballots that have to be gone over again one by one by hand, and all of that's going to take some time too. I mean, people ask for a recount hoping, of course, that the margin will change. By and large, do the margins change significantly? Well, obviously, it depends on what the original margin was to begin with. But, you know, if you're this is a tight race in this state and a tight race nationally. And if you're on the losing end, you want to fight for every last vote, whether it's a vote in Georgia or an electoral college vote. And that's what both campaigns are going to be doing. Right now, it's the Trump campaign that is taking it more litigiously, but that could change too, depending how Georgia goes and how other states like you know, Arizona go, New Mexico go. It's a battle. Every one of these states is a battle. Yeah. Every battleground state is a battle for both campaigns.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You know, issues related to voter suppression, particularly sensitive in Georgia. There have been a number of accusations during previous elections, 2018, and so I'm wondering. I know there was that hiccup with the pipe breaking at one of the polling stations. Have we seen any irregularities that are concerning?
You know, here's the thing, Emery, particularly for a record turnout. I mean, nearly 4 million Georgians voted early. In all, about 5 million Georgians will vote. Those we're in new territory here for the state of Georgia. By and large, the voting process seemed to go well. At the beginning, there were some very long lines as long as 10 hours when there was a stampede of early voters. But I got to tell you, like on Election Day, on Tuesday, uniformly, wait times were about 10 or 15 minutes. In the past, those long wait times were cited by critics as an example of voter suppression. You had a number of people, particularly in communities of color, who work in service industries. They work by the hour. To stand in line, every hour they're standing in line costs them money. And so many people could not afford to stand very long in those lines, and if the line was too long, they would just go home. They consider that one example of suppression. But you're right, this state has a dark history of those kinds of allegations. I've not heard as many of them this time around. I think the early voting, the encouragement by the state to vote early was heard. Now, are there individual complaints by people? Yes, there are. But I've not heard on a real scale that there have been a lot of complaints.
All right, Mark Strassmann for us in Georgia. Mark, we appreciate it as always, my friend. Thank you.
Okay, talk to you guys soon.
Yep. And as we told you, Georgia's Secretary of State is expected to hold a press conference today on progress made by election officials there. That's expected at around 10:30 a.m. Eastern. We'll stream that for you right here on CBSNews.com and CBSN once it gets underway.
So we've been talking a lot about the Trump campaign's continued launching of last-minute legal battles in 3 key remaining battleground states. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Georgia were all hit with lawsuits from the president as Joe Biden continues to close in on the 270 electoral votes that are needed to take the White House. Earlier on CBSN AM, I spoke to University of Iowa law professor Derek Muller about the future of these cases and what it means for the outcome of the race.
A lot of these are sort of on an emergency basis or dealing with sort of a very short-term question. And so you mentioned stopping counting. It really is a question of temporarily stopping counting. The argument being, well, we need to have our observers or election observers have been denied the opportunity to participate in the process. And so the thought is, can we put things in place on hold for a moment until we get election observers from our campaign or Republican-affiliated ones into the office? So there's that train of lawsuits. And then the other train of lawsuits is saying there are these small batches, oftentimes in one county or handled in one precinct, that were mishandled, where some ballots were mixed with with each other and there wasn't adequate verification, where there are concerns about if there was a smudge on them and some election workers updated the forms and duplicated those ballots, that there was an improper procedure used there, and sort of saying, well, these narrow sets of ballots should be challenged and excluded. So those are sort of the two questions. The election observer question, I think, will move very quickly because hopefully that's just maybe a misunderstanding. The questions about the mishandled ballots, they might be moot if the margin ends up being a little bit larger.
So I would imagine, because in some cases here, we are talking about disqualifying people's votes that, as far as they were concerned, they submitted legally. They may have put them in the mail, they put them in the mail on time, they're expecting their vote to count. I would think that the proof that is required is rather high, that the bar would be set rather high.
Yeah, so it just depends on the kind of dispute about the ballot, right? So one of the challenges in Pennsylvania is about whether or not there's an opportunity to cure ballots up to 6 days after Election Day. Is that sort of consistent with existing law? And if there's a challenge of this dispute between what a government official tells you to do and what you think you can do under the law, right? This is we talk about the sort of voters' reliance, or these reliance interests that voters have on the system. At the same time, if there's a ballot that sort of shows up at the polling place and there's a problem matching your signature, or it's counted, but there wasn't the proper bipartisan oversight team in place to ensure that everyone agrees that this is a valid vote that should have been counted, well, then that gets into sort of that actual evidentiary question at that level to say, well, maybe that vote shouldn't have counted because there really was a dispute about it. So you're right that it is a question of evidence, and in some places, especially when it gets to those individual disputes, it can be a little bit tough to challenge those one at a time.
How likely is it that, some of these cases will just be tossed out?
Yeah, so I think it's a real question on the observer front about whether the facts are as alleged by the campaigns, right? Whether or not the facts are that the candidate that they can't be there. But even if it's tossed out, it just means the counting is going to proceed. If it's not tossed out, then the counting might be paused briefly until we ensure that those folks are in place. On the other side, in terms of counting these ballots, it really depends on sort of the strength of the reliance claims. Did the campaign bring it too late? Or are they challenging at the moment, but at that moment, somebody rejected the argument made as they're counting, and they went and filed promptly with the court, and the court says, you know what, I think you've got the law right here. So it's really a mixed bag looking at each one of these facts and the situations. But more to the point, right, if it's a margin of 10,000 votes in a state for one candidate over another, and we're fighting about 100 votes or 200 votes, it really wouldn't matter at the end of the day. Whether or not it gets tossed out, whoever wins, the winner of the state is still going to be determined by the overall counting of the vote.
So I guess there could be a possibility that we in this country would have all moved on. We would have known who the next president is, and counting would still be taking place, that the official final count wouldn't be settled for months.
Yeah, in some ways that could be the case, right? We have certification deadlines in the states, and there are certification deadlines, but also those things can sometimes last a little bit longer, or if there are challenges to some litigation. I think about a famous case out of 1980 involving the candidate John B. Anderson, who ran as an independent candidate, and the Supreme Court issued a major decision regarding his candidacy in 1983, 3 years after the election. So sometimes those questions can arise. There might still be legal disputes that arise, but they might not ultimately affect the election. For us, we're looking at December 14th. December 14th is when presidential electors meet in their states to vote for the next president and vice president of the United States. That's the date to keep in mind in terms of resolving all these disputes.
Yeah, that is a really good reminder. Derek Muller, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
So listen, don't forget, you can join me every weekday morning at 7 a.m. Eastern for CBS NAM. We will get you caught up on all the news overnight and tell you what you need to know to get your day started and to keep you informed. So as Americans get information overload on the election latest, the anticipation of the result is also capturing international attention. Holly Williams takes a look at how the race is being reported around the world.
Well, the world's media and world leaders are holding their breath, waiting for some certainty in the U.S. presidential election. For America's friends that rely on America politically, economically and militarily, it's a source of concern. But for America's enemies, it's a source of mirth and fuel for propaganda. Here in Russia, the media is portraying the aftermath of the election as chaotic and the electoral system as unwieldy and flawed. One big circulation newspaper here seemed to disparage both candidates, writing, quote, "Trump is horseradish, Biden is ordinary radish. Horseradish is no sweeter than radish." Make of that what you will. We also heard today from Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov, who said, quote, "Uncertainty in the most powerful world economy could have negative consequences for global affairs." Turning now to Europe, the cover of the French newspaper Le Monde said today that the US was tearing itself apart, while one British newspaper asked, quote, "OK, America, so what the hell happens now?" One British tabloid even described President Trump as a liar and cheat until the bitter end. And finally, have a look at this front page from Australia from the day of the election. It seems to capture both what many people around the world admire about the United States, as well as what they fear could happen to it. Vlad and Anne-Marie.
All right, Holly, thank you very much. Officials in Austria say new video evidence shows there was only one gunman in Monday's attack that killed 4 people in Vienna. Authorities also say warnings about the gunman were not properly followed up on, including a tip from neighboring Slovakia that he tried to buy ammunition there. The suspect was also released early from a jail sentence after convincing officials he no longer held jihadist beliefs. Police shot and killed a 20-year-old just minutes after the attack. There are now calls for an independent investigation into why the red flags were missed. Tensions are on the rise in Ethiopia after the prime minister ordered a military offensive in response to a violent military base takeover by forces loyal to the regional government of Tigray. Friction between the two has been escalating since September, when Tigray held regional elections defying a federal government order which had postponed voting because of the coronavirus pandemic. Ethiopia has imposed a 6-month state of emergency on the region, and electricity, phone, and internet service have been cut off. The Tigray People's Liberation Front has been losing influence in the country. The group quit the government's ruling coalition just last year.
So we're going to take a quick break, but it's a really good time for you to download the free CBS News app on all your devices. Now more than ever, we are updating the vote totals for the election. We are bringing you news from around the world that isn't getting a lot of attention right now because of the election and because of COVID. So the great thing is you can watch us anytime, anywhere on any connected device. You can also head to our website at cbsnews.com. All of that is free. Special for you. We'll be right back.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy.
And reach for the stars.
Here we are. Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
I'm open to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You were donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day. Tensions are rising across the country as the future of the United States presidency hangs in the balance. Democratic nominee Joe Biden is inching closer to 270 electoral votes, leading President Trump 253 to 213. This comes after projected wins in Wisconsin and Michigan yesterday. Right now, though, we are keeping a close eye on some other crucial battleground states like Arizona, Georgia, and Pennsylvania, where ballots are still being counted. The former vice president is continuing to urge patience while President Trump mounts legal challenges in several states nationwide. He is claiming fraud without providing any evidence, as legal votes are still getting counted. Laura Podesta takes a closer look.
Supporters of President Trump gathered outside a vote counting center in Maricopa County.
We're not trying to break in. We just like to watch you count the ballots.
The president trails former Vice President Joe Biden in Arizona, but there are still votes left to be counted. In Detroit, Trump supporters demanded Michigan officials stop working. The president had a lead on election night, but CBS News projects Biden won the state after legally cast mail-in ballots were added to the total.
And we are here to defend the right to vote.
Activists around the country marched through the streets yesterday.
It's our right to vote. All the votes must be counted for.
The Trump campaign is launching legal challenges in several states.
We're going to win Pennsylvania, but they're trying to cheat us out of it.
The president holds slim leads in both Pennsylvania and Georgia, but the remaining ballots, all cast on or before Election Day, come from Democratic-leaning areas.
In Pennsylvania, every vote is going to count.
CBS News projects that former Vice President Joe Biden is the presumptive winner in Wisconsin, but that lead is small enough that the Trump campaign is expected to ask for a recount.
We believe we will be the winners.
Speaking in Delaware, the former vice president looked past the election.
It'll be time for us to do what we've always done as Americans, to unite, to heal, to come together as a nation.
In addition to Arizona, Nevada is also leaning toward Biden. And with electoral votes from those two states, he would be right at the 270 needed to win. Laura Podesta, CBS News, Washington.
All right, so for more on this, we want to bring in Caitlin Huey Burns. She is with us now from Philadelphia. So, Caitlin, we heard a little bit in Laura's story, kind of the state of things currently and the various paths by which either candidate could sort of get closer to 270. But just, I want you to sort of flesh that out. Take us through the latest developments on the presidential race. Which states are you watching closely?
Hi, good morning, guys. Well, I'm just doing some math on this notepad here as we're getting all these totals coming in from these various states. The key states that we're watching, in addition to Pennsylvania, where we have been, as you know, for the past week or so, where they're still counting votes. About 600,000 votes are left to be counted here in Pennsylvania. About 580,000 votes are here in Philadelphia in this building right behind me, where we've been doing these stand-ups all week. We're keeping a close eye on Georgia, which has about 50,000 votes left. That is a, traditionally deep red state. The margin is super close there, with 23,000 votes essentially at this point separating Donald Trump and Biden. In Fulton County, 10,000 votes are left to be counted. 10,000 absentee votes are left to be counted. Remember, that's Atlanta, so that's likely Democratic votes. We're also keeping an eye on Arizona. So here's kind of where the math is for Joe Biden at this point, with Wisconsin and Michigan having already been called by CBS News. If he wins Nevada and Arizona, if those are called in Biden's favor, he's exactly at 270 electoral votes. Remember, 270 is that magic number. So they're watching those. Georgia, of course, is also very competitive at this point.
Right. And so, Caitlin, as you pointed out, Pennsylvania is still up for grabs as ballots are being counted. Now, we know the president's lead has narrowed there. All right. President Trump's campaign is holding a phone briefing right now. Let's listen in.
Pennsylvania, supposed to be the administrator of elections in Pennsylvania, the one who is supposedly making sure elections are run legitimately and without bias. What did Ms. Boockvar say on Twitter in 2017? Quote, using the title president before the word Trump really demeans the office of the presidency, close quote. That is who is supposed to be, in an unbiased fashion, executing elections in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. She is a partisan hack running elections in Pennsylvania, and she is a disgrace. This is why Americans have lost faith in our democracy. We have been getting countless incoming calls from people all over the country reporting the fraud and the abuse that we've been talking about on this call. We've had the hotline set up. We've had a hotline set up since Election Day, even before Election Day, to make sure Americans had an opportunity in a venue to relay what they're seeing with their own two eyes, the fraud and abuse they're seeing with their own two eyes. So we will re-up that hotline so Americans have access to voice their complaints and their concerns. We will also be launching a website later today so Americans have an additional avenue and an additional opportunity. We are going to keep fighting for this election because that is what the American people deserve. Tim?
I'd like to remind everybody on the call that the contents of today's call are on the record, and if you'd like to get in the queue to ask a question, please press *1 now. If you already did press *1 before the thing started, you might as well press it again, *1. I'll now turn it over to Senior Advisor Jason Miller.
Thank you, Bill, and the rest of the team, and thank you, members of the press corps who are joining as we, just to reiterate the important news that we have announced so far. Justin Clark, our deputy campaign manager, walked through the massive legal victory that we had in Philly earlier today. This appellate court ruling will make sure that we have eyes on ballots that are being counted. And now that we have this legal ruling, I would expect there will be additional legal action to make sure that we have eyes on previous ballots that have been counted. So as we talk about these magical sacks of ballots that keep popping up in corrupt and crooked localities that are run by partisan Democrats, we're going to have eyes on them. And we're going to make sure they're not able to pull a fast one on the American people. So as Bill walked through, just to do kind of a state-by-state recap, we are very confident that we will be winning Pennsylvania. That's why yesterday we announced that we have won the state of Pennsylvania. We're completely confident of that. Critical to keep in mind. In addition, to Philly and even Montgomery County, remember, when we talk about places like York County, where we still have 77,000 ballots to come in, or Allegheny with 45,000. There's still places around the state where we have numbers that are very favorable to us, and we think will help. So these the outstanding ballots are not all Democrats are going to be coming in. As a reminder for Arizona, I think many of you had as little sleep as we did last night watching the returns come in. Not quite as many ballots came in Arizona last night as we expected. There was a number of news. Critical to point out that folks are coming around to the point that we've been saying over and over since election night, that President Trump is on pace to to win Arizona. The numbers that we put out yesterday for what President Trump needs to get from ballots is spot on. And I also want to point out for folks that voting method in a state like Arizona is a critical factor in addition to vote geography. So I've noticed that some folks in the press corps have been pointing out to say there are ballots that are left to come in from a blue county, but actually in some of the blue counties is where we've been having some of our best gains for the simple fact that those have been election day voters. So keep in mind, vote method is critical in Arizona as well. I would also point out for Arizona that even Nate Silver came out and said that he thought that both Fox News and the Associated Press should rescind their calling of the state. This is critical, and I want to make a big point on this. It is notable that all of the other broadcast networks besides Fox have held off on calling the state of Arizona. That we're having people from the media who are weighing in and saying that the Associated Press should reverse and rescind their announcement of the state for Joe Biden. We completely agree. This Fox and the Associated Press should do so immediately. We think it's completely irresponsible for anyone to call this state for Joe Biden, especially as these ballots are coming in and we are on pace for President Trump to win the state of Arizona. We're not expecting another release of numbers until 10 p.m. Eastern this evening, so it might be a long day as far as Arizona is concerned. Georgia, as Bill referenced, we still feel good about our eventual margin in the state and that we will win. We'll be on top of it to make sure that magical stacks of ballots don't just magically arrive after the election. We'll be on top of that as the president has talked through. Again, North Carolina, nobody's even talking about North Carolina anymore because that is safely on board for President Trump. And then with regard to Nevada, we expect that there will be some additional legal news that we'll have to announce later today on that front. But keep in mind, in the state of Nevada, the margin is only about 8,000 votes right now. And we have heard a number of reports about voter fraud, a number of reports and concerns regarding these mass unsolicited ballots that were sent out to culinary workers who no longer even live in the state of Nevada. So we will literally be going through every single ballot that this clubhouse governor sent out to people, whether they're in the state or not. And so we will be going through that very closely there. I also want to point out that we have, in addition to the top-notch legal team that's been organized and run by Justin Clark, that we are deploying people all over the country. And so, for example, in Nevada, take this in reverse order for the states I just ran through. In Nevada, we have former ambassador and former DNI Director Rick Grinnell is out there, along with a local legal team and a number of other legal folks. In Philadelphia, we currently have former Florida AG Pam Bondi, who's up there, along with Corey Lewandowski and Mayor Giuliani. And we'll have additional people that are helping out in Georgia and North Carolina. But we do have people that are on the ground and that are fighting to make sure that legal ballots are all counted and illegal ballots are not counted, which continues to be our mantra. And we believe that President Trump will, again, win the race. And we think that by as soon, possibly, is the end of tomorrow on Friday, it will be clear to the American public that President Trump and Vice President Pence will serve another 4 years in the White House.
Thanks, Jason. We're ready now to start the question and answer period. Again, if you have a question and want to get in the queue, press *1 on your phone, and I will turn it back over to the operator to begin the Q&A.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like our first question will come from Mick Stinelli of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. Mick, your line is now open.
Hi, thank you, folks. My question really is just, what did you hear from the judge? From what you guys are talking about, it sounds like you're talking about the Philadelphia County canvassing observation appeal. Looking at the filings and speaking to people from the administrative office of Pennsylvania courts, the judge has not entered any kind of ruling. So I would like to get some clarification. Am I looking at the right case here? and what exactly did you hear from the judge?
You are, and the docket will catch up to the judge's ruling. This is obviously an expedited appeal, so things move super fast. But we had a victory this morning, and I presume the internet will catch up to real life soon.
Yes, and to be clear, I was speaking to a person from the Administrative Office of Pennsylvania Courts. This is not just the dockets. This person has said that the judge has not entered anything yet. So I would just like to know exactly what you heard from the judge. Our
attorneys on the ground heard from the judge and reported back to us directly.
All right. Looks like our next question will come from Zeke Miller of the Associated Press. Zeke, your line is now open.
Hey, good morning. Thanks for doing the call. I was hoping to clarify a few things tweeted by the president this morning when he said, stop the count, and then an assertion that any vote that came in after Election Day will not be counted. Obviously, we know that would include military ballots and other lawfully cast ballots. Are those does the president's comments reflect the position of the Trump campaign? And what is the Trump campaign doing to implement these assertions by the president?
Yeah, hey, Zeke, this is Jason Miller here. So what the president is pointing out is something that we have driven here at the campaign and reiterated time and time again, that these states and localities should not be counting ballots that were mailed in or magically appeared in a sack of ballots after Election Day. And so if these are legal ballots and people are following the law and they're clearly postmarked and they hold up and we have signature matches and where the localities have that, then obviously all legal ballots should be counted. What we should not be doing is treating ballots that are coming in late with no postmarks or ballots that are magically being found under very questionable circumstances. Those should all be set aside and dealt with separately. They should not be just considered to be valid without making sure that we're being safe and they were done in a legal and proper fashion. So to be very clear here, Zeke, we should not be counting ballots that clearly came in after the election as being completely legitimate until we've had time to go through and do the challenges and to be on top of this. So the president is right. We should not be counting illegal ballots, and we hold fast to that opinion. So I have one quick update from Justin Clark. Yeah, since I've been on the phone, I got a copy of the order in the Pennsylvania case. For anyone that needs it, Allie or Tim can send it out.
So we've been listening to members of Donald Trump's campaign talking about their latest illegal challenges to the ballot counting. The focus, what they're calling a win, is a focus on having observers watch as the ballots are being counted. One of the challenges this year is, of course, COVID-19, and there was a concern about the number of people inside buildings and how close they would have to stand to those who are unpacking the ballots. Of course, in relation to making sure everyone's healthy. So they're counting this as a legal win, though there seems to be some discrepancy as to whether or not the judge has ruled that they can actually have observers in some of these places. A lot of talk of magical sacks of ballots popping up. Of course, no evidence and no sort of backup information to indicate where that even comes from. We're going to pivot over to Georgia, where election officials there are bringing us up to speed. Let's dip in.
Email and follow-up phone calls through our liaisons and the elections office to make sure they have uploaded everything. And with that, we just had a new tranche of votes come in from Sumter County, which has lowered the overall. I'm going to give you what we have with every caveat in the world. I believe the best numbers are right now for the state, knowing that there's going to be a handful of those ballots in small counties here and there that will be slowly aggregated into the system over time. But these are our big tranches that can affect the outcomes overall. And some of you might start seeing some of these already. We're working to get these done today if possible. And we're working with the counties who might be having questions about how to do this properly, because the main thing we want to do, fast is great, and we appreciate fast. We more appreciate accuracy. Accuracy is going to be the bedrock upon which people will believe the outcomes of these elections, be they on the winning side or the losing side. So accuracy is vital, and it's the key to all of our processes. And I want to make sure we told everybody in this room and in this state and around the country, this is the first time Georgia has used paper ballots in 20 years. We told people they can expect some results on election night, and we got a lot of them out there. In fact, we got down to 250,000 yesterday. We were down to about 60,000 today. So let me go through what we know we have right now. I brought my computer so I wouldn't screw it up. Bryan County, 3,027. Burke County, 494. Chatham County, 17,157. Clayton County, 7,408. Cobb County, approximately 700. Floyd County, 682. Forsyth County, 4,713. Fulton County, 11,200. Gwinnett County, 7,300. Harris County, 3,641. Lawrence County, 1,797. Putnam County, 1,552. Taylor County, 456. For a total right now of approximately just over 60,000 votes. The anticipation is we will continue to go through the process throughout the day and into the evening if necessary. I know there are large counties in this state that stayed overnight, Fulton County being one of those, to process these, and they've knocked their numbers down to that 11,200. We anticipate getting through this process today. One of the reasons that our friends in Chatham County take a little bit longer is they have a unique system where their board of registration is separate from their elections division, and they handle different sides of the absentee ballot and the reporting process. So that's one of the things that held them up, but I think we're through that process today, and I anticipate getting the majority of the 17,000 in today as well. So with that, I want to thank you all for being here and answer any questions. We'll start with Justin over here.
Yeah, can you explain to us why that number seems to be such a moving target with the number of absentee ballots?
As I said earlier, all the ballots that come in by 7 p.m. on election day have to be logged in. Now, at the same time, they're making reports on the other side. So they're drawing from let's say there's 10,000 ballots. They report 2,000 ballots. They add 1,000 ballots. That means you have 9,000 ballots. And that's why the number of potential votes that are available will continue to be changing. What we've essentially seen now is that number stopped growing, which is why we went from 250,000 yesterday about this time to 60,000 today. Yes, ma'am.
We're seeing a lot of people online who are saying, with it taking so long, they have concerns about the validity. Can you talk about some of the security protocols that y'all have in place as the Secretary of State's office to make sure that the counties are counting everything properly and votes aren't appearing as what we're seeing?
Well, the main thing, there's several things that work on this system, and the biggest one of all is we have a paper ballot, so there's going to be a record of what has occurred here, and if there's any questions, you can always go back to do an audit and a recount. In many places, everything is open to the public. We are poll watchers in many of these places. In places like Fulton County, the state has placed a monitor, and we had investigators go out and ask many questions about how these ballots are being handled and move forward. It's frustrating. Time, when everybody else is done. Here's the other thing. Florida has more to count than we do, but their margin's wider, so it doesn't matter as much. We have a much smaller margin, and we're aware of that fact, and the county elections officials feel that pressure. They understand. They are working hard. My hats are off to them having to go through this process and be under this level of scrutiny. They're all doing extremely well. And these are 159 elections directors and employees who are here to do the job of protecting democracy. When you go to talk to them, they think about that. They think about the votes of every person in this room and around the country. These are people who are not involved in voter fraud. These people are not involved in voter suppression. I'm telling you, they're doing their jobs every day. It is hard, and we are thankful to them for it, and we're going to work with them to make sure that every legal, lawful ballot is counted.
Mr. Sterling, on risk limiting audits, can you tell us the criteria for the decision that will be made on what race to look at, and has that decision been made, and when will that RLA occur?
The decision hasn't been made yet. The exact criteria is defined in the state election board rule. It'll be decided probably after we get the county certification, or not long before. The secretary is the one who solely gets to make that decision, so I won't speak for him here.
Will it be the closest race, though?
Sir, I just said you can look at the SCB rules and that outlines the definition. I'm not going to be able to answer that. Yes, sir.
Gabriel Archer here with Nexstar Media Group. I know Chatham County yesterday received a lawsuit from President Trump's campaign and their team. What do you want to tell Chatham County because they're concerned, given that they have 17,000 ballots that you said still up in the process?
It's a lawsuit that will be handled at the county level. As I understand it, it may only affect 50 ballots, but I'm sure that their legal counsel will give them the advice they need to get through that process. Mr. Fowler. Hold on 1 second. I can't hear anything with that, whatever they're doing up there.
After these 60,000 absentee ballots will be processed, that won't be the end of counting. There's still provisional military duties. Can you explain everyone what the provisional ballot process is like, and if we have any idea of how many votes might be spread throughout?
We are working with the counties to try to get a full understanding of how many provisionals might be available. Mr. Fowler, who's done a good job reporting on this election, makes a very good point that the election is not over just on the absentee ballots. There are absentee ballots from our overseas military voters that, if they are postmarked by Tuesday, have to be accepted by Friday. There are provisional ballots that need to be verified by Friday. And if you have an absentee ballot with an issue like missing a signature or something, you have until Friday to cure those. Yes, ma'am.
Did you anticipate that this process would take as long as it is taking?
That's why, literally, for the last 2 months, we have said it will be, Wednesday or Thursday before we knew the answer to this. So, yes. Yes, sir.
Piggyback on that question about the suit against Chatham County. As you know, the Trump campaign is also threatening to sue other counties. Has the Secretary of State's office received any reports of the sort of irregularities that they're complaining about to support that lawsuit?
Any report we get of any kind of irregularity, our investigative division will look into and ascertain the validity of that report and, if necessary, investigate. Yes, sir.
Is your office actively investigating claims of voter fraud right now for this particular election?
I can't say for certain right now. I know we have reports around several things. I'm not sure about voter fraud or anything, because that's kind of a broad term. So I need more specific question, and we'll get with our investigations division and try to get a specific answer to that. Yes, sir.
Can you tell us about that corrupt scanner in Gwinnett County?
Nothing, because I've not heard of anything about a corrupt scanner in Gwinnett County.
Sorry, corrupt card.
I have no information about that. Yes, sir.
The number of absentee ballots that's been put into ENET, is that the final number, or do you anticipate any more being processed?
As I said in the beginning of this thing, there's a possibility that some counties might not have hit upload yet. There's a possibility that they could have not had a random one here or there. But as far as the general outlines of these, we anticipate that the absentee ballots that are there, and we have the extra bit of security that we know the number of requests. Therefore, we know that is the most outlying ability of anything to be done. So we know the outer limits of anything possible. But right now, as we sit here today, yes, we feel comfortable with that number. Yeah, Justin.
What about the possibility of a recount? Georgia law provides for that for the candidates, and it looks like in the presidential race we're moving into that margin.
There is a possibility of that occurring. Georgia law calls for, if you're within 0.5% of the certified result, then the losing candidate, or I guess the winning candidate if they wanted to, could call for a recount, and that would be a statewide recount conducted. And one of the things that we did in procuring our new Dominion voting system is we provided for knowing the state's general political situations after 2018, we provided high-capacity scanners to every single county in the state so that they could conduct a statewide recount if it became necessary.
In addition to the 60,000 absentees that remain to be counted, we also, the provisionals and the Okava overseas ones would be on top of that, correct?
Well, Mark, if you weren't late, you would have heard the answer to that already.
No, I understand. But I wanted to clarify, do we know how many that might be?
We're working with the counties to get a final number on that, so yes. Yes, ma'am.
Can you go ahead and certify the results before the adjudication process in some counties like Gwinnett is completed?
No, that wouldn't be possible. The adjudication process gets us to the final number to certify. State law requires that the counties certify their results 10 days from the election, and then we have some time after that. We hope to do it faster than that, because what we need to be able to do, when the counties certify, we're then going to move into the risk limiting audit phase, and then after the risk limiting audit is closed out, then we will certify the election. Yes, ma'am.
Have you been able to get any additional information on just what happened in Sullivan County, like why was it just those two counties? What was the information?
As I said in the press conference on Election Day, we are focusing on getting the election itself done. We do believe it was a data set issue. Don't know exactly why yet, but we have our vendor. We're working on it. But right now, we are really focused on making sure we get the answers out. Yes, ma'am.
Can I just have one clarification? You already sort of addressed this. So when it comes to the lawsuit from the Trump team about the one specific county, you're not investigating into the reports of ballots being moved or ballots being counted?
I can't speak to what investigations have been opened yet. I know there's been discussions about that, but we'll have to get with you after that, after talking to our chief of investigations.
Mr. Stelling, previously I think there was a good to see you in person, a noon approximation for deadline, and today you said, just now you said today if possible. So end of day today maybe is sort of the time.
I am prayerful that we can get to a resolution by the end of the day, but as has been pointed out by everybody, this is going to be an extremely close margin, especially in the presidential election, and we anticipate every one of those UACAVA and curable ballots and provisionals may come into account in that. So having a final one, it may take a minute. Stephen.
Can you describe the adjudication process for these absentee ballots? What changes have been made from the June primary?
Probably not, but I can give it a shot. The adjudication process is a new system here in Georgia. Under the old system of scanning, when you had hand-marked paper ballots, which are something that, unfortunately, as a hand-marked paper ballot, is very open to human frailty and mistakes. We can use an electronic adjudication system where it takes a picture of those ballots, and the computer used to just say, if it's an overvote, we're going to kick it out, which means there's 2 ovals marked for a single race. We're going to kick it out, and then a human being will get a chance to look at it. Under the new system, it will also look at overvotes, plus it will look at anything like an ambiguous mark. So if somebody has a check mark or anything like that, it brings it up onto a screen, and a bipartisan panel will then examine that ballot to discern the voter intent. Then it is marked in the system, and then it can be counted properly. Yes, sir.
How many ballots have been tossed out at this point in time? Do you have that number?
You'd have to be more specific. We don't toss out ballots in the state.
That have obviously had errors or mistakes or double, like you said, marked twice.
Yes, we wouldn't have a tracking on that right now, because that's basically, if you mismark something that is not a actual vote cast in that race, and just because there's a mistake on one part of your ballot doesn't mean the rest of your ballot would still get counted. Yes. Sorry, Mel.
Richard Barron is saying that 130,000 have been adjudicated. Is that correct?
Okay, that kind of made my skin crawl. When he's saying that 130,000 ballots have been scanned in batches, and they've adjudicated the small percentage of those inside those 130,000. So to give some clarity to that. Yes, next one.
About 27,000, I understand, about military and overseas ballots. Some of them have returned. So could that delay this into tomorrow, possibly?
Well, as I said, we have to accept those ballots until Friday, and we can't know what's going to get here until the time actually gets here for that. Don't tell me I punched y'all out. All right, with that, I just want to say one more thank you to the voters of the state of Georgia. The Secretary begs your patience. This is a long process, but I think all of us would agree that having an accurate count is much more vital. An accurate and fair count is much more vital than having a fast count. So thank you, and we'll try to follow up with any other questions for later today. Y'all have a great day.
Thank you.
All right, you've been listening to an update from officials in Atlanta, Georgia. The most important sort of, I think, thing that they were explaining is the fact that they are continuing to do the counts. The counts are moving forward. They are using paper ballots this time around, which is not something that they have done in the past recently, which is why it's taking a little bit of time, but they reiterate that the votes will be counted fairly and accurately. The other news that we were sharing with you earlier is we were listening to a Trump campaign call. And so we heard some information there from the Trump campaign that they presented without any evidence. So let's bring in Caitlin Huey Burns, who is joining us now from Pennsylvania to talk through some of the things that we've been monitoring over the last hour or so. So Caitlin, let's first begin with Georgia. You were just listening in to that press conference there. Your reaction to what we heard from local officials?
That's right. In Georgia, they say they have about 60,000 votes left to be counted. The margin currently in Georgia is 18,000 votes separating Donald Trump and Joe Biden. That's an extremely close margin, with the president with an 18,000 vote lead at this point. But still, 60,000 votes left to be counted. Just to give you a little context for Georgia, we know that this has been a long time red state. We were just in Atlanta recently where we interviewed the Secretary of State about the elections. They had record-breaking numbers of early voting there, and the Secretary of State there, who's a Republican, told us that they had been encouraging people to vote absentee, encouraging people to vote early so that they could get those vote totals in and on time. So remember, as the president is casting doubt on absentee votes and absentee ballots in a state like Georgia, the Republican Secretary of State had been encouraging people to vote that way. So they are going to be updating their numbers again. Fulton County is expected to update really at the top of the hour coming up in just a few minutes. Fulton County, of course, includes Atlanta, so those are where kind of the bulk of Democratic votes might be. So 60,000 votes left to go to be counted in Georgia, 18,000 votes separating Donald Trump and Joe Biden at this point in time.
So, Caitlin, you are in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. We were listening to a Trump campaign call in which our reporters were allowed to ask questions, but they opened the call by talking about what they described as a legal victory. We know there are a number of lawsuits that have been filed by the campaign. What they said was a legal victory, has to do with observers watching count count the ballots. Now, it's important to note that a reporter out of Pittsburgh asked them specifically what the judge's decision was, because that reporter said that he had tried to reach out to the clerk, looked on the docket, and didn't actually see where the judge had actually, come to a conclusion. But can we talk a little bit about this lawsuit, if you're familiar with it, what the Trump campaign is claiming had been happening when it came to observers?
Yeah, the Trump campaign was claiming that they weren't letting people in to observe the vote count, which is not entirely accurate because, as we've talked about before, anyone can be observing, on your phone what's going on inside this building behind me, this vote counting that's going on in the Pennsylvania Convention Center right behind me here in Philadelphia. We've been watching live streams of it for the past 2 days as election workers have been working around the clock to count those ballots. The Trump campaign says that they are going to allow observers to watch how they're counting ballots. So it kind of remains to be seen what exactly they are meaning by that. But we should note that this has been a transparent process insofar as you've been able to watch them actually count the votes. What was significant about that call that the Trump campaign just had is that you see the president tweeting today, stop all the counting of the votes. The Trump campaign officials on that call were saying that states and localities shouldn't count any votes that were received after Election Day. And they don't want to be treating ballots coming in late without postmarks. Let's just do a little bit of fact-checking here about what is allowed at this point in time in Pennsylvania. Remember, the state Supreme Court here ruled that ballots received after Election Day up until Friday, which is tomorrow, as long as they were postmarked by Election Day, can still be counted. But they're still counting the votes from absentee votes that came in before Election Day and Election Day votes. Heading into that, the Secretary of State in Pennsylvania issued some guidance to counties saying, just in case this lawsuit comes up again, separate out. It would be good to kind of separate out those ballots that arrived after Election Day, just in case. So why is this significant? The state Supreme Court said all those ballots can count after Election Day up until Friday as long as they were postmarked by Election Day. Republicans in the state challenged that, went all the way to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court was deadlocked at 4-4, kicked it back, said that ruling still stands. But conservatives on the Supreme Court said that after Election Day, they could still revisit it. So that's why you're kind of seeing this focus on those ballots received after Election Day. But as it stands now, the ruling is that those ballots can still count. But here's where we should focus editorially here is that the president's margins in Pennsylvania are narrowing. The more votes that are being counted, the better Biden is doing. And if it turns out that that Biden is leading in the absentee votes received by Election Day and those vote totals, it could be obsolete. The rest of the ballots to be counted that were received after Election Day. But I'm listening to the Trump call there should be some scrutiny about what they were saying there, because they were also saying that they believe they have more votes out there that could support the president, outstanding votes in some of these counties that they believe could benefit the president. So a little bit of mixed messaging there coming from the campaign, but just to kind of clarify where we are here.
Yeah, and it's good that you are.
Completely mixed messaging. They, sorry, Vlad, Zeke Miller from AP asked about what the president meant when he said, stop the count. And they said, well, we want legal ballots to be counted. If they're postmarked by Election Day, they are legal, but then started folding in this concept of magical bags of ballots popping up. No evidence to indicate that. Talked about, corrupt locales, and the reality of it is Philadelphia County leans in the favor of the Democrats, leans blue. And so, in a way, it's not surprising that they are focusing in on Philadelphia in particular and focusing in on the ballot counting process here, because as you point out, the more ballots are counted, the less favorable it is looking for President Trump.
That's a really important distinction, Anne Marie, and about 600,000 ballots are here in Philadelphia in this building behind me, and this is an area where former Vice President Biden is expected to do well, and this is what the Biden campaign had been focusing on, was getting people to vote absentee, vote early, so they wouldn't have to wait in line on Election Day. And so it's important to really clarify that that what the Trump campaign is arguing just really doesn't make sense, and what's allowed here, these are all legally cast ballots, and that's just really important to keep reiterating. There is no evidence of the fraud claims that the Trump campaign is putting forth. There's just simply no evidence of that, and they haven't presented it. They've just been claiming it. You can't just claim victory. No side can claim victory until all the votes are counted.
It's such an important point, Caitlin, and it's so important that you are here to provide that context where you hear the president's surrogates on his campaign basically denigrating public officials who are doing their civic duty, talking about ballots that would magically appear when they've obviously presented absolutely no evidence to that point. And the president of the United States saying any vote that came in after the election should not be counted, without realizing and understanding that if the counting stopped right now, Joe Biden would be president of the United States. Caitlin Huey Burns, thank you as always. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
To Nevada now, where Democratic nominee Joe Biden is maintaining a narrow lead over President Trump. Biden has around 8,000 more votes than the president right now. However, that could change as more ballots are counted and additional results are announced throughout the day. Even though Nevada only has 6 electoral votes, clinching a win there would give Biden or President Trump a boost toward 270, which of course is needed to win the presidency. Right now, former Vice President Biden is leading with 253, while President Trump has 213. So for more on this, let's bring in Nevada Attorney General Aaron Ford. Mr. Attorney General, thank you so much for joining us. So explain to our viewers, what is the latest on the vote count right now? When will America finally know the final results?
Good morning, Vlad. Good morning, Anne Marie. I want to get your question, but if you would allow me just real quickly to pick up on something you said a second ago, Vlad, and that is current President Trump's fighting against or denigrating elected officials doing their jobs. I just want to say that there's a lot of consternation out there about the time it takes to count. As I indicated yesterday, our election workers should be receiving commendation, not condemnation. They're doing a good job, and they want to get the tally right. So I want to say in Nevada, we're doing exactly that. But to your question, though, at 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock this morning, we are going to be receiving additional vote counts from Clark County, which is here in Southern Nevada, and Las Vegas, where I'm located, and up in Washoe County, which is more northern Nevada in the Reno arena, just to see what the current update is. What we have right now outstanding are ballots that ballots that have been collected on or after Election Day, so long as they were postmarked by Election Day. And this includes a lot of votes from mail ballots that were dropped off at polling places on Election Day. We also have votes that are being counted from those who registered on Election Day through same-day voter registration. And we have some provisional ballots. Not certain which or if all 3 of those types of ballots are going to be reported today at 9 or 10 o'clock, but those are the ones that are still outstanding.
Can we talk a little bit about why it's taking time to go through these ballots? Yes, there's a larger volume of mail-in ballots than there was before, but there are issues with mail-in ballots. You have to take your time to make sure that they're accurately filled out and they're legitimate. So just talk about why it's taking the time that it is.
Absolutely, and you've hit the nail on the head already. It's taken longer than normal this year because every active voter in our state received a mail-in ballot. Many voters chose to use that mail-in ballot process, and that's because our legislature, in its infinite wisdom, decided to give them the ability to exercise their constitutional right during a time of COVID and do it safely. And so processing a mail-in ballot takes time because elected officials and election officials have to ensure that no one has cast more than one vote. And that's why, for example, counting ballots requires us to institute safeguards to prevent fraud, like signature verification and looking at the unique barcodes and other tools. And, to be sure, fraud is being detected as frequently as it needs to be because we know that ballot counting is overseen by a bipartisan counting board in each county in Nevada. We don't know how many ballots are left, but it's taken that time, again, because we understand that the result of an election only happens once, and that's when every lawful vote that has been cast has also been counted.
Mr. Attorney General, the President of the United States has, through the use of his Twitter feed, tweeted, I guess, what appears to be a quote from a former Attorney General of Nevada. And this is the President's tweet: "No question Trump would have won Nevada convincingly without mail-in voting." What's your reaction to something like that, where the president is suggesting that something that Americans can do and have done for many presidential election cycles is something that somehow would not benefit him, so it shouldn't happen?
Listen, I'll leave the hysteria and the hyperbole to those who are trying to undermine and denigrate the political process here. Politicians, however, won't be deciding who wins the election here in Nevada or in the United States for that matter. Americans decide who wins this election, and the only voice that matters is the voice of the voters. And here in Nevada, we're going to count every legal vote and let the will of the people speak for itself.
So CBS News has confirmed that Republicans are planning to file a lawsuit alleging voter fraud in your state, claiming that tens of thousands of people who voted no longer actually live in Nevada. Do you have a response to that?
Yeah, it's another example of a Hail Mary, as I heard many refer to these types of lawsuits yesterday. The truth of the matter is these individuals have filed lawsuits at least 3 times that my office has been involved in, and we've defeated them every single time. These are baseless claims. And again, the reason why it's taken time for us to count these ballots is to ensure that we don't, in fact, have voter fraud going on. And so you would think that these same individuals who are suing us would appreciate the delays here. On yesterday evening, they have complaints and protests saying it's taken too long to count the vote. And then today they're saying that they want us to ensure that we take the time as necessary to count lawful votes. It's ironic, again, that any delay in counting votes in Nevada is due to the time that it takes to prevent fraud and to ensure that only legal votes are counted. We're doing that here in Nevada.
And Mr. Attorney General, something that you said earlier at the top of our discussion, you talked about the civic duty of those folks who are working on making sure the election the votes are counted accurately. But we've seen some protests. You just mentioned them. We've seen protests taking place in and around some of these locations. Certainly our hope is that the folks who are doing their jobs, and one of the things that I've pointed out earlier is when you look at pictures of poll workers and people who are doing this job, that they look just like your neighbors that live down the street from you. Americans who take pride in getting this accurate and getting this right. Are they safe? Are they at all worried about the threats to themselves or to their colleagues? Because we've seen people get very, very heated in the days following the general election.
Well, here's what our faithful election workers should know, that I, as a top law enforcement officer in the state, have been working with other of our local law enforcement agencies to ensure that we are coordinated and respond to issues of threats and violence. We are confident that we can get people to a scene to the extent that there are things that are taking place. At the end of the day, again, though, what we have to recognize is that these individuals are working hard. We should not be condemning them. We should be commending them. If others want to engage on the next election cycle going around on a volunteer basis to go out and perform a civic duty, we invite them to do so. And I also want to reiterate that, listen, my office takes fraud extremely seriously. In fact, we've prosecuted voter fraud in my administration over the past. And so, to the extent these individuals are protesting out of fear of voter fraud, understand that we have people on the inside of the building counting these votes who are doing their best to prevent fraud, and you have me on the backside ensuring that we're going to prosecute it if it is in fact found.
Nevada Attorney General Aaron Ford, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
So CBS News projects Joe Biden as the presumptive winner in Wisconsin. The margin separating Biden and President Trump is roughly 20,000 votes, prompting the Trump campaign to call for a recount in what is considered one of the nation's most contested swing states. Adriana Diaz is in Milwaukee with more.
Vlad and Marie, the Trump campaign says they have requested a recount here in Wisconsin, but the rules in the state laid out in these pages say recount requests can't even be filed until counties re-verify their results, and that likely won't happen for about 2 weeks. Now, in Wisconsin, according to a law, a candidate can request a recount if the margin of victory is less than 1%. Biden does have less than 1% more votes, but just as a reminder, so did President Trump when he won this state in 2016. His campaign is calling for a recount now, citing voting irregularities, but so far hasn't provided any evidence. The state's top election official said any claims that this election was anything less than a success is an insult to election workers. Officials here in Milwaukee County tell us they actually plan to meet next week to figure out what a recount in the time of COVID would even look like. How could they do it? How quickly? And all while keeping their staff safe. Now, the county is just going to move on right now to the next normal step in the election process, and that is double checking their results. That's normal operating procedure. That starts today in the building behind me. Vlad, Anne-Marie.
Adriana Diaz, thank you. Protests on both sides of the aisle are breaking out across the country as the president continues to claim the ballot counting process has been compromised in several key battleground states. This was the scene early this morning outside of a vote processing center in Arizona, where Trump supporters claim ballots are not being counted properly. There is no evidence to support that claim. CBS News has yet to project a winner in Arizona, but as of now, former Vice President Joe Biden has a slight edge with 86% of the votes in.
About 5 minutes to disperse.
Meanwhile, police in Los Angeles declared an unlawful assembly after they were confronted by dozens of demonstrators downtown. According to our Los Angeles station, the group called Refuse Fascism organized the protest to oppose what they believed was President Trump's attempt to steal the election. No arrests were made. LAPD says it's in tactical alert all week given the tension surrounding the election. And in Minneapolis, hundreds of demonstrators called for a safe election and an end to racism, and they stopped traffic on a popular interstate. That's according to police. About 200 people walked onto I-94, causing traffic jams for miles. Shortly after, officers began arresting protesters, although it's unclear if they were going to be brought to a detention center or simply arrested and released. Earlier this week, the organizers of the protest said that they would demonstrate regardless of the outcome of the election. And on the East Coast, at least 50 people were arrested for trying to incite a riot during a peaceful protest in New York's Midtown area. According to the NYPD, the group was lighting fires and throwing garbage cans despite leaders of the protest pleading for peace. The demonstrators were calling for the protection of all votes, a message resonating with many across the country.
Democratic activist Sarah McBride is making history as the first openly transgender state senator in U.S. history. The 28-year-old defeated her Republican challenger, Steve Washington, on Tuesday. McBride is believed to have won her seat with over 70% of the vote, according to the Delaware Department of Elections' unofficial results. The former National Press Secretary for the Human Rights Campaign will also become the first openly LGBTQ in Delaware state legislator.
Voters in 32 states weighed in on 120 ballot measures at the polls. In Rhode Island, voters approved changing the state's controversial official name, Rhode Island and Providence Plantations, to simply State of Rhode Island. Calls to trim Providence Plantations intensified this year as the nation continues to face a reckoning over systemic racism. A similar measure had failed in 2010. Donnie Backus breaks down other ballot measures across the country.
Expect more marijuana dispensaries to start opening up around the country in 2021. Voters in New Jersey, Arizona, South Dakota, and Montana approved measures legalizing recreational marijuana for adults 21 and older. Medical marijuana won approval in Mississippi.
Might help the economy as far as bringing another industry to the state of Mississippi.
On Tuesday, Oregon became the first state to decriminalize possession of small amounts of hard drugs like cocaine, heroin, and methamphetamine. Voters there also made it legal for people in therapy sessions to use the psychedelic drug in mushrooms. Florida minimum wage workers who fought for more money are getting it. The Sunshine State will gradually increase the minimum wage to $15 an hour by 2026. Rideshare drivers for companies like Uber and Lyft did not get what they wanted in California. Voters rejected the state's initiative to make drivers employees who receive benefits instead of independent contractors. Uber and Lyft spent $200 million to defeat the initiative, the most expensive effort in state history. The companies threatened to leave California if the measure passed. Anti-abortion amendments were on the ballots in 2 states. Louisiana voters passed a measure asserting there is no state constitutional right to abortion. In Colorado, voters defeated a measure to prevent abortions after 22 weeks unless the woman's life is endangered. In Mississippi, voters decided on a new flag with a magnolia design that replaces their old flag with the Confederate battle emblem. And in Denver, you can legally own a pit bull now. Pit bulls have been outlawed since 1989 in that city following a high-profile attack on a 3-year-old. Danya Backus, CBS News, Los Angeles.
All right. Earlier, we brought you a conference call by the Trump campaign. In the instance of fairness, we want to bring you now an update from Vice President Biden and his campaign officials. Let's listen.
So don't be surprised if we bounce. We're talking about, a small margin here to begin with, but we should see some ups and downs throughout the day, depending on the order of the results coming through today. But at the end of the day, when all the votes are counted, we are confident that we will be ahead in Nevada. Michigan, counting is finished, and the media has called that state for Joe Biden. We have won Michigan, another significant victory for us coming in later yesterday afternoon. All right, so let's head to Pennsylvania. The counting continues today. We expect it will continue throughout the day. There are more than 600,000 ballots outstanding. And after counting yesterday, we continue to see ourselves nearing parity with Donald Trump. So you've probably watched the ticker on most of the networks. The margin that Donald Trump is ahead, we continue to close, and we expect that gap to continue. We believe from our data that the majority of the outstanding ballots left are for the vice president, and that at the end of the day, and let us hope it's the end of today, but at the end of the day, we will win by a sizable number of votes in Pennsylvania. But we need to make sure that we continue the count there, and that count is underway, and we're going to be patient and wait for it. But our path forward is a path to victory in Pennsylvania. In Arizona, already a number of media outlets have called Arizona for the vice president. We continue to feel confident about Arizona, and we believe we have won there, though the counting has not been finished. So we are waiting on Arizona to continue to count. We saw some counts last night. There's going to be more today. We do expect, similar to Nevada, that some of the margin will continue to close today as more data comes in. From our understanding of how the data is going to be reported, we believe that we will see some more rural and other counties that might be less favorable to us coming in earlier. Pima County, a county that is very favorable for the vice president, we understand might not report until tomorrow. And Maricopa, which is the county where Phoenix is, we know is likely to report at least some of their outstanding ballots, but not until later tonight. So the story of Arizona is one where Joe Biden is going to win, but it's going to take us time and patience as we go through the counting. You might see, we would expect to see, and we will see a tightening of that margin throughout the day, but more favorable data will be coming in this evening and even into tomorrow. So just be conscious of that and be calm as you see that throughout the day. So let's talk about two other states that are still out there and still in play. One that is getting a lot of attention and that we are also obviously very focused on. That would be Georgia. This race, as we said the last time we spoke, is a true toss-up. And we are seeing this as of this morning, and I know the Secretary of State just had a press conference, we are seeing us continuing to cut into the advantage that Donald Trump has. He is leading by about 18,000 votes, but there are a significant number of outstanding ballots that the Secretary of State just spoke to that we expect to be coming in throughout the day. Some counties like Fulton County or Atlanta is counted through the night. But we have a very good sense of where the outstanding ballots are, mostly coming from more Democratic leaning areas, as well as from mail-in voters, places where the vice president has had significant support across the country. So we believe that Georgia, while continuing to be a toss-up, while continuing to be something that is going to be very, very close, at this stage leans to the vice president. And so keep an eye on Georgia throughout the day as we are, but I think we're heading on our path to close that 18,000 vote margin and potentially overtake it. North Carolina, the final state to speak to today, this race continues to be very tight. No real changes in terms of updated data, but we're staying on top of what's coming in, making sure that we have a very good sense of that, and we'll provide updates as we see throughout the day. So hopefully that gives you a sense of how we're approaching and thinking about the states. We are grateful to everyone who is doing the hard work of counting votes in these states. Counting votes and counting every vote is a fundamental tenet of our democracy. And we are so grateful for the hard work that's being done, as we said, with people counting overnight and day after day. Keep at it, but doing a great job, and we're grateful that work. This is happening, this is what's happening right now. This is how we are looking at the morning. I think the story of today is going to be a very positive story for the vice president, but also one where folks are going to need to stay patient and stay calm. The counting is happening. It's going to take time. We need to allow it to get done and done well. And we're very confident whatever happens with the counting and the timing, we will come out ahead. We are absolutely confident that Joe Biden will be the next president of the United States. And we are equally confident that we're going to be able to watch the counting throughout the day and into tomorrow to finalize these last states that are going to put us over the top to 270. So with that update, I'm now going to hand this presentation over to Bob Bauer to talk a little bit more about how we are looking at Donald Trump's efforts in these final hours and the strategy that we're putting forth on our behalf. So Bob, over to you.
Thank you, Jen. I just wanted to put into the right sort of frame and perspective what you are hearing from some of the states about Trump claims and Trump lawsuits. And I think they're connected. The lawsuits are meritless. They're intended to give the Trump campaign the opportunity to argue that the vote count should stop. It is not going to stop. And I'll walk through some of the silliness behind these claims momentarily. But I want to emphasize that for their purposes, these lawsuits don't have to have merit. That's not the purpose. It's not to bring bona fide claims before the courts. It is to create an opportunity for them to message falsely about what's taking place in the electoral process. And to go to Jen's point, it's really quite remarkable. These election officials are working overnight, trying to get the count out and trying to get it right. And the Trump campaign is continually alleging irregularity, failures of the system, and fraud without any basis. This is part of a broader misinformation campaign that involves some political theater. You may have heard about some loud noises being made by Trump supporters at the polling places, the shouts of stop the vote count and the like. Well, be aware that wherever this is happening, and it's happening inappropriately at close proximity to the polling place, law enforcement and election officials are clearing the places quickly of this kind of behavior and assuring that the vote count can continue. But all of this is intended to create a large cloud that it is the hope of the Trump campaign that nobody can see through, but it is not a very thick cloud. It's not hard to see what they're doing. We see through it. So will the courts, and so do election officials. Now, let me just close by saying a little bit so that you have some grounding in what these lawsuits seem to be about. Let's take 3 examples, Georgia, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. So let's take Georgia. In Chatham County, the Trump campaign showed up to allege that 53 late arriving ballots were mixed with ballots received on time. What was the evidence of that? Well, a Trump observer expressed some suspicion about something that may have happened when that observer left the room. That was it. That was the sole purpose of it. The sole basis of it is sort of an expression of suspicion. So the Trump campaign requested that Georgia counties separate any and all late arriving ballots. Well, that's interesting because that's what election officials are already doing, because that's what the law requires. So you have a suspicion that is expressed as the basis for a lawsuit demanding that election officials do what election officials are already doing because the law requires it. I think it's kind of comic, but that's what's involved. Another example comes from Michigan. In Michigan, the Trump campaign filed suit alleging that Republican inspectors should have been afforded the opportunity to witness the collection of ballots from drop boxes, and they asked for the counting to be halted. Well, the collection from the drop boxes was conducted by trained election officials, precisely as provided by law, and the claim is completely meritless. It's a messaging exercise. It has no other purpose than to confuse the public about what's taking place and to support their baseless claims of irregularity. Final example from Pennsylvania. They continue to file suits in this case. In many cases, they're litigating over issues they've already litigated. So they're kind of running out of ideas and they're recycling them. And in other instances, they're filing over utterly immaterial matters like where they may be permitted to stand and observe while the counting takes place. As another example, they've intervened in a pending Supreme Court case involving Pennsylvania, but their lawyers are already there representing the Republican Party. So they're intervening one more time with the same legal team to duplicate a filing that's already taken place to give people the impression that something important is happening in the United States Supreme Court, but in fact, it's not. It's the same old case with the same parties lined up, arguing the same issues. Nothing has changed. So let me just close by saying this strategy of disrupting the vote count, as you can tell by the efforts of election officials to continue to count, is doomed to fail. But in the background, the noise is fraud, irregularity, and the like. And the lawsuits and the disruptive behavior are all for that purpose of trying to get the vote counted, try to confuse the public about what's taking place. And we'll make sure the public is clear about what's taking place, and election officials operating under the law will make sure that the vote count continues. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob, and thanks, everyone. We're happy to take some questions.
We'll go to Hannah Trudeau first. Hannah, if you want to unmute yourself.
Hi, guys. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot. Yeah, thanks for doing this. I'm wondering, Jen, if you can speak a little bit more in depth about why you feel as certain as you do about Arizona, and also curious if you've spoken or had any contact with the Trump campaign today.
Hey, Hannah. Yeah. So Arizona, we felt good about all along. It wouldn't be a presentation if I didn't say that I'm bullish on Arizona. Look, we really understand that this is a race that we've been ahead. We expected it all along to be close. And as we look at the data that's outstanding, we see a number of Democratic counties that are yet to report. Maricopa, as I said today, we do expect the margin to be closing. We knew that, and we had seen that even coming into election night after we started to see the results. So this is the trajectory that we have been headed. We will win by tens of thousands of votes, but that margin will close. And as I said, Arizona and Nevada, I think there'll be some bounce throughout the day, and the margin will tighten. But that's what we've been expecting all along. And the only challenge with Arizona is the data. Now, if we understand it as we currently do in terms of timing, it could be tonight, and as well as Pima coming in tomorrow, and more of Maricopa tomorrow as well. So it might take a little bit longer to get there. We have not had contact throughout the day, and we're just plugging along with our focus on making sure the votes are counted and that we're pushing forward here.
With Alex Jaffe next.
Hi, guys. Thanks for holding this call. Jen, I wanted to check in, since you are expressing confidence at the ultimate result of the election, if you guys have started ramping up transition planning, and if you can speak about sort of what that looks like imminently, what you're planning to announce in the coming days after the race is called, if it is called in your favor.
So the good thing is that I'm the campaign manager, and so what I'm focused on is getting these final votes done. We're very focused on making sure the counting goes on. The vice president is continuing to do the things that he's been doing every step of the way, not losing sight of the fact that COVID cases are rising day after day in this country as well, and making sure that he's briefing on that. So we're going to just continue to focus on the campaign and closing out these final states.
We have Chris Smith next.
All right, so we've been just listening to sort of a debriefing phone call with the Biden campaign staff earlier. We listened to a similar one with the Trump campaign staff. And what you heard from Biden is pretty much what you expect with these calls, a rundown of the situation across the country in terms of voting, where they think they're going to be successful moving forward. Of course, it's Biden's campaign staff, so they think they have wins lined up in all of these battleground states, as to be expected. What you didn't hear is threats of lawsuits or accusations of corrupt staff working and counting these ballots. And they did have an attorney come on to sort of address some of the legal challenges that the Trump campaign has been putting forth, essentially sort of diminishing their validity. Nothing particularly groundbreaking here. This is typically how these sort of phone calls go, right, Vlad?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Although, the Trump campaign sort of using a lot of rhetoric and making a lot of statements that they have not been able to provide any evidence for. Yeah. Meanwhile, the Biden campaign essentially saying that they're just waiting for the voting or rather the counting to continue, not the voting, the counting to continue, and they will see where the results are after all of the votes are legally counted. But they do feel confident in those states that are outstanding, particularly in Pennsylvania and Arizona, as well as Nevada. So we will continue tracking those states, and as well as North Carolina. One thing that's really interesting, Anne-Marie, and we didn't get a chance to ask Caitlin or Mark Strassman about this, but some of the numbers that I'm seeing right now with regards to the Senate race there indicate that Senator Perdue, who is the incumbent, the Republican senator there, has fallen below 50%. And so that will be interesting, because we could potentially, if those numbers hold, as Georgia continues their count, we could see two runoffs in the state of Georgia for Republican control of the Senate or Democrat control of the Senate, and that would be interesting. That might be potentially interesting. If so, if Mark Kelly holds on in Arizona, and then we have these two Senate races in Georgia, we could either see 50-49, or 51-49, or 49-49, which would be 50-50, which would be really fascinating, because it would mean that the vice president of the United States will get the tiebreaker. So that could either be Biden, or that could be Kamala Harris.
Or
yeah,
right,
really interesting.
Very, very interesting stuff. All right, so meanwhile, all around the world, countries are dealing with what is turning out to be a second wave of COVID-19, and many countries are choosing to go on lockdown once again as new COVID-19 cases surge across the continent of Europe. In England, the country is reimposing social restrictions on restaurants, pubs, gyms, and other non-essential businesses until early December. UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson announced a 4-week-long national lockdown last week. Roxana Saberi has more.
For the past few months here in England, piecemeal measures have failed to slow the spread of the virus. So now authorities are ordering people across the country to stay home for at least a month. Many people filled the streets and bars yesterday to enjoy one last night out before the second national lockdown. Restaurants, gyms, and non-essential shops have now had to close. Households are banned from mixing indoors or in private gardens unless they're in a support bubble. Rule breakers could face fines of up to around $13,000. Schools and universities will remain open. The UK has Europe's highest official COVID death toll and is now grappling with more than 25,000 new cases a day. Greece has also announced a new nationwide lockdown. It's set to start on Saturday and last through the end of this month. Supermarkets and primary schools will stay open, but restaurants can only offer deliveries. In Italy, 4 regions will enter a lockdown starting tomorrow for at least 2 weeks. People in those areas have to stay home, except to work, shop for essentials, or exercise nearby. The entire country will begin a 10 p.m. curfew tomorrow night. And to stop the spread of the virus in Denmark, authorities say they plan to cull the country's entire population of mink. Scientists have found that a mutated strain of COVID-19 detected in the animals spread to several people. With more than 15 million mink, Denmark is the world's biggest producer of mink fur. And now for a bit of better news, Ireland is reporting that its rate of COVID-19 transmission is dropping. The news comes 2 weeks after the country imposed its second nationwide lockdown. Vlad and Anne-Marie.
All right, Roxana, thank you very much. Let's take you now to an update in Nevada from some Trump officials.
That we could end up in a situation where Nevada decides the fate of the presidency. We warned that the Democrats changed this election system. They gave us mail-in ballots, and despite the fact that there are examples of thousands of ballots being mailed across this valley in trash cans in apartment buildings, people getting as many as 18 ballots to their homes, we knew these rolls were unclean, and we were told that signatures would save us from all fraud. But to date, we still have not been able to observe these signatures or meaningfully challenge a single mail-in ballot out of hundreds of thousands of casts. We firmly believe that there are many voters in this group of mail-in people that are not proper voters. In the last many days, we have received reports of many irregularities across the valley. We believe that there are dead voters that have been counted. We are also confident that there are thousands of people whose votes have been counted that have moved out of Clark County during the pandemic. Today, we have a voter, Jill Stokey, who was denied access to vote. She showed up to vote, and she was told someone had already cast her ballot, and she was denied the opportunity to vote. We are filing in federal district court here in Las Vegas. We're asking for emergency relief, a TRO, and injunctive relief. We're asking the judge due to all of these irregularities, to stop the counting of improper votes. Thank you.
The courts in Nevada.
Can you wait?
Yeah, you got it.
Look, the reality is that transparency is not political.
Sir, your name?
Ballots are not automatically legal votes until they're checked. We are not being allowed to check. The Harry Reid machine recklessly threw ballots into the mail And now we cannot check whether or not there are non-residents, which we have evidence, publicly available evidence, that you all in the media should be also looking at. It's publicly available information that non-residents have voted. There is a 30-day residency requirement in the state of Nevada. If you haven't been in the state for 30 days, it is illegal to vote. Reporters have a responsibility. The fact is, we are filing this federal lawsuit to protect legal voters. It is unacceptable in this country to have illegal votes counted, and that is what's happening in the state of Nevada. We've asked Clark County for answers. They have no answers. They continue to count illegal votes. That is unacceptable, and it's giving legal people a sense that the system is corrupt. We have to have a system where legal votes are cast. What the Harry Reid machine has done is throw out recklessly ballots, and now they don't want us to check those ballots, and we are seeing discrepancies all over. We are asking Clark County to give us answers. All of your questions about the details are legitimate questions, and they should be asked of Clark County, because the Clark County officials are silent. They are not giving us any answers, and they continue to count these illegal votes. Ballots versus legal votes. That's what we're talking about. It is unacceptable in this country.
The presidency is literally in the breach.
Listen, you're here to take in information, okay? We'll do your job. It's pretty easy. Do a
Thank you all for turning out. Thank you all for turning out. The presidency literally hangs in the balance. And what the fundamental principle is here is that we want to be able to make sure that the counting that occurs and that the results that happen can be respected by every American voter across this land and truly across the world. If you're not allowed in to see the process, both sides and all of you in the media, so that there is transparency, so that there's meaningful observing of these ballots, that calls into question what those results will be. The idea in this country, the idea in America, that we would somehow reduce or limit the ability to have basic insurance that a ballot is a legal ballot, that a ballot is an acceptable ballot, that the person who voted, that we took minimal steps to make sure that there was a signature match, for instance. Those types of guarantees need to be in the process. And so we have to understand that what's going on in Nevada impacts what's going on all across this country, which is the American people want to have confidence in the results that are coming out of Nevada. That will occur when we can make a case why every ballot is an acceptable, compliant ballot.
Let me do you want to introduce these two, or we can have them introduce themselves? These are individuals who have stories of discrepancy. If you want to state your name and briefly what happened.
Okay.
And we won't take any questions, but you can step up and go right here.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Jill Stokey. I went to vote and was told I already voted. I pursued the matter, and in years past, I always voted in person. This time, they mailed out the ballot, and somebody took my ballot. They also took the ballot of my roommate. I was told by the interviewer from Channel 8, when I said, did other people do this? He said, yes. He said, you're the first double. Thank you.
Ms. Stokey, will you spell your name for us, please?
S as in Sam, T as in Tom, O-K-K-E.
Good morning. I'm Chris Padone. I'm going to give my account what happened.
I was here, actually been here for quite a bit, and was here with members of the Trump campaign, and came in a media capacity to obtain content information on election night, and unfortunately was stereotyped in that regard, and you can take for that what you may, and was not able to obtain any type of access by any means, and got a little bit, I guess you can say assertive or aggressive is the word, so to speak, and the question was asked at 1:30 in the morning, why are you here? And our response was, well, it's election night. That's why we're here, and you guys are obviously counting ballots. And it was unique because they said they had an hour and a half left of counting to do, and an official came out who was kind and asked us to sign documents, and a few moments later we were asked to leave. Well, I find it ironic we were asked to leave within 10 to 12 minutes when they said they had an hour and a half of counting left to do. And clearly that was an attack, I think, on any type of conservative media or any individual or entity that wanted to have access and cover. And we find it very unique that other outlets are able to have full access, but we were not given any type of access whatsoever. And they question the validity of my background, or any type of media, any type of experience whatsoever. So that was my personal account, and that's it.
So what's your name? What media were you representing, Chris?
Let me just say this. All of your questions are very good, and they should be asked of Clark County. We don't have access to the information. They are not giving us access to the ballots. The publicly available information raises a lot of questions, and yet we are not getting answers just like you. We're not going to take any more questions today, and I will say that we will have more to say at the end of the day after we file.
Any evidence, sir?
So all you have to do is ask your questions of Clark County, and we will make sure that we continue the pressure on them too. Thank you very much.
Sacks of votes. Talked about the Republicans. There are sacks of votes.
We want Trump.
So we've been listening
That was
to Trump
the most
campaign
surreal thing
officials in
I've ever seen.
Nevada there. Yeah, Vlad. So the Trump campaign asserting that there have been irregularities, as they have been asserting in all of these battleground states. So in this case, they have provided at least two people who say that there was an issue. One older woman, you saw that she said that she tried to vote in person and was informed that someone had already voted. Nevada had sent out ballots, and so she said that she had been told that both her ballot, mail-in ballot, and her roommate's had been taken. Though members of the media were not given an opportunity to ask her any follow-up questions to get any clarification about who she went to before or after she, informed the Trump campaign of this situation. And another gentleman saying that he was told to leave and wasn't given an opportunity to observe. I'm not sure what the details were in that case, but I do know that we are in the middle of a pandemic, and there are official observers in all of these locations where the ballots are being counted. But as you can imagine, because we're in the middle of a pandemic, there are a lot of regulations in terms of the number of people that can be inside a building and just how close you can get to some of those people who are both workers and volunteers who are willing to put themselves in those situations to do their civic duty in counting those ballots.
So let me just, for our viewers who were tuning in and wondering what that was, because we earlier had the Attorney General of the state of Nevada on our air, who provided some context and some details as to exactly what is happening with regards to the vote counting, what is happening with regards to any legal challenges that have been presented to the state of Nevada. And what you saw here were surrogates. Let's just be clear. These were surrogates of the President of the United States, including Richard Grenell, who was the former acting director of the United States National Intelligence. This is a political operative. You had Matt Schlapp, who's also a political operative for the President of the United States, there, refusing to even give their names to the reporters who asked them their names. They told the reporters, "You are here to take information," as if the press and members of the press are their personal stenographers, which we are not. They essentially threw out a narrative They made a bunch of claims with absolutely no facts to back them up, and then walked away from the cameras. That's essentially what that was. And you're right, Emery, there were two people, they say, how are we to know? They say that had stories that, pointed to irregularities in voting, but the press was not able to ask them any of the basic questions other than how do you spell your name? And all we got was the last name. And then there was that other gentleman. I have no idea what his story was, no idea who he was, what his information was, or what he was attempting to do. He seemed to indicate that he was a member of the press. That was never very clear, because when he was asked, what organization are you with, he did not offer up that information. And then finally, that meeting ended with Schlapp and Grinnell saying to the reporters, you're asking the right questions, when in fact there were no questions that were asked. These were just a series of claims, political claims made by political operatives of the President of the United States. So that's what that was, in case people were just trying to figure out what we were showing them. We do have context that was provided by the Attorney General of the state of Nevada, Anne-Marie, who told us the reason, because there are a lot of people who are wondering why is this taking so long. He explained it's taking so long because there are a lot of votes to count, and they want to make sure that the vote count is accurate and done with integrity, and that the folks that are doing them, bipartisan group of people that are working there, are doing that diligently, and it is their civic responsibility and duty.
And Nevada had done something different than other states, in that they had mailed out ballots to every eligible voter. They did it in the interest of public safety and the health of the voters who live in Nevada, because we're in the middle of a pandemic. And yes, they did want to encourage people to mail in their ballots and preserve their health. And so that mail-in ballots take a lot of time to verify. You have to make sure that they're legitimate, that the signatures match. When there are issues, there is a bipartisan group of people who look over those issues. There's a Republican and a Democrat that they double check the signatures. They make sure the ballot is okay. There are things in place to ensure that the votes are counted and that every ballot that is counted is valid and legal. You don't need people coming off the street and walking into these facilities to oversee or observe. It's already being observed. And like I pointed out earlier, we're still in the middle of a pandemic. And so, walking into enclosed areas without proper authorization is just not a safe thing to do. Now, I will sort of reiterate that I don't know what this gentleman's entire situation was, and part of the reason we don't is because no members of the media were allowed to ask any follow-up questions. But I'm sure that they are going to be dogged and pursue the allegations that were made at that sort of mini press briefing there. I'm sure we're going to hear more about both of those individuals who suggested that there are some serious irregularities.
What you're essentially seeing, Anne-Marie, is the President of the United States and his campaign surrogates attempting to inject questions into the integrity of our elections in this country. The President of the United States tweeted earlier all of the recent Biden-claimed states. First of all, former Vice President Biden doesn't claim any states. This isn't 15th century England where, some wealthy feudal lord claims a territory or a state for himself.
No, but the president did.
Yes,
but
well, he did. Yes, he attempted
claim states that are still counting.
To claim the states that he claims to have won. That's just not how it works. He says in a tweet, the president, that they will be challenged by us for voter fraud and state election fraud. And then he goes on to say in his tweet, plenty of proof. Just check out the media. Okay, so that's the president, and then we shared with our viewers that press conference call that the Trump campaign held, and then we shared with you, our viewers, a Zoom that was being held by the Biden campaign, and there you had one of the Biden campaign officials saying that they are confident that they will win Nevada and Pennsylvania. They expect, she said, Nevada to fluctuate, and that their data has the VP up by 8. But it was just a very different it was just a very different vibe that you got from the Trump campaign. President Trump saying that we have claimed for electoral vote purposes the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and then you've got the Biden campaign saying, look, we're just waiting for the votes to be counted. That's not editorializing. That's just the fact. You've got one the Trump campaign making things up or claiming things that are not actually backed up, and then you've got the Biden camp saying, look, we're just waiting to see what the results come out to, but that we feel confident.
I feel like you just made up a phrase, fact up, and I kind of like that. I feel like there are mugs that should be made available.
Fact it up.
So listen, here at CBSN, we have the opportunity, because of the nature of streaming too, to sort of bring you things that normally you wouldn't be able to see on cable, let it linger a little bit longer, and we try to keep things balanced. We also try to provide context. So I know there are probably going to be people out there that are going to say, why'd you let that run, or why did you cover this? And this is what we're trying to do. Let you hear a number of voices, give you some context, and then allow you to make your own decisions about the information that you hear. For now, we're going to take a quick break, though. You are streaming CBSN, CBS News, always on.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more. Experience thought-provoking.
I'm open to the idea of being a human being.
Innovative and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You were donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
The U.S. has again broken its record for coronavirus cases, reaching more than 100,000 new infections in a single day. That brings the country's case total close to 9.5 million since the pandemic began. More than 233,000 Americans have died as a result of the virus, and experts say that we should expect even more infections as we head into the winter. Meanwhile, a new study out of the UK suggests that some adults could have immunity to COVID-19 6 months after first becoming infected. So Dr. Shoshana Ungerleider is joining us now from California with more on this. Doctor, let's talk about these numbers first. There won't be an approved vaccine until potentially 2021. But with the partisan fight on how to handle the pandemic, there is hope that America will be able to buckle down without a vaccine. And I know we focus a lot on a vaccine, but there are so many things that we can do to bring this pandemic under control without it.
That's right, Anne Marie. I think high level, we're clearly not rounding the corner on COVID-19. We just hit this record for new cases in a single day for the first time. This is terrible. The virus really is spreading unchecked. The United States is not in a good place. And regardless of who wins the White House, we're in for a really tough winter. I think we are where we are largely due to a lack of leadership from this administration on a public health response. But we can all step up and make a difference right now. We do have strategies that work while we wait for a vaccine and treatment options. We all need to be wearing masks, continue social distancing, not gathering in groups with people outside of our homes. We know that a major contributor is informal gatherings with family and friends. So it's so critical, as we head into the holidays, that we use as many precautions with our loved ones who we don't live with as we would with strangers. We've already saved so many lives with all of our hard work this year. We can save so many more if we keep this up.
So, Doctor, let me ask you about the increase in infections and what that could possibly mean for herd immunity, which is something that we've heard before. Often we've heard it from the president, some of his supporters, this notion of herd immunity before there's a vaccine. But I just sort of sometimes, and again, I'm not a doctor and I'm not a politician, but I just feel like I don't want to take the chance of living in a world or in a city where we're just rolling our dices with herd immunity.
That's right, Vlad. Let's define. So herd immunity happens when enough people become immune to a disease to make it spread much, much lower or stop altogether. There's actually two ways to achieve this, right? Through getting the infection or through vaccination. With COVID-19, obviously, we don't have a vaccine. People are talking about this idea of herd immunity through natural or community-wide infection. So this is exactly what you said, allowing the virus to go completely unchecked. This would require a very large percentage of the population being infected. We are not at that place. This would come at a cost of massive amounts of illness and death, which is not a viable option, for so many reasons. And this is why a safe and effective vaccine is so important and the right approach to achieve herd immunity.
So we are now entering into flu season, and I'm sort of curious because part of the challenge of COVID-19 is that there is an overly robust immune response within the body. It's almost a little bit, it's like all kinds, it's like a respiratory illness that also affects your, the circulatory system. It's like a flu, but then it also is almost like an autoimmune situation. So because of this robust immune response, can you still contract other things? Could you get both the flu and COVID simultaneously?
Oh, you absolutely can. And that would be, terrible. I think one positive thing when we do talk about the flu in the setting of the pandemic is that the same precautions that protect us against the coronavirus also protect us against the flu and other viruses because they're spread in a respiratory fashion. However, I do want to point out, the direction that we're going, as I said, is not good. COVID infections are going up Hospitalization rates are following, and then unfortunately, we're going to see deaths increase here. So this flu season is going to be particularly hard. And hospitals across this country are frankly nearing their breaking points. And this is just the beginning of our flu season. And so people need to be extra careful. Our doctors, our nurses, our respiratory therapists on the front lines are exhausted. And healthcare systems are already being impacted due to COVID because of limited amounts of medication and PPE and staff, which also means that the care of patients with non-COVID conditions like the flu, right, heart attacks, strokes, are also going to be compromised as well. So this really affects everybody's ability to get good medical care. Patients can only get good care if we have enough hands and enough supplies and beds to go around. And when a healthcare system gets overwhelmed, you have negative health outcomes across the board. So we really need to do everything we can right now to avoid that. And if folks have not already gotten their flu shots, do it right now.
Doctor, practically speaking, for people who were worried, I think I saw a reporter that I follow say, entering the season where when you get the sniffles or you get a runny nose or you have a cough, is it a cold? Is it the flu? Is it COVID? I mean, how would you know? How would you know if you were just battling the flu and not COVID-19? Are the symptoms different or are they similar?
A lot of them are quite similar. As you pointed out, COVID can present with a number of those upper respiratory type symptoms. The cough tends to be a little more dry. That loss of taste and smell is more common with the novel coronavirus than probably the flu, but it's a little tricky. And so I would definitely say if you're starting to have symptoms, definitely isolate, from others and think about, calling your doctor if things get worse.
I didn't know sneezing wasn't I just was looking at that and I didn't realize, Anne-Marie and Dr. Ungerleider, that sneezing was not an indication of the flu or of COVID-19, because I tease my wife every time she sneezes in the house. I go running for the other room. And so I won't be able to use that joke on her anymore.
No, probably allergies. But we know when we hit allergy season, all of us started to wonder, is it COVID or not? It's just it's hanging over us no matter what. So a new study in the UK, doctor, found that T cells could potentially provide immunity to adults 6 months after infection. That sounds pretty good. As we learn more about the virus, how significant is this?
Well, Anne-Marie, some of the questions that we've been trying to answer for a while now are whether previous infection with the virus gives you immunity to reinfection, and if so, for how long? The immune system is extremely complex, so this is not a straightforward issue. A study just came out of the UK, which followed 100 people who tested positive for the virus, and they were asymptomatic or had mild illness. And what they did was look at the degree of their T cell response, which is a component of the immune system. And this response was present 6 months out and was about 50% higher in people who had symptomatic disease at the time of their infection. This is interesting. Right now, though, it's not clear whether this immune response lasts over the longer term, so beyond that 6 month mark, and if the strength of the response correlates to the likelihood of becoming reinfected. So it's more information about this challenging virus, and I think will inform the process for vaccine and development and treatment. But we do need much more study in order to answer some of these key questions about immunity.
All right, Dr. Shoshana Ungerleider, always great to have you, doctor. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Coming up, it's not just the White House that Democrats are looking to flip. We're going to tell you how they're faring in the effort to take control of the United States Senate as well. Stick with us. You're streaming CBSN.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy.
Boom.
And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You're donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day. Tensions are rising across the country as the future of the United States presidency hangs in the balance. Democratic nominee Joe Biden is inching closer to 270 electoral votes, leading President Trump 253 to 213. This comes after projected wins in Wisconsin and Michigan yesterday. Right now, though, we are keeping a close eye on some other crucial battleground states like Arizona, Georgia, and Pennsylvania, where ballots are still being counted. The former vice president is continuing to urge patience while President Trump mounts legal challenges in several states nationwide. He is claiming fraud without providing any evidence, as legal votes are still getting counted. Laura Podesta takes a closer look.
Supporters of President Trump gathered outside a vote counting center in Maricopa County.
We're not trying to break in. We just like to watch you count the ballots.
The president trails former Vice President Joe Biden in Arizona, but there are still votes left to be counted. In Detroit, Trump supporters demanded Michigan officials stop working. The president had a lead on election night, but CBS News projects Biden won the state after legally cast mail-in ballots were added to the total.
And we are here to defend the right to vote.
Activists around the country marched through the streets yesterday.
It's our right to vote. All the votes must be counted for.
The Trump campaign is launching legal challenges in several states.
We're going to win Pennsylvania, but they're trying to cheat us out of it.
The president holds slim leads in both Pennsylvania and Georgia, but the remaining ballots, all cast on or before Election Day, come from Democratic-leaning areas.
In Pennsylvania, every vote is going to count.
CBS News projects that former Vice President Joe Biden is the presumptive winner in Wisconsin, but that lead is small enough that the Trump campaign is expected to ask for a recount.
We believe we will be the winners.
Speaking in Delaware, the former vice president looked past the election.
It'll be time for us to do what we've always done as Americans, to unite, to heal, to come together as a nation.
In addition to Arizona, Nevada is also leaning toward Biden. And with electoral votes from those two states, he would be right at the 270 needed to win. Laura Podesta, CBS News, Washington.
All right, so for more on this, we want to bring in Caitlin Huey-Burns. She is with us now from Philadelphia. So, Caitlin, we heard a little bit in Laura's story kind of the state of things currently and the various paths by which either candidate could sort of get closer to 270. But just, I want you to sort of flesh that out. Take us through the latest developments on the presidential race. Which states are you watching closely?
Hi, good morning, guys. Well, I'm just doing some math on this notepad here as we're getting all these totals coming in from these various states. The key states that we're watching, in addition to Pennsylvania, where we have been, as you know, for the past week or so, where they're still counting votes. About 600,000 votes are left to be counted here in Pennsylvania. About 580,000 votes are here in Philadelphia in this building right behind me, where we've been doing these stand-ups all week. We're keeping a close eye on Georgia, which has about 50,000 votes left. That is a, traditionally deep red state. The margin is super close there with 23,000 votes essentially at this point separating Donald Trump and Biden. In Fulton County, 10,000 votes are left to be counted. 10,000 absentee votes are left to be counted. Remember, that's Atlanta, so that's likely Democratic votes. We're also keeping an eye on Arizona. So here's kind of where the math is for Joe Biden at this point, with Wisconsin and Michigan having already been called by CBS News. If he wins Nevada and Arizona, if those are called in Biden's favor, he's exactly at 270 electoral votes. Remember, 270 is that magic number. So they're watching those. Georgia, of course, is also very competitive at this point.
Right. And so, Caitlin, as you pointed out, Pennsylvania is still up for grabs as ballots are being counted. Now, we know the president's lead has narrowed there as the former vice president gains more votes. Why is this significant? We understand the state's electoral votes, that's 20, but just give us a sense of where the votes are coming from.
Well, the votes that we're really waiting on are these votes here in Philadelphia, about 580,000 votes. The margin between Trump and Biden at this point in Pennsylvania is about 164,000 votes. So do the basic math. The margins between President Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden are narrowing as the votes are coming in. And that's why you see the Trump campaign moving with these legal challenges and claiming without any evidence of fraud here in Pennsylvania. They haven't given us a timeline here in Pennsylvania as to when they'll count those votes or when they'll have the final tallies. But I can say that yesterday, the Secretary of State said that they had about 1 million ballots left to be counted. Today, they have about 600,000 left to be counted. So it seems like they're going through the process. In this building behind me, poll workers staff have been working around the clock, 150 staffers in this building doing nothing except counting these votes. So shout out to all the poll workers, shout out to all the staff working very, very hard on getting Americans these numbers. It was interesting, actually, today we've seen ads on television supporting these workers, and we've seen protests here in Philadelphia and around the country really urging the votes to be counted.
Yeah, you pointed out that Joe Biden still has a path to 270, even if the president maintains his lead in Pennsylvania, because there are these other states that are still up for grabs, still very, very close. And those protests happen in a lot of those states. Literally, people either demanding that the vote count be stopped or demanding that votes be counted. It was really interesting watching the various protests across the country. Just how are people feeling and how are people doing?
We went to one of them down the street from where we are standing last night just to kind of check out the scene, and there was a substantial crowd there urging the counting of the vote. When you talk about what the president's strategy is heading into a day like today, you're talking about all of these lawsuits, not only here in Pennsylvania, but also we're hearing that there may be some in Nevada as well. The president's campaign has urged the stopping of counting here in Pennsylvania, where as more votes are being counted, the margin is being narrowed. Biden is gaining ground the more the votes are counted here. And again, remember, these are all legally cast votes. Meanwhile, in Arizona, they are arguing for more time to count votes. That kind of shows where the president's strategy is, or lack of a clear strategy, wanting to stop votes counting here in Pennsylvania, where he would be losing the more votes are counted, and continuing them on in Arizona, also waging or threatening to push forward with a recount in Wisconsin.
Right, Caitlin, so essentially what you're saying is what we're hearing from the president and his supporters, you know, Trump supporters and the president stop the vote. Trump supporters and the president count that vote. I mean, it doesn't really make a lot of sense. And something that you said, Caitlin, which I think deserves to be just pointed out once again, is that these poll workers who are doing this job under difficult conditions, because obviously we've never been in a pandemic like the one that we're in right now, just remind our viewers, these are bipartisan. When these election commissions in these states and these counties are set up, this is a bipartisan group of poll watchers. It's not just Democrats, it's not just Republicans, it's bipartisan. And when you look at them, you know, we have a couple of live shots, and we have had a couple of shots of these poll workers doing their job. I mean, they look like your neighbors, which they are.
They are, and that's a really great point. And we've been talking to a lot of these folks throughout this campaign, and when we've visited polling sites, these are people who really care about the job that they're doing. These people see this as a patriotic duty, really. And so that's why they should be applauded, and they're working all hours of the night and in a pandemic, knowing that the pressure is on, the cameras are on. That's another important thing to keep in mind, that a lot of these vote counts, especially here in Pennsylvania and in Arizona, you can watch them being counted. There are cameras in there. We have sat in canvassing board meetings in places like Florida just a couple of weeks ago. This process is transparent. It's designed to be so, to protect the integrity of the election. Biden gained 17,000 votes here in Pennsylvania. About 146,000 votes separate the two candidates. So still waiting on these numbers in Philadelphia. Trump has the lead, but is narrowing that lead really as the votes are being counted here.
Shout out to your producer, Sean Gallitz. We could not do the work that we do without our producers, both in the field and here.
Look at all of our notepads, all of our numbers that were being counted. It just kind of shows how fast this race is moving, how they're trying to get all these votes in. So that was my bad math. Sean is better at math than I am.
Well, that's why we rely wholeheartedly on our producers, both in the field and in the studio. But Caitlin, really quick, so you pointed out how many votes the vice president has gained in just the last couple of minutes or hours. And so how many votes are still outstanding?
Well, about 600,000 votes here in Pennsylvania are still outstanding. Biden has gained about 17,000 votes, but really keep an eye here on Philadelphia. 580,000 ballots are here. This is a county that is heavily Democratic. This is also a place, remember, when we're talking about the strategies heading into Election Day, where the Biden team, the Democrats, have been very focused on absentee ballots, early vote. That's what is being counted here as well, in addition to the day of voting. So that's kind of why everybody is saying wait for the votes to be counted. That's critical. These are legally cast ballots. People have a right to deserve their votes to be counted.
Indeed.
And we'll have a call when they're counted.
Indeed, indeed. Caitlin Huey-Burns and producer Sean Gallitz, we thank you both. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And for more on the Trump campaign's mounting legal challenges, let's bring in CBS News White House correspondent Ben Tracy. All right, Ben, so you heard a bit of what we were saying with Caitlin. On one hand, Trump supporters and the president are saying stop the vote counting, and in other places they want the vote count to continue. But they are suing to stop the count in Michigan, where CBS News has projected that former Vice President Joe Biden is the winner. Over to Pennsylvania, it's trying to stop the count there, where the president currently holds a narrow lead. What is the Trump's campaign? What is the argument for filing these lawsuits and having this sort of schizophrenic approach to the various states where they appear to be winning and in the states where they appear to be losing?
Well, on that second point, they don't really even bother justifying that. They're basically going after the votes that they think are going to harm them. So that's why you're seeing them wage these legal battles in places like Michigan and Pennsylvania. Their arguments fall into two kind of different buckets. One is access to seeing the ballots being counted. They're saying that we want more access, more transparency to see if these ballots are actually being counted fairly. What's interesting about that is there already are bipartisan poll workers in place in these states to do that very thing. So they're basically asking for a remedy that already exists. But the goal here is to really cast doubt on the process itself. And then there's this issue of fraud. The campaign has made these unsubstantiated allegations that there is widespread fraud with the ballot counting in Pennsylvania, in Michigan. We've seen the president tweet out that they've been secretly dumping ballots in Michigan. There is no evidence of that. He has not even offered any evidence of that. And then in Pennsylvania yesterday, you saw the president's son, Eric Trump, get up in front of a crowd there and say, this is fraud, this is not democracy. There's also no evidence of that. So, they are waging these lawsuits. They're intending to announce another one this morning in Nevada, where they're going to accuse Nevada basically of allowing 10,000 people who no longer live in the state to vote. So I think we should expect this to go on in the places where they feel the outcome is not going to end up in their favor.
In fact, the president's legal team has already lost a battle here in Pennsylvania, and they filed an appeal. What they want to see happen is they want mail-in ballots that are received after Election Day, but postmarked for Election Day, received by Friday. They don't want those ballots to count. They already lost that battle once. They are appealing and hoping to take it to the Supreme Court. What is the possibility of that happening?
It's possible that, it went to the Supreme Court, and it basically was a 4-4 decision where the Supreme Court said that it was not going to overrule that change in the law there in Pennsylvania. But some of the very conservative members of the Supreme Court signaled that they would be willing to hear this argument again and rule against it. Obviously now, since that ruling happened, we now have 9 members of the Supreme Court, including Amy Coney Barrett. She has not said that she would recuse herself from any of these cases that involve these election challenges, even though she was just put on the court after being nominated by President Trump, one of the candidates who is bringing these lawsuits. So we'll have to see how that plays out. There is the question of whether or not those ballots would really matter. If Joe Biden, they're counting these ballots currently, these ballots that were actually received by Election Day. If he takes over a big win there in Pennsylvania, which some people who are looking at the math say is quite possible, these other ballots may become moot, but certainly you should expect the administration, or the Trump campaign rather, to keep pushing for the Supreme Court to intervene.
Ben, let's talk about Wisconsin. The president and his campaign continues to push for a recount there, where former Vice President Biden is the projected winner. They are citing reports of they're citing reports of things that they haven't been able to prove in several counties there. And over in Georgia, the campaign sued election officials in Chatham County, alleging that ballots arriving after the 7 p.m. deadline may have been mixed with eligible ballots and improperly counted. In Wisconsin, which I think is interesting because it's already been projected for the vice president, we had the former governor, who's a Republican, Scott Walker, on our air. And he's suggesting that even if a recount happens, the margin of votes between Biden and Trump is something like 20,000, which would really be a high hurdle for the president to overcome. But have you, in our reporting, have we been able to find any evidence of, something that is fishy in either of those states?
No. And in fact, all of these allegations of fraud or irregularities, the campaign has offered zero proof for them. They just kind of put the allegation out there, which that seems to be the strategy. In terms of the recount in Wisconsin, you're right. The former Republican governor has come out. They have a lot of experience in Wisconsin with recounts because they have a lot of really tight races. So they've been through this before. And typically recounts only turn over a couple of hundred votes. And you're talking right now, the margin that Joe Biden has in Wisconsin is north of 20,000 votes. So that's a very, very high hurdle for President Trump to overcome. It also would be expensive. This is something that the campaign would have to pay for, and they are actively raising money online, asking people for donations to support these challenges that they're making. The other thing is they have formally asked for this recount, but they can't actually really do that for about another 2 weeks because Wisconsin needs the time to actually verify its results before a recount is even a possibility for the Trump campaign.
So the Trump campaign, they're not the only ones with an army of lawyers. The Biden campaign also prepared. What's going on with the Biden campaign in terms of fending off these lawsuits or appeals?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, this is something that both campaigns were well prepared for in the months leading up to the election because they both assumed it was going to be very close and it likely could come to what it now has come to. So the Biden campaign does have its own army of lawyers. They are ready to defend themselves in all of these states where the Trump campaign is filing these claims. And, you know, there are other races that are very close, like Georgia, where you could see the former vice president come up on the losing end of that by a very narrow margin. And then his campaign would have to decide, is a recount something that they want to go after in a state like that. Certainly they're hoping today that perhaps Arizona and Nevada break their way and none of that matters, that Pennsylvania would no longer matter, that Georgia would no longer matter. I think, though, even if the former vice president is declared the winner in the next 24, 48 hours, I don't think you should assume that the Trump campaign is going to accept that and just drop these lawsuits. This seems to be something that's going to go on for weeks and could stretch all the way to Inauguration Day.
Ben, real quick before you go, when President Trump was a private citizen, he sued constantly. That was just sort of a hallmark of the way that he ran his business. So it's not surprising that he's doing this now. The question I have for you is, are you hearing from sources either close to the White House or other Republicans that they're sort of, I mean, if you watch David Begnow's report this morning on CBS This Morning, he was talking to some voters, and he had one woman who essentially said, well, she believes the president when he says that there have been, you know, there's fraud and there's these, you know, things that are happening in states, you know, that the elections are rigged. I mean, the power of his words really do matter. And a lot of people, when they hear from the president of the United States, take those words to heart. Are you hearing from anybody either close to the White House or other Republicans who are sort of saying, you know what, this is getting a little exhausting having to defend the integrity of the elections of the United States of America, where for the last 100 years, or at least since the post-World War II era, we have been the country that have gone into other countries and told them how to conduct their elections?
Yeah, it depends on who you ask. The folks in the White House, the folks in the campaign, these are the true believers. These are the people who will go down with the ship however long it takes. So they're all in. They're all for this battle, because even if the president is not successful, let's say he ends up losing all of these legal challenges and then loses the race, they view this as good PR. It shows him fighting. It shows that they want to keep making these accusations that there was fraud, that this was rigged. But what you're hearing from more establishment Republicans is just let people count the votes and let's see where this ends up. Let the votes be counted and then mount your legal challenge if you think there was fraud and you have evidence of that. So there are kind of two different camps. The campaign obviously is trying to get out in front of some of these states where they are now expecting to potentially lose and call fraud before there is evidence of fraud, because that's a nice way of really then saying that vote is wrong once there is a final tally.
Ben, Tracy, thank you. The president tweeting in all caps, "Stop the count," just moments ago. Not sure if he wants it stopped in the states where he's winning or where he's ahead or where he's not ahead. Well, I can guess which states he's talking about. Ben Tracy, always a pleasure. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
So tonight, be sure to stream a special 2-hour edition of Red and Blue hosted by Elaine Keano. She will be joined by a team of reporters and analysts to break down the very latest election news and results. That's from 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on CBSN.
We'll be right back. You're streaming CBSN, CBS News, always on.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now. We got something crazy.
And reach for the stars.
Here we are. Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun. But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You're donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Protests on both sides of the aisle are breaking out across the country as the president continues to claim the ballot counting process has been compromised in several key battleground states. This was the scene early this morning outside of a vote processing center in Arizona, where Trump supporters claim ballots are not being counted properly. There is no evidence to support that claim. CBS News has yet to project a winner in Arizona, but as of now, former Vice President Joe Biden has a slight edge with 86% of the votes in.
That's 5 minutes to disperse.
Meanwhile, police in Los Angeles declared an unlawful assembly after they were confronted by dozens of demonstrators downtown. According to our Los Angeles station, the group called Refuse Fascism organized the protest to oppose what they believed was President Trump's attempt to steal the election. No arrests were made. LAPD says it's in tactical alert all week given the tension surrounding the election. And in Minneapolis, hundreds of demonstrators called for a safe election and an end to racism, and they stopped traffic on a popular interstate. That's according to police. About 200 people walked onto I-94, causing traffic jams for miles. Shortly after, officers began arresting protesters, although it's unclear if they were going to be brought to a detention center or simply arrested and released. Earlier this week, the organizers of the protest said that they would demonstrate regardless of the outcome of the election. And on the East Coast, at least 50 people were arrested for trying to incite a riot during a peaceful protest in New York's Midtown area. According to the NYPD, the group was lighting fires and throwing garbage cans despite leaders of the protest pleading for peace. The demonstrators were calling for the protection of all votes, a message resonating with many across the country. Puerto Rico is still waiting for the results of its historic gubernatorial race. The pro-statehood candidate, Pedro Pierluisi, is holding on to a slim lead against pro-Commonwealth candidate Carlos Delgado. 95% of the vote is in, with Pierluisi at 32.4% and Delgado at 31.4%. If the final vote is less than a half point, an automatic recount is triggered. Other candidates on the ballot are also making history. The Citizens Victory Movement and the Independence Party received 15% and 14% of the vote, respectively. That is the most votes either party has ever received in an election. Both parties are said to have gained the support of young voters who want to move away from the two-party system. Manuel Natal of the Citizens Victory Movement is narrowly leading his election for mayor of San Juan.
Democratic activist Sarah McBride is making history as the first openly transgender state senator in U.S. history. The 28-year-old defeated her Republican challenger, Steve Washington, on Tuesday. McBride is believed to have won her seat with over 70% of the vote, according to the Delaware Department of Elections' unofficial results. The former National Press Secretary for the Human Rights Campaign will also become the first openly LGBTQ in Delaware's state legislature.
Voters in 32 states weighed in on 120 ballot measures at the polls. In Rhode Island, voters approved changing the state's controversial official name, Rhode Island and Providence Plantations, to simply State of Rhode Island. Calls to trim Providence Plantations intensified this year as the nation continues to face a reckoning over systemic racism. A similar measure had failed in 2010. Donnie Backus breaks down other ballot measures across the country.
Expect more marijuana dispensaries to start opening up around the country in 2021. Voters in New Jersey, Arizona, South Dakota, and Montana approved measures legalizing recreational marijuana for adults 21 and older. Medical marijuana won approval in Mississippi.
Might help the economy as far as bringing another industry to the state of Mississippi.
On Tuesday, Oregon became the first state to decriminalize possession of small amounts of hard drugs like cocaine, heroin, and methamphetamine. Voters there also made it legal for people in therapy sessions to use the psychedelic drug in mushrooms. Florida minimum wage workers who fought for more money are getting it. The Sunshine State will gradually increase the minimum wage to $15 an hour by 2026. Rideshare drivers for companies like Uber and Lyft did not get what they wanted in California. Voters rejected the state's initiative to make drivers employees who receive benefits instead of independent contractors. Uber and Lyft spent $200 million to defeat the initiative, the most expensive effort in state history. The companies threatened to leave California if the measure passed. Anti-abortion amendments were on the ballots in 2 states. Louisiana voters passed a measure asserting there is no state constitutional right to abortion. In Colorado, voters defeated a measure to prevent abortions after 22 weeks unless the woman's life is endangered. In Mississippi, voters decided on a new flag with a magnolia design that replaces their old flag with the Confederate battle emblem. And in Denver, you can legally own a pit bull now. Pit bulls have been outlawed since 1989 in that city following a high-profile attack on a 3-year-old. Danya Backus, CBS News, Los Angeles.
Coming up after the break now, large crowds pack bars and pubs in England for one last night out on the town before new restrictions come into force. We'll tell you just how Europe is responding to a surge in coronavirus cases. You're streaming CBSN.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun. But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You're donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day. Another 750,000 Americans filed for unemployment last week. That's down from the prior week, but not by much. Mark Hemrick is a senior economic analyst for Bankrate. He is here to help explain what the new jobs report means for the economy. So, Mark, for the past few weeks, we've seen fewer unemployment claims filed, though the numbers are still high. This past week, 7,000 fewer people filed than the week before. What is driving these numbers?
Well, we're obviously, very deep into this downturn. This is the 33rd straight week of the downturn since we really had the lockdowns. And that depth and duration is helping to contribute to ongoing job loss. Now, also this morning, along with these figures from the government, the private firm Challenger Gray and Christmas did weigh in with its job cut announcements number for the month of October, and that was down by 30%. Now, mind you, not all mom and pop businesses are able to command the same sort of headlines as large companies that obviously garner attention when they make job cut announcements. But that is, I would say, some very positive news that we seem to be transitioning into a lower level of job loss. And slowly but surely, we're winnowing away on the elevated level of unemployment nationally. Of course, we'll get an update on that tomorrow morning with the October jobs report as well. So we're recovering, but we aren't at the destination we want to be at right now.
So what industries are seeing the most job cuts? Who's being affected?
This is very much, I would say, a similar story to what we've seen all along, Anne Marie, and that is leisure and hospitality at the top of the list, bars and restaurants, some of which will be throwing in the towel, unfortunately, as cold weather sets in those climates where it's not going to be pleasant or reasonable to sit outside. Retail continues to be an area where we'll be losing some jobs as well. Obviously, we're now in the thick of the holiday shopping season, and brick and mortar is just not going to command the level of sales that it would in a typical year. So we're seeing some further changes for that area. One area that might slip below the radar is the energy sector. We still have essentially depressed oil prices. People celebrate that at the gasoline pump, but it's something that is bemoaned in the oil patch. And so energy is another area where we're continuing to see some job losses. And another one that might surprise some people is healthcare. Even though we have high utilization of medical services related to COVID, we've had a sharp drop in that utilization, including in dentist's office earlier in the year, where people just didn't feel like it was either safe to go to those offices, or indeed some of them were closed. Many of those have reopened since then.
All right, let's turn to the U.S. election. CBS News exit polling showed the majority of people who voted for President for President Trump thought the economy was in great shape. The majority of those who voted for Vice President Biden disagreed. From your perspective, how is the economy actually doing at this moment? And I wonder, you've started to see the market rally over the last couple of days. I have a friend of mine who works at one of the big Wall Street banks who said to me that, one of the things that they're starting to see on the street is the prospect of a Biden presidency, but a divided Congress. And Wall Street seems to like that.
So in terms of the perception on the part of voters is very consistent with our own Bankrate surveys, which we conduct all the time as well. We know that people see many facts or the lack thereof through a politically informed prism. And it may well be that people basically concoct these narratives to fit the story that they want to use to justify their support of a candidate. That doesn't mean they're necessarily wrong. It just means that helps to explain the differences. And that can also be within the backdrop of an economy that's performing poorly, because we know that during this so-called K-shaped recovery, and in many ways we've had a K-shaped recovery for years now, we have some that are doing very well, some that are not doing so well. On the conundrum that you're asking about there, how can it be that Wall Street likes the idea of divided government? I think that reflects the fear on the part of some investors that you can have activist government, either on the conservative or on the so-called progressive side, that enacts policies that could essentially hurt corporate profits. Now, I would argue myself that divided government isn't always a positive, to the extent that we have some long-term structural problems in the United States that need to be addressed, and to the degree that you have those problems that continue to fester and don't have solutions on the part of our elected officials, that's not a positive for the economy in the long term. You could put healthcare and infrastructure at the top of that list. But nevertheless, Wall Street seems to be just fine. Let's just say that's a proxy for investors in general, seem to be fine with the presumed outcome of this election. And to the degree that we don't have downside volatility, that obviously is a good thing.
All right, Mark Hamrick from Bankrate. Thank you so much, Mark.
Thank you.
So as Americans get information overload on the election latest, the anticipation of the result is also capturing international attention. Holly Williams takes a look at how the race is being reported around the world.
Well, the world's media and world leaders are holding their breath, waiting for some certainty in the U.S. presidential election. For America's friends that rely on America politically, economically and militarily, it's a source of concern. But for America's enemies, it's a source of mirth and fuel for propaganda. Here in Russia, the media is portraying the aftermath of the election as chaotic and the electoral system as unwieldy and flawed. One big circulation newspaper here seemed to disparage both candidates, writing, quote, "Trump is horseradish, Biden is ordinary radish. Horseradish is no sweeter than radish." Make of that what you will. We also heard today from Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov, who said, quote, "Uncertainty in the most powerful world economy could have negative consequences for global affairs." Turning now to Europe, the cover of the French newspaper Le Monde said today that the US was tearing itself apart, while one British newspaper asked, quote, "Okay, America, so what the hell happens now?" One British tabloid even described President Trump as a liar and cheat until the bitter end. And finally, have a look at this front page from Australia from the day of the election. It seems to capture both what many people around the world admire about the United States, as well as what they fear could happen to it. Vlad and Anne-Marie.
All right, Holly, thank you very much. Officials in Austria say new video evidence shows there was only one gunman in Monday's attack that killed 4 people in Vienna. Authorities also say warnings about the gunman were not properly followed up on, including a tip from neighboring Slovakia that he tried to buy ammunition there. The suspect was also released early from a jail sentence after convincing officials he no longer held jihadist beliefs. Police shot and killed a 20-year-old just minutes after the attack. There are now calls for an independent investigation into why the red flags were missed.
Meanwhile, all around the world, countries are dealing with what is turning out to be a second wave of COVID-19, and many countries are choosing to go on lockdown once again as new COVID-19 cases surge across the continent of Europe. In England, the country is reimposing social restrictions on restaurants, pubs, gyms, and other non-essential businesses until early December. UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson announced a 4-week-long national lockdown last week. Roxana Saberi has more.
For the past few months here in England, piecemeal measures have failed to slow the spread of the virus. So now authorities are ordering people across the country to stay home for at least a month. Many people filled the streets and bars yesterday to enjoy one last night out before the second national lockdown. Restaurants, gyms, and non-essential shops have now had to close. Households are banned from mixing indoors or in private gardens unless they're in a support bubble. Rule breakers could face fines of up to around $13,000. Schools and universities will remain open. The UK has Europe's highest official COVID death toll and is now grappling with more than 25,000 new cases a day. Greece has also announced a new nationwide lockdown. It's set to start on Saturday and last through the end of this month. Supermarkets and primary schools will stay open, but restaurants can only offer deliveries. In Italy, 4 regions will enter a lockdown starting tomorrow for at least 2 weeks. People in those areas have to stay home, except to work, shop for essentials, or exercise nearby. The entire country will begin a 10 p.m. curfew tomorrow night. And to stop the spread of the virus in Denmark, authorities say they plan to cull the country's entire population of mink. Scientists have found that a mutated strain of COVID-19 detected in the animals spread to several people. With more than 15 million mink, Denmark is the world's biggest producer of mink fur. And now for a bit of better news, Ireland is reporting that its rate of COVID-19 transmission is dropping. The news comes 2 weeks after the country imposed its second nationwide lockdown. Vlad and Anne-Marie.
All right, Roxana, thank you very much. Tensions are on the rise in Ethiopia after the prime minister ordered a military offensive in response to a violent military base takeover by forces loyal to the regional government of Tigray. Friction between the two has been escalating since September, when Tigray held regional elections defying a federal government order which had postponed voting because of the coronavirus pandemic. Ethiopia has imposed a 6-month state of emergency on the region, and electricity, phone, and internet service have been cut off. The Tigray People's Liberation Front has been losing influence in the country. The group quit the government's ruling coalition just last year.
That'll do it here for now. I will see you again tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. Eastern on CBSN AM. Our colleague Tanya Rivero takes over after a short break, so keep it right here. You're streaming CBSN, CBS News, always on.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy.
And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here in Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You're donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
This could be the worst that you've ever seen. Fires are going to get worse, and hurricanes are going to get worse, and they already are.
Firefighters struggle to contain over 600 wildfires.
Do not let go.
Thousands of people evacuated.
It's hard to find a place that has not been affected.
This is Hurricane Wolf.
Behind me, you can see that we are in the eye wall.
Download the free CBS News app to watch.
Hello, everyone. I'm Tanya Rivero. Thank you for joining us. It's 2 days after this election, and we still do not have a definitive picture of who will be the next occupant of the White House. 4 crucial states are still tallying ballots as the presidency hangs in the balance. At this hour, here's where things stand. CBS News projects Joe Biden will win 253 electoral votes. The former vice president inched closer to victory yesterday by flipping 2 key Midwestern states, Michigan and Wisconsin. President Trump is on the ropes, trailing at 213. But those swing states could push the election in either candidate's favor. Let's start with Nevada. Biden currently leads by about 12,000 votes. This is the only undetermined state Hillary Clinton won in 2016. CBS News continues to rate it as likely Biden. Now, in Arizona, Biden's lead is getting tighter. The former vice president leads Mr. Trump by just 68,000 votes. Ballots are expected to be added throughout the day, and we should have a clearer picture around 7 p.m. Eastern Time. CBS News also rates it as likely for the Democratic nominee. Georgia is still too close to project for either candidate. The president's margin has fallen to over 13,000 votes. Officials say there's roughly 60,000 ballots to count, many coming from left-leaning areas. And in hotly contested Pennsylvania, Biden is slowly nipping at the heels of the president. Mr. Trump's lead there has been cut to just 115,000 votes. Like Georgia, many of the remaining ballots to be counted are believed to be from left-leaning areas. Now, we have not heard from President Trump in the last 24 hours, though he has been tweeting false claims about voter fraud. Yesterday, Biden again expressed confidence that he will come out on top.
Here, the people rule. Power can't be taken or asserted. It flows from the people, and it's their will that determines who will be the President of the United States, and their will alone. And now, after a long night of counting, it's clear that we're winning enough states to reach 270 electoral votes needed to win the presidency. I'm not here to declare that we've won, but I am here to report When the count is finished, we believe we will be the winners.
CBSN's political reporter Caitlin Huey-Burns is standing by in Philadelphia, where the vote count is ongoing. Hi, Caitlin. Can you tell us what the latest is on Pennsylvania's vote count, specifically in Pittsburgh, where they are not counting ballots today? When do they expect to wrap up?
Hi, Tanya. Well, here in Pennsylvania, about 580,000 votes are still left to be counted. They're going to be doing that throughout the day. Here in Pennsylvania, about 600,000 votes have been cast. Those ballots are in this building behind me, where we've been reporting all week here. You mentioned Allegheny County. That's a key county that includes Pittsburgh. They have counted all of the votes, but there are about 35,000 votes that are going to be counted or looked at on Friday. The reason for that is that these involve incorrect ballots or ballots that don't have a signature or date or something is wrong with them. They need to kind of recanvass them. So that'll happen on Friday. So in Allegheny County, just to be clear, the bulk of the votes have been counted. And in order to prepare to look at those incorrect ballots or ballots that needed fixing or additional requirements, those will be looked at on Friday. But this is a very close race. As you mentioned, the president's margin here is just 115,000 votes. And it's important to note that as the votes are being counted, the president's lead here continues to shrink. And that's because a bulk of the votes, absentee ballots, are coming in places like Philadelphia and Allegheny County, Pittsburgh. This is because the Biden team and Democrats had urged voters to vote absentee, to vote early, to get those votes in. The president is falsely claiming that these ballots are fraudulent. There is no evidence for that. These are legally cast ballots. Remember, here in Pennsylvania, the state Supreme Court said that ballots received up to 3 days after Election Day, as long as they were postmarked by Election Day, can be counted. That is what is happening here. The key thing to note is that as the voting is being counted here, the president's lead is shrinking, and we will kind of keep you updated throughout the day on those numbers.
And so what is the mood, Caitlin, from both the Biden and Trump campaigns at the moment?
Well, both campaigns had conference calls with reporters, and here is how they see this race shaping out. Let's start with the Biden team. They believe that they are ahead in Pennsylvania. They are confident in those numbers for reasons that I just mentioned. They believe that Georgia is also a very close race, but that could be leaning in their favor as those votes are coming in. The margin in Georgia is just 14,000 votes. Such a close race there, and we're still watching Fulton County, the Atlanta areas, to see those votes coming in. They believe that Arizona is tight. CBS has not called this race. Some other outlets have, but the voting continues. They believe that's tight. Biden's campaign manager says that they believe they'll win that by tens of thousands of votes. The Trump team thinks that Arizona is going to lean in their favor. They also believe Georgia will lean in their favor, and they are contesting some of the counting going on here in Pennsylvania. It should be noted, however, that nothing has been called in Pennsylvania. The votes are still being counted.
And Caitlin, we are seeing some protests breaking out nationwide. Some calling to keep the vote count going, others calling to stop the count. What protests, if any, are you seeing near you there in Philadelphia?
That's exactly the scene here in Philadelphia. On the other side of the convention center where I'm standing, you're seeing pro-Trump supporters saying stop the vote. You're seeing other protesters saying count all the votes, and that really gives you a sense of how these sides are seeing this. Democrats are saying count all the votes. You see the president tweeting out stop counting. What the president is saying, however, is inaccurate. They are still counting the votes. As long as they had been postmarked by Election Day, they will be counted, at least here as we know it. Now, there are lots of legal challenges underway. This is far from over at this point, but they're still counting the votes here, and there is a lot of energy, enthusiasm on all sides of this here in Pennsylvania, but votes still being counted.
Absolutely. Well, Caitlin Huey-Burns, thank you so much. The Trump campaign is filing legal action to challenge the vote in several states. In some cases, it's to stop the count. In others, to invalidate already legally tallied ballots. On Twitter, the president has baselessly made accusations of fraud in Michigan and Pennsylvania. In Wisconsin, he is demanding a recount. He also wants to challenge the handling of ballots in Georgia and Nevada. And to be clear, there is no evidence any significant irregularities have occurred in the vote count. The biggest fight, however, is in Pennsylvania, where Mr. Trump's personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, and members of the Trump family are holding rallies. They want to challenge a ruling allowing the state to count mail-in ballots received by Friday, but that were postmarked by Election Day. For more on the president's threats, I want to bring in Jonathan Adler. He's a constitutional law professor at the Case Western Reserve University School of Law, and he joins me now from Cleveland. Hi, Jonathan. Welcome. Great to have you with us. So let's dive into this. The president says he wants to stop the count in states where he's ahead and could lose his lead, such as Pennsylvania and Georgia. But he's also called to continue counts in states like Arizona and Nevada, where he currently trails, but he thinks his chances are good. So will this selective reasoning damage whatever credibility or arguments his legal team might have in these lawsuits?
Well, I think it affects their credibility as a political matter. As a legal matter, the courts will take the allegations seriously and evaluate them on their merits, and in most cases, these suits won't go anywhere. Some of the suits involve very small irregularities, a few dozen ballots here, 100 ballots there, nothing close to what would be necessary to upend the results in any of the relevant states. And then some of the other cases just involve claims that really don't have much legal basis, efforts to take old precedents, even some that date from Bush versus Gore in 2000, and extend them to current circumstances in ways that just don't fit.
All right, Jonathan Adler, I hope we have the opportunity to continue this conversation at a later date. Unfortunately, we have to go now to Clark County, Nevada, where elections officials are giving an update on the state of the count there. Let's listen in.
It's important that everybody understand that there are also additional ballots that are pending outside of what I just described. So I'm briefly going to go through those. The provisional ballots that were cast during the early voting on Election Day. The first announcement that I need to make is that the posting that was placed on our website on election night and yesterday was incorrect. We determined that our tabulation software was incorrectly duplicating those records, and so the 120,000 that you may have seen on our website is an incorrect number. That has been corrected. And the post that is out on our website now at www.clarkcountynv.gov/vote is correct. And those provisional ballots number a little over 60,000. We have to coordinate very closely with the Secretary of State. We are a bottom-up, not a top-down voter registration jurisdiction. And so all 17 counties need to send information to the Secretary because there's not one single database that we all draw from. We all have our own. And so in coordinating with the Secretary of State, we're awaiting instructions from them on when to send our provisional listing up to them, because we need to make absolutely certain that nobody who's casted a provisional ballot here in Clark County has done so in another county. So we're waiting instructions from them on when to send that report so we can make that verification. Staff is still currently working on all of those provisional ballots to make determinations as to whether the voter was eligible to cast that provisional ballot. That work will be ready once we notify the Secretary of State, and it is an automated process to pass those provisional ballots into the tabulation system. We have a group of voters who are ID required for one reason or another. The deadline for those voters to get back to us is Friday, November 6th at 5 p.m. So that is another group of ballots that we will need to put into the system once they have come in to provide their ID. The U.S. mail will continue to deliver. So starting tomorrow through next Tuesday, which is the last day for us to receive a mail ballot that's been postmarked November 3rd, we will continue to receive mail. So again, those ballots are also separate from what I previously reported. The cure process in Nevada, which is statutorily required for those voters who have been notified that they either did not sign their ballot or their signature did not match in our system. They have until Thursday, November 12th to cure that ballot. The last day that we can tabulate and send ballots into the system is November 12th. So that night we will stay here until we are done entering ballots into the system, because statute clearly tells us that we must be done counting by that date. With that information, we hope that I've clarified a lot of the questions. We are anticipating to have the bulk of our mail ballot that have been received into the system by Saturday or Sunday. Those ballots that are coming in through the U.S. mail or that are being cured will be a small number, and we will continue to put those in. But the bulk of our ballots we're hoping will be read by Saturday or Sunday this weekend. And again, we won't complete until November 12th with all of those other ballots that serve as exceptions. So with that information, I've got a short period of time here where I can answer some questions from you.
Why such a slow count?
Go ahead.
I was just wondering, the Trump campaign is alleging the counting of improper votes here in Clark County. What is your response?
My response is that we are not aware of any improper ballots that are being processed.
They have not presented any evidence to reporters, but they presented any evidence to you?
Not directly that I'm aware of.
And there's also some concern that Clark County is counting relatively slowly at checkpoints. Is that the case here? Are you counting faster than 2016?
I think it's important for the entire country to understand that mail ballots on this scale is very new to the state of Nevada. We made a decision here to provide as much access as we possibly could as a result of the pandemic, and so our process is run a little bit slower. We also have to make sure that our data is being updated, because we need to prevent people from voting twice in the system. And so we have to scan those in as mail received so that it updates the database so our in-person voters can't have voted twice. We're still receiving information from our election day laptops. That'll be complete today. So we're going to update and make sure that all of the information was downloaded from all 1,300 of those laptops that were used on election day, to make sure that the automated system will reject mail ballots for somebody who has voted on election day. So our goal here in Clark County is not to count fast. We want to make sure that we're being accurate. The results in the state of Nevada obviously are going to be very important to the entire country, and that is our number one goal.
What's the outstanding number? One more time, the outstanding number?
I just went through the whole thing.
What's the total? What is the total?
Well, I went through a long process. How about we get together after this?
Why is it taking so long if you can count 70,000 a day?
I think I just answered that question.
You said deliberately, but if you have the capacity, why aren't you doing it?
Because they're not available, sir. There are many steps in the process. So the first process is that we run it through our Agilus machine. Then there are 2 manual processes. Then it goes to the counting board, and then it goes to tabulation. I need you to speak up, sir. I can't hear your question. I did not say they were already counted. I said today the staff is prepared to count 51,000 ballots that are ready to be counted today. Those will be reported tomorrow at 10 a.m. right there next to you. Folks, I really need you all to speak up. I cannot hear you. Those are separate, and that's why I listed in my statement that those are separate from the numbers that I reported first. I don't have that number with me.
Mr. Goria, to summarize and help us all, how many ballots are left to count?
That's a number that I can't give you. I can't predict to you what's going to come through the U.S. mail. So I deliberately went through all of these numbers, and I was hoping that you all would take the information that I'm providing. But there's a set number of ballots that we know are available to be processed, and that's the 63,000. Then I mentioned all of the other additional ballots. So we again we plan to be able to have counted the majority of our mail ballots by Saturday or Sunday, and then all of those other ballots that were statutorily limited, I can't count all the mail ballots till I have them, and we have to continue to accept them up till Tuesday, November 10th.
To repeat the numbers so that we were clear, it was 63262.
That is correct.
Correct? Thank you.
Joe, this morning I talked to Jill Stokey, a longtime Fox County resident. She said that when she went to vote in person last week, she was told her mail ballot had been returned. An election official later told her her signature had been accepted on that ballot, but she said she didn't receive her mail ballot, let alone sign it. Is it possible that someone else successfully returned her ballot or
I personally dealt with Ms. Stoke. She brought her claim to me. We reviewed the ballot, and in our opinion, it's her signature. We also gave her an opportunity to provide a statement if she wanted to object to that and provide a challenge to that. She refused to do so. A member of the Nevada Secretary of State's Office investigation team also interviewed her, and they had no issue with the assistance that we tried to give her. I have nothing else to comment on that. Next question.
You were interrupted during your press conference yesterday. There were rallies outside of the building yesterday evening. Are you concerned with your own safety, the safety of your staff, and what is being done to protect people?
I can tell you that my wife and my mother are very concerned for me, but we have security here. We have law enforcement who are protecting us. I am concerned for the safety of my staff. We're putting measures into place to make sure that we have the security that's necessary. Again, we're going to begin to monitor the vehicles as they come in to make sure that they should be here and that they're parking properly so that we don't prevent our employees from having an issue getting in and out of the facility. But I feel safe. We're going to be okay. We're going to continue to count. We will not allow anyone to stop us from doing what our duty is in counting ballots. Yes, right there.
What would you say to those who are coming to putting down the whole process, saying that the state changed the rules when they decided to mail ballots to every registered elector of Nevada, and that was a violation of the old rules, plus that they have not been allowed to observe closely all the counting and the process to count the votes?
The first part of your question relates to action that was taken by the Nevada legislature. I don't make policy, I'm simply an administrator. So the Nevada legislature acted in the summer, and we carried through that exactly what they prescribed for us to do. As far as your second issue, that issue's been litigated, and the judge ruled in our favor. Louder, please. Those are reports that we're going to generate after the election once we start getting ready to do our canvass. So that's information that I'll have available once we've done all of our work, counted all the ballots. And if we have enough proof, we will definitely going out to arrest these people, because those are obviously illegal actions. But that's an activity that needs to take place once we've done counting and getting the canvass done. Most of these voters have been notified, and they actually voted because they voted provisionally and were told they didn't have the ID that they needed in order to do that. These are also mail ballot voters who were also notified that they needed to provide an ID on the envelope that's sent out to them, and they failed to do so. So they've been notified, and the deadline is tomorrow at 5 p.m. I know that there are several people who are working to actively reach out to those voters and try to help them get in with that ID. There was a question over here. Yes, right there. It depends on the status of our mail ballot process. We are running shifts in certain areas, so we work anytime varying from 5 a.m. up to 10 or 11 o'clock at night. We don't run the 24-hour shifts that you see running in other states because the work that comes through on the mail ballot process is very deliberate as it moves forward. And so we complete the work that's done in each stage, and then the next day it carries forward to the next. Again, I emphasize, what I'm trying to report here is that Clark County looks like we'll be able to count the majority of our mail ballots by Saturday or Sunday. However, there are other ballots as a result of statutory requirements that we'll have to continue to read because we have to take ballots in until next Tuesday.
Mr. Gloria, will you continue to have these briefings on Saturday and Sunday?
Absolutely. I will be here at 10 a.m. until we're done.
Mr. Gloria, do you expect to announce any results later today, or is the 14,000 it?
We're going to coincide with the Secretary of State. I think it's very important that as a state, all 17 of the counties are working to coordinate with the Secretary, who is our Chief Election Officer. So she has reported that she put out today at 9. We followed suit and we reported today. If the Secretary makes a decision not to report from here on out, we are going to have to report. So if we have results to report, we will do it on a daily basis, as I mentioned. We're going to do a 10 a.m. brief to give you all an opportunity to ask questions, and our update should be posted prior to that brief. Right there. Any individual who had an issue with their mail ballot should have contacted us prior to Election Day. We are here to help the voter. I have been on many Zoom interviews, many media interviews, many organizational groups throughout the county, letting them know that if you have an issue with your ballot, whatever it may be, call 455-VOTE. However, they're past that process. The election is over. We're in the process of counting at this point. Right there. You know, that's available on our website. I don't have that number right off the top of my head, but you can quickly see that on our website and our ENR report. Right there. I'm sorry, ma'am, I can't hear you. I'm hard of hearing and we're in the warehouse. Regardless of any reports that you're referring to, the numbers that I just gave you are the ones you should go with. Don't try to calculate it for yourself. I just told you that there are 63,262, and then there are exceptions. So I can't answer any of your questions because you're drawing from data that I didn't calculate. Yeah, but that's not what I used to generate. I purposely set up this interview so that we could make sure and clear this up. You're drawing your data from somewhere else, and you want me to answer according to that number. I can't. That's why I gave you this information. Our next question, right there.
Considering all the security checks that you mentioned that are in place to prevent anything like voter fraud, in your expert opinion, how likely is it that a single ballot that should not have been counted has been counted? What's the likelihood?
I can't give you a probability on that. What I can tell you is that we're firm in our commitment to making sure that we're processing ballots with high integrity in the state of Nevada. A lot of that depends on anybody who's aware of something they feel that may have been nefarious. They need to notify our office, and we'll get the Nevada Secretary of State involved with investigating that. But we're doing everything we can to uphold the integrity of the process here in Clark County.
Should voters here in Nevada and all across the country have confidence in the way you're counting and the votes?
Absolutely. We're very committed here, and we have a strong history in Clark County of leading in our processes and the use of technology and working to keep things high in integrity with everything I do and we do as a team. Credit to my staff for their commitment as well in the hours they've worked. But what I really want to also hit home on, and this is for election administrators across the country, I'm sure they agree with me, we're not concerned with breeding as fast as we can. We are concerned with making sure that we're accurate in what we report, because this is a very important election in the state of Nevada. It may make the decision for the president. So we take that very seriously, and we will make sure that we're doing everything properly.
Joe, using your numbers, and everybody's watching who wants to be clear, 63,262, and you expect to count 51,000 today, that means most should be counted by tomorrow.
That's not what I said. I've said it many times. Clark County is looking like we will complete the bulk of our mail ballot count by Saturday and Sunday. After that, there are several exceptions as related to statute. I can't know what I'm going to receive in the mail next Sunday, Monday, or not Sunday, Monday and Tuesday. I'm statutorily required to count those ballots if they're postmarked by the 3rd. We have provisional ballots that are going to go in. All of the exceptions that I mentioned, those are ballots that will be counted. Anybody that was eligible and they casted a ballot and provided us anything they needed to provide, their ballot will be counted by November 12th. I don't have observers. It's the general public that comes in and observes. I don't add observers. You need to speak up, ma'am. Absolutely not. We've been working close with all parties who've been interested in observing our activities. In fact, we've gone above and beyond what the statute calls for us to do. The only thing Clark County needs to do, required by law, is to provide access to anyone who wants to observe us counting. We realized with the engagement by the general public in this election that they were going to be concerned and probably want to see more, so we, as a courtesy, provided more observation opportunities in other rooms. Now, these groups have also been contacted on a regular basis, and they continue to say that we're not communicating with them. We started communicating with them in the month of August and September, and we made clear to them exactly what we would do. We set up a schedule to count, and it's a worst-case scenario because we want to make sure that we've got all of our bases covered and that we're going to have staff available to complete each task, each step, every day. Obviously, my staff is getting better at what they do because they've been doing it for over 20 days now. So if we finish before our scheduled time and there's no more work, they're done. And so we have notified observers who come up, there's nothing to observe, and we've even gone so far as to tour them and take them to see the area to confirm that there's nothing going on. Unfortunately, there are some observers that come through that take it upon themselves to go into areas that they're not allowed to view, interact with our workers, what they're not allowed to do. We clearly communicate to them exactly what they can and can't do with observers. So no, we have done everything we possibly can in Clark County to allow observers to participate.
Sir, point of clarification, the ballots...
One more question. We're going to take one more.
Were same day, mail, or both? The ballots reported today.
Same
Were
day.
the ballots reported today, same day, mail ballots, or both?
What do you mean by same day?
Voting, same day voting, voting in person.
You mean registration?
Voting in person.
All of the in-person votes are in the system.
So, okay, so ballots reported today were drop-off of vote-by-mail ballots, is that correct?
Some of them, they're grouped in different areas. I can't tell you exactly which ballots went in and got counted.
And how come you're not able to say that as the registrar?
Well, I would have to go look at the batches and see where they came from. What I'm telling you is exactly what we know we have left. This could be a combination of drop-off ballots, things that were left in the mail. That's all we really have left at this point.
But today was not in-person voting. Reporting today was not in-person.
Again, in-person voting was reported on election night. That would have been early voting on election day. All of the in-person votes are in the system.
Understood. Thank you, sir. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
And we've been listening to Clark County, Nevada election officials update us on the delay in the vote count there, explaining that they have groups of outstanding ballots for various reasons. There are just over 63,000 outstanding ballots that need to be verified before they can be counted. There's also a smaller separate group of voters who are ID required. They are waiting on those ballots to be verified. Additionally, they're also waiting on all the mail-in ballots that were postmarked by Election Day and which are still coming in, which is legal in Nevada, and those ballots have to be counted. Officials say they have no idea how many ballots may still be arriving in the mail. All of this is contributing to the delay. However, by Saturday or Sunday, officials say all the mail-in ballots should be counted. There is a state deadline of November 12th. All ballots have to be in, or at least the number has to be in. That is the state's deadline. Clark County now is the most populous county in Nevada. 70% of the state's voters live in Clark County. So this county is clearly a key to winning the state. It is a county that has been solidly blue in the past. In 2016, Clark County gave Hillary Clinton a narrow Nevada victory. So we're going to go back now to Jonathan Adler, who has been standing by. He is a constitutional law professor at Case Western Reserve University School of Law. Jonathan, thank you for standing by. Let's get back to what we were discussing earlier. Specifically, I want to ask you about Pennsylvania, where the Trump campaign has tried to target a rule allowing the state to continue counting ballots they've received between November 3rd and November 6th, as long as they were postmarked by Election Day. What do you make of that case?
Well, that case raises a potentially significant constitutional issue. The Constitution says that voting for president should be based on rules set by the state legislature. And in Pennsylvania, the Pennsylvania Supreme Court issued a ruling that supporters say interpreted the relevant statutes. The Trump administration argues actually changed the substance of Pennsylvania election law. And there was a similar issue raised back in 2000 during the litigation over the Bush versus Gore election. And so the question there is whether or not the Pennsylvania Supreme Court took it upon itself to change the substance of Pennsylvania law. If a state legislature, like you were just talking about in Nevada, decides that there will be an extended period to allow for the receipt of absentee ballots, that's clearly allowed. The question is, if a state doesn't do that, and in this case, the Pennsylvania legislature did not do that, can the state Supreme Court require that extended period? And that's one of the claims that the Trump administration is pursuing in Pennsylvania.
And so the president says he wants to go straight to the Supreme Court in these cases. Is that even possible?
Well, in any case, you first have to have it litigated in lower courts. So it can be a federal case where you start in the trial court and then go to the appellate court and then go to the U.S. Supreme Court. In this particular case, they're seeking U.S. Supreme Court review of the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. But as a general matter, you need to go to another court first. You can't go straight to the U.S. Supreme Court. They can't say, we don't like the results in this state, let's go straight to the Supreme Court. There first has to be litigation either in a lower federal court or in the relevant state courts.
So let me ask you something. If there is this litigation that has to inch its way up the courts, as you describe, what would happen to the presidency? Would everything just stay on hold? And would Donald Trump continue to occupy the White House until this legal matter is settled, even if it's well past the new year?
Well, no, there is a drop dead date. If there is the results of the election are not certified in time for a new president to be inaugurated, we then actually go to the Presidential Succession Act. And so ultimately, it would mean if you couldn't certify the results of the election, the Speaker of the House would become president. But that would only occur if you couldn't certify the results in January. While it certainly is unsettling to have to go multiple days and people want a result, this sort of conflict will be resolved relatively quickly. If the U.S. Supreme Court does decide it has to hear one of these cases, they will resolve it relatively quickly. They will resolve it almost certainly during the month of November and long before the deadlines that would implicate the Presidential Succession Act and having to certify someone else as president.
Now, I apologize, we're having slight audio problems with your microphone, but one last quick question. Do you see a realistic path for the president to be able to litigate his way to a victory, knowing what you know now about the state of the election?
I think it's very hard because in order to litigate his way to victory, he needs to identify viable legal claims that can be brought in states that will make the difference for the electoral vote. So, for example, Pennsylvania only matters if he manages to win other states, such as Nevada or Arizona, so that he's within striking distance of 270 electoral votes. And I think that given what we've seen in the voting counts and given the weakness of most of the legal claims that his campaign is pursuing, it's very unlikely the courts are going to be the deciding factor. It's very unlikely that Donald Trump could challenge the results in the Supreme Court or in lower courts.
All right. Well, Professor Jonathan Adler, thank you for sharing your legal expertise with us. We appreciate it.
My pleasure.
The roadmap for Democrats to take back the Senate has narrowed, with Susan Collins winning in Maine and Thom Tillis closer to victory in North Carolina. But there still remains the possibility of a blue takeover, with one tightening race in Georgia. CBS News Chief Congressional Correspondent Nancy Cordes joins me now to discuss. Hi, Nancy. So the race in Georgia is getting tighter and tighter between David Perdue and Jon Ossoff. Is it now in runoff territory? What's the latest?
It has just crossed over into runoff territory, Tanya. Now, whether it will stay there remains to be seen. Remember that in Georgia, the state law says that if a candidate, the leading candidate, doesn't get over 50% in the election, then it goes to a January runoff automatically. And so if you take a look at our numbers right now, we've got David Perdue, the incumbent Republican, sitting right at 50%, and then his challenger, Jon Ossoff, at 47.7%. But if you now go to the Georgia Secretary of State website, what you will see is that actually they have Perdue sitting at 49.99%. So he is now just below that 50% threshold, and with 97% of the vote in, a lot of the outstanding votes are coming from large Democratic-leaning counties. And so the likelihood that Perdue is going to get back over that 50% threshold is shrinking. And so it does appear at this point he's going to win the race most likely. I don't see Jon Ossoff being able to make up that 2.3% lead that Perdue has. But that doesn't matter, because as long as Perdue can get to a runoff with as long as Ossoff can get to a runoff with Perdue, then it wipes the slate clean, and they are running against each other in January.
And the other race in Georgia is also on a runoff now, correct?
That's correct. So that was the special election that pitted Kelly Loeffler, who was appointed to this seat earlier last year, against 19 other candidates. It's sort of a free-for-all. It was always clear that no one was going to get to 50%, and so the top two vote-getters move on to the runoff. That's her and then the Democrat, Pastor Raphael Warnock. And I was just crunching the numbers this morning, taking a look at all these 20 candidates. There were a bunch of Democrats, a bunch of Republicans, because I wanted to see, as sort of a foreshadowing of how this runoff could go in January, if you add up all the Democrats who were in the race, you add up all the Republicans who were in the race, what did those vote totals look like? So I got a handy whiteboard here. I hope you can see it. And this is what I came up with. The Republicans totaled 49.63%, and the Democrats 48.16%. So that too was a very close race. You had a few libertarians, independents, in there as well. But bottom line is that this could be an extremely close race in January as well. So it looks almost certain at this point that we are going to have to wait until these two January runoffs take place, if there are indeed two of them, to find out which party controls the Senate. And the entire political world is going to descend on Georgia over the holidays to see what happens there.
Pretty incredible. So Nancy, what can you tell us about what's going on in North Carolina?
Okay, North Carolina, very interesting as well. 94% of the vote in statewide. That really hasn't changed in about 18 hours or so. We keep refreshing. We know that they're counting votes, but they just haven't posted new totals. And Thom Tillis, the incumbent Republican senator, has a 1.8-point lead over his challenger, the Democrat Cal Cunningham. He's leading 48.7 to 46.9, so about 100,000 votes separating them. Now, the reason that we haven't projected him as the winner is because they are still counting. It's the same reason that we haven't projected a winner in the presidential race. And And some of the biggest, most populous counties, again, Democratic leaning, they're either in or around big cities, those are the ones that are still doing a lot of counting. So Cumberland County, for example, only 91% of the vote is in there. Forsyth County, 89%. New Hanover, 92%. The Big Kahuna, Wake County, 94%. Orange County, 82%. And so, it would be difficult for Cal Cunningham to catch up, but we don't believe it would be impossible, which is why we're not projecting a winner in this race. Tillis does have a slightly bigger lead over Cunningham than President Trump has over Joe Biden. President Trump has a 1.4 point lead, whereas Tillis has a 1.8 point lead. So he's sitting a little more comfortably in the polls there, but still, better to be safe than sorry. So we're not projecting a winner there.
Absolutely. So, Nancy, over on the House side now, Democrats are expected to keep their majority, but with a much slimmer margin, even though they did flip 2 red seats to blue. Republicans flipped 8. So much for that blue wave. And there are still over 24 races considered toss-ups. What can you tell us about that?
Well, it's a big disappointment for Democrats who were so bullish on their chances going into the night. They picked up 41 seats back in 2018, and they thought they had still left some seats on the table. They thought that perhaps because President Trump's poll numbers were so poor around the country that they would be able to pull off some, maybe 6, maybe a dozen, maybe 18 House Republicans who were in suburban areas. But what we saw instead was that Republican turnout was actually boosted by the fact that President Trump was on the ballot this time around in 2020. He wasn't on the ballot in 2018. So turnout for Republicans increased, and that meant that not only were those Republicans able to hold on to their seats, but they were able to pick off some Democrats in very, very purple areas that were, sort of surprising that Democrats picked them up in the first place back in 2018, like Abby Finkenauer in Iowa's 1st district. And so it's a big disappointment for Democrats. At the same time, they had a comfortable majority going into the night. It was 232 to 197. It's now going to be a little slimmer. Maybe, that lead will be cut by 12 seats or so. And so that makes Nancy Pelosi's life a little more difficult, but they do still have the majority in the House, though there is a lot of soul searching going on right now about how they could have been so wrong about their prospects going into the night. I'll just give you one example. They were so bullish about their chances in Texas. They thought that they could flip 10 Republican seats potentially from red to blue. They didn't end up flipping any of them. So it was not the night that Democrats had hoped for in the House, and certainly their dreams of turning a state like Texas blue were dashed.
It's interesting how their expectations could be so off. All right, well, Nancy Cordes, thank you so much.
You're welcome, Tanya.
Ahead on CBSN, the race has tightened in Arizona as protests erupt at ballot counting locations. We'll check in with our reporter on the ground there. And which candidate connected better with African Americans? We will take a deep dive into the issues that ended up mattering most to that community. We'll be right back.
So, I've got a question for you. What if you could watch all the CCO news you want and see all your favorite CCOers anytime, anywhere? Well, you can. Go ahead and grab your phone. Come on, I know it's close by. And go to WCCO.com or get the app and poof, there we are, right next to all those other networks you stream. Bonus time, it's free. You heard right, zip nada zilch, for free. CBSN Minnesota, built by CBS News, powered locally by WCCO. Wherever you are, wherever you go, breaking Bay Area news, live.
This is CBSN Bay Area. I'm Michelle Griego.
CBSN Bay Area. In your hand, on demand, and absolutely free. Highly updated top local stories and weather where you live. Available everywhere. Powered by KPIX5 News. CBSN Bay Area. Always on, always free at KPIX.com.
We spoke to black officers all around the country about the challenges that they face.
When you're not in uniform, are you ever concerned for your safety?
Out of uniform, I'm just another guy. I'm a black man first.
CBSN Pittsburgh, your neighborhood news, streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on kdka.com and on all your favorite devices.
Both President Trump and Joe Biden are confident they will prevail in this election. The problem is we still don't have enough information to determine an outright winner. Ballot counting continues in 5 crucial states across the country. A total of 68 electoral votes remain up for grabs. At last count, Joe Biden has secured 253 electoral votes. That is just 17 shy of the magic number, 270. The former vice president has several paths to victory. The president's path is slightly more narrow. The president and Joe Biden would each benefit from a win in Nevada. The Silver State has only 6 electoral votes, but it is a pivotal 6. A win for Mr. Trump there would put pressure on Joe Biden to perform better in the remaining states. Nevada election officials say there are still legal ballots that have not yet arrived. They are asking for patience.
The U.S. mail will continue to deliver. So starting tomorrow through next Tuesday, which is the last day for us to receive a mail ballot that's been postmarked November 3rd, we will continue to receive mail. So again, those ballots are also separate from what I previously reported.
In neighboring Arizona, it's also a tight race. Ballots are still being counted there, but Joe Biden currently has a narrow lead over President Trump. The state is likely to go blue, but CBS News will not project a winner until more votes are reported. Pro-Trump demonstrators gathered early this morning outside a Phoenix building where votes are being tallied. They say they are concerned their votes were not being counted. So let's bring in CBS News correspondent Jamie Yuccas, who is there. Jamie, set the scene for us where you are. Can you tell us what's the latest you can tell us?
Well, Tanya, I can tell you we're at the Maricopa County Elections Department. That's the building right behind me. And you were talking about those demonstrations that were in this parking lot last night. I can tell you, you may be able to see this fencing going up behind me. That is because of those demonstrations. They today want to make sure that the media, the elections office, and the protesters all have their own space fanned out and that no one is intermingling with each other. Everyone has the freedom of speech. They're calling it the freedom of speech zone here for us to be in, while allowing protesters to still be outside. I can also tell you that just 4 blocks from here is the Phoenix City Hall. We did see another pro-President Trump demonstration happening there this morning. Many people wanting their ballot counted, thinking that this process is taking so long that they want to start seeing results because they think once the results start coming in, they will show that it is for President Trump. They think other news organizations call this race far too early. What I can tell you about the ballots themselves in this state is that here in Maricopa County, the biggest county in Arizona, because it includes Phoenix and all of its suburbs, is that, hold on one second. We have a little equipment issue happening just to the side of me right here. But what I can tell you is that that this is the largest county in Arizona. So people are watching what's happening here very, very closely. But you have all these smaller communities that are going to, throughout the day, start bringing ballots in, and you're going to start seeing totals. So what I've heard from some analysts is that while it's leaning toward former Vice President Joe Biden at this point, it could then start swinging and looking toward President Donald Trump taking the state. But you have to wait for the bulk of votes to come in from here in Maricopa County. That's not going to happen until much later this evening. Talking about 9 o'clock East Coast time is when we're supposed to start seeing some of those numbers. But with the amount of ballots left, we know that there's 6,000 to 8,000 ballots that can be processed every hour, so it is going to take some time.
Yeah, in terms of timing, Jamie, Arizona's Secretary of State told our colleagues at CBS this morning we should have a better indication of where things stand in Arizona late tomorrow. You know, of course, as we've been discussing, this is a crucial state. Is the holdup just about being sure to get this right? Is that what's behind the holdup?
Absolutely. We've been talking to elections officials here, and they take their jobs very seriously. In this building behind me, we went inside, and you can see the voting process and how, when the ballots come in, just how they want to be transparent and keep everything secure. From the time that the envelope comes in, they match the signatures. They have 24/7 web cameras in every election center here in Arizona, so people can log on to their county. They can go ahead and see what's happening in their election center. If there's any problem as those ballots are being tabulated in the machines, they are taken over to a separate area where there is a Democrat and a Republican teamed up to look at the ballot and make sure that they both agree as to who they think that person voted for. It then goes back over and gets tabulated. A second layer to that, I should tell you, is that it's only whatever the discrepancy might be on the ballot. So these people are not looking, these teams of people are not looking at the entire ballot, just the one part that has the discrepancy, and then it's rerun through and logged as certified. So then once that happens, in the tabulation machine, there is a secure line that runs from the machine into a room that's locked. It's glass locked doors, and it stays on the server until elections officials go in with a blank USB drive to download the results to then take to the state. So as you can imagine, when you're talking 600,000 ballots that needed to be counted between yesterday and today, that the process is going to take quite a bit of time to get through.
Absolutely. So important to get this right. Jamie Yuccas, thank you so much. The U.S. has set a one-day record for new coronavirus cases. Health officials reported more than 100,000 new infections across the country Wednesday. Hospitalizations are also increasing at an alarming rate, with more than 50,000 on Tuesday. There have been more than 48 million confirmed COVID-19 cases around the world. Yesterday, health officials reported more than 685,000 new infections as many countries struggle to contain dangerous spikes. The Labor Department has released the latest jobs numbers. The report shows another slight decline in the nation's unemployment crisis. 751,000 Americans filed for first-time unemployment benefits for the week ending October 31st. That is down 7,000 claims from the previous week. These latest numbers show a slowing of growth in the nation's economy and highlight the ongoing impact of the coronavirus on American jobs. Grant Thornton's chief economist, Diane Swonk, joins us now with more on this. Hi, Diane. Welcome. Great to have you with us. So it's now November. We're getting into holiday season, and we're still seeing Americans losing their jobs in large numbers. What do these latest unemployment numbers mean for the state of the U.S. economy?
Well, what we're seeing is the inability to really see any momentum. We're seeing job growth actually slow, and at a time when we're still deeply in the COVID hole. COVID really doesn't care about the outcome of the election, but certainly the Federal Reserve that's meeting today cares about the course of COVID because it determines in the near term the course of the U.S. economy. And it's why stimulus and additional aid is so critically important. These ongoing, if you add in the special pandemic unemployment insurance claims, it's over 1 million a week, which is just stunning compared to a little over 200,000 a year ago. So we're talking about a magnitude of losses that is still very, very large, and we're still in a big hole with millions upon millions of people who are still unemployed, and their amount of food insecurity, that's a fancy name to say they're going hungry every week, their inability to pay for food for the course of the week is at a record high. More than 1 in 10 adults can no longer pay for food for an entire week for themselves or their families, and I think that's really a very important thing to remember, that we're an inability to pay rent, an inability to pay mortgages, an inability to pay for the basic of food and shelter. This is not something you think about in the United States. And what we're seeing is the COVID recession could actually experience another leg down as we go into the holiday season, because this is a time of year when we tend to ramp up on hiring in retail, leisure and hospitality. Travel week of Thanksgiving is one of the biggest travel weeks of the year, and yet we're going in the opposite direction with the surge in COVID cases we're seeing.
So continual claims decreased for the 6th week in a row. Of course, we know that unemployment numbers are just a snapshot. Are we seeing more new jobs then, or are Americans exhausting their unemployment benefits across the country? Are they not continuing to look for work? How do we get a more complete picture of the true unemployment situation?
Yeah, it's a great question. And this data has not been as good as we'd like it because of the noise. Each individual state has its own individual way of calculating it, and it's been not always the cleanest of data. So that's one problem, and it doesn't match up with the overall unemployment data that we see. And there's problems with that because many people have literally just dropped out of the labor force entirely, mostly women. So we're seeing the pace of job gains slow. I think we might actually go negative in November, but hold on to it in October. But at the same time, we have lost that extra $300 or $600 a week earlier in the year that people were getting on top of their unemployment insurance benefits, and they're now starting to run out of some of those benefits. The people applying for extended benefits have gone up. Some people are applying for what they look at the special pandemic unemployment insurance as they run out of all of their existing unemployment insurance. But that also expires at the end of the year when we're still going to be deeply in this COVID hole. And it really gets back to this issue about how much we need more lifeboats in the water to traverse these COVID-tainted waters so that people can actually keep themselves afloat, both financially and, just for their health. It really is a serious situation that could metastasize into a much more traditional and long-lasting recession. And many of us who weren't touched by it may find that that's given us a false sense of security.
All right. Well, Diane Swonk, thank you so much for putting these numbers into perspective for us. We appreciate your time. And coming up in our next hour, the Final Four. We break down the latest numbers coming out of Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Nevada, and Arizona as both the president and Joe Biden chart a path to 270. Also ahead, as election workers count the vote, the Trump campaign launches lawsuits to try and stop the process. And now that campaigning is over, we look at a creative way one artist is paying tribute to the race for 2020. Those stories and much more when we return. You're streaming CBSN.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7. CBSN Pittsburgh, your neighborhood news, streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on KDKA.com and on all your favorite devices.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You were donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks.
It's pretty sad.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
This is the moment America has been waiting for. CBS News has the most accurate, unbiased information possible.
Can we ask you a couple questions?
We've talked to thousands of Americans across all 50 states. Nora O'Donnell, Gayle King, and our top political reporters. America Decides. Watch live election coverage all day on CBSN.
Hello, everyone. I'm Tanya Rivero. Thank you for joining us. The vote count is ongoing in 4 key states as the race for who will be the next occupant of the White House hangs in the balance. CBS News currently projects Joe Biden with a 253 to 213 electoral college lead over President Trump. Now, that is despite being up in the popular vote by more than 3.7 million. But the 4 uncalled states can still swing either way. Biden currently leads by just about 12,000 votes in Nevada. This is the only undetermined state remaining on the board that Hillary Clinton won in 2016. Officials say it could take until the weekend for all the mail-in ballots to be counted. Many of them come from Clark County, a heavy Democratic stronghold. CBS News continues to rate Nevada as likely Biden. Now, in Arizona, Biden's lead is getting tighter. The former vice president leads Mr. Trump by just 68,000 votes. Ballots are expected to be added throughout the day. We should have a firmer idea of the picture there this evening. CBS News also rates it as likely for the Democratic nominee. Georgia is still too close to project the state for either candidate. The president's margin there has fallen to just 13,000 votes. Officials say there are roughly 50,000 ballots to count, many of them coming from left-leaning areas. And in hotly contested Pennsylvania, Biden is slowly nipping at the heels of the president. Mr. Trump's lead has been cut to just 114,000 votes. Like Georgia, many of the remaining ballots are believed to be from left-leaning areas. For more on the Trump campaign, I want to bring in CBS News White House correspondent Ben Tracy. Hi, Ben. So what is the mood within the Trump campaign at this hour? Does the president still feel confident he can pull off a victory?
Well, outwardly, the campaign is very confident. On a call with reporters earlier today, the president's campaign manager said that they are still very confident that they're going to win Pennsylvania, that they're going to win Georgia, that they're going to win Arizona. But as you just pointed out, the math is not necessarily working in the right direction for the president right now, except for perhaps in Arizona, where Joe Biden's lead is shrinking a bit. But in Pennsylvania, the campaign is saying they think they're going to win it overwhelmingly by more than 200,000 votes. But as you just showed on that graphic there, the president now only leads Biden by about 113,000 votes. So it's not quite sure how that adds up, because every time they add more votes to the total there in Pennsylvania, the president's lead continues to shrink. And a lot of people who have done the math on this about where those votes are coming from, more heavily populated Democrat areas, they're saying that it is more than likely that Joe Biden will overtake the president once that final vote is counted. So there is still a narrow path for President Trump, and there is some hope in the campaign that they could kind of thread the needle and figure that out. But right now they're relying on a lot of lawyers to try to make that happen.
Now, Ben, as you know, we've seen plenty of tweets from the president in the past, and recently, certainly, there were many, but he hasn't spoken, at least through Twitter, in over a day. Do we know why he's keeping a comparatively low profile?
Yeah, we haven't seen the president on camera since 2 a.m. on election night or election day early morning, however you want to consider that, when he came out and basically said that he had won the election, which we knew was not true then, and it certainly is not true now. But the president has been using Twitter a lot to tweet out this morning in all caps, "Stop the count, stop the fraud." Interestingly enough, then the president's campaign put out a statement that reads like one of the president's tweets. It basically says, in all caps, "If you count the legal votes, I easily win the election. If you count the illegal and late votes, they can steal the election from us." We should point out that the votes that are currently being counted are neither illegal nor late. They are legal votes that have come in on time under law and are being counted in their states, and it's just taking a while because so many people voted by mail because of the pandemic. In terms of the president, though, I would not hold your breath. I would expect that we will hear from him sooner rather than later. This is uncharacteristic of the president to not be in front of a camera for this long. But certainly right now, he is relying on lawyers and surrogates and his own children to be out there making the case for him.
Sure. And speaking of those lawyers, Ben, who are very busy, his campaign has filed a number of lawsuits in states like Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, to try and stop the vote counts. In some states, he's trying to invalidate the votes. You know, as you mentioned earlier, many of these cases are about fully legal votes. It's just a delay in the counting. So what is his campaign's argument for these legal challenges?
Well, they have a couple of them. One is access. They want closer access for Trump campaign observers to basically look over the shoulder of the folks counting these ballots to make sure that they're doing it properly. Now, that is something that already exists. They already have access to that, but they claimed, for instance, in a court filing they made in Philadelphia that they were being kept too far away, and that under law in Pennsylvania, you're allowed to be within 6 feet. They actually were successful on that front today, where a judge did say that the Trump campaign observers are allowed within 6 feet of the counting tables. The local election board there is now appealing that. But in other areas, the Trump campaign has not been successful with these lawsuits, and some judges have really questioned the lack of evidence. For instance, just today, 2 of their cases were dismissed, one in Michigan, one in Georgia. The Georgia case was basically a poll worker, a Republican poll worker said, oh, I saw somebody come from a back room with 53 ballots that were brought in late and mixed in with the other ballots. The judge said there's no evidence that those ballots came in late. They're just ballots that are being stored until they can be counted, so they were brought out for counting. So some of these lawsuits are very light on the specifics, and we should continue to point out that despite all these allegations that there is fraud and that this is rigged, there is no evidence that that is actually true.
Very important to continue to make that point. All right, Ben Tracy, thank you so much.
Thanks.
As we eagerly await the results of the election, protests are breaking out across the country. Trump supporters in Arizona gathered outside the Phoenix Vote Center to show support for the president. Meanwhile, demonstrators in a number of different cities marched to urge election officials to count every vote. This after the president called for the counting in some states to stop. Deborah Alfarone has more.
In Michigan, chants of stop the count outside Detroit's vote tally location. Without citing evidence, Trump supporters say they believe what the president has told them, that there were major problems with voting and the ballot counting.
Let me make this clear. We're not trying to break in. We just like to watch you count the ballots.
In Phoenix, Trump supporters demanded more access to watch vote counting, even though observers from both parties were inside the election center and the procedure was live streamed. Sheriff's deputies in tactical gear guarded the location after a far-right group walked in and complained ballots marked with Sharpies were being tossed out. Election officials said Sharpie pens don't disqualify ballots. Supporters of former Vice President Joe Biden are demonstrating too. This morning, dozens circled the streets surrounding the White House, demanding a full count of the votes.
This group says they're pro-Joe Biden and also anti-President Trump. They say they'll stay here at Black Lives Matter Plaza until every vote is counted.
President's alluded to maybe throwing out mail-in ballots or absentee ballots, and I'm here today to just make it clear that I don't think that should happen.
In New York City, police clashed with demonstrators supporting Biden and made at least 50 arrests. There were also protests in Las Vegas, Seattle, and Los Angeles.
You have 5 minutes to disperse.
In Portland, the National Guard was called up and a riot declared. Election officials across the country have repeatedly said vote counting is continuing as expected, and there have been no reports of fraud. Deborah Alfarone, CBS News, Washington.
As you may know, the race in Arizona remains too close to call. The Secretary of State there telling CBS News we should have a better idea who won the state by tomorrow night. Ballots are still being counted in the Grand Canyon state, but Joe Biden currently has a narrow lead over President Trump. The state is likely to go blue for the first time since 1996 when Bill Clinton won the state. But CBS News will not project a winner until more votes are reported. Some Republicans in Maricopa County are angry. Pro-Trump demonstrators gathered outside the building where votes are being counted in Phoenix. They say they are worried their votes aren't being tallied. So let's bring in Arizona Attorney General Mark Brnovich. Attorney General, welcome. It's great to have you back with us. Are these protesters right to believe that their vote is in danger of not being properly counted? I'm so sorry. Attorney General, I'm so sorry. We don't seem to have your audio. So we're going to try to fix this problem and get right back to you. We're going to move on to our next guest now and fix the audio and get back to the Arizona Attorney General Brnovich as soon as we can. So when it comes to shifting demographics in the presidential race, I think we're going to our next guest now. Things are changing for Black voters, and both parties need to pay attention. A preliminary exit poll shows that 18% of Black men supported President Trump. Now, that may not sound like a lot, but that is up from 14% in the 2016 election. For Black women, 8% voted for President Trump this year. That is also up from 4% in 2016. But overwhelmingly, Black voters are still voting for the Democratic Party, which is what the Biden-Harris campaign is hoping will push them to 270 electoral votes. I want to bring in LaTosha Brown. She's the co-founder of Black Voters Matter Fund, and she joins me from Atlanta. LaTosha, welcome. Great to have you with us. You know, since the civil rights movement, so great to have you. The backbone of the Democratic Party has been Black voters, mainly Black female voters. Can you explain why they are such an important voting bloc to the Democratic Party, but really, you know, to this nation as a whole?
I think there's three things. One, I think that when you look at Black voters and Black women voters in particular, not only have we been actively engaged in part of the process and the highest turnout than any other constituency group in this country, be it Republican or Democrat or any ethnicity, that Black women consistently have the highest turnout as a voting bloc. In addition to that, I also think when you're looking at who's leading the work, who has been on the vanguard of leading Democratic democracy work, democracy building work, there is disproportionately Black women are doing work. In many of the states that I work in, from Georgia, many of the organizations, many of the civic groups that I've been working with are led by Black women. And so we have also seen part of our work and our role in this democracy is to be on the vanguard of protecting democracy, to be able to speak on those issues that are challenging for our community, and to really be able to offer a space. Think you see collective democracy, that oftentimes while Black women have been on the vanguard of really supporting a pro-democracy movement in this country, that you have not seen the same kind of representation. Yet what you're seeing is you're seeing a growing number of Black women who are running for and seeking higher office, as well as now we have a vice president candidate who is now on the ticket who is expected to possibly even win in this election cycle. You're seeing Black women, more representation of Black women on the ticket, from the top of the ticket all the way down.
LaTosha Brown, thank you so much for joining us, and I apologize for a little bit of the audio difficulty we're having. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with much more CBSN. Stay with us.
These are hard, tiring, taxing jobs, even before coronavirus came.
This is my Clorox wipes, my Lysol. I have no idea what I'm walking into. I don't know if the customers are carriers.
I feel privileged to be out here when so many people are out of work.
Did you ever think that you would find yourselves at the front line?
We have the opportunity to bring something valuable to the community, and that feels good.
We have to be willing to change policy on a permanent basis to recognize and honor these workers.
Doesn't seem like it's worth the risk that you endure every day.
I have to do what I can to take care of myself and my family.
If you had the choice, would you stay home?
Maybe, yeah.
Oh my God, the truck is sinking.
Devastating flooding has reached catastrophic levels.
Rising sea levels are threatening America's coasts.
You would have to take that house and put it on stilts 10 feet tall. If the street is filled with salt water, what difference does it make how high you make your house?
The concentration of the highest rental rates is exactly where the elevation is highest.
This was the evidence to prove that climate gentrification was real.
Pay $1,800 in 5 days or you have to leave. Were you scared?
Yes.
Every single person who stood up and said, I am not paying this rent increase, received an eviction.
Haitians built this place and you're getting kicked out.
Yes.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Do you think that the president has the authority to send in active duty troops?
Face the questions you want answered.
Did the CDC let the American people down? Tell me about the decision. When was it made? Who made it? What is the next area that you are concerned about? What does that mean for the risk of reinfection here in the United States?
You bring up a very good point, Margaret.
Margaret, that's a great question.
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan on CBS.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
This is the moment America has been waiting for. CBS News has the most accurate, unbiased information possible.
Can we ask you a couple questions?
We've talked to thousands of Americans across all 50 states. Norah O'Donnell, Gayle King, and our top political reporters. America Decides. Watch live election coverage all day on CBSN.
As you may know, the race in Arizona remains too close to call. The Secretary of State there telling CBS News we should have a better idea who won the state by tomorrow night. Ballots are still being counted in the Grand Canyon state, but Joe Biden currently has a narrow lead over President Trump. The state looks like it may go blue for the first time since 1996 when Bill Clinton won the state. But CBS News will not project a winner until more votes are reported. Some Republicans in Maricopa County are angry. Pro-Trump demonstrators gathered outside the building where votes are being counted in Phoenix. They say they are worried their votes aren't being tallied. So let's bring in Arizona Attorney General Mark Brnovich now. Attorney General, thank you so much for sticking with us. Great to have you back. So are these protesters right to believe that their vote is in any danger of not being properly counted?
I think we as public officials need to make sure the public is confident when they cast a ballot, every ballot will be counted. And so at the end of the day, we shouldn't be fanning or, dealing in conspiracy theories as elected officials, and we want to make sure that people are confident in the results. And so at this point, I would urge everyone, whether you're in Arizona or any other state, to let's respect the process, let the process play out, and let's see what happens.
So I want to ask you about an incident that's going on in your state right now regarding Sharpie markers and ballots. You're investigating allegations that some voters who used Sharpies to fill in their ballots were not being counted. Arizona Secretary of State Katie Hobbs and multiple county officials have said there's no merit to these Sharpie concerns. But you're still investigating, correct? Can you tell us why?
Yeah, the short answer, Tanya, is that we had received more than 1,000 complaints in our office related to folks that said they were forced to use a Sharpie and that they did not think those votes were counted. And then what happened is they went on the Secretary of State's website and they were told that their vote was canceled. And so it really, quite frankly, maybe it was an IT issue on some of the election officials' part or whatever they were doing, it caused chaos and confusion. And as I was just saying, I think we as elected officials, it's incumbent on us not to cause chaos and confusion. And so when we get 1,000 complaints, more than 1,000 complaints from voters here in Arizona worried that their vote didn't count or that it was quote unquote canceled, I think it's perfectly appropriate for the Attorney General, who has jurisdiction over these post-election issues, to ask some very simple and basic questions to get an assurance from county election officials that every vote counted. Because at the end of the day, Tanya, we want to make sure every vote is counted, and we want to make sure that regardless of what the ultimate outcome is here in Arizona, that everyone, Republican and Democrat, Independent and Libertarian, is confident that their vote counted.
But is that the regulation, if you fill in your ballot with a Sharpie, that it won't be counted?
Well, no, what the problem was is that people said that they were bleeding through the ballot. So it was going through the ballot, and then when they went online to check it, the Secretary of State website said that their vote was canceled. And so that was part of the breakdown. It's a breakdown maybe in communication, but we want to make sure that everyone that was able to cast a ballot, those ballots that went through the machines, that everyone was counted. And so indeed, if indeed this was just a mix-up on their website or maybe not providing good instructions to people, I think it's important for us, elected officials, to make sure everyone, Republican or Democrat, is confident in the results of the election. And so by us asking some very basic questions of county election officials, I don't think creates issues. I think it actually helps calm the waters. And I know that county officials, we've talked to them, we've spoken to them, and they said, hey, they're more than willing to answer this. This is not unusual for them to get requests from our office. I mean, frankly, we answer 15,000 consumer complaints a year. We send letters all the time. 99% of the time, people don't hear about them because we resolve issues. And this is just an issue because of how highly charged the environment we live in has become a partisan issue when it shouldn't be. There's nothing partisan about the questions we asked. It's all about the integrity of the process.
Okay, now, Attorney General, as you know, the president is threatening legal action to stop early ballot counts in many states. You commit to making sure every legally cast vote is counted in your state, correct?
Yes, I think that's important. So regardless
take us through, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, regardless of the result, we want everyone to know that their vote was counted and everything was done according to the proper procedures. Let me just say this, and this is a really important part, Tanya, is I was a federal prosecutor, state prosecutor. I've litigated a lot of cases, and one of the most important things in any litigation, and especially an election case, or election contest, is the loser needs to feel like they were treated fairly. And I can't control what other people are saying or doing or conspiracy theories or anything else, but I do think it's important, regardless of who wins or loses Arizona, that they feel that they were treated fairly and everyone that voted for them, every one of those votes were counted, regardless of whether they're for Vice President Biden or for President Trump.
So take us through the next 24 hours in Arizona. I mean, so many eyes obviously are on your state. What still needs to happen there before we can get a tangible result?
Tanya, there are more than 400,000 outstanding ballots. There's a lot. So far, if you look at what happened yesterday, if you are in President Trump's camp, his numbers are moving in the right direction. If you talk to some, political people and people that do, that are good at this stuff, the math whizzes, they will tell you that if President Trump keeps on this pace, he will eventually overtake President Biden. Now, once again, either way, it's going to be a razor-thin margin. I think regardless of who wins, whether it's Vice President Biden or whether it's President Trump, it will be a very, very narrow margin. But there are more than 400,000 ballots to cast. So I'm guessing that we're probably not going to see a result until early next week.
And what are the rules about sparking recounts in your state?
I'm sorry, Tanya. For some reason, I lost the audio there. And I can.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
I can hear you again. Sorry. This was much smoother yesterday.
I was just Yes, I'm sorry. I know I'm sorry about this. Actually, I think we've lost some of your audio, so we're going to thank you this time. But thank you so much, Arizona Attorney General Mark Brnovich, for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Count every vote! Count every vote!
As protests unfold across the country over the uncertainty of the presidential election, some demonstrators coming out in favor of counting every vote, as you just heard there. And those protesters aren't alone. The country's largest federation of unions has also come out in favor of counting every ballot. For more, Ashley Rich Stevenson joins me now from Alexandria, Virginia. She's the Vice President and National Political Director for the Chamber of Commerce. Welcome. Great to have you with us, Ashley. So the Chamber of Commerce is typically a Republican-leaning lobbying group. Your organization endorsed a number of House Democrats in swing districts. Can you explain why the group endorsed some Democrats in this cycle?
Sure, Tanya. Well, just to be clear, the Chamber of Commerce is certainly not an extension of either party or any party committee. We have an endorsement process that is based closely to our annual How They Voted scorecard. And there were a number of freshmen from both parties in the last legislative session who voted in support of business and some of the policies that we were very aggressive to support, like the USMCA, is a fantastic example of that. So we're not a partisan organization. We certainly award our endorsements on behalf of the business community and who is going to be best for business.
And so what specifically are you looking for when you are deciding which candidates to endorse?
Well, it's different if it's an incumbent situation or in an open seat, which we call our by criteria endorsements, or for challengers. And when we look at the incumbents, again, this is tied very closely to our scorecard, and you can go back and look at these numbers over the last 10 or 15 years that are publicly available. The entry point is usually around a 70%. It's our annual How They Voted. It usually comes out in the spring, and that's when we start to look at these members as individuals and begin to make sense if they're worth voting on, and we do have a board that votes on all of our endorsements and then make decisions from there.
And tell us about the Chamber's partnership with the largest federation of unions in the country, the AFL-CIO.
Well, just like anything else in politics, there are times where it makes sense to work with those who you agree with. And just this week released a statement with the AFL-CIO about anticipation of the election results and being cautious and recognizing that this could all take time to play out. So very normal for trade associations, political organizations, and others to work together whenever they have a common goal or interest.
And tell us about the biggest challenges right now that are facing the Chamber of Commerce. What would you like, voters or the American public in general to know about the issues that matter to you guys?
So the next big step is getting some sort of additional relief passed as a result of the coronavirus pandemic. It has been our top priority after the phase one package that happened earlier this summer, a big bipartisan bill that included things like the PPP loan program. And we're very interested in ensuring something happens soon legislatively through a bipartisan measure, and believe it's critical for businesses, workers across the country.
All right. Ashley Rich Stevenson of the Chamber of Commerce, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
People in Iran are watching and waiting for the outcome of the U.S. presidential election. The nation is being hit hard by the coronavirus. Heavy economic sanctions imposed by the Trump administration are cutting the country off from the resources it needs to fight the virus. So how does Iran view the uncertainty still hanging over the presidential race? And do they believe an administration change will help them? Joining us now to talk about the election is CBS senior foreign correspondent Elizabeth Palmer. She's in Tehran. Elizabeth, thank you for joining us. So what are Iranians making of the U.S. election so far?
Hi, Tanya. Well, they're baffled by the process for a start. Certainly, we've had to explain to many people how the Electoral College works, and they're also amazed at how long it's taking to get a result. As for the leadership, you know that the default position for the Iranian leadership is to loudly criticize and insult the United States at every turn. And in this instance, President Trump has really played into their hands. The supreme leader has tweeted, "This is the most fraudulent election in American history." And then he went on to say rhetorically, and who said that? The sitting president.
So is the Iranian leadership openly backing one candidate over the other? I mean, that sounds pretty partisan right there.
Officially not. Both the Supreme Leader and the President, Rouhani, have said our policy toward the United States will remain the same no matter what the administration is. However, earlier in the week, I had a chance to talk to the Foreign Minister, Jawad Zarif, well known to Americans, and I really pushed him on it. And he finally said, well, we think that the statements that were coming out of the Biden camp were what he called more promising. Now, that's diplomatic speak for maybe under a Biden administration, the U.S. and Iran could find themselves back at that nuclear table. And what Iran hopes, of course, is in return for a deal, a new deal, back to the old deal, we don't know. But what they really want is a relief from those sanctions, which have really hurt not only ordinary people's standard of living, but the value of the currency, and has really cut them off from things they need at the moment, most notably chemicals and equipment to scale up their COVID testing and treatment program.
And speaking of those ordinary people, what are everyday Iranians saying about this race? Are they even paying attention?
They are, but it feels remote because the chances that their lives will improve under a new American administration are dim. And that's because American-Iranian relations have never been, or not in the last 20 years, at such a low point. If you recall, just back in January, not even a year ago, the two countries were almost at war. Not a war of words, a real military war over the killing of Qasem Soleimani, the Iranian general. So the atmosphere is so toxic, people are so fed up and really despairing, and so they're following the election out of interest and because they are fascinated by the United States. Don't forget, many Iranians, millions of them have relatives in the United States, but it's kind of in principle, because they don't expect it. No matter who's in the White House, they don't expect their lives to change very much.
All right. Well, Elizabeth Palmer in Tehran, thank you. Now that voting has come to a close, those campaign signs you see in people's front yards are being taken off the lawn and thrown away. But one man's trash is another man's art. At least that's how one group in Indianapolis sees it. Lindsay Eaton with our affiliate station in Indiana has the story.
It's been definitely a year to remember, and this is a piece of history now.
The yard signs, once used to get a candidate's name out there, now don't have much of a purpose.
This is probably about 100 right here.
Democrat, Republican, winner or loser. A group in Fountain Square doesn't care whose sign it is, they want them all.
And this way we can make something beautiful out of what's essentially trash now.
From a political sign to a piece of art, that's the plan for this pile. Organizers want to give away the yard signs to local artists, let them get creative, and then sell their work at an art show for some much-needed cash.
Everybody's been hit hard by COVID. Artists have been hit really hard.
The only requirement is at least one side of the campaign sign has to be completely covered.
You can use whatever kind of medium, you can paint, you can put clay on top of it, strings, anything.
The piece shouldn't be a representation of the candidate or their message, but an artist can choose to leave the back as is, as a reminder of election 2020.
It'd be really fun to, like, 8 years from now, have this amazing oil painting that, you know, end up silent auction for a whole lot of money, and the back's just like Jorgensen 2020 or something just like random. I think it kind of plays into the value of the time and the place of it, too.
So far, more than 100 signs have been dropped off, and tomorrow they're scheduled to pick up around 1,000 more. That means less signs in the landfills and more opportunities for artists.
It's going to be beautified and people can have it forever.
Part of owning a piece of art is the story behind it. Each sign that turns into a blank canvas will have a piece of this election year, and that in itself is quite the story. In Fountain Square, Lindsay Eaton, CBS 4 News.
We're going to take a short break, but this is a good time to remind you can stay up to date by downloading our CBS News app. Stay with us. You're streaming CBSN, CBS News, always on.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. And reach for the stars.
There we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun. But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
I'm open to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You were donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks.
It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
It's 2 days after this election, and we still do not have a definitive picture of who will be the next occupant of the White House. 4 crucial states are still tallying ballots as the presidency hangs in the balance. At this hour, here's where things stand. CBS News projects Joe Biden will win 253 electoral votes. The former vice president inched closer to victory yesterday by flipping 2 key Midwestern states, Michigan and Wisconsin. President Trump is on the ropes, trailing at 213. But those swing states could push the election in either candidate's favor. Let's start with Nevada. Biden currently leads by about 12,000 votes. This is the only undetermined state Hillary Clinton won in 2016. CBS News continues to rate it as likely Biden. Now, in Arizona, Biden's lead is getting tighter. The former vice president leads Mr. Trump by just 68,000 votes. Ballots are expected to be added throughout the day, and we should have a clearer picture around 7 p.m. Eastern Time. CBS News also rates it as likely for the Democratic nominee. Georgia is still too close to project for either candidate. The president's margin has fallen to over 13,000 votes. Officials say there's roughly 60,000 ballots to count, many coming from left-leaning areas. And in hotly contested Pennsylvania, Biden is slowly nipping at the heels of the president. Mr. Trump's lead there has been cut to just 115,000 votes. Like Georgia, many of the remaining ballots to be counted are believed to be from left-leaning areas. Now, we have not heard from President Trump in the last 24 hours, though he has been tweeting false claims about voter fraud. Yesterday, Biden again expressed confidence that he will come out on top.
Here, the people rule. Power can't be taken or asserted. It flows from the people, and it's their will that determines who will be the President of the United States, and their will alone. And now, after a long night of counting, it's clear that we're winning enough states to reach 270 electoral votes needed to win the presidency. I'm not here to declare that we've won, but I am here to report that when the count is finished, we believe we will be the winners.
CBSN's political reporter Caitlin Huey-Burns is standing by in Philadelphia, where the vote count is ongoing. Hi, Caitlin. Can you tell us what the latest is on Pennsylvania's vote count, specifically in Pittsburgh, where they are not counting ballots today? When do they expect to wrap up?
Hi, Tanya. Well, here in Pennsylvania, about 580,000 votes are still left to be counted. They're going to be doing that throughout the day. Here in Pennsylvania, about 600,000 votes have been cast. Those ballots are in this building behind me, where we've been reporting all week here. You mentioned Allegheny County. That's a key county that includes Pittsburgh. They have counted all of the votes, but there are about 35,000 votes that are going to be counted or looked at on Friday. The reason for that is that these involve incorrect ballots or ballots that don't have a signature or date or something is wrong with them. They need to kind of recanvass them. So that'll happen on Friday. So in Allegheny County, just to be clear, the bulk of the votes have been counted. And in order to prepare to look at those incorrect ballots or ballots that needed fixing or additional requirements, those will be looked at on Friday. But this is a very close race. As you mentioned, the president's margin here is just 115,000 votes. And it's important to note that as the votes are being counted, the president's lead here continues to shrink. And that's because a bulk of the votes, absentee ballots, are coming in places like Philadelphia and Allegheny County, Pittsburgh. This is because the Biden team and Democrats have had urged voters to vote absentee, to vote early, to get those votes in. The president is falsely claiming that these ballots are fraudulent. There is no evidence for that. These are legally cast ballots. Remember, here in Pennsylvania, the state Supreme Court said that ballots received up to 3 days after Election Day, as long as they were postmarked by Election Day, can be counted. That is what is happening here. The key thing to note is that as the voting is being counted here, the president's lead is shrinking, and we will kind of keep you updated throughout the day on those numbers.
And so what is the mood, Caitlin, from both the Biden and Trump campaigns at the moment?
Well, both campaigns had conference calls with reporters, and here is how they see this race shaping out. Let's start with the Biden team. They believe that they are ahead in Pennsylvania. They are confident in those numbers for reasons that I just mentioned. They believe that Georgia is also a very close race, but that could be leaning in their favor as those votes are coming in. The margin in Georgia is just 14,000 votes. Such a close race there, and we're still watching Fulton County, the Atlanta areas, to see those votes coming in. They believe that Arizona is tight. CBS has not called this race. Some other outlets have, but the voting continues. They believe that's tight. Biden's campaign manager says that they believe they'll win that by tens of thousands of votes. The Trump team thinks that Arizona is going to lean in their favor. They also believe Georgia will lean in their favor, and they are contesting some of the counting going on here in Pennsylvania. It should be noted, however, that nothing has been called in Pennsylvania. The votes are still being counted.
And Caitlin, we are seeing some protests breaking out nationwide. Some calling to keep the vote count going, others calling to stop the count. What protests, if any, are you seeing near you there in Philadelphia?
That's exactly the scene here in Philadelphia. On the other side of the convention center where I'm standing, you're seeing pro-Trump supporters saying stop the vote. You're seeing other protesters saying count all the votes, and that really gives you a sense of how these sides are seeing this. Democrats are saying count all the votes. You see the president tweeting out stop counting. What the president is saying, however, is inaccurate. They are still counting the votes. As long as they had been postmarked by Election Day, they will be counted, at least here as we know it. Now, there are lots of legal challenges underway. This is far from over at this point, but they're still counting the votes here, and there is a lot of energy, enthusiasm on all sides of this here in Pennsylvania, but votes still being counted.
Absolutely. Well, Caitlin Huey-Burns, thank you so much. State of Congress remains divided. Still to come, we will look at the Senate races still in play and their impact on the balance of power. You're streaming CBSN.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Do you think that the president has the authority to send in active duty troops?
Face the questions you want answered.
Did the CDC let the American people down? Tell me about the decision. When was it made? Who made it? What is the next area that you are concerned about? What does that mean for the risk of reinfection here in the United States?
You bring up a very good point, Margaret.
Margaret, that's a great question.
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan on CBS.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now. We got something crazy.
And reach for the stars.
Here we are. Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
The roadmap for Democrats to take back the Senate has narrowed, with Susan Collins winning in Maine and Thom Tillis closer to victory in North Carolina. But there still remains the possibility of a blue takeover, with one tightening race in Georgia. CBS News Chief Congressional Correspondent Nancy Cordes joins me now to discuss. Hi, Nancy. So the race in Georgia is getting tighter and tighter between David Perdue and Jon Ossoff. Is it now in runoff territory? What's the latest?
It has just crossed over into runoff territory, Tanya. Now, whether it will stay there remains to be seen. Remember that in Georgia, the state law says that if a candidate, the leading candidate, doesn't get over 50% in the election, then it goes to a January runoff automatically. And so if you take a look at our numbers right now, we've got David Perdue, the incumbent Republican, sitting right at 50%, and then his challenger, Jon Ossoff, at 47.7%. But if you now go to the Georgia Secretary of State website, what you will see is that actually they have Perdue sitting at 49.99%. So he is now just below that 50% threshold, and with 97% of the vote in, a lot of the outstanding votes are coming from large Democratic-leaning counties. And so the likelihood that Perdue is going to get back over that 50% threshold is shrinking. And so it does appear at this point. He's going to win the race most likely. I don't see Jon Ossoff being able to make up that 2.3% lead that Perdue has. But that doesn't matter, because as long as Perdue can get to a runoff with as long as Ossoff can get to a runoff with Perdue, then it wipes the slate clean, and they are running against each other in January.
And the other race in Georgia is also on a runoff now, correct?
That's correct. So that was the special election that pitted Kelly Loeffler, who was appointed to this seat earlier last year, against 19 other candidates. It's sort of a free-for-all. It was always clear that no one was going to get to 50%, and so the top two vote getters move on to the runoff. That's her and then the Democrat, Pastor Raphael Warnock. And I was just crunching the numbers this morning, taking a look at all these 20 candidates. There were a bunch of Democrats, a bunch of Republicans, because I wanted to see, as sort of a foreshadowing of how this runoff could go in January, if you add up all the Democrats who were in the race, you add up all the Republicans who were in the race, what did those vote totals look like? So I got a handy whiteboard here. I hope you can see it. And this is what I came up with. The Republicans totaled 49.63%, and the Democrats 48.16%. So that too was a very close race. You had a few libertarians, independents, in there as well. But bottom line is that this could be an extremely close race in January as well. So it looks almost certain at this point that we are going to have to wait until these two January runoffs take place, if there are indeed two of them, to find out which party controls the Senate. And the entire political world is going to descend on Georgia over the holidays to see what happens there.
Pretty incredible. So Nancy, what can you tell us about what's going on in North Carolina?
Okay, North Carolina, very interesting as well. 94% of the vote in statewide. That really hasn't changed in about 18 hours or so. We keep refreshing. We know that they're counting votes, but they just haven't posted new totals. And Thom Tillis, the incumbent Republican senator, has a 1.8-point lead over his challenger, the Democrat Cal Cunningham. He's leading 48.7 to 46.9, so about 100,000 votes separating them. Now, the reason that we haven't projected him as the winner is because they are still counting. It's the same reason that we haven't projected a winner in the presidential race. And some of the biggest, most populous counties, again, Democratic leaning, they're either in or around big cities, those are the ones that are still doing a lot of counting. So Cumberland County, for example, only 91% of the vote is in there. Forsyth County, 89%. New Hanover, 92%. The Big Kahuna, Wake County, 94%. Orange County, 82%. And so, it would be difficult for Cal Cunningham to catch up, but we don't believe it would be impossible, which is why we're not projecting a winner in this race. Tillis does have a slightly bigger lead over Cunningham than President Trump has over Joe Biden. President Trump has a 1.4-point lead, whereas Tillis has a 1.8-point lead. So he's sitting a little more comfortably in the polls there, but still, better to be safe than sorry. So we're not projecting a winner there.
Absolutely. So, Nancy, over on the House side now, Democrats are expected to keep their majority, but with a much slimmer margin, even though they did flip 2 red seats to blue. Republicans flipped 8. So much for that blue wave. And there are still over 24 races considered toss-ups. What can you tell us about that?
Well, it's a big disappointment for Democrats who were so bullish on their chances going into the night. They picked up 41 seats back in 2018, and they thought they had still left some seats on the table. They thought that perhaps because President Trump's poll numbers were so poor around the country that they would be able to pull off some, maybe 6, maybe a dozen, maybe 18 House Republicans who were in suburban areas. But what we saw instead was that Republican turnout was actually boosted by the fact that President Trump was on the ballot this time around in 2020. He wasn't on the ballot in 2018. So turnout for Republicans increased, and that meant that not only were those Republicans able to hold on to their seats, but they were able to pick off some Democrats in very, very purple areas that were, sort of surprising that Democrats picked them up in the first place back in 2018, like Abby Finkenauer in Iowa's first district. And so it's a big disappointment for Democrats. At the same time, they had a comfortable majority going into the night. It was 232 to 197. It's now going to be a little slimmer. Maybe, that lead will be cut by 12 seats or so. And so that makes Nancy Pelosi's life a little more difficult, but they do still have the majority in the House, though there is a lot of soul searching going on right now about how they could have been so wrong about their prospects going into the night. I'll just give you one example. They were so bullish about their chances in Texas. They thought that they could flip 10 Republican seats potentially from red to blue. They didn't end up flipping any of them. So it was not the night that Democrats had hoped for in the House, and certainly their dreams of turning a state like Texas blue were dashed.
It's interesting how their expectations could be so off. All right, well, Nancy Cortez, thank you so much.
You're welcome, Tanya.
Ahead on CBSN, the race has tightened in Arizona as protests erupt at ballot counting locations. We'll check in with our reporter on the ground there. And which candidate connected better with African Americans? We will take a deep dive into the issues that ended up mattering most to that community. We'll be right back.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Do you think that the president has the authority to send in active duty troops?
Face the questions you want answered.
Did the CDC let the American people down? Tell me about the decision. When was it made? Who made it? What is the next area that you are concerned about? What does that mean for the risk of reinfection here in the United States?
You bring up a very good point, Margaret.
Margaret, that's a great question.
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan on CBS.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy.
And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun. But wait,
There's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
I'm open to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
It's not just left and right.
What are the most vulnerable issues for both President Trump and for Joe Biden?
It's not just wrong and right.
What is the pitch to voters?
The biggest pitch is going to be the economy.
Our politics don't have to divide us. They can unite us.
Healthcare is an animating issue for voters.
This is why we're here, to help make sense of the most important issues in America.
Thank you for helping to bring clarity on election night.
Watch Red and Blue, weeknights at 5 on CBS.
Both President Trump and Joe Biden are confident they will prevail in this election. The problem is we still don't have enough information to determine an outright winner. Ballot counting continues in 5 crucial states across the country. A total of 68 electoral votes remain up for grabs. At last count, Joe Biden has secured 253 electoral votes. That is just 17 shy of the magic number, 270. The former vice president has several paths to victory. The president's path is slightly more narrow. The president and Joe Biden would each benefit from a win in Nevada. The Silver State has only 6 electoral votes, but it is a pivotal 6. A win for Mr. Trump there would put pressure on Joe Biden to perform better in the remaining states. Nevada election officials say there are still legal ballots that have not yet arrived. They are asking for patience.
The U.S. mail will continue to deliver. So starting tomorrow through next Tuesday, which is the last day for us to receive a mail ballot that's been postmarked November 3rd, we will continue to receive mail. So again, those ballots are also separate from what I previously reported.
In neighboring Arizona, it's also a tight race. Ballots are still being counted there, but Joe Biden currently has a narrow lead over President Trump. The state is likely to go blue, but CBS News will not project a winner until more votes are reported. Pro-Trump demonstrators gathered early this morning outside a Phoenix building where votes are being tallied. They say they are concerned their votes were not being counted. So let's bring in CBS News correspondent Jamie Yuccas, who is there. Jamie, set the scene for us where you are. Can you tell us what's the latest you can tell us?
Well, Tanya, I can tell you we're at the Maricopa County Elections Department. That's the building right behind me. And you were talking about those demonstrations that were in this parking lot last night. I can tell you, you may be able to see this fencing going up behind me. That is because of those demonstrations. They today want to make sure that the media, the elections office, and the protesters all have their own space fanned out and that no one is intermingling with each other. Everyone has the freedom of speech. They're calling it the freedom of speech zone here for us to be in, while allowing protesters to still be outside. I can also tell you that just 4 blocks from here is the Phoenix City Hall. We did see another pro-President Trump demonstration happening there this morning. Many people wanting their ballot counted, thinking that this process is taking so long that they want to start seeing results because they think once the results start coming in, they will show that it is for President Trump. They think other news organizations called this race far too early. What I can tell you about the ballots themselves in this state is that here in Maricopa County, the biggest county in Arizona, because it includes Phoenix and all of its suburbs, is that, hold on one second. We have a little equipment issue happening just to the side of me right here. But what I can tell you is that that this is the largest county in Arizona. So people are watching what's happening here very, very closely. But you have all these smaller communities that are going to, throughout the day, start bringing ballots in, and you're going to start seeing totals. So what I've heard from some analysts is that while it's leaning toward former Vice President Joe Biden at this point, it could then start swinging and looking toward President Donald Trump taking the state. But you have to wait for the bulk of votes to come in from here in Maricopa County. That's not going to happen until much later this evening. Talking about 9 o'clock East Coast time is when we're supposed to start seeing some of those numbers. But with the amount of ballots left, we know that there's 6,000 to 8,000 ballots that can be processed every hour. So it is going to take some time.
Yeah, in terms of timing, Jamie, Arizona's Secretary of State told our colleagues at CBS this morning we should have a better indication of where things stand in Arizona late tomorrow. You know, of course, as we've been discussing, this is a crucial state. Is the holdup just about being sure to get this right? Is that what's behind the holdup?
Absolutely. We've been talking to elections officials here, and they take their jobs very seriously. In this building behind me, we went inside, and you can see the voting process and how, when the ballots come in, just how they want to be transparent and keep everything secure. From the time that the envelope comes in, they match the signatures. They have 24/7 web cameras in every election center here in Arizona, so people can log on to their county. They can go ahead and see what's happening in their election center. If there's any problem as those ballots are being tabulated in the machines, they are taken over to a separate area where there is a Democrat and a Republican teamed up to look at the ballot and make sure that they both agree as to who they think that person voted for. It then goes back over and gets tabulated. A second layer to that, I should tell you, is that it's only whatever the discrepancy might be on the ballot. So these people are not looking, these teams of people are not looking at the entire ballot, just the one part that has the discrepancy, and then it's rerun through and logged as certified. So then once that happens, in the tabulation machine, there is a secure line that runs from the machine into a room that's locked. It's glass locked doors, and it stays on the server until elections officials go in with a blank USB drive to download the results to then take to the state. So as you can imagine, when you're talking 600,000 ballots that needed to be counted between yesterday and today, that the process is going to take quite a bit of time to get through.
Absolutely. So important to get this right. Jamie Yuccas, thank you so much. The U.S. has set a one-day record for new coronavirus cases. Health officials reported more than 100,000 new infections across the country Wednesday. Hospitalizations are also increasing at an alarming rate, with more than 50,000 on Tuesday. There have been more than 48 million confirmed COVID-19 cases around the world. Yesterday, health officials reported more than 685,000 new infections as many countries struggle to contain dangerous spikes. The Labor Department has released the latest jobs numbers. The report shows another slight decline in the nation's unemployment crisis. 751,000 Americans filed for first-time unemployment benefits for the week ending October 31st. That is down 7,000 claims from the previous week. These latest numbers show a slowing of growth in the nation's economy and highlight the ongoing impact of the coronavirus on American jobs. We want to take you to Atlanta, Georgia now, where state officials are giving us an update on the vote count there. Let's listen in.
97. And the little one down here at the bottom, Taylor, 456. Now I'm going to go through and kind of give you where we stand and the situations behind these numbers. So we'll start at the top. And if you notice, several of the counties that were there this morning have now dropped off as they have completed their uploads of the ballots that they had in hand. Chatham County is still currently scanning. I know they're working. We have an investigator there just to keep an eye on things because at some point, one of y'all are going to ask me what happened down there, and I need to be able to answer with first-hand account from our own people. So that's what's happening there. Clayton County, we talked to them this morning and again after lunch. They're continuing to work. They have continued to scan and make uploads. As you notice, their total has dropped. Cobb County is continuing to finish off their ballots there. Floyd, I don't have a clear answer on the 682 just yet. Forsyth, Mandy, who's a great elections director, is working to get through that stuff. She is very much on the side of being accurate rather than being fast in some ways, which is really good and helpful because she is a very diligent director. Fulton continues to draw down their number. They have 7,305. Again, with the work of our monitor in there, we're keeping a close eye on that number. There were 1,200 ballots went through a second stage of signature match. They were brought over from State Farm Arena today. They're inside that total. One other specific item I have from Fulton County is they have 3,900 provisionals. I do not know the coding on those provisionals. As you may or may not know, depending on the coding, there has to be actions done by the voter, or there's an automatic acceptance of those ballots. Again, depending on the coding of those, and I do not have that detail. Gwinnett is down to 4,800. We had discussions with them about why they had the 7,700 out there. Part of that is just a scanning differential between the accepted ballots and those were reported. So their actual total is about 4,400 of the absentee ballots to scan and report. And they did have an issue that was asked about earlier this morning. They had a corrupt memory card on one of the early voting ICPs, the polling place scanners. They discovered that. They took the ballots from that. They rescanned those, and those will be included in the totals. It's approximately 400 votes, and that is included in the 4,800. But that's one of the benefits of having a paper backup, is that you can, if those situations occur, you can take care of those. Harris is continuing to work. Lawrence County, we talked to them this afternoon, and they are trying to figure out exactly where the batches are for the 797, because they had thought they had uploaded them, and they looked and realized they had not. Taylor had a unique issue. They did their absentee ballot printing in-house. Something along the way made the ballots not the appropriate size. So if you have a ballot that is based on coordinates, which a hand-marked ballot is, and it is not the right size, it cannot be scanned. So they're going through the process of duplicating each of those ballots on the ballot marking devices, and then what they have to do is have to take the original ballot and the duplicate ballot so they can tie them together, have to be marked that each one matches to the other one to keep a paper trail alive of the original artifact of the voter. They will take those ballots, and it's 456 of them, and then run them through their scanner. They are a little over halfway through that process right now. As you can imagine, it's an arduous process. You want to be precise and make sure you get the ballot reflecting exactly what the intended vote of the voter was. So again, that gets to a total of 47,277. On another note, following up on another question that was asked earlier today, we have, this is included in the counts we have right now. There are 17,529 UOCAVA, which is our military and overseas ballots that have been accepted in the counties. And as I noted earlier, under the federal laws, the UOCAVA ballots that are postmarked by Tuesday can be accepted up to tomorrow, Friday. So of the pool of those, there are 8,899. That doesn't mean that any of them will arrive, or it means that all of them could arrive. We have no way of knowing that number. So I just want to make that clear. It's not there's 8,900 ballots to be counted. Those are ones that could arrive to be counted in any subset thereof. So with that, I will answer any questions you may have.
Mr. Secretary, can you tell us how long you think it will take for the count?
Well, let's see. First of all, not the Secretary. I'm the Statewide Voting System Implementation Manager.
I apologize. Let me ask you that question again.
Yeah.
How long do you think it will take for it?
Again, as we've been stating for weeks and months, that with the advent of paper, it's going to take time. We anticipate having the count, quote unquote, done when the legal deadline for certification is, which is going to be 10 days after the election. That's when we're done, because there are ballots that are still coming in, there are ballots to be cured, there are ballots that are provisionals that are to be verified. So we can't know how long the process will take. We hope to have clarity on the outcomes of these elections as soon as possible. However, when you have so many important elections in the state being so close, done is a very relative term at this point. We're trying to get all the legal votes counted accurately so we can get the right results and make sure that everybody's vote is reflected properly.
So Dave, what can you tell
Yes,
us?
sir.
What's
Yes,
your
sir.
message to people around the state and around the country who claim the amount of time it's taking Georgia is some sort of effort to steal an election or cheat?
The effort here is to make sure that everybody's vote, legal vote, is counted properly and that the actual results are reflective of the voters' intent. The issue we have in Georgia is, like I just said, it's a close vote. There's other states that have more votes to count than we do, but it's a wide margin, so nobody cares. So this is the first time we've used paper ballots in this state in 20 years. So as we said, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, the Secretary stood where I'm standing and said, this is going to take a little more time. These close elections require us to be diligent and make sure we do everything right.
If I recall,
Yes, sir.
Sterling, can you talk a little bit about the recount process if we get to that point, given how close these races, especially the presidential races? What happens and when will that happen?
Under the law in this state, there's two different ways you can request a recount. You can request it before certification if you are going to allege that there's any specific irregularity that has occurred. That would be a county by county function. We don't see a mechanism in place to call for a statewide recount under that scenario. The second way is it would have to be after certification, and whether that's county certification or state certification, I will leave that to lawyers, but it would potentially be after the state certification. And then at that point, one of the good things we have happening today is that we have been setting up for our risk limiting audit, and in doing that, we have what's are called ballot manifests, where we know the amount of ballots in each one, and they are tracked so we know exactly how many there are. And the rule we passed to help define the recount after we passed HB 316, which was our election reform law that was supported by Secretary Raffensperger, was that essentially you would take a sample amount of ballots, run them through the scanner, make sure that it matched what we saw there, and then you would rescan those ballots on these central scanners called the ICC at each one of the counties. In anticipation of this, as I noted in our conference earlier, the Secretary directed that we procure the high-capacity scanners for each and every county, regardless of population, for just such an occasion as this. Yes, John.
What is the cost of a recount? How long does a recount take, given the volume of votes? And in the history of Georgia, have recounts ever made a difference?
We anticipate most recounts do not make differences, but in the past, we weren't involving paper on that, especially this volume of hand-marked paper. The cost, unknowable, unknown at this point. I couldn't give you an answer on that one. The good thing is we have already procured the necessary equipment statewide for such an occasion. How long it's going to take? It will be faster than what we saw in Chatham County, where a judge decided to order a hand count of the ballots we had off the BMDs, and it took 5 days to do 5,000 ballots. In this case, using technology, we anticipate it could take up to a week. Again, that's just our first blush look at it. In fact, we were talking with some logistics companies earlier about making sure we put processes in place with the counties, but it would have to be after the certification in order to make that happen. Yeah, John, follow up.
On the timeline. So you have to, by law, certify by November 13th, is that correct?
No, the counties certify by November 13th. The state has to certify by November 20th.
And in that process, do you anticipate sooner than later? I know you can't guess on the time frame, but what is your best guess about this weekend, by Monday, and we might have
Here's the issue. We are reliant upon the counties to do their jobs and do their jobs properly. We had a conference call with all 159 counties this afternoon, led by our elections director, Chris Harvey, basically laying out this timeline to them, saying the sooner you get the stuff to us, the sooner that we can get your certifications done, the sooner we can get the audit done, and the sooner we can get our certification done, so we can get that out of the way. Because we need to understand a few things about those 159 elections directors I was talking about before. We have a potential in the state of having a statewide runoff for a state level election in the PSC. That means that there will be one on December 10th. That means they have to be prepared for that. Under our state law, they have a rollover list where they're going to have to get the absentee ballots out for all, it's nearly 700,000 people now. The state's not doing that in this particular case if there's a state runoff. There are 3 counties that have the Congressional District 5 runoff election to fill out the remainder of John Lewis's seat. And early voting for that begins, believe it or not, on Monday. So they'll be running those elections. At the same time, they're going to be preparing for this audit. We have to get ready for certification and then a recount. And then in the middle of that, we now look like we're going to have a runoff potentially for the Perdue seat along with the Loeffler seat. And the state will be doing the rollover list for those, which again is 700,000 ballots we have to prepare for. We have worked on making sure inventories are in place for those runoff elections. For the absentee process, we encourage the counties to go through their inventories. The state ordered stuff about a month ago on the just in case this scenario presented itself. So obviously, John, lots of things happening at one time. These elections directors are going to have a very good sleep sometime after probably January 15th. Yes, ma'am. Hold on a second. No, sir. Yes, ma'am. At this point, we don't have any of the numbers coming in on the cured ballots on that. As you know, they have until tomorrow to cure those ballots. Stephen.
The absentee ballots are still left to process. Can you explain what the process is for processing them that takes so long? I guess, why does it take so long to process an absentee ballot after the election?
Well, one of the issues you have is, first, absentee ballots were allowed to be submitted legally by 7 p.m. on Tuesday. So, like I said before, everybody's running the election on Tuesday, so you get into Wednesday. Then you have to do signature verification to assure that that ballot belongs to the person who previously requested it. So that's one of the important things, is we want to make sure the actual human being who voted that ballot is the one who requested that ballot. That's a very important distinction of absentee ballots in Georgia. Then they have to go through the process of putting them into batches. Then they get scanned. And when they get scanned, if there is a overvote or an ambiguous mark on an election, it then has to be adjudicated, and that requires volunteers from the Republican and Democrat parties to sit together to decide what that voter meant. And when you have a larger number of ballots, it takes a longer amount of time.
So
yes, sir.
This morning you said there were 17,000 ballots still outstanding in Chatham County. You just said there are still 17,000 ballots outstanding. Do you have any more information?
Well, let me explain what the difference of outstanding means. I mean outstanding from our vote totals. They have 15,000 scanned, and they have 2,000 more to scan. I know they're working on it right now. As I've noted before, and if you go to the Savannah Morning News, they've got a good explanation of their split registrar versus elections, which slows that process down compared to other states. So they batch them a little bit differently, and that just takes some more time. That's one of the reasons we're an investigator, to make sure there's no, that's the reason I'm aware of right now. We want to make sure there's nothing else that's causing any issues down there. Yes, sir.
You had mentioned that every legal vote will be counted. Have you identified any votes or ballots that have come in that you would consider not to be legal or illegal?
First of all, the Secretary of State's office does not make those distinctions. Those are county-level decisions made by county elections directors and their designees. Any ballot that came in late after 7 p.m., it's not that it's an illegal vote, it's just it's no longer allowed to be counted because it came in too late under the law. It's things like that. So we will have an inventory of those after the election, but right now we're focusing on counting those legal votes that we know are there.
When you do the
Hold on, Emma. Oh, you know what? You've been patient. All right. Yeah.
When you do the risk limiting audit,
yes,
and you rescan the ballot, are you scanning the QR code or the human readable text?
Well, on the risk limiting audit, there is no scanning. It is only based on what a person can read. So that's what the whole point of this is to make sure that the outcome is reflective of what the individual voter who read their ballot, who scanned it to go in, is what is done. Yes, sir.
So, Sterling, can you also comment about the military and the overseas? You said that about 17,000 have been accepted.
Yes.
About 8,900 could still arrive.
Yes.
Could this mean that in addition to the 47,000 that are still left, this could take us into Saturday, possibly Sunday? Can you walk us through that?
There is a possibility. Now, the likelihood is not all 8,000 of those are going to show up. But I understand that with the close nature of especially the presidential race, those could become vital and important. But there is a cutoff time. That's why we have laws. That's why we have certification times. And the reason that we have those is so we can get to an ending. As I stated before, we have to certify this election by November 20th because under the law, we have to get the federal runoff ballots for the Senate runoffs out by Saturday to Uwakava on Saturday the 21st. So we can't have anything get in the way of our timelines on this. So it's going to be difficult for us to make it as it is, and our poll workers, our elections directors, our election staff, the Center for Elections, they're going to be putting a lot of long hours to bring democracy to the people of Georgia.
Mr. Starling, do you
Yes,
have
Emma.
a rough timeline on provisional numbers when we might have a sense of how many there are?
The only one we have right now is because we have that monitor in Fulton. We noticed 3,900. I don't have an answer with it. We're working with the counties to get a handle on how many they have. Obviously, they have to be cured or actually verified by tomorrow, and I don't know the codes on any of these. So right now, I've really put a lot of work into the elections directors right now to answer questions. So that's one I'm going to leave for a little bit later. I'd like to know the answer, but they're really focusing on getting those last ballots done. Yes, ma'am.
Can you just briefly sum up and recap the difference between this morning's conference and today, the progress and changes that have taken place?
Frankly, I don't remember the number I gave this morning. I think it was like 62,000. I thought there were a little over 47,000 now, but there's been changes even inside that number, like I noted before, the Gwinnett numbers from that one scanner for absentee in person, which is what early vote is. And actually, while I have everybody here, just to clear a few things up, people get confused. Early voting, and they go online and they look for, I've listed as having requested an absentee. I didn't. Early voting in person is what they call absentee in person. So that is what they have done. They voted absentee in person. So I know there's some confusion out there, so I want to clear that up. We feel like we're in a very good position to have most of it done. Heck, we've got most of it done now. We're down to the final % or so, which when a race is this close, obviously everybody wants to know when's it going to be over. The only outlying edge we have is the certification deadlines. Yes, sir.
What answer do you have for the president who keeps insinuating cheating in this process? Do you have a straight answer?
My straight answer in this state with these elections directors is they're doing the best to make sure that every legal vote is counted, and the outcome will be whatever the voters of Georgia have chosen. And yes, it's a tight race. So be patient. The outcome will be certified. We will have an audit, so we will all know that the outcome is correct. Yeah. Hold on, CNN, what was that? You know, I'm not sure. I have to get back to you with that. I mean, my assumption would probably be end of business day. It's not going to be midnight for some of these people because we have to have people operating their regular business hours. Yes, sir.
Secretary of State.
What's that?
Where is the Secretary of State?
He's in meetings trying to keep up with a lot of this stuff right now. I'm the numbers guy, so I get to talk about some of this stuff. Yes, sir.
Can an individual...
Like the jacket, by the way.
Can an individual voter validate his vote? I know you can see whether or not it's been accepted or not, but can they validate it as to the accuracy of who they actually voted for?
There is no paper trail to go back because under the state constitution of Georgia, it is a private vote. As an absentee ballot, we have a secrecy sleeve around that. So once it is verified as having come in, the secrecy sleeve is separated from the individual so that when they open the ballot, they don't know who that's tied back to. So there's no way for the person to verify it once it's been cast. Every single vote has to be looked at and examined by that individual voter as they send it in. And with the outcomes we've seen, this pretty much falls in line with everything we've been looking at.
Do you keep that data and it's just in separate databases?
Everybody's credit for voting is there, absolutely, but there's no physical way to tie a vote back to a person. That would lead to things like vote buying. It's the reason we don't allow photography of your ballot in the booth. What else we got? Yes, ma'am.
Just go over the investigators in China County. What exactly are they overlooking at this point?
At this point, they're going to be looking at the process and making sure, because we anticipate with any area that goes quote-unquote late, even though this is part of the process, there will be questions raised. We want to be able to have a first-hand account of how things were processed and what was done on the ground.
So if I can start
Yes, sir.
two things with the 43,277 number, that doesn't include provisional.
That does not include provisional ballots because those may or may not be counted.
And the other thing is the 8,899 overseas ballots. Is that just military, or could that be?
It's uniform military overseas. It could be an expat. Yes, it could be under that same thing. Yes, John.
Having said everything that you said about the numbers and the process and the integrity of the system, to what degree are you aware of great concern from the public all across this country and certainly in Georgia about the integrity of the process? Concern that maybe somehow votes are being found that are trying to rig the system and put the system at their mercy and come out with an outcome that the voters did not.
Well, I think if anyone's going to try to rig a system, they might have seen something a little bit less close than this. That's one. Two, we have in this process 159 dedicated elections directors and their staff who are working to get this right. They're working diligently every single day. We know how many requests came in for absentee ballots. We know how many ballots were received. So that is an outward bound, so nobody could suddenly show up with 100,000 extra ballots somewhere. In this state in particular, we take security very seriously. The entire name of our campaign for launching this new system was Secure Your Vote, and it's really important. And I understand that in other states there are questions. I can only speak for this state, and I can speak for the people of Secretary Raffensperger's staff, the elections directors around the state. They're going to get it right. We're going to have an audit to prove they got it right. We went for risk limiting audit, which is a little more difficult to do than traditional audit. We're going to have a recount for president more than likely, and people will see those outcomes stay essentially the same. The recount we had in Savannah really proved that the scanned ballots were the same as when a human being read and counted those ballots. So I feel like in this state, we've taken the steps at every level to secure that vote and make sure the integrity of the ballot is protected. All right. Yes, ma'am. Sorry. I know they filed that lawsuit. Anything else? All right, thank you all very much. Have a great day. Oh, John, come on, one more.
Will you have any updates that we can have access to?
We have been sending out reports about every half an hour of the ballot counts as they come in. We will try to supplement those with county level counts as well if we can get to that point. But the main thing is balloting is continuing, ballot processing and counting is continuing. We have the basic pool of ballots that are there, so we know the outward edges of these things. Again, I said I was prayerful that we would be done today, this morning. I am still prayerful for that, but if it has to go to tomorrow to make sure that we get it accurately done, then so be it. So thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
And we've been listening to Gabriel Sterling, the voting system implementation manager for Georgia, where the race for president remains too close to call, but Joe Biden appears to be eating into the president's lead. Sterling says there are now about 47,000 outstanding ballots that still need to be counted. He explained there is no problem with the state's counting system. They are just being super careful since it is a very close race. He says this requires them to remain vigilant and get it right. In addition, there are some absentee ballots that are still being verified. Those have to be counted. Sterling said there are also over 8,000 overseas votes. Those belong mostly to military and expats that could still arrive in time to be counted. Sterling says he anticipates it could take up to a week to get an accurate count out of Georgia, but the state does have a deadline of November 20th to finalize its numbers. We're going to take a quick break now, but we'll be right back with more election coverage, so stay with us. You're streaming CBSN, CBS News, always on.
These are hard, tiring, taxing jobs, even before coronavirus came.
This is my Clorox wipes, my Lysol. I have no idea what I'm walking into. I don't know if the customers are carriers.
I feel privileged to be out here when so many people are out of work.
Did you ever think that you would find yourselves at the front line?
We have the opportunity to bring something valuable to the community, and that feels good.
We have to be willing to change policy on a permanent basis to recognize and honor these workers.
Doesn't seem like it's worth the risk that you endure every day.
I have to do what I can to take care of myself and my family.
If you had the choice, would you stay home?
Maybe, yeah.
Oh my God, the truck is sinking.
Devastating flooding has reached catastrophic levels.
Rising sea levels are threatening America's coasts.
You would have to take that house and put it on stilts 10 feet tall. If the street is filled with salt water, what difference does it make how high you make your house?
The concentration of the highest rental rates is exactly where the elevation is highest.
This was the evidence to prove that climate gentrification was real.
Pay $1,800 in 5 days or you have to leave. Were you scared?
Yes.
Every single person who stood up and said, I am not paying this rent increase, received an eviction.
Haitians built this place, and you're getting kicked out.
Yes.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Do you think that the president has the authority to send in active duty troops?
Face the questions you want answered.
Did the CDC let the American people down? Tell me about the decision. When was it made? Who made it? What is the next area that you are concerned about? What does that mean for the risk of reinfection here in the United States?
You bring up a very good point, Margaret. Margaret, that's a great question.
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan on CBS.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
For many Americans, the uncertainty of the outcome of this election is adding to the anxiety of an already stressful year. People on both sides of the political aisle are on edge as they wait to learn who will be the next president of the United States. CBS News national correspondent David Begnaud spoke with some voters feeling the anxiety as this process continues to play out.
From New York to Chicago to Las Vegas. Protesters on both sides of the political divide took to the streets Wednesday. Some people are angered by President Trump's declaration that he already had the votes to win before all the votes had even been counted.
The concern is that Donald Trump may seek to interfere in the vote count.
Meanwhile, in Detroit, dozens of Trump supporters protested outside of a vote counting center shortly before Michigan was declared a win for Joe Biden.
Every voice counts.
And in the battleground state of Pennsylvania, which is also still counting mail-in and provisional ballots, voters say the tension there is intense.
I am absolutely in a state of high anxiety.
I've never seen a president act this way.
21-year-old Zion Marunga is from Pennsylvania. I met him at the Sussex Sit-In and Chat Diner in nearby New Jersey.
And what's your anxiety level?
Yeah, I'm definitely a bit anxious just because in past elections it hasn't taken this long and hasn't been like all this like suspense. So that's a bit like jarring, I guess.
Not everyone I met was as concerned, like 80-year-old Trump supporter Louis Post.
How anxious are you feeling right now about the results?
I feel good. I think he's going to get in.
But Louis's wife Carol was worried about claims of widespread voter fraud.
Ballots have been thrown away. They've been thrown away. They found ballots all over the place.
But that's not true. There has been no widespread ballot throwing away.
That's what I heard.
That's what you heard.
Right.
And where are you hearing that
from?
And
I heard that from the president.
You heard it from the president?
Right.
Yeah. And you believe what he says?
I'd like to believe what he says. He's our president.
Do you always believe what he says?
I'd rather not say.
So you believe the president when he says that mail-in ballots have been thrown away, but you chose to vote mail-in ballot?
Yeah, because of the virus.
We asked Ms. Post who she voted for, but she said, I'd rather not say. She said, there's a big political divide in my family, and I don't want to get myself in any trouble by admitting who I voted for. David Begnaud, CBS News, in Times Square here in New York City.
Well, a Kentucky town has elected a new canine-in-chief. Meet Rabbit Hash's new mayor, French Bulldog Wilbur Beast. The town has been electing dogs for its mayors for fundraisers since the 1990s. It raised more than $22,000 this year. It wasn't a rough race, however. Wilbur won in a landslide on Tuesday night, earning $13,000 out of the 22,000 votes cast. Two Wisconsin men have proven a neighborly bond can be much stronger than presidential rivalry. Someone took Tim Place's Biden campaign sign from his front yard. When his neighbor, Josh Schuman, who is a Trump supporter, heard the news, he took action that caught many people in the pro-Trump community off guard. Schuman replaced the sign. He says, although he is a Trump supporter, he loves his neighbors. Coming up in our next hour, the Final Four. We break down the latest numbers coming out of Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Nevada, and Arizona as both the president and Joe Biden chart a path to 270. Also ahead, as election workers count the vote, the Trump campaign launches new lawsuits to try and stop the process. And now that the campaigning is over, we take a creative look at the way one artist is paying tribute to the race for 2020. Those stories and much more when we return. You're streaming CBSN.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more. Experience thought-provoking.
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
Innovative and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You were donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks.
It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
I've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
The vote count is ongoing in 4 key states as the race for who will be the next occupant of the White House hangs in the balance. CBS News currently projects Joe Biden with a 253 to 213 electoral college lead over President Trump. Now, that is despite being up in the popular vote by more than 3.7 million. But the 4 uncalled states can still swing either way. Biden currently leads by just about 12,000 votes in Nevada. This is the only undetermined state remaining on the board that Hillary Clinton won in 2016. Officials say it could take until the weekend for all the mail-in ballots to be counted. Many of them come from Clark County, a heavy Democratic stronghold. CBS News continues to rate Nevada as likely Biden. Now, in Arizona, Biden's lead is getting tighter. The former vice president leads Mr. Trump by just 68,000 votes. Ballots are expected to be added throughout the day. We should have a firmer idea of the picture there this evening. CBS News also rates it as likely for the Democratic nominee. Georgia is still too close to project the state for either candidate. The president's margin there has fallen to just 13,000 votes. Officials say there are roughly 50,000 ballots to count, many of them coming from left-leaning areas. And in hotly contested Pennsylvania, Biden is slowly nipping at the heels of the president. Mr. Trump's lead has been cut to just 114,000 votes. Like Georgia, many of the remaining ballots are believed to be from left-leaning areas. On the Trump campaign, I want to bring in CBS News White House correspondent Ben Tracy. Hi, Ben. So what is the mood within the Trump campaign at this hour? Does the president still feel confident he can pull off a victory?
Well, outwardly, the campaign is very confident. On a call with reporters earlier today, the president's campaign manager said that they are still very confident that they're going to win Pennsylvania, that they're going to win Georgia, that they're going to win Arizona. But as you just pointed out, the math is not necessarily working in the right direction for the president right now, except for perhaps in Arizona, where Joe Biden's lead is shrinking a bit. But in Pennsylvania, the campaign is saying they think they're going to win it overwhelmingly by more than 200,000 votes. But as you just showed on that graphic there, the president now only leads Biden by about 113,000 votes. So it's not quite sure how that adds up, because every time they add more votes to the total there in Pennsylvania, the president's lead continues to shrink. And a lot of people who have done the math on this about where those votes are coming from, more heavily populated Democrat areas, they're saying that it is more than likely that Joe Biden will overtake the president once that final vote is counted. So there is still a narrow path for President Trump, and there is some hope in the campaign that they could kind of thread the needle and figure that out. But right now they're relying on a lot of lawyers to try to make that happen.
Now, Ben, as you know, we've seen plenty of tweets from the president in the past, and recently, certainly, there were many, but he hasn't spoken, at least through Twitter, in over a day. Do we know why he's keeping a comparison? CBS News projects Joe Biden has flipped one of the key Midwestern states President Trump won back in 2016. The former vice president is expected to win Michigan. Our estimate currently shows him leading by about 150,000 votes. Now, remember, when the president won this state back in 2016, he beat Hillary Clinton by just 10,000 votes. I want to bring in the state's Attorney General, Dana Nessel, now. She joins me from Plymouth, Michigan. Attorney General, welcome. Great to have you with us. So you were elected in 2018 in a blue wave in Michigan. You flipped your seat for Democrats, as did Governor Gretchen Whitmer and Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson. Democrats also gained 2 House seats in the state. So when you look at not just Biden's victory, but at the margin by which he leads the president, what does that tell you about your state and how it's changed over the last 4 years?
Well, I don't know that our state has changed substantially. Maybe it was just a matter of learning a little bit more about what President Trump was all about and what his party was about, and wanting something very different from that, and seeing that that wasn't very good for our country and certainly wasn't very good for the state of Michigan.
And so even though we've already projected victory for Biden, of course, the vote counting continues. What is your state doing to make sure that every vote in Michigan is counted?
Well, we believe that we had an incredibly fair and thorough election, and that it was conducted, in accordance with the rules, and that the results accurately reflect the will of the people of our state. So, we are now being subjected to a number of different lawsuits, and there are spurious allegations of fraud that, are simply untrue, because it appears as though there are those who have lost in this state that really can't fathom that they have not won the election. And it's really unfortunate, because it's not something that we're used to seeing either in the state or nationally. We know that the Trump campaign has filed a number of different suits in different states that either he's lost or it looks like he's headed in that direction. And it's too bad, because it really undermines our democracy and the integrity of the election. And we believe that everything was done properly here in Michigan, and that the results ought to be certified. So, that the candidates don't get to pick the winners, the voters do, and the voters of the state of Michigan have spoken.
Very, very good point. The candidates don't get to pick the winners. As you mentioned about the lawsuits, President Trump is threatening legal action to, invalidate some ballots in your state. A judge has already ruled one of the president's suits is unlikely to succeed on its merits. How are you planning to respond?
Well, the judge in the Court of Claims case has already dismissed that case. So I guess if it is appealed, then we will respond accordingly. We think that these suits are frivolous and completely and wholly lacking in merit, and that there's no factual basis to support these claims. So we'll be continuing to make those claims in court as long as it's necessary. But in the meantime, we'll be moving forward with the certification process, and we believe that our slate of 16 electors, when they go to Washington, D.C., they will be indicating that Joe Biden is the winner of the state of Michigan.
And of course, Attorney General, this was not a normal election simply because it took place during a pandemic. Were there any lessons learned from this, voting period that you might be able to use looking forward into the future in further elections?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. First of all, this is our first time in Michigan that we have no reason absentee voting in the state. We passed that as a proposal in 2018. So it's our first time in a general election. We had about 3.3 Michigan voters who elected to vote absentee. And of course, no better time to be able to do that than during the course of a global pandemic. But I will say what was extremely troubling to me were the concerns that were posed by the delays in the Postal Service. And of course, myself and many other attorneys general across the state had to sue the Postmaster General because there were deliberate delays that were intended to disenfranchise voters. And I very much believe that they achieved their intended purpose. And I myself inspected not one but two postal distribution facilities, one in Detroit and one in Pontiac. And what I saw was incredibly troubling. And what I know to be true is this. There were likely many, many voters in my state that were disenfranchised and that likely never had the opportunity, certainly to vote absentee, but likely never voted at all, only because of these delays in the Postal Service. So that's something that we're going to have to be really careful of in the future. And if we have to get court rulings ahead of time, that's what we'll do. But hopefully we'll never see a Postmaster General abuse the Postal Service the way we saw it in 2020.
And to your point, are there still mail-in ballots that you believe have not been delivered?
Well, I can't confirm that because I haven't been back to these facilities. But unfortunately, in accordance with the rulings on the cases where there were challenges to that in our state, those can't be accepted and they cannot be counted. The courts have ruled that all absentee ballots have to be in the hands of the local clerks by 8 o'clock November 3rd. So even if they had been mailed a month ago, they still wouldn't count if they were not received by the clerk in time.
Right, but is there someone who is still, counting all of the ballots that are coming in, even after the deadline, just for the purposes of being able to, show the Postal Service where they had weakness in their system?
Yes, this will still be tallied. I mean, they won't be part of the official vote, but we'll know how many instances that occurred in. And we saw that actually during the primary. So we know there were at least 6,000 voters in our state that voted absentee whose ballots did not count in that election. And I think it was far, far greater number likely in the general election than in the primary.
Is this something you're going to continue to keep on top of, Attorney General?
Oh, yeah. I'll be working with the Secretary of State, and we'll be discussing it further as further information develops. But I have to tell you, I really don't think this case is over yet. There were numerous cases that were filed against the Postmaster General. He actually refused the directives of the court because he was directed to do sweeps on Election Day to ensure that there were no more ballots left, and that if there were, that they were delivered on a timely basis. And he simply refused to do that. So whether or not he'll be held in contempt of court, whether there'll be further proceedings, I guess we'll have to stay tuned, but I imagine that there will be consequences.
All right. Well, Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate your time.
Thanks for having me.
And we're going to take a quick break, but we've got a lot more news ahead, so stay with us. You're streaming CBSN, CBS News, always on.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Do you think that the president has the authority to send in active duty troops?
Face the questions you want answered.
Did the CDC let the American people down? Tell me about the decision. When was it made? Who made it? What is the next area that you are concerned about? What does that mean for the risk of reinfection here in the United States?
You bring up a very good point, Margaret.
Margaret, that's a great question.
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan on CBS.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy.
And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
I'm open to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
As protests unfold across the country over the uncertainty of the presidential election, some demonstrators coming out in favor of counting every vote, as you just heard there. And those protesters aren't alone. The country's largest federation of unions has also come out in favor of counting every ballot. For more, Ashley Rich Stevenson joins me now from Alexandria, Virginia. She's the Vice President and National Political Director for the Chamber of Commerce. Welcome. Great to have you with us, Ashley. So the Chamber of Commerce is typically a Republican-leaning lobbying group. Your organization endorsed a number of House Democrats in swing districts. Can you explain why the group endorsed some Democrats in this cycle?
Sure, Tanya. Well, just to be clear, the Chamber of Commerce is certainly not an extension of either party or any party committee. We have an endorsement process that is based closely to our annual How They Voted scorecard. And there were a number of freshmen from both parties in the last legislative session who voted in support of business and some of the policies that we were very aggressive to support, like the USMCA, is a fantastic example of that. So we're not a partisan organization. We certainly award our endorsements on behalf of the business community and who is going to be best for business.
And so what specifically are you looking for when you are deciding which candidates to endorse?
Well, it's different if it's an incumbent situation or in an open seat, which we call our by criteria endorsements, or for challengers. And when we look at the incumbents, again, this is tied very closely to our scorecard, and you can go back and look at these numbers over the last 10 or 15 years that are publicly available. The entry point is usually around a 70%. It's our annual How They Voted. It usually comes out in the spring, and that's when we start to look at these members as individuals and begin to make sense if they're worth voting on, and we do have a board that votes on all of our endorsements and then make decisions from there.
And tell us about the Chamber's partnership with the largest federation of unions in the country, the AFL-CIO.
Well, just like anything else in politics, there are times where it makes sense to work with those who you agree with. And just this week released a statement with the AFL-CIO about anticipation of the election results and being cautious and recognizing that this could all take time to play out. So very normal for trade associations, political organizations, and others to work together whenever they have a common goal or interest.
And tell us about the biggest challenges right now that are facing the Chamber of Commerce. What would you like, voters or the American public in general to know about the issues that matter to you guys?
So the next big step is getting some sort of additional relief passed as a result of the coronavirus pandemic. It has been our top priority after the phase one package that happened earlier this summer, a big bipartisan bill that included things like the PPP loan program. And we're very interested in ensuring something happens soon legislatively through a bipartisan measure, and believe it's critical for businesses, workers across the country.
All right. Ashley Rich Stevenson of the Chamber of Commerce, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Now that voting has come to a close, those campaign signs you see in people's front yards are being taken off the lawn and thrown away. But one man's trash is another man's art. At least that's how one group in Indianapolis sees it. Lindsay Eaton with our affiliate station in Indiana has the story.
It's been definitely a year to remember, and this is a piece of history now.
The yard signs, once used to get a candidate's name out there, now don't have much of a purpose.
This is probably about 100 right here.
Democrat, Republican, winner or loser. A group in Fountain Square doesn't care whose sign it is, they want them all.
And this way we can make something beautiful out of what's essentially trash now.
From a political sign to a piece of art, that's the plan for this pile. Organizers want to give away the yard signs to local artists, let them get creative, and then sell their work at an art show for some much-needed cash.
Everybody's been hit hard by COVID. Artists have been hit really hard.
The only requirement is at least one side of the campaign sign has to be completely covered.
You can use whatever kind of medium, you can paint, you can put clay on top of it, strings, anything.
The piece shouldn't be a representation of the candidate or their message, but an artist can choose to leave the back as is, as a reminder of election 2020.
It'd be really fun to, like, 8 years from now, have this amazing oil painting that, you know, end up silent auction for a whole lot of money, and the back's just like Jorgensen 2020 or something just like random. I think it kind of plays into the value of the time and the place of it too.
So far, more than 100 signs have been dropped off, and tomorrow they're scheduled to pick up around 1,000 more. That means less signs in the landfills and more opportunities for artists.
It's going to be beautified and people can have it forever.
Part of owning a piece of art is the story behind it. Each sign that turns into a blank canvas will have a piece of this election year, and that in itself is quite the story. In Fountain Square, Lindsay Eaton, CBS 4 News.
We're going to take a short break, but this is a good time to remind you can stay up to date by downloading our CBS News app. Stay with us. You're streaming CBSN, CBS News, always on.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7. CBSN Pittsburgh, your neighborhood news, streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on KDKA.com and on all your favorite devices.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You're donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks.
It's pretty sad.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
Hello, everyone. I'm Tanya Rivero. Thank you for joining us. It's 2 days after this election, and we still do not have a definitive picture of who will be the next occupant of the White House. 4 crucial states are still tallying ballots as the presidency hangs in the balance. At this hour, here's where things stand. CBS News projects Joe Biden will win 253 electoral votes. The former vice president inched closer to victory yesterday by flipping 2 key Midwestern states, Michigan and Wisconsin. President Trump is on the ropes, trailing at 213. But those swing states could push the election in either candidate's favor. Let's start with Nevada. Biden currently leads by about 12,000 votes. This is the only undetermined state Hillary Clinton won in 2016. CBS News continues to rate it as likely Biden. Now, in Arizona, Biden's lead is getting tighter. The former vice president leads Mr. Trump by just 68,000 votes. Ballots are expected to be added throughout the day, and we should have a clearer picture around 7 p.m. Eastern Time. CBS News also rates it as likely for the Democratic nominee. Georgia is still too close to project for either candidate. The president's margin has fallen to over 13,000 votes. Officials say there's roughly 60,000 ballots to count, many coming from left-leaning areas. And in hotly contested Pennsylvania, Biden is slowly nipping at the heels of the president. Mr. Trump's lead there has been cut to just 115,000 votes. Like Georgia, many of the remaining ballots to be counted are believed to be from left-leaning areas. Now, we have not heard from President Trump in the last 24 hours, though he has been tweeting false claims about voter fraud. Yesterday, Biden again expressed confidence that he will come out on top.
Here, the people rule. Power can't be taken or asserted. It flows from the people, and it's their will that determines who will be the President of the United States, and their will alone. And now, after a long night of counting, it's clear that we're winning enough states to reach 270 electoral votes needed to win the presidency. I'm not here to declare that we've won, but I am here to report when the count is finished, we believe we will be the winners.
CBSN's political reporter Caitlin Huey-Burns is standing by in Philadelphia, where the vote count is ongoing. Hi, Caitlin. Can you tell us what the latest is on Pennsylvania's vote count, specifically in Pittsburgh, where they are not counting ballots today? When do they expect to wrap up?
Hi, Tanya. Well, here in Pennsylvania, about 580,000 votes are still left to be counted. They're going to be doing that throughout the day. Here in Pennsylvania, about 600,000 votes have been cast. Those ballots are in this building behind me, where we've been reporting all week here. You mentioned Allegheny County. That's a key county that includes Pittsburgh. They have counted all of the votes, but there are about 35,000 votes that are going to be counted or looked at on Friday. The reason for that is that these involve incorrect ballots or ballots that don't have a signature or date or something is wrong with them. They need to kind of recanvass them. So that'll happen on Friday. So in Allegheny County, just to be clear, the bulk of the votes have been counted. And in order to prepare to look at those incorrect ballots or ballots that needed fixing or additional requirements, those will be looked at on Friday. But this is a very close race. As you mentioned, the president's margin here is just 115,000 votes. And it's important to note that as the votes are being counted, the president's lead here continues to shrink. And that's because the bulk of the votes, absentee ballots, are coming in places like Philadelphia and Allegheny County, Pittsburgh. This is because the Biden team and Democrats had urged voters to vote absentee, to vote early, to get those votes in. The president is falsely claiming that these ballots are fraudulent. There is no evidence for that. These are legally cast ballots. Remember, here in Pennsylvania, the state Supreme Court said that ballots received up to 3 days after Election Day, as long as they were postmarked by Election Day, can be counted. That is what is happening here. The key thing to note is that as the voting is being counted here, the president's lead is shrinking, and we will kind of keep you updated throughout the day on those numbers.
And so what is the mood, Caitlin, from both the Biden and Trump campaigns at the moment?
Well, both campaigns had conference calls with reporters, and here is how they see this race shaping out. Let's start with the Biden team. They believe that they are ahead in Pennsylvania. They are confident in those numbers for reasons that I just mentioned. They believe that Georgia is also a very close race, but that could be leaning in their favor as those votes are coming in. The margin in Georgia is just 14,000 votes. Such a close race there, and we're still watching Fulton County, the Atlanta areas, to see those votes coming in. They believe that Arizona is tight. CBS has not called this race. Some other outlets have, but the voting continues. They believe that's tight. Biden's campaign manager says that they believe they'll win that by tens of thousands of votes. The Trump team thinks that Arizona is going to lean in their favor. They also believe Georgia will lean in their favor, and they are contesting some of the counting going on here in Pennsylvania. It should be noted, however, that nothing has been called in Pennsylvania. The votes are still being counted.
And Caitlin, we are seeing some protests breaking out nationwide. Some calling to keep the vote count going, others calling to stop the count. What protests, if any, are you seeing near you there in Philadelphia?
That's exactly the scene here in Philadelphia. On the other side of the convention center where I'm standing, you're seeing pro-Trump supporters saying stop the vote. You're seeing other protesters saying count all the votes, and that really gives you a sense of how these sides are seeing this. Democrats are saying count all the votes. You see the president tweeting out stop counting. What the president is saying, however, is inaccurate. They are still counting the votes. As long as they had been postmarked by Election Day, they will be counted, at least here as we know it. Now, there are lots of legal challenges underway. This is far from over at this point, but they're still counting the votes here, and there is a lot of energy, enthusiasm on all sides of this here in Pennsylvania, but votes still being counted.
Absolutely. Well, Caitlin Huey-Burns, thank you so much. The Trump campaign is filing legal action to challenge the vote in several states. In some cases, it's to stop the count. In others, to invalidate already legally tallied ballots. On Twitter, the president has baselessly made accusations of fraud in Michigan and Pennsylvania. In Wisconsin, he is demanding a recount. He also wants to challenge the handling of ballots in Georgia and Nevada. And to be clear, there is no evidence any significant irregularities have occurred in the vote count. The biggest fight, however, is in Pennsylvania, where Mr. Trump's personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, and members of the Trump family are holding rallies. They want to challenge a ruling allowing the state to count mail-in ballots received by Friday, but that were postmarked by Election Day. For more on the president's threats, I want to bring in Jonathan Adler. He's a constitutional law professor at the Case Western Reserve University School of Law, and he joins me now from Cleveland. Hi, Jonathan. Welcome. Great to have you with us. So let's dive into this. The president says he wants to stop the count in states where he's ahead and could lose his lead, such as Pennsylvania and Georgia. But he's also called to continue counts in states like Arizona and Nevada, where he currently trails, but he thinks his chances are good. So will this selective reasoning damage whatever credibility or arguments his legal team might have in these lawsuits?
I think it affects their credibility as a political matter. As a legal matter, the courts will take the allegations seriously and evaluate them on their merits. And in most cases, these suits won't go anywhere. Some of the suits involve very small irregularities, a few dozen ballots here, 100 ballots there, nothing close to what would be necessary to upend the results in any of the relevant states. And then some of the other cases just involve claims that really don't have much legal basis. Efforts to take old precedents, even some that date from Bush versus Gore in 2000, and extend them to current circumstances in ways that just don't fit.
Specifically, I want to ask you about Pennsylvania, where the Trump campaign has tried to target a rule allowing the state to continue counting ballots they've received between November 3rd and November 6th, as long as they were postmarked by Election Day. What do you make of that case?
Well, that case raises a potentially significant constitutional issue. The Constitution says that voting for president should be based on rules set by the state legislature. And in Pennsylvania, the Pennsylvania Supreme Court issued a ruling that supporters say interpreted the relevant statutes. The Trump administration argues actually changed the substance of Pennsylvania election law. And there was a similar issue raised back in 2000 during the litigation over the Bush versus Gore election. And so the question there is whether or not the Pennsylvania Supreme Court took it upon itself to change the substance of Pennsylvania law. If a state legislature, like you were just talking about in Nevada, decides that there will be an extended period to allow for the receipt of absentee ballots, that's clearly allowed. The question is, if a state doesn't do that, and in this case, the Pennsylvania legislature did not do that, can the state Supreme Court require that extended period? And that's one of the claims that the Trump administration is pursuing in Pennsylvania.
And so the president says he wants to go straight to the Supreme Court in these cases. Is that even possible?
Well, in any case, you first have to have it litigated in lower courts. So it can be a federal case where you start in the trial court and then go to the appellate court and then go to the U.S. Supreme Court. In this particular case, they're seeking U.S. Supreme Court review of the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. But as a general matter, you need to go to another court first. You can't go straight to the U.S. Supreme Court. They can't say, we don't like the results in this state, let's go straight to the Supreme Court. There first has to be litigation either in a lower federal court or in the relevant state courts.
So let me ask you something. If there is this litigation that has to inch its way up the courts, as you described, what would happen to the presidency? Would everything just stay on hold? And would Donald Trump continue to occupy the White House until this legal matter is settled, even if it's well past the new year?
Well, no, there is a drop dead date. If there is the results of the election are not certified in time for a new president to be inaugurated, we then actually go to the Presidential Succession Act. And so ultimately, it would mean if you couldn't certify the results of the election, the Speaker of the House would become president. But that would only occur if you couldn't certify the results in January. While it certainly is unsettling to have to go multiple days and people want a result, this sort of conflict will be resolved relatively quickly. If the U.S. Supreme Court does decide it has to hear one of these cases, they will resolve it relatively quickly. They will resolve it almost certainly during the month of November and long before the deadlines that would implicate the Presidential Succession Act and having to certify someone else as president.
Now, I apologize, we're having slight audio problems with your microphone, but one last quick question. Do you see a realistic path for the president to be able to litigate his way to a victory, knowing what you know now about the state of the election?
I think it's very hard because in order to litigate his way to victory, he needs to identify viable legal claims that can be brought in states that will make the difference for the electoral vote. So, for example, Pennsylvania only matters if he manages to win other states, such as Nevada or Arizona, so that he's within striking distance of 270 electoral votes. And I think that given what we've seen in the voting counts and given the weakness of most of the legal claims that his campaign is pursuing, it's very unlikely the courts are going to be the deciding factor. It's very unlikely that Donald Trump could challenge the results in the Supreme Court or in lower courts.
All right. Well, Professor Jonathan Adler, thank you for sharing your legal expertise with us. We appreciate it.
My pleasure.
State of Congress remains divided. Still to come, we will look at the Senate races still in play and their impact on the balance of power. You're streaming CBSN.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Do you think that the president has the authority to send in active duty troops?
Face the questions you want answered.
Did the CDC let the American people down? Tell me about the decision. When was it made? Who made it? What is the next area that you are concerned about? What does that mean for the risk of reinfection here in the United States?
You bring up a very good point, Margaret.
Margaret, that's a great question.
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan on CBS.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy.
Boom.
And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
I'm open to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
The roadmap for Democrats to take back the Senate has narrowed, with Susan Collins winning in Maine and Thom Tillis closer to victory in North Carolina. But there still remains the possibility of a blue takeover, with one tightening race in Georgia. CBS News Chief Congressional Correspondent Nancy Cordes joins me now to discuss. Hi, Nancy. So the race in Georgia is getting tighter and tighter between David Perdue and Jon Ossoff. Is it now in runoff territory? What's the latest?
It has just crossed over into runoff territory, Tanya. Now, whether it will stay there remains to be seen. Remember that in Georgia, the state law says that if a candidate, the leading candidate, doesn't get over 50% in the election, then it goes to a January runoff automatically. And so if you take a look at our numbers right now, we've got David Perdue, the incumbent Republican, sitting right at 50%, and then his challenger, Jon Ossoff, at 47.7%. But if you now go to the Georgia Secretary of State website, what you will see is that actually they have Perdue sitting at 49.99%. So he is now just below that 50% threshold, and with 97% of the vote in, a lot of the outstanding votes are coming from large Democratic-leaning counties. And so the likelihood that Perdue is going to get back over that 50% threshold is shrinking. And so it does appear able to make up that 2.3% lead that Perdue has. But that doesn't matter, because as long as Perdue can get to a runoff with, as long as Ossoff can get to a runoff with Perdue, then it wipes the slate clean, and they are running against each other in January.
And the other race in Georgia is also on a runoff now, correct?
That's correct. So that was the special election that pitted Kelly Loeffler, who was appointed to this seat earlier last year, against 19 other candidates. It's sort of a free-for-all. It was always clear that no one was going to get to 50%, and so the top two vote getters move on to the runoff. That's her and then the Democrat, Pastor Raphael Warnock. And I was just crunching the numbers this morning, taking a look at all these 20 candidates. There were a bunch of Democrats, a bunch of Republicans, because I wanted to see, as sort of a foreshadowing of how this runoff could go in January, if you add up all the Democrats who were in the race, you add up all the Republicans who were in the race, what did those vote totals look like? So I got a handy whiteboard here. I hope you can see it. And this is what I came up with. The Republicans totaled 49.63%, and the Democrats 48.16%. So that too was a very close race. You had a few libertarians, independents, in there as well. But bottom line is that this could be an extremely close race in January as well. So it looks almost certain at this point that we are going to have to wait until these two January runoffs take place, if there are indeed two of them, to find out which party controls the Senate. And the entire political world is going to descend on Georgia over the holidays to see what happens there.
Pretty incredible. So Nancy, what can you tell us about what's going on in North Carolina?
Okay, North Carolina, very interesting as well. 94% of the vote in statewide. That really hasn't changed in about 18 hours or so. We keep refreshing. We know that they're counting votes, but they just haven't posted new totals. And Thom Tillis, the incumbent Republican senator, has a 1.8 point lead over his challenger, the Democrat Cal Cunningham. He's leading 48.7 to 46.9, so about 100,000 votes separating them. Now, the reason that we haven't projected him as the winner is because they are still counting. It's the same reason that we haven't projected a winner in the presidential race. And some of the biggest, most populous counties, again, Democratic leaning, they're either in or around big cities, those are the ones that are still doing a lot of counting. So Cumberland County, for example, only 91% of the vote is in there. Forsyth County, 89%. New Hanover, 92%. The Big Kahuna, Wake County, 94%. Orange County, 82%. And so, it would be difficult for Cal Cunningham to catch up, but we don't believe it would be impossible, which is why we're not projecting.
Joe Biden is speaking to reporters right now in his hometown of Wilmington, Delaware. Let's listen in.
It is the will of the voters, no one, not anything else, that chooses the President of the United States of America. So each ballot must be counted. And that's what we're going to see going through now. And that's how it should be. Democracy is sometimes messy. It sometimes requires a little patience as well. But that patience has been rewarded now for more than 240 years with a system of governance that's been the envy of the world. And we continue to feel, Senator and I, we continue to feel very good about where things stand. We have no doubt that when the count is finished, Senator Harris and I will be declared the winners. So I ask everyone to stay calm, all the people to stay calm. The process is working. The count is being completed. And we'll know very soon. So thank you all for your patience, but we have to count the votes. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you so much.
And that was Joe Biden speaking from Wilmington, Delaware. We're going to take a quick break now, but stay with us. You're streaming CBSN, always on.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Do you think that the president has the authority to send in active duty troops?
Face the questions you want answered.
Did the CDC let the American people down? Tell me about the decision. When was it made? Who made it? What is the next area that you are concerned about? What does that mean for the risk of reinfection here in the United States?
You bring up a very good point, Margaret.
Margaret, that's a great question.
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan on CBS.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy.
Boom.
And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
Both President Trump and Joe Biden are confident they will prevail in this election. The problem is we still don't have enough information to determine an outright winner. Ballot counting continues in 5 crucial states across the country. A total of 68 electoral votes remain up for grabs. At last count, Joe Biden has secured 253 electoral votes. That is just 17 shy of the magic number, 270. The former vice president has several paths to victory. The president's path is slightly more narrow. The president and Joe Biden would each benefit from a win in Nevada. The Silver State has only 6 electoral votes, but it is a pivotal 6. A win for Mr. Trump there would put pressure on Joe Biden to perform better in the remaining states. Nevada election officials say there are still legal ballots that have not yet arrived. They are asking for patience.
The U.S. mail will continue to deliver. So starting tomorrow through next Tuesday, which is the last day for us to receive a mail ballot that's been postmarked November 3rd, we will continue to receive mail. So again, those ballots are also separate from what I previously reported.
CBS News projects Joe Biden has flipped one of the key Midwestern states President Trump won back in 2016. The former vice president is expected to win Michigan. Our estimate currently shows him leading by about 150,000 votes. Now remember, when the president won this state back in 2016, he beat Hillary Clinton by just 10,000 votes. I want to bring in the state's Attorney General, Dana Nessel, now. She joins me from Plymouth, Michigan. Attorney General, welcome. Great to have you with us. So you were elected in 2018 in a blue wave in Michigan. You flipped your seat for Democrats, as did Governor Gretchen Whitmer and Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson. Democrats also gained 2 House seats in the state. So when you look at not just Biden's victory, but at the margin by which he leads the president, what does that tell you about your state and how it's changed over the last 4 years?
Well, I don't know that our state has changed substantially. Maybe it was just a matter of learning a little bit more about what President Trump was all about and what his party was about, and wanting something very different from that, and seeing that that wasn't very good for our country and certainly wasn't very good for the state of Michigan.
And so even though we've already projected victory for Biden, of course, the vote counting continues. What is your state doing to make sure that every vote in Michigan is counted?
Well, we believe that we had an incredibly fair and thorough election, and that it was conducted, in accordance with the rules, and that the results accurately reflect the will of the people of our state. So, we are now being subjected to a number of different lawsuits, and there are spurious allegations of fraud that, are simply untrue, because it appears as though there are those who have lost in this state that really can't fathom that they have not won the election. And it's really unfortunate, because it's not something that we're used to seeing either in the state or nationally. We know that the Trump campaign has filed a number of different suits in different states that either he's lost or it looks like he's headed in that direction. And it's too bad, because it really undermines our democracy and the integrity of the election. And we believe that everything was done properly here in Michigan, and that the results ought to be certified. So, that the candidates don't get to pick the winners, the voters do, and the voters of the state of Michigan have spoken.
Very, very good point. The candidates don't get to pick the winners. As you mentioned about the lawsuits, President Trump is threatening legal action to, invalidate some ballots in your state. A judge has already ruled one of the president's suits is unlikely to succeed on its merits. How are you planning to respond?
Well, the judge in the Court of Claims case has already dismissed that case. So I guess if it is appealed, then we will respond accordingly. We think that these suits are frivolous and completely and wholly lacking in merit, and that there's no factual basis to support these claims. So we'll be continuing to make those claims in court as long as it's necessary. But in the meantime, we'll be moving forward with the certification process. And we believe that our slate of 16 electors, when they go to Washington, D.C., they will be indicating that Joe Biden is the winner of the state of Michigan.
And of course, Attorney General, this was not a normal election simply because it took place during a pandemic. Were there any lessons learned from this, voting period that you might be able to use looking forward into the future in further elections?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. First of all, this is our first time in Michigan that we have no reason absentee voting in the state. We passed that as a proposal in 2018, so it's our first time in a general election. We had about 3.3 Michigan voters who elected to vote absentee. And of course, no better time to be able to do that than during the course of a global pandemic. But I will say what was extremely troubling to me were the concerns that were posed by the delays in the Postal Service. And of course, myself and many other attorneys general across the state had to sue the Postmaster General because there were deliberate delays that were intended to disenfranchise voters. And I very much believe that they achieved their intended purpose. And I myself inspected not one but two postal distribution facilities, one in Detroit and one in Pontiac. And what I saw was incredibly troubling. And what I know to be true is this. There were likely many, many voters in my state that were disenfranchised and that likely never had the opportunity, certainly to vote absentee, but likely never voted at all, only because of these delays in the Postal Service. So that's something that we're going to have to be really careful of in the future. And if we have to get court rulings ahead of time, that's what we'll do. But hopefully we'll never see a Postmaster General abuse the Postal Service the way we saw it in 2020.
And to your point, are there still mail-in ballots that you believe have not been delivered?
Well, I can't confirm that because I haven't been back to these facilities. But unfortunately, in accordance with the rulings on the cases where there were challenges to that in our state, those can't be accepted and they cannot be counted. The courts have ruled that all absentee ballots have to be in the hands of the local clerks by 8 o'clock November 3rd. So even if they had been mailed a month ago, they still wouldn't count if they were not received by the clerk in time.
Right, but is there someone who is still, counting all of the ballots that are coming in, even after the deadline, just for the purposes of being able to, show the Postal Service where they had weakness in their system?
Yes, this will still be tallied. I mean, they won't be part of the official vote, but we'll know how many instances that occurred in. And we saw that actually during the primary. So we know there were at least 6,000 voters in our state that voted absentee whose ballots did not count in that election. And I think it was far, far greater number likely in the general election than in the primary.
And is this something you're going to continue to keep on top of, Attorney General?
Oh, yeah. I'll be working with the Secretary of State, and we'll be discussing it further as further information develops. But I have to tell you, I really don't think this case is over yet. There were numerous cases that were filed against the Postmaster General. He actually refused the directives of the court because he was directed to do sweeps on Election Day to ensure that there were no more ballots left, and that if there were, that they were delivered on a timely basis. And he simply refused to do that. So whether or not he'll be held in contempt of court, whether there'll be further proceedings, I guess we'll have to stay tuned, but I imagine that there will be consequences.
All right. Well, Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate your time.
Thanks for having me.
In neighboring Arizona, it's also a tight race. Ballots are still being counted there, but Joe Biden currently has a narrow lead over President Trump. The state is likely to go blue, but CBS News will not project a winner until more votes are reported. Pro-Trump demonstrators gathered early this morning outside a Phoenix building where votes are being tallied. They say they are concerned their votes were not being counted. So let's bring in CBS News correspondent Jamie Yuccas, who is there. Jamie, set the scene for us where you are. Can you tell us what's the latest you can tell us?
Well, Tanya, I can tell you we're at the Maricopa County Elections Department. That's the building right behind me. And you were talking about those demonstrations that were in this parking lot last night. I can tell you, you may be able to see this fencing going up behind me. That is because of those demonstrations. They today want to make sure that the media, the elections office, and the protesters all have their own space fanned out and that no one is intermingling with each other. Everyone has the freedom of speech. They're calling it the freedom of speech zone here for us to be in, while allowing protesters to still be outside. I can also tell you that just 4 blocks from here is the Phoenix City Hall. We did see another pro-President Trump demonstration happening there this morning. Many people wanting their ballot counted, thinking that this process is taking so long that they want to start seeing results because they think once the results start coming in, they will show that it is for President Trump. They think other news organizations call this race far too early. What I can tell you about the ballots themselves in this state is that here in Maricopa County, the biggest county in Arizona, because it includes Phoenix and all of its suburbs, is that, hold on one second. We have a little equipment issue happening just to the side of me right here. But what I can tell you is that that this is the largest county in Arizona. So people are watching what's happening here very, very closely. But you have all these smaller communities that are going to, throughout the day, start bringing ballots in, and you're going to start seeing totals. So what I've heard from some analysts is that while it's leaning toward former Vice President Joe Biden at this point, it could then start swinging and looking toward President Donald Trump taking the state. But you have to wait for the bulk of votes to come in from here in Maricopa County. That's not going to happen until much later this evening. Talking about 9 o'clock East Coast time is when we're supposed to start seeing some of those numbers. But with the amount of ballots left, we know that there's 6,000 to 8,000 ballots that can be processed every hour, so it is going to take some time.
Yeah, in terms of timing, Jamie, Arizona's Secretary of State told our colleagues at CBS this morning we should have a better indication of where things stand in Arizona late tomorrow. You know, of course, as we've been discussing, this is a crucial state. Is the holdup just about being sure to get this right? Is that what's behind the holdup?
Absolutely. We've been talking to elections officials here, and they take their jobs very seriously. In this building behind me, we went inside, and you can see the voting process and how, when the ballots come in, just how they want to be transparent and keep everything secure. From the time that the envelope comes in, they match the signatures. They have 24/7 web cameras in every election center here in Arizona, so people can log on to their county. They can go ahead and see what's happening in their election center. If there's any problem as those ballots are being tabulated in the machines, they are taken over to a separate area where there is a Democrat and a Republican teamed up to look at the ballot and make sure that they both agree as to who they think that person voted for. It then goes back over and gets tabulated. A second layer to that, I should tell you, is that it's only whatever the discrepancy might be on the ballot. So these people are not looking, these teams of people are not looking at the entire ballot, just the one part that has the discrepancy, and then it's rerun through and logged as certified. So then once that happens, in the tabulation machine, there is a secure line that runs from the machine into a room that's locked. It's glass locked doors, and it stays on the server until elections officials go in with a blank USB drive to download the results to then take to the state. So as you can imagine, when you're talking 600,000 ballots that needed to be counted between yesterday and today, that the process is going to take quite a bit of time to get through.
Absolutely. So important to get this right. Jamie Yuccas, thank you so much. The U.S. has set a one-day record for new coronavirus cases. Health officials reported more than 100,000 new infections across the country Wednesday. Hospitalizations are also increasing at an alarming rate, with more than 50,000 on Tuesday. There have been more than 48 million confirmed COVID-19 cases around the world. Yesterday, health officials reported more than 685,000 new infections as many countries struggle to contain dangerous spikes. The Labor Department has released the latest jobs numbers. The report shows another slight decline in the nation's unemployment crisis. 751,000 Americans filed for first-time unemployment benefits for the week ending October 31st. That is down 7,000 claims from the previous week. These latest numbers show a slowing of growth in the nation's economy and highlight the ongoing impact of the coronavirus on American jobs. Grant Thornton's chief economist, Diane Swonk, joins us now with more on this. Hi, Diane. Welcome. Great to have you with us. So it's now November. We're getting into holiday season, and we're still seeing Americans losing their jobs in large numbers. What do these latest unemployment numbers mean for the state of the U.S. economy?
Well, what we're seeing is the inability to really see any momentum. We're seeing job growth actually slow, and at a time when we're still deeply in the COVID hole. COVID really doesn't care about the outcome of the election, but certainly the Federal Reserve that's meeting today cares about the course of COVID because it determines in the near term the course of the U.S. economy. And it's why stimulus and additional aid is so critically important. These ongoing, if you add in the special pandemic unemployment insurance claims, it's over 1 million a week, which is just stunning compared to a little over 200,000 a year ago. So we're talking about a magnitude of losses that is still very, very large, and we're still in a big hole with millions upon millions of people who are still unemployed, and their amount of food insecurity, that's a fancy name to say they're going hungry every week, their inability to pay for food for the course of the week is at a record high. More than 1 in 10 adults can no longer pay for food for an entire week for themselves or their families, and I think that's really a very important thing to remember, that an inability to pay rent, an inability to pay mortgages, an inability to pay for the basic of food and shelter. This is not something you think about in the United States. And what we're seeing is the COVID recession could actually experience another leg down as we go into the holiday season, because this is a time of year when we tend to ramp up on hiring in retail, leisure and hospitality. Travel week of Thanksgiving is one of the biggest travel weeks of the year, and yet we're going in the opposite direction with the surge in COVID cases we're seeing.
So continual claims decreased for the 6th week in a row. Of course, we know that unemployment numbers are just a snapshot. Are we seeing more new jobs then, or are Americans exhausting their unemployment benefits across the country? Are they not continuing to look for work? How do we get a more complete picture of the true unemployment situation?
Yeah, it's a great question, and this data has not been as good as we'd like it because of the noise. Each individual state has its own individual way of calculating it, and it's been not always the cleanest of data, so that's one problem, and it doesn't match up with the overall unemployment data that we see, and there's problems with that because many people have literally just dropped out of the labor force entirely, mostly women. So we're seeing the pace of job gains slow. I think we might actually go negative in November, but hold on to it in October. But at the same time, we have lost that extra $300 or $600 a week earlier in the year that people were getting on top of their unemployment insurance benefits, and they're now starting to run out of some of those benefits. The people applying for extended benefits have gone up. Some people are applying for what they look at the special pandemic unemployment insurance as they run out of all of their existing unemployment insurance. But that also expires at the end of the year when we're still going to be deeply in this COVID hole. And it really gets back to this issue about how much we need more lifeboats in the water to reverse these COVID-tainted waters so that people can actually keep themselves afloat, both financially and, just for their health. It really is a serious situation that could metastasize into a much more traditional and long-lasting recession. And many of us who weren't touched by it may find that that's given us a false sense of security.
All right. Well, Diane Swonk, thank you so much for putting these numbers into perspective for us. We appreciate your time. European countries are imposing sweeping new measures in an attempt to curb a second wave of COVID-19. A second nationwide lockdown is beginning in the UK today. The nation has seen over 1.1 million confirmed coronavirus infections. Roxana Saberi is in London with more.
For the past few months here in England, piecemeal measures have failed to slow the spread of the virus. So now authorities are ordering people across the country to stay home for at least a month. Many people filled the streets and bars yesterday to enjoy one last night out before the second national lockdown. Restaurants, gyms, and non-essential shops have now had to close. Households are banned from mixing indoors or in private gardens unless they're in a support bubble. Rule breakers could face fines of up to around $13,000. Schools and universities will remain open. The UK has Europe's highest official COVID death toll and is now grappling with more than 25,000 new cases a day. Greece has also announced a new nationwide lockdown. It's set to start on Saturday and last through the end of this month. Supermarkets and primary schools will stay open, but restaurants can only offer deliveries. In Italy, 4 regions will enter a lockdown starting tomorrow for at least 2 weeks. People in those areas have to stay home, except to work, shop for essentials, or exercise nearby. The entire country will begin a 10 p.m. curfew tomorrow night. And to stop the spread of the virus in Denmark, authorities say they plan to cull the country's entire population of mink. Scientists have found that a mutated strain of COVID-19 detected in the animals spread to several people. With more than 15 million mink, Denmark is the world's biggest producer of mink fur. And for a bit of better news, Ireland is reporting that its rate of COVID-19 transmission is dropping. The news comes 2 weeks after the country imposed its second nationwide lockdown. Tanya?
Roxana Saberi, thank you. The world awoke to a second day of uncertainty as the U.S. presidential election remains in flux. But as Holly Williams explains, what was once concern is now sharp criticism.
Well, the world's media and world leaders are holding their breath, waiting for some certainty in the U.S. presidential election. For America's friends that rely on America politically, economically and militarily, it's a source of concern. But for America's enemies, it's a source of mirth and fuel for propaganda. Here in Russia, the media is portraying the aftermath of the election as chaotic and the electoral system as unwieldy and flawed. One big circulation newspaper here seemed to disparage both candidates, writing, quote, "Trump is horseradish, Biden is ordinary radish. Horseradish is no sweeter than radish. Make of that what you will." We also heard today from Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov, who said, quote, "Uncertainty in the most powerful world economy could have negative consequences for global affairs." Turning now to Europe, the cover of the French newspaper Le Monde said today that the US was tearing itself apart, while one British newspaper asked, quote, "OK, America, so what the hell happens now?" One British tabloid even described President Trump as a liar and cheat until the bitter end. And finally, have a look at the front page of this Australian newspaper from the day of the election. It seems to capture both what many people around the world admire about the United States, as well as what they fear could happen to it. Tanya?
Holly Williams, thank you. Thousands of people have taken to the streets of Philadelphia in protest as the slow count there continues. This is a look at one of those protests in Philadelphia. Many are carrying signs that say, "Count all the votes." Pennsylvania is one of 4 states still in play in the race for the White House. President Trump led in the state on election night, but Joe Biden has cut into that lead dramatically as mail-in votes are tallied. The Trump campaign has filed several lawsuits to try and stop the count, claiming fraud. Pennsylvania's governor has vowed that all votes will be counted. We'll have the latest numbers as they come in. When will it end? Coming up, if you have trouble sleeping and have that tight knot in your stomach, you're not alone. The anxiety many Americans feel as we wait for the results of the election. You're streaming CBSN, always on.
The mayor, the city council, everything's run by a woman.
Pine Lake is predominantly white, but the surrounding area is 90% black. Somebody's going to get pulled over.
Why are most of the people in the courtroom black? Most of the people in Pine Lake are white.
Download the free CBS News app to watch.
These are hard, tiring, taxing jobs, even before coronavirus came.
This is my Clorox wipes, my Lysol. I have no idea what I'm walking into. I don't know if the customers are carriers.
I feel privileged to be out here when so many people are out of work.
Did you ever think that you would find yourselves at the front line?
We have the opportunity to bring something valuable to the community, and that feels good.
We have to be willing to change policy on a permanent basis to recognize and honor these workers.
Doesn't seem like it's worth the risk that you endure every day.
I have to do what I can to take care of myself and my family.
If you had the choice, would you stay home?
Maybe, yeah.
Oh my God, the truck is sinking.
Devastating flooding has reached catastrophic levels.
Rising sea levels are threatening America's coasts.
You would have to take that house and put it on stilts 10 feet tall. If the street is filled with salt water, what difference does it make how high you make your house?
The concentration of the highest rental rates is exactly where the elevation is highest.
This was the evidence to prove that climate gentrification was real.
Pay $1,800 in 5 days or you have to leave. Were you scared?
Yes.
Every single person who stood up and said, I am not paying this rent increase, received an eviction.
Haitians built this place and you're getting kicked out.
Yes.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Do you think that the president has the authority to send in active duty troops?
Face the questions you want answered.
Did the CDC let the American people down? Tell me about the decision. When was it made? Who made it? What is the next area that you are concerned about? What does that mean for the risk of reinfection here in the United States?
You bring up a very good point, Margaret.
Margaret, that's a great question.
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan on CBS.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
This could be the worst that you've ever seen. Fires are going to get worse, and hurricanes are going to get worse, and they already are.
Firefighters struggle to contain over 600 wildfires.
Do not let go.
Thousands of people evacuated.
It's hard to find a place that has not been affected.
This is Hurricane Laura. Behind me, you can see that we are in the eye wall.
Download the free CBS News app to watch.
For many Americans, the uncertainty of the outcome of this election is adding to the anxiety of an already stressful year. People on both sides of the political aisle are on edge as they wait to learn who will be the next president of the United States. CBS News national correspondent David Begnaud spoke with some voters feeling the anxiety as this process continues to play out.
From New York to Chicago to Las Vegas. Protesters on both sides of the political divide took to the streets Wednesday. Some people are angered by President Trump's declaration that he already had the votes to win before all the votes had even been counted.
The concern is that Donald Trump may seek to interfere in the vote count.
Meanwhile, in Detroit, dozens of Trump supporters protested outside of a vote counting center shortly before Michigan was declared a win for Joe Biden.
Every voice counts.
And in the battleground state of Pennsylvania, which is also still counting mail-in and provisional ballots, voters say the tension there is intense.
I am absolutely in a state of high anxiety.
I've never seen a president act this way.
21-year-old Zion Marunga is from Pennsylvania. I met him at the Sussex Sit-In and Chat Diner in nearby New Jersey.
And what's your anxiety level?
Yeah, I'm definitely a bit anxious just because in past elections it hasn't taken this long and hasn't been like all this like suspense. So that's a bit like jarring, I guess.
Not everyone I met was as concerned, like 80-year-old Trump supporter Louis Post.
How anxious are you feeling right now about the results?
I feel good. I think he's going to get in.
But Louis's wife Carol was worried about claims of widespread voter fraud.
Ballots have been thrown away. They've been thrown away. They found ballots all over the place.
But that's not true. There has been no widespread ballot throwing away.
That's what I heard.
That's what you heard.
Right.
And where are you hearing that
from?
And
I heard that from the president.
You heard it from the president?
Right.
Yeah. And you believe what he says?
I'd like to believe what he says. He's our president.
Do you always believe what he says?
I'd rather not say.
So, you believe the president when he says that mail-in ballots have been thrown away, but you chose to vote mail-in ballot?
Yeah, because of the virus.
We asked Ms. Post who she voted for, but she said, I'd rather not say. She said, there's a big political divide in my family, and I don't want to get myself in any trouble by admitting who I voted for. David Begnaud, CBS News, in Times Square here in New York City.
Well, a Kentucky town has elected a new canine-in-chief. Meet Rabbit Hash's new mayor, French Bulldog Wilbur Beast. The town has been electing dogs for its mayors for fundraisers since the 1990s. It raised more than $22,000 this year. It wasn't a rough race, however. Wilbur won in a landslide on Tuesday night, earning $13,000 out of the 22,000 votes cast. Two Wisconsin men have proven a neighborly bond can be much stronger than presidential rivalry. Someone took Tim Place's Biden campaign sign from his front yard. When his neighbor, Josh Schuman, who is a Trump supporter, heard the news, he took action that caught many people in the pro-Trump community off guard. Schuman replaced the sign. He says, although he is a Trump supporter, he loves his neighbors. Coming up, it's red and blue. It is day 3 of election results. We'll take a look at the latest on the presidential race and the balance of power in Congress. Stay with us. You're streaming CBSN.
We want to organize and spread the message that this is urgent.
I try to be a voice for the voiceless.
I'm here to fight for my right to have a planet.
Our government has not taken action on climate change.
They want to stop the production of energy here in the United States, and it's really an anti-American policy.
Young people have the most at stake.
We're seeing stronger storms, stronger droughts. We are racing against time.
The climate crisis is first and foremost a human issue.
Like we've always been out in the street pushing the envelope because we want our future to be better.
Download the free CBS News app to watch.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun. But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking.
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
Innovative and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You were donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks.
It's pretty sad.
even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Hi everyone, I'm Elaine Quijano. It's good to be with you. Thanks for joining us. As we head into the third night of vote counting, the margins continue to shrink in key states. Election lawsuits filed by the Trump campaign in many of those places are being rebuffed in the courts. 5 battlegrounds are still too close to call. The path to victory for Joe Biden is relatively simple. Win Pennsylvania and you win the White House. If he does not win Pennsylvania, he'll need any 2 of Nevada, Arizona, North Carolina, and Georgia. President Trump must win Pennsylvania and then at least 3, possibly 4 of those states we just mentioned. As Biden stands 17 electoral votes away from winning the presidency. After not reporting any results yesterday, Nevada has started to submit updated totals. Biden's lead grew a bit today as new numbers came in from Clark County, home to Las Vegas. As you can see, he's up by just about 1 percentage point. In Pennsylvania, the gap is tightening down to less than 100,000 votes. The race is also narrowing in Georgia. There's now less than half a percentage point between the two. North Carolina looks better for the president as he leads by close to 1.5 points. And in Arizona, Biden is still ahead by about 2.5 points. However, his lead has been shrinking as more votes are counted. Just a few moments ago, Biden addressed reporters. He expressed confidence about his standing.
We continue to feel, Senator and I, we continue to feel very good about where things stand. We have no doubt that when the count is finished, Senator Harris and I will be declared the winners. So I ask everyone to stay calm, all the people to stay calm. The process is working. The count is being completed, and we'll know very soon.
But the Trump campaign is still making its case in the courts, leaving open the possibility of a drawn-out legal battle. We still have not seen or heard from President Trump since late on election night, but he has been active on Twitter, where he's writing things like, "Stop the count and we will win." But we have heard from the president's surrogates in Nevada and lawyers in Pennsylvania. We'll have more on those cases in a moment. But first, a look at the protests that continued today. You can see here pictures from a pair of rallies in Philadelphia. One group holding signs reading, "Count every vote," the other carrying Trump signs and flags chanting, "4 more years." Nicole Killion, Caitlin Huey-Burns, and Anita Kumar join me now. Nicole is a CBS News correspondent with the Biden campaign in Delaware. Caitlin is CBSN's political reporter following the count in Pennsylvania. Anita is a White House correspondent and associate editor for Politico. Welcome to you all. Anita, let's get right to it. A senior administration official tells our CBS News White House correspondent, Ben Tracy, that President Trump does not plan to concede if Joe Biden declares victory. Now, the expectation is that the legal fight will continue. So let's start with Nevada. We heard from former ambassador to Germany, Rick Grenell, and Matt Schlapp, a Republican activist and the husband of the White House Director of Strategic Communications. They were joined by two people who declined to identify themselves. What are they claiming, and what evidence did they provide to back them up?
Sure. Yes. Nevada is an interesting state because it did a couple things that the president didn't want. They sent out ballots to every voter in the state, every active voter. And that was something that the president, if you remember, tried to stop. They also are allowing ballots to come in late. So if it was postmarked by Election Day but still comes in, they'll still count it, for a certain period of time. What they're saying today is that they want to stop the count, which they are saying in many states, because the voters' rolls, the list of the eligible voters was inaccurate. They're saying that there are people that are deceased on that list, and they're also saying that there are people that moved out of the state during the pandemic this year that were on that list. And what they're essentially saying is that people voted with these mail-in ballots that were not eligible to vote in the state. They did not provide evidence of that. And in fact, when reporters that were present there asked about that, they said, do your job, go talk to the election officials. Well, election officials in Nevada did have a press conference or a briefing later, and they said they're unfamiliar with what the campaign is talking about. So the campaign does plan to file a lawsuit, and we'll see if it goes the way of some of these others that have been dismissed, or if they get a chance to actually show and provide what evidence they are talking about.
Well, Caitlin, in Philadelphia, where you are, we heard from former Florida Attorney General and Trump impeachment defense lawyer Pam Bondi and Trump campaign senior advisor Corey Lewandowski. Tell us about their legal challenges.
Yes, this legal team has been on the ground in Philadelphia for a couple of days, and they're focused on a few different things. Today, at that press conference, they are focusing on the idea of having people be able to be inside the building right next to me, the convention center, where they are counting all the ballots in Philadelphia County, to be there to observe and to be within 6 feet. A judge ruled that they could do that. They are claiming that there have been issues and barriers to that. The Trump campaign is also focusing on what happens here in Pennsylvania, which is that ballots received after Election Day, as long as they are postmarked by Election Day up until tomorrow, are allowed to be counted. Remember, the state Supreme Court ruled here that a ballot received after Election Day up until Friday can still be counted as long as it's postmarked by Election Day. The Trump campaign has been taking issue with that. Remember, it was challenged all the way up to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court kicked it back, but didn't rule out the possibility of ruling on it after the election. So if the race comes down to a very slim margin here in Pennsylvania, which it very well could, that could be the center of dispute in terms of legal challenges.
Well, Caitlin, a Pennsylvania appellate court is ordering counties to separate more ballots. What is the order? How many votes does this impact, and what parts of the state are they from?
That's right. That order is addressing this kind of thing. Going into this election, the Secretary of State advised counties to separate out ballots that were received after Election Day. But as we're watching the count, those ballots are in the total count. That Commonwealth Court decision wants to separate out ballots that allowed voters to provide a form of identification later. So what is key to watch here in Pennsylvania is the vote count itself. About 340,000 votes are left to be counted. The Secretary of State here, who is going to give a press conference later this hour with an update, has said today that they expect to finish counting at some point today. In this building next to me, where the Philadelphia County votes are being counted, about 85,000 are left to be counted there. And in Allegheny County, there's about 35,000 that will be counted. That's the area of Pittsburgh. So what we've seen today is that as the votes are being counted, the margin is shrinking. Earlier today, the president was leading by 165,000 votes. Now, at this hour, he is leading by only about 90,000 votes. So the more votes are coming in, the more that lead is shrinking, and that's why the Biden campaign has expressed confidence today in being able to pull this out here in Pennsylvania once all the votes are counted.
Well, Nicole, the Biden campaign says they are confident about their chances in the vote count, but what about the court challenges?
Well, Bob Bauer, who is the legal counsel for the Biden campaign, really has said over the last several days that as far as some of these legal challenges by the president, he feels they are without merit, that they're simply a distraction. That being said, the campaign has launched what it calls a Biden Fight Fund, their own legal defense fund, if you will, to try to counter any of these challenges if need be. But for the most part, they really aren't paying that much attention. Well, I shouldn't say paying attention to them, but they really aren't taking them too seriously, if you will. As Caitlin mentioned, they feel pretty confident in their standing. They want these votes to be counted, and they feel at the end of the day they will be victorious. So for the most part, they're ready if needed, but they hope that they don't have to deploy too many resources in the legal department.
Well, Anita, after prematurely declaring victory before all votes had been counted, we've not seen the president. When might we again?
That is a great question. We are not sure when we will. There are some people that are telling him, some advisors, that he should get out in front of the cameras, make a statement, and talk to people and express that. Obviously, you've mentioned that we're hearing a lot from him by Twitter, but not seeing him in person. There was some talk actually of him restarting his rallies again so that he could sort of influence public opinion, influence what's out there, or the people that are out there while the votes are still being counted. And none of those things have been scheduled as of yet. And every day we've seen Joe Biden sort of come out, give a brief statement, and then leave. So there's a big contrast here. What we are seeing from the Trump side of things is numerous press conferences and press calls every single day. There are some in different states, as we've mentioned before, and then they're also doing generally a couple press calls with the campaign each day. So we are hearing from their side. We just haven't seen the president, and it's really unclear when we're going to.
All right. Is this a live picture now in Philadelphia? There you see Pam Bondi addressing reporters. Let's see if we can just listen for just a moment.
Listen, guys, it's very simple here. A judge in this state issued a ruling that the Board of Elections has summarily dismissed. They believe they're above the law. So because they would not follow the law of the state of Pennsylvania, we have filed for federal relief. Let's go. That is what we're doing because we will not let the people of Pennsylvania go without having an election observer for every single ballot. What kind of ballot do you want to count? It is shameful. It is shameful that the boards of elections here in Pennsylvania thinks they do not have to listen to a judge's order. What has America come to? This judge has ordered us inside to review this process, and the Board of Elections and your sheriff said no. So what do? We go get relief by the federal government to make sure every legal vote is counted.
All right, we're going to continue to monitor that situation not far from where you are, Caitlin. Tell us, I don't know if they're within your line of sight there. I can't tell from your shot, but just explain for us again the context here for what we just heard from Corey Lewandowski and a little bit there from Pam Bondi.
Yeah, I believe that they're on the other side of where I am, and I could kind of hear them in my ear. But if it's what they were talking about today, they're focused on this idea of having a representative be able to watch the ballot counting inside within 6 feet. That was the judge's order. They're claiming that there have been some barriers to that. It's unclear exactly what they're talking about. We should note, however, that there have been cameras inside this convention hall watching all of these vote counters. We've been watching it on a live stream over the past 2 days. Over 150
I believe this is it,
workers have been
Caitlin, just so
inside
our
this
viewers
building.
know. This is the live stream you're talking about. Please go ahead. Forgive the interruption, Caitlin. I just wanted to point out this looks like workers in the orange vests. Caitlin, this is what we are watching right now.
Great. I'm really glad that you showed that and are pointing it out, because that camera has been in there, and so people can see the vote process going on. And so it has been available for people to watch. There are over 150 workers inside that building working 8-hour shifts, have been working around the clock overnight. These are election workers really focused on the integrity of the election and getting those votes counted. About 85,000 votes are left to be counted here in Philadelphia. Remember, Philadelphia County is a county that is largely going to be favoring Joe Biden, and the Democratic campaigns have been focused on absentee voting, mail-in voting as a campaign push to get people to vote early. So we're expecting a bulk of the votes that are collected and counted here to be in favor of Joe Biden, and that's a reason why we keep seeing that margin between the two candidates shrink as the day and hours go on here.
Yeah, Nicole, I know you have to get going. Before we let you go, what do we expect Joe Biden to be doing tonight? What's the outlook here for the next few days?
Well, again, as you heard him say this afternoon, he's just urging people to stay patient, stay calm. We do know earlier today he kind of went about business as usual, doing some of the things he was doing during the campaign. He had a briefing on the coronavirus, on the economy. His running mate, Senator Kamala Harris, was with him. So, he's just trying to continue the business of campaigning, or hopefully he would like to be in the business of governing soon if he is victorious. So as far as the campaign is concerned, I think at this point they'll take any state that breaks their way. They continue to watch the numbers. They feel confident, whether it's Pennsylvania, whether it's Georgia, whether it's Nevada, whether it's Arizona. So again, they'll take any one once it's decided. And just like all of us, the campaign remains on pins and needles. And so again, that's why you hear the former vice president there kind of urging patience, urging calm, urging his supporters to stay the course.
All right, Nicole Killion, we are going to let you go. Thank you so much. I know you're on deadline, but we'll continue our conversation here. Caitlin, let's just keep underscoring here the importance of Pennsylvania. We saw the inside of that facility where those votes are being counted. So much scrutiny, and it really is make or break. So at this point, just remind our viewers how much is actually left, and is the time frame a bit more clear now?
That's right. Well, there are about 340,000 votes left in Pennsylvania to be counted. Those numbers are coming from the Secretary of State's office. The Secretary of State here is expected to give a press conference within this half hour, so coming up here shortly to give us an update on the vote count. Inside this building here in Philadelphia County, where all the votes for Philadelphia County are being counted, there are about 85,000 or so votes absentee votes left to be counted. In Allegheny County, which is another key county, which includes Pittsburgh, the counting has been done there, but there are about 35,000 votes left to be reviewed. About 29,000 of those were a part of a little bit of a discrepancy here, where there was a mailing issue and some voters were sent the wrong ballot. They had a chance to correct that. That number also includes curing ballots that maybe didn't have a date. The election officials in Allegheny County say that by law they weren't able to start rescanning some of those until Friday. So more of the vote there. So if you're kind of looking how the votes get calculated here and kind of who that may advantage, when you look at Philadelphia County, which has those outstanding votes, Allegheny County, those are some key areas to watch. The margin here, again, between Trump and Biden is Trump is leading by about 90,000 votes at this point. So you kind of add up those numbers and you can see why the Biden campaign feels confident that once the votes are counted, they can they feel confident that they'll be able to take Pennsylvania. Again, 20 electoral votes. If Biden wins here, the race is over. If that he's over, he's on that threshold. If Trump wins here, that keeps him in the game, and that's why his campaign is fighting really on every single measure. Behind me, there have been protests all day that we've been covering as well. Protesters divided by a metal barrier. On one side, supporters of the president saying that this election is being stolen. On the other side, people saying, let every vote count. That's what they are doing in this building next to us, and we'll keep an eye on those vote totals as they come in.
All right, so many fast-moving developments. Caitlin Huey-Burns and Anita Kumar, thankful that you could both be here to help break down the very latest. Appreciate it. Coming up, Latino voters are targeted in a mass disinformation campaign after Election Day. Why bad actors are ramping up efforts even though the polls are closed. Stay with us. You're streaming Red and Blue.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun. But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You were donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks.
It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Experts say a mass disinformation campaign targeting Latinos was unleashed in the 24 hours after Election Day. Facebook and Twitter posts written in Spanish flooded users' feeds, suggesting the race was rigged against President Trump. According to the New York Times, disinformation targeting Latinos from Tuesday into Wednesday generated more traffic than the Russian interference campaign from 2016. For more on this, let's bring in CNET senior producer Dan Patterson. Hi there, Dan. So tell us more about who this campaign targeted and some of the false stories that were trending online.
So when we look across social media, Elaine, especially right now, it looks kind of chaotic, but some things are coming into focus, including this campaign that included Facebook posts and tweets in Espanol targeting Hispanic and Latino voters, especially immigrants who are kind of less familiar with the instruments and mechanics of American democracy. And theirs are all designed to do kind of what the Russians tried to do in 2016, which is weaken our faith and confidence in the instruments of democracy, or kind of keep them tamped down for those who have less experience. So at the center of a lot of this was South Florida, at least according to the New York Times reporting, and that's because it's a really diverse community with a lot of different Latino groups. Some of these people fled socialist or left-leaning regimes in Central and South America. So this seems to be a fairly sophisticated campaign.
Well, if disinformation released before the election was an attempt to influence the way people vote, then what is the aim of a disinformation campaign that's released after much of the voting has already ended?
Yeah, that's a great question, Elaine. It would seem as though it makes a lot of sense to kind of prepare for an election and deploy during an election. But as we've been saying for months here on CBS News and elsewhere, this isn't just an election day. It's an election week, maybe an election month, or an election season. And so that also means that our adversaries, or those at least who have a stake in manipulating the outcome of not just the general election, but all those down.
Pennsylvania officials are giving an update on the election there. Let's listen in.
Running into the evening, and stay tuned. So let's see. We've been reaching out. We've been very closely in touch with all 67 counties, making sure that they're reporting on as regular basis as possible. I know all of you, everybody around the country, around the state are eagerly awaiting, and I can tell you the counties are too. They are really taking their time, making sure that every single voter in the Commonwealth who has cast their ballot is having those ballots accurately and securely counted. So, as you know, we're going to keep counting. Military and overseas ballots, I think, are coming in. Those will continue to be accepted through next Tuesday. There are obviously provisional ballots that will have to be counted as well after the initial round of ballots. And, I think whatever the outcomes are, I can tell you that I'm so proud to work with the 67 counties, the election officials who are just doing an amazing job getting these counted accurately and securely. So I am happy, I think, with that, to take your questions. Yes?
The integrity of the election has certainly been questioned quite a bit over the past several days, and it seems to be intensifying now in these final states that we're waiting to hear from. What is your message to the people of Pennsylvania and to the people of the country about the way things work here in Pennsylvania?
So, as we've been talking about for months, Pennsylvanians have more choices on how they've been able to vote this year than they've ever had in the history of the Commonwealth. And no matter how they voted, what's critical here is that we have very strong processes in place that make sure that voting integrity and security are constantly followed by every county in the state. So, for example, we talked about, I think it was yesterday, voting by mail in Pennsylvania. So the processes we found, though it's new under Act 77 that we can all vote by mail, it's the same processes that we've used for decades for absentee voting. So voters have to apply. They're checked against either the Social Security database or the PennDOT database. They're checked against their voter record to make sure that they're a qualified voter and they are who they say they are. They cast their ballot, and then they're checked again when the ballot is received that they were actually an approved voter. Very secure. There's really, like, the strength of the integrity of this vote is really unparalleled. Same when you vote in person, right? You have to be registered, you go in, you sign in the poll book. All of these things are tracked. Our voting systems and our databases make sure that no voter can cast more than one vote. It literally has a hard stop should anybody even try. And the counties, again, as I've talked about, the amazing county election officials, they take this so seriously. They are such professionals. So, I can just say, really, no matter how you chose to vote this year, and so many Pennsylvanians have, and it looks like it's really going to be great turnout when we finalize the numbers, that every method is incredibly safe and secure. Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Hi, Secretary. Hey, you've said, if I understand it correctly, that enough results may be coming in tonight for people to have a handle on who the winner in the presidential race is. What's your basis for thinking that? Can you put a finer point on it? How long? What makes you say that?
So the counties are continuing to count, and so obviously, depending on how close the race is, that impacts whether you. So the final results are not certified until 20 days after the election, right? So I want to be clear: there's no final results happening now anyway. What's happening now is having enough ballots counted to actually see who the winner is, right? The farther apart that is, the easier it is to tell. So it's very close in Pennsylvania, right? There's no question. And so that means it's going to take longer to actually see who the winner is. But I can tell you that there's several 100,000 ballots remaining to be counted. You can track all that, what counties it remains in, look at our website, and you'll be able to see how we get to the conclusion. But, either way, I want to be clear that these are just the mail-in and absentee votes and the in-person votes, right? The overwhelming majority, I think, a huge majority of the in-person votes have been counted. We're in a very good place with the mail-in and absentee ballots, but not quite there yet. But then there's still going to be provisional ballots, the military and overseas ballots, and so forth. So the closer the race is, the longer it takes. But I think what I've said all along is that the overwhelming majority of ballots will be counted by Friday. I still think that we're ahead of the schedule, and we actually already have counted the overwhelming majority of ballots, but because it's a close race, it's not quite clear yet who the winner is. So, yes.
You've mentioned provisional ballots a couple of times. How many of those have been cast statewide? And of those, how many have been counted and reported?
So very few have been counted, and because that usually happens following the counting of the other ballots. So that you won't see. Counties are not going to start that until after they've finished with the others generally. So we don't know yet. We've been reaching out to the counties. I know I can't remember if it was you or somebody else who asked me both about provisional ballot numbers and numbers of ballots arriving after Election Day, after 8 p.m. on Election Day. So provisional ballots, I think we've heard from, maybe 2/3 of the counties. So I don't have a firm number yet, and as soon as we do, we'll be able to report those numbers.
Understood. Can you give me your best estimate?
The provisional ballots, I think it's still early yet. So let's touch base again after I have more than the number that I have so far. Yeah.
No guesstimate at all?
It doesn't. The context matters, right? So if I tell you a number that reflects 41 counties, it could be not reflective of the whole because it matters which counties they are. So we will circle back with you. Yes. You. Sorry. Sorry.
I know that you stand by the integrity of the election so far. Have you or any of the counties investigated any specific allegations of voter fraud?
No. I mean, I'm not aware of any. I should say you probably heard some weeks ago that there was a gentleman in Luzerne County who tried to apply for a ballot for his deceased mother. I don't know if you heard that, but that was several weeks ago. That was the only incident that I am aware of in this year. Yeah. Yes, sir.
I know that you said a minute ago that you guys have counted the vast majority of the in-person Election Day votes. Can you give us a more specific sense of how many of those are outstanding? Is it fewer than the remaining mail-in votes? Oh, yeah. If you go to our website and the supplemental dashboard, if you look at the pie chart, it's a tiny sliver. It may be that 99% are counted. So whether it's 99 or 98.5, go to the dashboard and it will tell you. More beyond the mail-in ballots that are? No, there's a tiny fraction of precincts that aren't counted yet. Yeah, it's a very, very, very small number. Yeah. Yes.
The outstanding mail-in ballots, does that include counties that have all counties segregated the ballots that came in after Election Day?
Right. So the ballots that have been counted so far are the ones that came in by November 3rd. So all the counties are going to be segregating any that came in after 8 p.m. on November 3rd through 5 p.m. on November 6th. Yes. Yes, Dennis.
Secretary, there are 7 precincts in Allegheny County that aren't reporting anything yet. That includes Election Day in-person ballots. Do you know what's going on there?
No, I don't, but I'm happy to check with them afterwards. I know what's going on in some of the other things, but I don't know what's going on in those 7 precincts. So thank you. We will reach out to them. Yes.
Does the department know how many mail-in ballots might still be en route to election offices that were postmarked by the 3rd?
Do we know how many are en route? No. I could tell you that the numbers that have come in so far are a tiny fraction of what came in after the primary. So I don't think, and usually, based on historical numbers, you get the most ballots, the day after Election Day, and then it dwindles from there. So I don't expect it to be a significant amount.
How many mail-in ballots were surrendered at the polls on November 3rd?
Not yet. We will know that because we will know that at once the counties do those because obviously those voter declarations had to be signed, and I think they'll also be able to track the provisional ballot voters, the ones that didn't surrender their ballots. But that will take some time. Thank you. Yes.
Have you and your staff taken any special safety precautions? And should the county workers who are doing the counting be concerned about their safety, given the strong feelings?
So by safety, you mean from the outside world or?
Physical safety, yes.
The counties really are in the best position to assess that. As you might imagine, we have a great Commonwealth, a lot of diversity from, very rural counties to urban counties. So it's really not a one-size-fits-all assessment. We certainly talk to the counties and issue guidance and directives on security of, the voting systems and the locations and, all those things. But I think the physical security of the staff, I would defer to the counties on.
What about you and your staff? Taking any special precautions?
Yes.
Can you talk about those at all?
We have security. We make sure that we are safe, and we make sure that where operations are secure and safe. Yes. Thank you. Yes, Jan.
I was going to ask you about the late arriving ballots, if you have any kind of idea of how many there are, but based on these questions, I get a sense you don't know. But you did tell CNN today that it was anywhere from 0 in some counties to hundreds in others. So, can you be a little bit more?
Yeah, again, it's significantly lower number than we thought. But I think we've heard from. I apologize, I forget exactly how many counties, so it's not a full picture yet, but it's a much less significant number. It's like a fraction of what we saw in the primary. So I think we saw 60,000 in the 3 days following the primary. It's not going to be anywhere near that. So once I have the full, again, I think I have maybe, 2/3 of the counties, and so I just want to make sure before I give, but what I said was true. There are some counties that got 0 the day following, and there are some counties that got in the hundreds, maybe 500. But so that's the range that I have now, but I just don't want to give an overall picture until I make sure I have every county in. Thanks. But it really is smaller. Yes.
Sorry, if I could just double back on mail-ins, uncounted mail-ins. I think you said in your opening remarks that there were several 100,000 outstanding. And we've heard some, varying numbers on that. Can you put a finer point on that at all? Just what kind of figure we're looking at?
So go to the website and go to the dashboard. It's constantly changing. And so it just seems like as soon as I give a number, there are county results that get updated, and it's different than what I just said. It's a moving target.
What's the last number you were aware of?
I think it was in the 350,000 range. But again, as soon as I say that, you're going to go into the dashboard and it's going to say it's lower than that. So,
difficult topic, and thank you for indulging me.
Yeah, sure. Yes, I'll get to.
So on election night, results in Lancaster County were showing an amount well above the amount requested and then nearly double the amount returned. Could you explain why that happened and if that was county specific?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that again?
Sure. Yeah, in Lancaster County on election night specifically, it was showing results for mail-in ballots that was well above the amount returned and the amount requested. Can you explain how that happened?
You know, I can't remember Lancaster County specifically. What I can tell you is that some of the counties, and Lancaster, I'm thinking it probably had to do, so they're one of, I think, the 2 counties that have hard voting systems. Each voting system vendor has the way they translate with the data has worked slightly differently. And as you know, this dashboard and even the website, it's the first year that we broke out provisional ballots, mail-in ballots, and in person. So some of the reporting, if the county's files were not done perfectly, it might merge to the categories, it might put things in the wrong category. So we've been working out all those quirks. Like I know, for example, York was off for a little while, but that is now corrected. So that may have explained what was going on with Lancaster. There's just been, most of it has been the county, the way they sent us the files, the data was just not in the right place, basically.
How do you assure voters that it was handled and taken care of? Is there a way that you can do that?
Well, it's fixed. I mean, it's fixed on the website. And you can also, I think I've said this at priors of these, but you can always go to the county websites. You can look and see, it's an easy way to double check. Yes, Dennis.
Secretary, some tweets have surfaced, admittedly from a couple of years ago, your tweets suggesting negative things about Donald Trump. What do you say to people that say, geez, you're the person overseeing this election and you have clearly partisan views on the matter? What's your response to that?
So my response is, look, these were 4 years ago. And at the time, I was not in the administration. I was not in any public service. I was a private citizen. It was a personal Twitter account. So that, and then when I became Secretary of State, I took an oath, Dennis, and I took an oath to defend and protect the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and the Constitution of the United States. And partisan politics have no place in the Pennsylvania Department of State or any county elections office for that matter. I mean, we work for voting rights and for effective election administration, and I can tell you that I will do everything in my power to make sure that every voter, every candidate, and every party have access to a fair, free, safe, and secure election. And I don't care what their background is, and I don't care what my background is. That's what we do at the Department of State. Thank you.
You were just watching Pennsylvania officials give an update on the election there. We're back after a break. You're streaming Red and Blue.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. Boom. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Todd.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking.
I'm open to the idea of being a human being.
Innovative and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You're donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
It's not just Americans waiting on the results of the U.S. election. Holly Williams has more on the international response.
Well, the world's media and world leaders are holding their breath, waiting for some certainty in the U.S. presidential election. For America's friends that rely on America politically, economically and militarily, it's a source of concern. But for America's enemies, it's a source of mirth and fuel for propaganda. Here in Russia, the media is portraying the aftermath of the election as chaotic and the electoral system as unwieldy and flawed. One big circulation newspaper here seemed to disparage both candidates, writing, quote, "Trump is horseradish, Biden is ordinary radish. Horseradish is no sweeter than radish." Make of that what you will. We also heard today from Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov, who said, quote, "Uncertainty in the most powerful world economy could have negative consequences for global affairs." Turning now to Europe, the cover of the French newspaper Le Monde said today that the US was tearing itself apart, while one British newspaper asked, quote, "Okay, America, so what the hell happens now?" One British tabloid even described President Trump as a liar and cheat until the bitter end. And finally, have a look at the front page of this Australian newspaper from the day of the election. It seems to capture both what many people around the world admire about the United States, as well as what they fear could happen to it. Holly Williams, CBS News, Moscow.
The U.S. has set another coronavirus record. More than 100,000 new cases were confirmed Wednesday alone. Infections are surging in nearly every state. And as Elise Preston reports, some hospitals are reaching their breaking point.
Coronavirus cases in El Paso, Texas are skyrocketing. One health official says hospitals are near a breaking point, with more than 1,000 COVID-19 hospitalizations reported Wednesday.
It's just important for this community to understand that what we're doing is failing.
The state has sent nurses and medical beds to El Paso, and the convention center has become a field hospital. New infections are increasing in nearly every state, and more than 1,000 deaths were reported Wednesday for the second straight day. Dr. William Schaffner is an infectious diseases doctor at Vanderbilt University Medical Center.
We can reverse the trend if we wear masks, observe social distancing, and avoid large group events. Do good hand hygiene.
Here in New York, the city is again using its hyper-local approach, sending new testing, contact tracing, and outreach into affected neighborhoods.
That approach worked, and that approach is what we will employ anytime we see a problem going forward.
Alabama Governor Kay Ivey extended her statewide mask mandate through December 11th.
Sooner rather than later, it's going to be up to each of us to do the right thing.
Ohio nurse practitioner Tamu Brown was diagnosed this week.
If I'm being honest, I got a little comfortable. You know, we're 8 months in, and I think that I was kind of a little more comfortable visiting people, doing things.
Experts say it's important to fight pandemic fatigue, especially heading into the winter months. Elise Preston, CBS News, New York.
We'll be right back. You're streaming Red and Blue on CBSN.
Go to the ends of the earth
Right now.
We got something crazy.
and
and reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun. But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
I'm open to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You're donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
If you thought the 2020 election cycle was coming to an end, well, you're going to have to wait a little longer. As it stands right now, both Georgia Senate races are headed for January runoffs. Incumbent Republican David Perdue has fallen under the 50% threshold to win on the first round. Georgia's special election between Democratic Reverend Raphael Warnock and Republican Senator Kelly Loeffler is also headed to a runoff. The voter registration deadline for the runoffs are December 7th. The elections will be held on January 5th. A Michigan judge dismissed a Trump campaign election lawsuit today. The campaign was seeking additional access to ballot counting locations there. CBS News projected yesterday Joe Biden is the winner in Michigan. The state's attorney general has argued their elections have been, quote, fair, transparent, and reflect the will of the voters. Attorney General Dana Nessel spoke with my colleague Tanya Rivero earlier about the Trump campaign's legal challenges.
We think that these suits are frivolous and completely and wholly lacking in merit. And that there's no factual basis to support these claims. So we'll be continuing to make those claims in court as long as it's necessary. But in the meantime, we'll be moving forward with the certification process. And we believe that our slate of 16 electors, when they go to Washington, D.C., they will be indicating that Joe Biden is the winner of the state of Michigan.
For more on this, I want to bring in Riley Beggin. She's a political reporter for Bridge Michigan, which describes itself as a nonpartisan news nonprofit organization. Great to see you again, Riley. Thanks very much for being with us. So just this afternoon, a state judge dismissed the Trump campaign's lawsuit against Michigan's Secretary of State. Now, the suit involved election inspectors. On what basis was it rejected?
Yeah, so there were a couple different elements to this case. They were arguing that they didn't have access to a polling place, that they were compelled to, or that they had heard of an election inspector needing to change the dates of certain absentee ballots for when they were received. And then also they were asking for access to the video monitoring certain ballot drop boxes. The complaint was dismissed because the judge said that basically this is hearsay. The meat of this lawsuit was really this element of changing the dates, and they said that that was a secondhand hearing, basically, because she had heard of it from another election official that was in this polling place. On the other side of things, with having access, they didn't provide a lot of evidence to that. It was one signed affidavit. And then with the drop boxes, of course, the counting of ballots is already over. So it's not possible to reverse the clock there and make it so they can see this video before they can count the ballots.
Well, Riley, let me ask you about this Senate race. The Democratic incumbent Gary Peters narrowly won over John James, and I mean narrowly, right? Less than 1 percentage point, despite trailing him for much of the race. There you see it, 49.8%, 48.3%. So you have attorneys for James already expressing concerns. What are they alleging?
Yeah, so they're also alleging that there are potential issues with ballot counting. A lot of the concern has to do with the AV counting process, that there wasn't a balance of GOP challengers to Democratic challengers in these polling places. So they have not officially filed a legal filing, but their attorney did bring it up during the Wayne County Board of Canvassers earlier today as they began the process of certifying these results. And there hasn't been any sort of official proof that's been put forward here. But this thing that you're hearing from James is actually being sort of repeated down the docket here. In a lot of Democratically won races, both in the Senate and the House, you're seeing the Republican candidates not conceding for various reasons. So we'll just have to see what happens there.
While the state voted Democratic for president and the Senate, many of the House races in Michigan went decisively to Republicans. Help us understand, what's the significance of that?
Yeah, so I think a part of that is when you look at the geographic map of electors in Michigan, the Democratic votes really are concentrated in a lot of different, specific areas in the state. So I think the biggest Republican win really was in West Michigan. Peter Meyer took down Hillary Scholten on that side of the state. That was a big win for him. And then in Southwest Michigan, Fred Upton won another seat in Congress. So those were two really contested seats that they were running scared about, but were able to secure.
All right, Riley Begin. Riley, thank you very much.
Thank you.
For many Americans, the pending outcome of the election is adding anxiety to an already stressful year. David Begnaud spoke with some voters about their top concerns.
From New York to Chicago to Las Vegas, protesters on both sides of the political divide took to the streets Wednesday. Some people are angered by President Trump's declaration that he already had the votes to win before all the votes had even been counted.
The concern is that Donald Trump may seek to interfere in the vote count.
Meanwhile, in Detroit, dozens of Trump supporters protested outside of a vote counting center shortly before Michigan was declared a win for Joe Biden.
Every voice counts.
And in the battleground state of Pennsylvania, which is also still counting mail-in and provisional ballots, voters say the tension there is intense.
I am absolutely in a state of high anxiety.
I've never seen a president act this way.
21-year-old Zion Marunga is from Pennsylvania. I met him at the Sussex Sit-In and Chat Diner in nearby New Jersey.
And what's your anxiety level?
Yeah, I'm definitely a bit anxious just because in past elections it hasn't taken this long and hasn't been like all this like suspense. So that's a bit like jarring, I guess.
Not everyone I met was as concerned, like 80-year-old Trump supporter Louis Post.
How anxious are you feeling right now about the results?
I feel good. I feel good. I think he's going to get in.
But Lewis's wife, Carol, was worried about claims of widespread voter fraud.
Ballots have been thrown away. They've been thrown away. They found ballots all over the place.
But that's not true. There has been no widespread ballot throwing away.
That's what I heard.
That's what you heard.
Right.
And where are you hearing that
and
from?
I heard that from the president.
You heard it from the president?
Right.
Yeah. And you believe what he says?
I'd like to believe what he says. He's our president.
Do you always believe what he says?
I'd rather not say.
So you believe the president when he says that mail-in ballots have been thrown away, but you chose to vote mail-in ballot?
Yeah, because of the virus.
We asked Ms. Post who she voted for, but she said, I'd rather not say. She said, there's a big political divide in my family, and I don't want to get myself in any trouble by admitting who I voted for. David Begnaud, CBS News, in Times Square here in New York City.
Here's what's coming up next on Red and Blue. President Trump is set to speak from the White House briefing room soon. We will have his remarks right here live. Stay with us. More news after the break. You're streaming CBSN.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun. But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You were donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Hi, everyone. I'm Elaine Quijano. It's good to be with you. Thanks for joining us. The margins in key states remain tight as we wait for clarity on who will win the White House. Here is where the race stands right now. With 270 electoral college votes needed to win, Joe Biden leads with 253 to President Trump's 213. Pennsylvania is a must-win for the president. If Joe Biden takes the state, he wins the White House. The margin there is tight, less than 100,000 votes. Here is a live look at the vote count in Philadelphia as the head of Pennsylvania's election says the tabulation will continue tonight.
We're coming in the home stretch here. The counties have been working incredibly hard. Hundreds of thousands of ballots have been counted so far today, and we're in very good shape, but there's still some to count. So they are working incredibly hard. They're going to keep counting into the evening, and, stay tuned.
Caitlin Huey-Burns is back with us, as are Bo Erickson and Meredith McGraw. Caitlin is our CBSN political reporter following the vote count in Philadelphia. Bo is a CBS News campaign reporter covering the Biden campaign in Delaware. And Meredith is a White House reporter for Politico with us from Washington. I'm guessing collectively you all have probably gotten 0.5 hours of sleep these last 3 days. Caitlin, let me start with you. We heard there from the Secretary of State. What more did we learn?
Your guess about our sleep count is correct. We are watching the vote count here in Pennsylvania. And at this hour, I just refreshed the Secretary of State's website, and about 326,000 votes are left to be counted here in Pennsylvania. A couple of top lines coming from the Pennsylvania Secretary of State. Earlier, she was saying that they might have all the votes counted today. She didn't seem that optimistic about having all the votes counted by today, but they are working at a really furious pace. And the building right next to me is the Pennsylvania Convention Center. This is where all the votes for Philadelphia County are being counted. About 80,000 or so are left to be counted there. So that's where we're keeping an eye on. She also said that these votes that they're talking about that are being counted are ones that were received by Election Day. That is important. She also said that they are not anticipating a huge number arriving after Election Day. In the primary, she said ballots that were arriving after Election Day were about 60,000. Just so for context, she said this number would be much fewer than that. Why does that matter? Well, that's kind of the centerpiece that people are watching here in Pennsylvania, because the Supreme Court here, the state Supreme Court, said that ballots received up to 3 days after Election Day, which would be tomorrow, as long as they were postmarked by Election Day, would still be counted. That's something that Republicans have been pushing against. It went to the Supreme Court, got kicked back down, and the highest court in the land, the Supreme Court, said they might take that up after Election Day. But these votes that we're talking about, they say, the Secretary of State said in that press conference, are ones received by Election Day. So the big headline, the big top line coming out of Pennsylvania today is, as the votes are being counted, the president's lead here is shrinking. That's because we're getting these mail-in and absentee ballots counted. These are all legally cast ballots. They're being counted. Earlier today, when we were on air earlier today, and coming tonight, the president's lead has been cut more than half. So that's significant. As the votes are being counted, Biden's numbers are improving here. About 78,000 votes at this hour separate President Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden. So keeping an eye on Pennsylvania and those 20 electoral votes. If Joe Biden is able to win this state, he wins the presidency. That's why the Trump campaign is so focused here on Pennsylvania. It's a must-win state for them.
All right, Meredith, with those as the stakes, we have now learned that President Trump is expected to speak at the White House in less than 30 minutes. So what should we expect? Do we have any idea?
Well, this was a last-minute update to the president's schedule, that he would be speaking from the press briefing room. We still don't know what exactly he'll be talking about. We have not seen President Trump since he gave those late-night remarks after Election Day, and he has been, in the meantime, making his voice heard on Twitter. Now, the Trump campaign is not going out here without a fight. They have dispatched their top advisors, Pam Bondi, Corey Lewandowski, among others, to Nevada, to Pennsylvania, to Arizona, to get out in front of TV cameras, but also to try to make the president's case in those states as they wage these legal challenges against the vote counts there. And the president has been agitating to get out in front of the cameras himself, I have been told from one official. We've seen more from Vice President Joe Biden than we've seen from the president, and he's been anxious to make his own voice heard. But in the meantime, today on Twitter, he's already been stepping on the messaging of his own campaign, saying that votes should stop being counted, which of course would essentially disenfranchise voters. But it also steps on, like I said, the messaging that his campaign is trying to convey as they make this last-minute push to try to wage these legal battles in states where the vote count is getting more and more narrow.
And Meredith, as we continue to speak here, we are watching, of course, the live picture out of the James Brady briefing room in the West Wing there of the White House. Meredith, I'm curious if you have received any guidance as to whether reporters will be asking questions. Is the president expected to take questions from journalists during these remarks?
That's a great question. The president has used the press briefing room to make remarks and, of course, take questions from reporters. But we really never know. It's always up to the president, even when some of his aides will say that we should expect him to take questions. Sometimes at the last minute, he'll change his mind and just walk back into the White House.
All right, we will wait to see how that unfolds. Meredith, according to the New York Times, the Justice Department told federal prosecutors that armed federal officers are allowed in ballot counting locations to investigate potential voter fraud. Why is this a priority for the DOJ, and are there what concerns are there about it?
Well, a DOJ official, it was reported, said that this was done so that states, local areas would be prepared in the case that there were any disruptions. But what this really is sending a message to critics say that sending these federal agents to ballot places is a way of intimidating. And it is a felony for federal agents to be in these ballot places. That is against the law, unless there is a specific reason. And the Department of Justice giving the okay for agents to go there it does send a specific message from them, especially when we have seen the DOJ step in when it was sending federal agents to Lafayette Park, for example, when the president went over there for a photo op and clearing out protesters. And so there is a potential for it to have a chilling effect, is what critics would say, by allowing these agents to be there.
Well, Bo, you're covering the Biden campaign. We see those tight margins in several states now. Is there a particular state that they're watching that they think could break for them first?
Well, welcome back to the Wilmington waiting game. We're doing a good job at it right now. To answer your question, they do not know which state is going to break first in their favor. Today, and through my conversations, what I've been calling people on the campaign, they're saying they don't even care what state breaks in their favor. They just want it to break because everyone's been waiting around. But there has been a lot of confidence being talked about all throughout the day. In Pennsylvania specifically, they think they're going to win by a sizable amount. In Georgia, they think the state now leans to Vice President Biden. So not quite as confident as Pennsylvania, but it's a leaning to him. And then in Arizona, it was said that they think they are going to win by tens of thousands of votes in Arizona. And that's very interesting because they're looking at their internal numbers plus what we are all seeing of the returns specifically. And at the very last thing I'll say here is that the importance of this is that Joe Biden is just hanging out there right now at his house. He just got back there. And I was told that by one source that he is at ease while waiting. There's a lot of anxiousness here in Wilmington. Maybe that's just from the press, but Joe Biden, I hear, is doing good at it.
No, America is anxious, Bo. I believe that is not just limited to members of the press. So we heard, Bo, earlier in the show, Joe Biden say that he's confident he'll emerge as the victor once the votes are counted. Very specific language. Why?
This specific language is to try to bring down that anxiousness a little bit. And also, I was told he's trying to make this public face as well in the face of what the Trump campaign is doing. There's a lot of political theater, the campaign says. But you just don't have to take Joe Biden's word for it. Throughout my calls, I was actually talking to a Republican national pollster today, and he said that they are rerunning their numbers and that the Team Biden numbers, they said, are spot on right now. And so there is some recognition, even across the aisle, that Joe Biden is continuing to wait, and they say that he will be declared the president whenever one of these states breaks.
Yeah, that's really illuminating context there, Bo. An important point to note that when you have that kind of acknowledgement across the aisle, that is something that certainly factors into all of what we're watching unfold. Meredith, this afternoon, former White House Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney made a prediction for President Trump's future if he loses this race. Let's watch that clip.
After this election is over, who is the leading Republican candidate for 2024? And I think now folks are starting to realize, wait a second, if Donald Trump loses, he might be the guy. And I'm telling you, absolutely. I would absolutely expect the president to stay involved in politics and would absolutely put him on the short list of people who are likely to run in 2024. He doesn't like losing.
All right, win or lose, what impact have President Trump and his allies made on the Republican Party?
Well, President Trump is a wild card, and I think the former chief of staff is correct to say that he is here to stay, and Trumpism really is here to stay. Although I will say it is notable that Mulvaney is talking about President Trump running in 2024. That's not something a winning candidate or his party talks about, running in 2024. But I've been doing a lot of reporting on what's next for the Republican Party and how this White House is envisioning a potential loss and what's to come, especially for the Trump family. I spoke with people who are close to Don Jr., Ivanka Trump, and others about their potential role in the Republican Party. And even if the president loses, they are going to continue to be a force. It was notable that just a few hours ago, Don Jr. sent out an alarm to Republicans on Twitter who hadn't come to the defense of his father. And it only took 20 minutes or so for some of the 2024 potential candidates like Nikki Haley and like Senator Tom Cotton to come to the president's defense. And I was told that Don Jr., even though he has no plans to run in 2024, he's going to continue to play the role of as a kind of kingmaker for the Republican Party. So even though some in the party might not want to hear that the president is going to continue to be a force, and his family will as well, that's just not the reality here. As we saw, especially from the results in this election, the president does have a strong following, a strong base, and he's going to continue to wield that, win or lose.
Wow, it is really fascinating to hear those political calculations being made and that time frame that you talked about, Meredith, of people then coming in to defend President Trump. So, Caitlin, it was just about 24 hours or so ago that we were talking to you there outside of the convention center in Philadelphia, and we could hear helicopters, we could hear demonstrations, and we saw images of peaceful demonstrations taking place, not just where you are, but also in New York City. I wonder what the scene is like there tonight. What have you seen?
Well, Lane, I'm on the other side of the convention center, so really just down the street from where I've been talking to you all week. We're right outside Reading Terminal Market for those familiar with it. Great Reuben sandwiches, if I can recommend what I've been eating this week. Behind me, though, you'll see there's a lot of music playing. Earlier today, it was a really interesting scene and something that I think really kind of shows you where we are at this moment, and the way in which Philadelphia has become kind of the center stage for this election and the vote count as they're counting the votes in this building right next to me. On one side earlier today, you had demonstrators urging and chanting, "Count the vote." On the other side, you had supporters of the president standing outside with Trump flags saying, "Don't steal this election." And they were literally divided by, those metal bike racks. And it was just a really illuminating scene, I think. Now, of course, counting the vote is key to having these elections. So just want to reiterate that. Now, at this hour, it seems like the Trump supporters have left, and it has now become a scene of demonstrators playing music, holding count the vote flags and signs. And so we'll kind of keep an eye on this tonight in Philadelphia.
All right, we are going to continue to watch it all. Caitlin Huey-Burns, Bo Erickson, and Meredith McGraw. And for the record, Caitlin, I second that. Reading Terminal Market is amazing, and lots of amazing sandwiches there to be had. Okay, thank you. Coming up, I'll speak with Congresswoman-elect Nancy Mace, how she flipped a blue South Carolina seat back to red, and why she chose to celebrate that victory at a Waffle House. That conversation next. You're streaming Red and Blue.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Do you think that the president has the authority to send in active duty troops?
Face the questions you want answered.
Did the CDC let the American people down? Tell me about the decision. When was it made? Who made it? What is the next area that you are concerned about? What does that mean for the risk of reinfection here in the United States?
You bring up a very good point, Margaret.
Margaret, that's a great question.
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan on CBS.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
In South Carolina, Nancy Mace has delivered a win for Republicans, flipping the 1st Congressional District red. She narrowly unseated Democratic Congressman Joe Cunningham. Mace now becomes the first woman to win the seat and will be South Carolina's first woman in Congress since the late 1980s. She joins a wave of freshman Republican women in the House. A total of 23 Republican women have been elected in 2020. Just 2 shy of the record. Mace celebrated her victory outside a Waffle House in Landon, South Carolina, Wednesday.
I'm deeply humbled that the voters of South Carolina's 1st Congressional District had the faith, the trust, and the confidence in us and in me to lead the Lowcountry from here forward. My job starts today.
Congresswoman-elect Nancy Mace joins me now from Charleston. Congratulations, Congresswoman-elect. Thanks very much for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
So as we mentioned, you will be making history as the first woman ever to represent your district in the United States Congress. You also made history in 1999 when you became the first woman to graduate from the Citadel Corps of Cadets. This week, you celebrated your election win at a Waffle House. Why?
Well, when I was 17 and in high school, I dropped out of high school at the age of 17. And my very first job at that time in my life was as a waitress at that very same Waffle House in a small town in South Carolina. A year later, I'd get my high school diploma and would go on to become the first woman to graduate from the Citadel, the Military College of South Carolina. And my life is really the definition of the American dream. It's a life of second chances. And if you have a dream, you set a goal, and you work hard, you can achieve anything here in the United States of America. I'm living proof of that. And I will also add one more thing, is that I'm also the first Republican woman elected to Congress from South Carolina. So it's not just Democrat women who are breaking barriers. Republican women this election cycle are breaking glass ceilings all across the country, and it's amazing to witness and be part of history.
Let me ask you about that. Why do you think now, in this moment in 2020, the times were right for South Carolina and your fellow South Carolinians to send you as a Republican representative to Congress?
Well, I think it's about time. If this is 100 years after women's suffrage, and if women want to be in office, we want to see more women in office, women have to run. And we saw a record number of Republican women this year. Hundreds of women raise their hand and say they wanted to step into the arena. I think a lot of women, too, were inspired by what happened on the Democrat side of the aisle in 2016. Record number of Democrat women ran and won, and we're seeing it on the Republican side. And if we want to have women in office, we've got to run. We've got to raise our hand and just get in there, get in the arena, and go for it.
Well, last time we spoke on Red and Blue, you shared your personal experience of recovering from the coronavirus. I want to ask, first of all, how are you doing now?
Much better today. It took about 3 months for me to feel recovered from COVID-19. It's such a serious illness. I had chronic fatigue and a few other lingering symptoms for almost 3 months. And it's a very serious illness, and I want to continue to encourage people to take it seriously, to wear your masks and socially distance so we can continue to keep numbers down. Here in the state of South Carolina, we've done a really good job of curbing the hot spots and being able to go back to work, and I want everyone to be able to continue to do so.
So I'm really glad we have you for this conversation, particularly at this moment in time in the pandemic, because you come at it from a place of personal experience and one shared, unfortunately, by many, many Americans. So the nation did just surpass, as you know, its highest daily case count, over 100,000 cases in a day. I know that your campaign focused a lot on your business record because, of course, jobs are incredibly important to the people in your district. But I wonder, given your own experience and your own sense of how difficult this virus is, how do you balance public health with the economy?
Well, I believe that South Carolina could be an example for other states across the country. Our numbers for COVID-19 remain one of the lowest in the nation, and we've still been able to reopen many of our businesses and industry. There are guidelines from the state and local government on mask wearing or the number of people that can occupy a restaurant or a building, being socially distant. We've done a really good job of setting the example and ensuring that no matter where you are in our state, that we're practicing safe and healthy measures. We certainly don't want to spread this illness or have hot spots. Nursing homes have also been very important here in protecting our older generations from the disease. And again, South Carolina at the state and local level, we've done a remarkable job. Our governor, our state lawmakers, and our mayors of protecting our people. And I think we would be a great example for other states around the nation, how you can balance health and safety with also getting back to work. Our unemployment rate tonight is 5.1%. It's 3 points lower than the national average. So we've been able to do it very successfully so far, and I'm really proud of the citizens and the residents of South Carolina setting that example for others to follow.
So there's been a lot of talk, as you know, of a mask mandate. What are your thoughts on that?
I think that when the government makes those sorts of mandates, here in the state of South Carolina, we have a lot of rural and agricultural areas. And so the rise of COVID-19 has really been happening in more populous areas and metropolitan areas. And under South Carolina state law, we have something called home rule, where mayors of cities and towns, municipalities and counties even can make those decisions about mask wearing and mask mandates. So for instance, Charleston County was a huge hotspot in the state early on and implemented those measures, whereas a more rural county hasn't had to do that because they haven't been a hot spot. And so again, the government closest to the people governs best. And that's the way South Carolina has operated, and we've done it very successfully.
So I wonder what your first priorities as a member of Congress will be.
Jobs and the economy right now for everyone is of utmost importance. There are still people that aren't unable to go to work because of the shutdown. And so we want to ensure that we get more stimulus. We support small businesses. This district, small businesses are the backbone of all our employers. Just about the majority of new jobs created are created by small businesses. So ensure that we provide that kind of support. whether healthcare is another one. So there's a lot of talk about whether Obamacare will be repealed or not. Both Democrats and Republicans have made healthcare harder in this country. And so whether or not Obamacare is repealed within the environment and the framework that we have, we've got to work to ensure that we provide better access to higher quality healthcare at a lower price for every hardworking family, and that we ensure those with pre-existing conditions are protected. Infrastructure is another big one. There will be an infrastructure package in the future worth trillions of dollars. And here along the coast of South Carolina, and especially during COVID-19, a lot of folks are moving down here to this particular congressional district to get out of the big cities where COVID is spreading like wildfire. And so we're seeing that as well. And so making sure that we've got the right infrastructure here. And then environmental issues. Although this is a Republican district, we care about the environment and offshore drilling. And those are issues, all things that I'm going to be working on when I'm sworn into office.
Very quickly, before we let you go, you did work with the president on his campaign, and he endorsed you in this race. As you know, he has expressed a lack of faith in the electoral process. He's called for legally cast ballots to stop being counted. I wonder what you make of that.
Yeah, I think it's really important that in this particular election year, and I know in the congressional district that I will represent next, we had upwards of 70 to 75% turnout. I don't know about other states around the country, but it's really important. And people want to know that their vote was counted and their voices are heard. And that's important in every precinct across the country, is that ensuring the integrity of our elections, that every vote is counted no matter how long it takes. And so we've got to have transparency in the process so that the American people have confidence in the results, no matter what the results will be when it's all said and done.
All right. Representative-elect Nancy Mace of South Carolina, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
We are waiting for more results to be announced from Nevada and Arizona. Here's where the races stand as of now. Both states remain close. In Nevada, less than 1 percentage point is separating the candidates. 89% of the vote is in. And in Arizona, Joe Biden has a slight edge over President Trump with 86% of the vote in. For more on this, I want to bring in CBS News correspondent Enrique Acevedo. He is in Las Vegas, and CBS News campaign reporter Alex Tin. He is in Phoenix. All right, thank you both for being with us. Enrique, what is the latest update on the ballot counting there in Nevada?
We do have some new information for you, Elaine. Nevada's Secretary of State says they are a little over 190,000 outstanding ballots. And the most interesting part about that information is that 90% of them are being counted right here in Clark County. This is where the voting is happening. It's a laborious process. They're taking their time. If we had a soundtrack to describe what's happening here in Nevada, it would sound a lot like Despacito, very slowly. But accuracy is the goal here, not speed. So the margin in counted votes between both candidates stands at around 11,438 votes in advantage of Joe Biden.
Well, Alex, what about Arizona? What is the latest on the count there?
Well, it's interesting. Compared to Nevada, Arizona is really in the home stretch when it comes to counting ballots here. You know, Nevada has this postmark deadline where voters can cast their ballots at a mailbox as long as it's postmarked by Election Day. And essentially, elections officials have to keep the polls, the mail polls, open 7 days after Election Day to accept as many mail ballots as show up, you know, with that Election Day postmark. That's not the case in Arizona. There is a finite number of remaining ballots left to be counted, and counties all across the state are churning away as they whittle down that final remaining number of ballots to be counted. There's already an overwhelming share of the votes, you know, tabulated here in Arizona. I think it's nearing close to 90% last time I checked of the expected vote turnout. And I'm sure very soon, at 7 p.m. local time today, we'll be seeing the next batch of results right here in Maricopa County, which could be a pivotal moment in terms of deciding this race in this state.
Absolutely. Well, Enrique, the Trump campaign is adding Nevada to their list of states with legal challenges. They are saying they will sue over an alleged 10,000 voters who no longer live in the state. What can you tell us about that claim?
Unfortunately, very little, Elaine. Representatives from the Trump campaign and Republicans here in Nevada called a press conference earlier today. We were there to announce this lawsuit, but they didn't take any questions. We asked them about when and where they were planning to file the lawsuit. They didn't answer that question. They did not provide any evidence about what they called improper ballots. We asked Clark County officials about that, and they say that they're not aware of any improper ballots being counted.
Well, Alex, is the Trump campaign considering any legal action there in Arizona?
Well, actually, Elaine, just minutes ago in a state court here in Arizona, the Trump campaign moved to intervene in a case over as if you ask local officials, conspiracy theory about whether using Sharpies at the ballot box invalidated voters' ballots. Now, again, just to be clear, local officials, state officials, they both say not only was using Sharpies at ballot boxes in order to fill out their ballots allowed, but it was encouraged. It reduces the likelihood that ballots get smudged when they're read through the scanner. Nevertheless, there is a vocal and small group of voters here in this state who say that their votes were invalidated because they use Sharpies, and at least one of them has filed a suit in state court that the Trump campaign, as well as the state Democratic Party here, has now been granted permission to intervene in.
All right, that is some new developments there where you are. Enrique, CBS News estimates that these states are likely going to Biden. What would winning these two states mean for his campaign?
Well, that's a ball game, Elaine. If he wins in Nevada and Arizona, those are 13 electoral votes that take Joe Biden to the coveted 270 electoral votes required to win the presidency. So you can see why both campaigns are competing for every vote in Arizona and here in Nevada also, Elaine.
All right, Enrique Acevedo and Alex Tin, there you see the map. Thank you both very much. Really appreciate it. As we have mentioned, we are waiting to hear from President Trump at the White House tonight. We have not heard from him since late on election night. Let's bring in Sean Sullivan. He is a CBSN political contributor and national politics reporter for The Washington Post. Hi there, Sean. Thanks very much for being with us. We did hear from Joe Biden earlier. He said that he feels good about where things stand in the race and expects to be the winner when all votes are counted. Do we have any idea what we are going to hear from President Trump here shortly?
You know, we don't, but if it is in line with what he has said and what his allies and what his campaign has said in recent days, it's going to be that they are fighting on in this race. You're seeing the Trump campaign raise concerns in several different states. Many of these concerns are baseless concerns. They're trying to file lawsuits as well. They see a path ahead in Arizona. They've also looked at Nevada, and of course Pennsylvania is a central focus of theirs right now. On the other side, the Biden campaign has said consistently and confidently that they feel that they are well positioned to win this race. They're not outright declaring victory, but they're saying that they're confident that when all the votes are counted, they are going to emerge victorious in this race right now. So I think a lot of people across the country are going to be eager to hear and see what the president has to say, and eager to hear and see what happens in these races. You're looking at a bunch of really, really tight races right now where the voting is, the vote count, I should say, is still underway. Georgia, Pennsylvania, of course, Arizona is one that could be key. And so both sides really watching this tally to see if there are any changes right now. The Biden campaign, says it feels good with where it is. They're comfortable with where the math is. And so we'll see what the president has to say and if we get a reaction from Vice President Biden.
All right. And a reminder, viewers, the president had tweeted that he was going to hold a news conference, he called it, in his tweet at 6:30 p.m. Eastern time. It is now 6:36 by my clock here. So we will continue to, of course, monitor that picture that you see on your screen, the Brady briefing room there at the White House. In the meantime, Sean, while I have you, I'd also want to ask you about congressional races this year, because talk of a blue wave did not pan out in these congressional races. But it looks like both Senate races in Georgia are headed to a runoff. How focused have Democrats been on those races in recent months?
Very focused. And if these races both of them head to a runoff, which it looks like that is going to happen at this point, it creates a pretty unprecedented situation where you could have two elections at the beginning of next year. These would be in early January in a state like Georgia that is pretty closely divided, as we've seen in the results of the presidential election there and also in the Senate races. These votes are coming down in a way that shows the state is basically 50-50 at this point. So you've got a battleground state, you've got two elections potentially, and on top of that, you might have the Senate majority at stake if Vice President Biden is victorious in this presidential race. Then the Democrats would only need 50 seats to win the majority because, of course, the vice president would break a tie in any situations where that would need to happen. So all eyes will be on Georgia if that happens. You can expect tens of millions of dollars to flood in on both sides. This is going to be sort of ground zero in the political world in the next few months. So a situation that both sides are watching. And Democrats do feel that they have laid the groundwork in Georgia to make them successful, not just in this cycle, but in subsequent years. It's been a long time, as we've talked about before, Elaine, since Democrats have won a presidential race in Georgia. 1992, Bill Clinton was the last time. So they're right on the cusp right now. But even if they fall a little bit short in Georgia, I think they feel confident about what they accomplished so far this year. The question is, how will voters feel in a sort of overtime situation where you don't have a presidential race on the ballot? Will the Democratic base come out? Will the Republican base come out? A lot of questions, but there's no doubt that it's looking now like Georgia is going to be the center of the political universe in this country for the next couple of months if things shape up the way they are right now.
Well, let me ask you about House Democrats. They're expected to keep their majority, but with a much slimmer margin. How are people in the party reacting to the results that we have seen so far? Because there had been some thought that you have this pressure here and a pull to the left that would make it very difficult for some of those lawmakers who were in more moderate districts.
Yeah, I think the reaction right now in the party is a little bit of surprise combined with some anger and some frustration. As recently as Tuesday during the day, Tuesday morning and afternoon, when I talked to Democrats, they were expressing confidence. They were talking about adding to their House majority, not seeing seats taken away. And of course, as we have seen in the results, that is not the situation. You combine that with the fact that Democrats have fallen short in a bunch of Senate races that they thought that they were going to do well in. And it's created some head scratching. It's created some disappointment from Democrats. And one thing that the party is already sort of examining right now is the effect of these Republican attacks in a lot of these swing districts. Republicans went out of their way to cast Democrats as extremists. They portrayed them as socialists. They portrayed them as candidates who were sympathetic to defunding the police. In a lot of these cases, these attacks were not based in fact. They were not accurate. But these Democrats still had to fend off these attacks because there are members of the party who have called for defunding the police. And so this is a situation that the Democrats have been dealing with. And I think now it's sort of coming into the open. They're sort of grappling with how they balance this in the future. And I think there is no doubt a strain of thinking in the party right now that it has to be more united around sort of more moderate principles. Now, of course, you talk to Democrats in the party's liberal wing, they have a different view. They think that the path to winning is about energizing the Democratic base, energizing young voters in a way that they think moderates are not able to do. So a lot of the disagreements that we saw play out in the Democratic primary, they're already starting to reemerge here in the days and hours after this election. And this is a debate that is really not going away anytime soon. Regardless of the outcome of the presidential election, I think you're going to see Democrats have some disagreement with each other about what the path forward is, especially in light of these losses in these House races and Senate races, Elaine.
Speaking of disagreements, so Sean, you've also reported that jockeying, perhaps not surprisingly, is already underway for jobs in a possible Biden administration. Give us a peek behind the curtain. What's happening?
Yeah, you're seeing a lot of quiet conversations. These were conversations that were already taking place even before Tuesday's election. You have on one side the Biden team that has been set up for a while to make a possible transition. And then you have people on the outside, a lot of allies in Congress, a lot of allies in the activist world who want to be represented in an administration. And so some of the early posts to look at: Chief of Staff. This is a position that is expected to be named early if Biden is elected the next president. I think we can expect to hear the campaign, or at that point it would be the transition team, name a White House Chief of Staff. Other positions that are being looked at pretty closely right now: Treasury Secretary, Secretary of State, other cabinet positions as well. And the key here, Elaine, is what will the balance of the Senate look like? That is a factor that a lot of Biden allies are telling me when I ask them about their considerations, because if the Senate tilts toward the Republicans, it's going to be more difficult for Biden to confirm somebody that is not appealing to Republicans. And so he's going to have to pick people that can win votes across the aisle. And one name that comes up often when I talk to Biden allies about this is Susan Rice, somebody who's really, really well liked in Biden's world. She is seen as a potential Secretary of State, if not the front runner for Secretary of State in a Biden administration. But the problem and the challenge for her is there is a lot of Republican resistance still to Susan Rice stemming from her days in the Obama administration. And so the question would be, does Biden want to create a really potentially divisive partisan showdown by nominating somebody like Susan Rice, or does he go with somebody who's more of a consensus pick? So these are the kind of things that Biden's going to have to weigh. And already behind the scenes, his team has been doing this for a while now quietly. And so if and when he is elected, if he's the winner of this election, I think we can start to see and expect to see some of these positions named pretty quickly.
Wow, so many scenarios to game out here. Sean Sullivan for us. Sean, thank you very much. Always great to have you.
Thanks.
And we're continuing to watch 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. President Trump is expected to speak soon. We're a little bit, about 15 minutes or so past the time he said he would come out and speak in the briefing room. Right now, we're going to take a quick break, though. Stay with us. You're streaming Red and Blue.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. Boom. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun. But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You're donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks.
It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to
President Trump is delivering remarks from the White House. Let's listen in.
They can try to steal the election from us. If you count the votes that came in late, we're looking at them very strongly, but a lot of votes came in late. I've already decisively won many critical states, including massive victories in Florida, Iowa, Indiana, Ohio. To name just a few, we won these and many other victories despite historic election interference from big media, big money, and big tech. As everybody saw, we won by historic numbers. And the pollsters got it knowingly wrong. They got it knowingly wrong. We had polls that were so ridiculous, and everybody knew it at the time. There was no blue wave that they predicted. They thought there was going to be a big blue wave. That was false. It was done for suppression reasons. But instead, there was a big red wave. And it's been properly acknowledged, actually, by the media. They were, I think, very impressed. But that was after the fact. That doesn't do us any good. We kept the Senate despite having twice as many seats to defend as Democrats, and in a really much more competitive states. We did a fantastic job with the Senate. I think we're very proud of what's happened there. We had many more seats to defend. They spent almost $200 million on Senate races in South Carolina and Kentucky alone, 2 races, and hundreds of millions of dollars overall against us. At the national level, our opponents' major donors were Wall Street bankers and special interests. Our major donors were police officers, farmers, everyday citizens. Yet for the first time ever, we lost 0 races in the House. I was talking to Kevin McCarthy today. He said he couldn't believe it. 0 races. Very unusual thing, 0. And actually won many new seats with, I think, many more on the way. This was also the year of the Republican woman. More Republican women were elected to Congress than ever before. That's a great achievement. I won the largest share of non-white voters of any Republican in 60 years, including historic numbers of Latino, African American, Asian American, and Native American voters, the largest ever in our history. We grew our party by 4 million voters, the greatest turnout in Republican Party history. Democrats are the party of the big donors, the big media, the big tech, it seems, and Republicans have become the party of the American worker, and that's what's happened. And we're also, I believe, the party of inclusion. As everyone now recognizes, media polling was election interference in the truest sense of that word, by powerful special interests. These really phony polls, I have to call them phony polls, fake polls, were designed to keep our voters at home, create the illusion of momentum for Mr. Biden, and diminish Republicans' ability to raise funds. They were what's called suppression polls. Everyone knows that now. And it's never been used to the extent that it's been used on this last election. To highlight just a few examples, the day before election, Quinnipiac, which was wrong on every occasion that I know of, had Joe Biden up by 5 points in Florida, and they were off by 8.4 points, and I won Florida easily. So they had me losing Florida by a lot, and I ended up winning Florida by a lot. Other than that, they were very accurate. They had him up 4 points in Ohio, and they were up by 12.2 points. And I also won Ohio, great state of Ohio, very easily. And the Washington Post had Biden up 17 points in Wisconsin, and it was basically even. They were off by about 17 points. And they knew that. They're not stupid people. They knew that. Suppression. There are now only a few states yet to be decided in the presidential race. The voting apparatus of those states are run in all cases by Democrats. We were winning in all the key locations by a lot, actually. And then our numbers started miraculously getting whittled away in secret. And they wouldn't allow legally permissible observers. We went to court in a couple of instances, and we were able to get the observers put in. And when the observers got there, they wanted them 60, 70 feet away, 80 feet, 100 feet away, or outside the building to observe people inside the building. And we won a case, a big case, and we have others happening. There are lots of litigation, even beyond our litigation. There's tremendous amount of litigation generally because of how unfair this process was. And I predicted that. I've been talking about mail-in voting for a long time. It's really destroyed our system. It's a corrupt system, and it makes people corrupt even if they aren't by nature. But they become corrupt. It's too easy. They want to find out how many the votes they need, and then they seem to be able to find them. They wait, and then they find them. And you see that on election night. We were ahead in vote in North Carolina by a lot, tremendous number of votes. And we're still ahead by a lot, but not as many, because they're finding ballots all of a sudden. Oh, we have some mail-in ballots. It's amazing how those mail-in ballots are so one-sided, too. I know that it's supposed to be to the advantage of the Democrats, but in all cases, they're so one-sided. We were up by nearly 700,000 votes in Pennsylvania. I won Pennsylvania by a lot, and that gets whittled down to, I think they said now we're up by 90,000 votes, and they'll keep coming and coming and coming. They find them all over, and they don't want us to have any observers, although we won a court case. The judge said you have to have observers. Likewise in Georgia, and they're appealing. Actually, they're appealing. We won a case that we want people to watch, and we want observers, and they're actually appealing, which is sort of interesting. I wonder why they'd appeal, that all we want to do is have people watch as they do the vote tabulations. Likewise in Georgia, I won by a lot, with a lead of over getting close to 300,000 votes on election night in Georgia. And by the way, got whittled down, and now it's getting to be to a point where I'll go from winning by a lot to perhaps being even down a little bit. In Georgia, a pipe burst in a faraway location, totally unrelated to the location of what was happening, and they stopped counting for 4 hours, and a lot of things happened. The election apparatus in Georgia is run by Democrats. We also had margins of 300,000. In Michigan, we're way up in Michigan, won the state. And in Wisconsin, we did likewise fantastically well. And that got whittled down. In every case, they got whittled down. Today, we're on track to win Arizona. We only need to carry, I guess, 55% of the remaining vote, 55% margins, and that's a margin that we've significantly exceeded, so we'll see what happens with that, but we're on track to do okay in Arizona. Our goal is to defend the integrity of the election. We'll not allow the corruption to steal such an important election, or any election for that matter. And we can't allow anybody to silence our voters and manufacture results. I've been doing a lot of public things for a long time. I've never had anything that's been as inspirational, by people calling, talking, sending things to us. I've never seen such love and such affection and such spirit as I've seen for this. People know what's happening, and they see what's happening, and it's before their eyes. And there are many instances which will be reported very shortly. There's tremendous litigation going on, and this is a case where they're trying to steal an election. They're trying to rig an election, and we can't let that happen. Detroit and Philadelphia, known as two of the most corrupt political places anywhere in our country, easily cannot be responsible for engineering the outcome of a presidential race, a very important presidential race. In Pennsylvania, Democrats have gone to the state Supreme Court to try and ban our election observers, and very strongly. Now, we won the case, but they're going forward. They don't want anybody in there. They don't want anybody watching them as they count the ballots. And I can't imagine why. There's absolutely no legitimate reason why they would not want to have people watching this process, because if it's straight, they should be proud of it. Instead, they're trying, obviously, to commit fraud. There's no question about that. In Philadelphia, observers have been kept far away, very far away, so far that people are using binoculars to try and see, and there's been tremendous problems caused. They put paper on all of the windows so you can't see in, and the people that are banned are very unhappy and become somewhat violent. The 11th Circuit ruled that in Georgia the votes have been in by Election Day, that they should be in by Election Day, and they weren't. Votes are coming in after Election Day. And they had a ruling already that you have to have the votes in by Election Day. To the best of my knowledge, votes should be in by Election Day. And they didn't do that. Democrat officials never believed they could win this election honestly. I really believe that. That's why they did the mail-in ballots, where there's tremendous corruption and fraud going on. That's why they mailed out tens of millions of unsolicited ballots without any verification measures whatsoever. And I've told everybody that these things would happen because I've seen it happen. I watched a lot of different elections before they decided to go with this big, massive election with tens of millions of ballots going out to everybody, in many cases totally unsolicited. This was unprecedented in American history. This was by design, despite years of claiming to care about the election security. They refused to include any requirement to verify signatures, identities, or even determine whether they're eligible or ineligible to vote. People are walking in there. They have no idea. They're just taking numbers. They're writing down things, the workers, and doing a lot of bad things. And we have a lot of information coming and litigation that you'll see that will shake even you people up. And you've seen it all. The officials overseeing the counting in Pennsylvania and other key states are all part of a corrupt Democrat machine that you've written about, and for a long time you've been writing about the corrupt Democrat machine. I went to school there, and I know a lot about it. It hasn't changed. It's a long time ago and hasn't changed. It's gotten worse. In Pennsylvania, partisan Democrats have allowed ballots in the state to be received 3 days after the election, and we think much more than that. And they're counting those without even postmarks or any identification whatsoever. So you don't have postmarks, you don't have identification. There have been a number of disturbing irregularities across the nation. Our campaign has been denied access to observe any counting in Detroit. Detroit is another place, and I wouldn't say it has the best reputation for election integrity. Poll workers in Michigan were duplicating ballots, but when our observers attempted to challenge the activity, those poll workers jumped in front of the volunteers to block their view so that they couldn't see what they were doing. And it became a little bit dangerous. One major hub for counting ballots in Detroit covered up the windows again with large pieces of cardboard. And so they wanted to protect and block the counting area. They didn't want anybody seeing the counting, even though these were observers who were legal observers that were supposed to be there. In Detroit, there were hours of unexplained delay in delivering many of the votes for counting. The final batch did not arrive until 4 in the morning, and even though the polls closed at 8 o'clock, so they brought it in, and the batches came in, and nobody knew where they came from. We've also been denied access to observe in critical places in Georgia. In multiple swing states, counting was halted for hours and hours on election night, with results withheld from major Democrat-run locations only to appear later. And they suddenly appeared, and they all had the name Biden on them, or just about all. I think almost all. They all had the name Biden on them, which is a little strange. I challenge Joe and every Democrat to clarify that they only want legal votes, because they talk about votes, and I think they should use the word legal votes. We want every legal vote counted, and I want every legal vote counted. We want openness and transparency, no secret count rooms, no mystery ballots, no illegal votes being cast after Election Day. You have Election Day, and the laws are very strong on that. You have an Election Day, and they don't want votes cast after Election Day, and they want the process to be an honest one. It's so important. We want an honest election, and we want an honest count, and we want honest people working back there, because it's a very important job. So that's the way this country is going to win. That's the way the United States will win, and we think we will win the election very easily. We think there's going to be a lot of litigation because we have so much evidence, so much proof, and it's going to end up perhaps at the highest court in the land. We'll see. But we think there'll be a lot of litigation because we can't have an election stolen like this. And I tell you, I have been talking about this for many months with all of you, and I've said very strongly that mail-in ballots are going to end up being a disaster. Small elections were a disaster. Small, very easy-to-handle elections were disastrous. This is a large-scale version, and it's getting worse and worse every day. We're hearing stories that are horror stories, absolute horror stories. And we can't let that happen to the United States of America. It's not a question of who wins, Republican, Democrat, Joe, myself. We can't let that happen to our country. We can't be disgraced by having something like this happen. So it will be hopefully cleared up, maybe soon, I hope soon, but it'll probably go through a process, a legal process. And as you know, I've claimed certain states, and he's claiming states, and we can both claim the states, but ultimately I have a feeling judges are going to have to rule. But there's been a lot of shenanigans, and we can't stand for that in our country. Thank you very much.
Are you being a sore loser?
Hello, everyone. I'm Lana Zak. You've been listening to President Trump speak at the White House. We heard him talking about stealing an election. He said votes came in late, that there was, in fact, no blue wave. If people were expecting the president to come out and reassure Americans that the process of democracy in this country works, that was not this speech. To dig deeper into it, I'm going to bring in Caitlin Huey-Burns. She's CBSN's political reporter, and she joins me now from Philadelphia. I'm also joined by CBS News campaign reporter Nicole Skanga, who's in Washington. Caitlin, I'm going to start with you. The president said if you count the legal votes, he easily wins. What does he mean? Let's go ahead and start by fact-checking those comments.
An easy fact check there. What the president was saying is completely false. What we mean when all votes are counted, that means election day votes and absentee votes. That is the way it has always worked in the United States. That is really key. But we kind of predicted that this is the message that would be coming from the president. We've been covering this for months and months, showing viewers and educating our viewers that, look, this time we're going to have more absentee ballots than ever before because we're in a pandemic, because states expanded options for people to vote absentee, vote by mail. We also expected that because of that, it would take longer to process these votes, especially here where I am in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania was not allowed to start opening up ballots to process them until Election Day. So that meant it was going to take a while to process those results. The count is still happening as we speak. Another quick fact check that's pretty easy. He said Georgia, where we are still tallying votes. They are still tallying votes, but the margin there between Trump and Biden is about 3,600 votes in Georgia. He said that the election apparatus in Georgia is run by Democrats. It's not true. The Secretary of State there is a Republican. I interviewed him a couple of weeks ago. He said he encouraged people to vote absentee, vote early, so that they could get a head start on processing these ballots. So, Election Day votes and absentee votes are the votes. There's no way around it. That is how it's always worked. It's just taking longer to count votes this time because of absentee ballots, and because this race is so close, that's why we're getting down to every single last vote.
Right. Every single vote matters if it's cast in this election, whether it is being counted later. And in some states, and part of what I think makes it so complicated for people who are following along at home is understanding that each state has different rules about when they are allowed to start processing votes, when they're allowed to start counting votes, and how long after those votes are turned in are they still acceptable. If they are postmarked by Election Day but come in later, in some states, those are accepted. In other states, they're not. not. It's not evidence of fraud. It's evidence of our system allowing states to determine their own processes, and that has always been the case. But Nicole, the president says that the election is being rigged and stolen. What is the president and his campaign really trying to do? What is the strategy here?
Well, we're seeing that ballots are being counted legally across the country. The president and his campaign advisors telling reporters on a call today that they are confident about their chances in places like Pennsylvania, Arizona, Nevada, Georgia. But as we look now, just while the president was speaking, his margin, for instance, in Georgia, closing to about 3,600 votes with Democratic opponent Joe Biden. And so the president's road, the path to 270 electoral votes is becoming narrower and narrower, Lana. And we're starting to see this campaign trying to litigate their way to 270 electoral votes, use the courts instead of letting this process play out. And I just want to piggyback on something you said earlier about how every state is different, specifically the president saying that votes should not be counted after Election Day. We've heard that over and over again, but it is perfectly legal in a number of battleground states for votes that were cast on Election Day or beforehand, including those mail-in ballots that were dropped off at secure Dropbox locations or mailed in to be counted after Election Day. That is part of the process. That is what we have anticipated. In Pennsylvania, for instance, they can count those up to 3 days after the Election Day. In North Carolina, for instance, home to a lot of those military votes, they can count them for 9 days, and in Nevada, another battleground state, 7 days. So there are a lot of very specific rules about this process, but, we're hearing a lot of innuendo, not a lot of evidence from the president and his surrogates today.
Right. It might sound at first blush like the president is right when you say only the votes on Election Day should be counted. But what it doesn't take into account necessarily is the fact that these great poll workers, those people who are processing all of these votes have an unprecedented number of absentee ballots, early ballots, and things like that they are counting. And all of those votes were cast on Election Day. Caitlin Huey-Burns, Nicole Skanga, thank you. We're going to be right back after a quick break with the rest of your day's news. You're streaming CBSN.
These are hard, tiring, taxing jobs, even before coronavirus came.
This is my Clorox wipes, my Lysol. I have no idea what I'm walking into. I don't know if the customers are carriers.
I feel privileged to be out here when so many people are out of work.
Did you ever think that you would find yourselves at the front line?
We have the opportunity to bring something valuable to the community, and that feels good.
We have to be willing to change policy on a permanent basis to recognize and honor these workers.
Doesn't seem like it's worth the risk that you endure every day.
I have to do what I can to take care of myself and my family.
If you had the choice, would you stay home?
Maybe, yeah.
Oh my God, the truck is sinking.
Devastating flooding has reached catastrophic levels.
Rising sea levels are threatening America's coasts.
You would have to take that house and put it on stilts 10 feet tall. If the street is filled with salt water, what difference does it make how high you make your house?
The concentration of the highest rental rates is exactly where the elevation is highest.
This was the evidence to prove that climate gentrification was real.
Pay $1,800 in 5 days or you have to leave. Were you scared?
Yes.
Every single person who stood up and said, I am not paying this rent increase, received an eviction.
Haitians built this place and you're getting kicked out.
Yes.
the biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Do you think that the president has the authority to send in active duty troops?
Face the questions you want answered.
Did the CDC let the American people down? Tell me about the decision. When was it made? Who made it? What is the next area that you are concerned about? What does that mean for the risk of reinfection here in the United States?
You bring up a very good point, Margaret.
Margaret, that's a great question.
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan on CBS.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Hello, everyone. I am Lana Zak. Thank you for joining me. The waiting game continues as we head into the third night of vote counting in the 2020 presidential election. The race for the White House is getting tighter in several battleground states. Here's a look at the current electoral map. CBS News has not yet projected a winner. Former Vice President Joe Biden leads in the popular vote count as well as the Electoral College. But neither he nor President Trump have reached the 270 electoral votes needed to win the White House. That's because votes are still being counted in 5 key states: Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania. As it stands, Joe Biden has a shorter path to victory. He only needs 17 votes to win the election. President Trump's lead is shrinking in Pennsylvania with its 20 electoral votes. Officials there say there are still more than 300,000 ballots that need to be counted. In Georgia, President Trump's lead is currently under 5,000 votes. The state has 16 electoral votes. Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, says that there are more than 30,000 votes that still need to be counted. North Carolina looks better for President Trump. He leads by close to 1.5 points. 15 electoral votes are up for grabs there, but votes there are still being accepted until next week. In Arizona, Biden is still ahead by about 2.5 points. However, his lead has been shrinking as more votes are counted. CBS News rates the state and its 11 electoral votes as likely Democratic. After not reporting any results on Wednesday, Nevada has started to submit updated totals. Biden's lead grew a bit Thursday as new numbers came in from Clark County, home to Las Vegas. That is another state that CBS News characterizes as likely Democratic. President Trump addressed the nation for the first time since Wednesday morning. The president falsely claimed that he had won the election. He slammed the process to count legally cast ballots in those states we just mentioned. And once again, he claimed without evidence that there was massive fraud related to mail-in ballots. It comes as his campaign is mounting legal challenges in several states. A senior administration official tells CBS News White House correspondent Ben Tracy that President Trump does not plan to concede if Joe Biden declares victory. Meanwhile, Joe Biden addressed reporters in Delaware on Thursday. He urged Americans to remain calm and assured them that the electoral process is working. The Biden campaign has maintained that they will be victorious once all votes are counted. CBS News political correspondent Ed O'Keefe starts us off.
With the election in limbo and some key states continuing to report results through the weekend, Joe Biden told supporters they'll have to wait a little bit longer.
Democracy is sometimes messy. It sometimes requires a little patience as well. We have no doubt that when the count is finished, Senator Harris and I will be declared the winners.
You will never understand where I am coming from.
Biden's comments came amid heated arguments among some anxious Biden and Trump supporters across the country.
No, you're anti-American. I ask everyone to stay calm, all the people to stay calm. The process is working. The count is being completed.
Biden aides say their internal data shows a win in Pennsylvania as soon as tonight, which would give him the presidency. Both there and in Georgia, the president's advantage is slowly eroding as mail-in ballots continue to be counted. While the president has tried to stop the count with lawsuits in some states, Biden said the election should be left up to voters.
It is the will of the voters, no one, not anything else, that chooses the president of the United States of America. So, each ballot must be counted, And that's what we're going to see going through now. And that's how it should be.
Before he spoke today, former Vice President Biden and his running mate Kamala Harris got a briefing on the coronavirus pandemic and the state of the economy. Aides say that he's expected to be seen in public at least once a day until the race is settled. Lana?
All right, thank you, Ed. For more, let's bring in Caitlin Huey-Burns. She's CBSN's political reporter, and she joins us now from Philadelphia. Caitlin, let's go back to President Trump's remarks from the White House earlier. The president falsely said Election Day votes count and absentee ballots don't. You've covered this for months. I also want to say that he repeatedly said, I won by a lot. It got whittled down. He would talk about each state and say on election night, I won by a lot, but it's not possible to have won when the votes haven't been counted. How do you respond to what the president was saying this evening?
Lana, you outlined that perfectly. What the president said was false. It was not true. And nobody has won this election yet. Votes are still being counted, especially here in Pennsylvania. If we could just kind of take a step back, we have been reporting for months that there is going to be an influx in mail-in absentee votes and ballots because states were giving people more options to be able to vote in a pandemic. We have also been reporting for months that because of that, it may take longer in some of these states to count all of those votes. The reasons why? Well, here in Pennsylvania, for example, they were not allowed by state law to start opening up ballots to be processed until Election Day. States like Florida, which can process those ballots weeks in advance, were able to do that. Absentee ballots, the president himself voted absentee in Florida. Florida was able to get results more quickly on election night because they had the time ahead of time to process them. It's not the case here in Pennsylvania. It wasn't the case in Wisconsin and Michigan. It's been taking a longer time to count those votes, but those votes are being counted. How elections have always worked in the United States is election day vote and absentee vote. All of the votes are counted before a winner is declared. The reason why it is taking a little bit longer to determine a winner is because this race is so close. So in normal elections, if there is a decisive lead, these votes are still being counted, but it's not. There isn't as much scrutiny, of course, on every single last vote because those races aren't close. So fact-checking the president, what he said was entirely false. That's not how elections work. That's not how this election works. The votes are still being counted.
Caitlin, why would a president of the United States tell Americans that he said that he has seen it happen in the past, that this type of election stealing and that it's all happening in secret? Isn't that, I mean, crazy unusual for an American president to tell the American people you shouldn't have faith in our democracy? And I'm wondering if you can tell us a little bit about how Joe Biden is responding to that.
What the president said is false. It's unusual, as you mentioned, and it's telling that there aren't many Republicans, especially Republicans in the U.S. Senate, coming to his side on this. So we'll kind of wait and see what the response is from Republicans. But it's flat out dangerous. This kind of denigrating of a U.S. election by the President of the United States is extremely dangerous. And that's why we have been preparing our viewers. And Lana, you've been reporting on this as well and covering this. That's why we've been preparing our viewers for a night like tonight, where we kind of knew the president would make this argument, this false argument, saying only to count the votes on Election Day and not absentee ballots. And so we kind of expected him to say this because he has been telegraphing this. It also suggests that he knows that the more votes are counted, the more his margin shrinks. But it's also important to note that the campaign and the president are being kind of all over the map on this a little bit. So saying the votes still being counted here in Pennsylvania, which, by the way, the Secretary of State said arrived by Election Day, should not count, but they should still keep counting votes in Arizona, where the gap is narrowing and perhaps narrowing to the president's favor. We'll see what those votes say. So it's kind of all over the place and not true, and suggests that he knows the more votes are being counted, like places in Pennsylvania, the more his margin is shrinking.
Yeah, it is a little funny to say all votes should be counted in one state where I think it's going to help me and not in another state. Caitlin, I want to ask you, you're there in Pennsylvania. I want to ask you about Allegheny County. It includes the city of Pittsburgh. Officials there have stopped counting with more than 35,000 votes left to process. What can you tell us about what's going on there?
That's right. So Allegheny County finished they finished counting the votes, but there are about 35,000 ballots that they still have to process. And what happened was earlier there was a discrepancy in mailing out some of these ballots. So they had to correct that, and those ballots will be double checked on Friday just to make sure there's no overlap. So this is actually a security measure to make sure that those ballots cast were not cast also in person. So doing some checks there. They're also checking on a few cured ballots, people who maybe forgot a signature, forgot to put a date on it, and that sort of thing. So that's also something we've been reporting on. So they are going to start looking at those, scrutinizing those on Friday, which is tomorrow.
It's hard, I know, to keep track of space and time anymore, Caitlin. Several Trump surrogates, including former Florida Attorney General Pam Bondi and the president's former campaign manager, Corey Lewandowski, were in Philadelphia on Thursday to discuss the Trump campaign's legal challenge in Pennsylvania. What are they arguing?
Well, a judge here said that the campaign can have someone inside this building. Actually, right next to me is the Pennsylvania Convention Center, where we've been reporting all week. Is where all of the votes for Philadelphia County are being counted. And so a judge said that someone from the campaign could be in there to watch those votes being counted. The Trump campaign is arguing that there have been disturbances to that or blocks to that. We haven't seen that. It's also important, so that's what they have been arguing here in Philadelphia. It's also important to note, however, that there have been cameras inside this building where the votes are being counted the whole time.
Right, our viewers actually, Caitlin.
Exactly.
Caitlin, actually right now our viewers can see those votes being processed. The president said that it's all being whittled away in secret, but we can see it right there happening in front of our very faces. I know that you're out there on the street, so I wanted to make sure that that our viewers knew and that you knew that we're taking a live look at those votes being counted right now.
Perfect, Lana. You teed it up perfectly. Right. So that's exactly what we've been watching this whole time. And 150 workers have been in there working 8-hour shifts, rotating around the clock, trying to count those votes. As of now, there are about 320,000 votes still left to be counted in Pennsylvania. So we're keeping an eye on Philadelphia County, Allegheny County, and all of these other places that still are counting some votes here.
All right, Caitlin, real quick before I let you go, a Pennsylvania appellate court is ordering counties to separate more ballots. People who are watching our program may have been hearing about this. Can you explain what this order is about, how many votes it could impact, and what parts of the state are those votes from?
Right. So if I'm understanding your question correctly, basically what the guidance here from the Secretary of State is to separate ballots out from those that arrived after Election Day. And there was a state Supreme Court ruling that said that ballots in Pennsylvania could count if they arrive after Election Day up till Friday, as long as they were postmarked by Election Day. But interestingly, the Secretary of State tonight, in updating us about the vote count, updating reporters in a press conference, said that all of the votes that we're talking about that have been counted are those that arrived before Election Day. So if it comes down to a really close race here, if it comes down to a close number of votes, which it very well could be, there'll be more scrutiny on those that arrived after Election Day. But the court here said that as long as if they arrive 3 days after Election Day, which will be tomorrow, as long as they were postmarked by Election Day, they still count.
All right, Caitlin Huey-Burns, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ballots, as Caitlin mentioned, are still being counted in several key battleground states, including Nevada and Arizona. Biden has been maintaining a narrow lead in both states. Jamie Yukas is in Phoenix with the latest.
Arizona supporters of President Trump are angry over the delay and demanding to see the ballot count to its finish.
We need to have oversight. We want to see the ballots. We want to make sure that there isn't mystery ballots showing up.
We're not trying to break in. We just like to watch you count the ballots.
Protesters, many armed, gathered outside the Maricopa County recording site, shouting that the election is being stolen, booing officials and blocking the exit. Police in riot gear were called in to walk employees to their cars.
They literally are trying to steal this from us.
This fenced-in freedom of speech zone was put up today so demonstrators can express themselves on one side and ballot counters can work on the other. Inside the building, bipartisan teams, many making minimum wage, are feverishly and carefully counting ballots, up to 8,000 an hour. In Nevada, election officials have gotten threats. They, too, have added security guards to protect the staff.
We will not allow anyone to stop us from doing what our duty is in counting ballots.
President Trump's lead in Pennsylvania is shrinking as more ballots are being counted in heavily Democratic areas. If Joe Biden pushes through, he would win the White House. As Jerika Duncan reports, officials say the statewide result could be known by Thursday night.
That gap continues to shrink. In fact, within the last hour, dropped about 3,000 to 4,000 votes, 73,000 votes about separating Joe Biden between President Trump. Now, I want to go to some video, though, that we shot earlier today. This was outside of the Pennsylvania Convention Center, where you could see just how tense things got with some of the protesters and demonstrators that were out there. You had people on the Trump side yelling 4 more years, and also demonstrators saying count every single vote. They want to ensure that every vote is counted. Now, the mood overall, though, was upbeat. There were some tense moments. The latest tally, though, again shows that Trump is leading Biden by about 73,000 votes. It was nearly 500,000 on Tuesday, and at last check, there were still more than 325,000 mail-in ballots to count, including some 85,000 in Philadelphia. There was about an hour-long pause in the count to negotiate a judge's poll observation order, but the Secretary of State, Kathy Boockvar, says the vast majority of Pennsylvania's outstanding ballots could be finished tonight.
Thank you, Jerika. Programming note, we'll have a special Friday edition of Red and Blue. My colleague Elaine Quijano will break down the latest on the 2020 election. Of course, you can stream that right here at 5 p.m. Eastern. A dozen U.S. states hit their highest daily record of confirmed coronavirus cases on Thursday. This comes after the nation set a record of more than 100,000 new infections in a single day. More than 9.5 million cases have been confirmed across the country, and more than 234,000 Americans have died. Nikki Battiste has the latest.
Tonight, Americans aren't just getting infected at record levels. At least 16 states have just broken hospitalization records. In Minneapolis, health officials say only 23 ICU beds are available. In Iowa, where the 7-day positivity rate has soared to nearly 40%, the head of the University of Iowa Health System says we are in danger of losing control of this pandemic.
Clearly, we are not in total control right now.
That was Dr. Anthony Fauci 4 months ago in June, when daily COVID cases were a record at 40,000. He also made this dire prediction.
I would not be surprised if we go up to 100,000 a day if this does not turn around.
In hard-hit Wisconsin, this ominous warning from the White House Coronavirus Task Force in a private memo obtained by CBS News. Wisconsin is seeing an unrelenting rise in cases and test positivity. A more comprehensive mitigation strategy is needed.
Coming up after the break, protests sweep the nation over ballot counting, what supporters of both President Trump and Joe Biden are calling for. Plus, 2 legal setbacks for the Trump campaign. We'll tell you why judges in Michigan and Georgia tossed out lawsuits attacking the voting process. This is CBSN, CBS News, always on.
So, I've got a question for you. What if you could watch all the CCO news you want and see all your favorite CCOers anytime, anywhere? Well, you can. Go ahead and grab your phone. Come on, I know it's close by. And go to WCCO.com. Or get the app, and poof, there we are, right next to all those other networks you stream. Bonus time, it's free. You heard right, zip nada zilch, for free. CBSN Minnesota, built by CBS News, powered locally by WCCO.
Wherever you are, wherever you go, breaking Bay Area news, live.
This is CBSN Bay Area. I'm Michelle Griego.
CBSN Bay Area, in your hand, on demand, and absolutely free. Highly updated top local stories and weather where you live. Available everywhere. Powered by KPIX5 News. CBSN Bay Area. Always on, always free at KPIX.com.
We spoke to black officers all around the country about the challenges that they face.
When you're not in uniform, are you ever concerned for your safety?
Out of uniform, I'm just another guy. I'm a black man first.
CBSN Pittsburgh, your neighborhood news, streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on KDKA.com and on all your favorite devices.
President Trump is hanging on to a slight lead in Georgia, where votes are still being counted. An election official there says the state is, quote, more than likely headed to a recount. Mark Strassman reports from Atlanta.
You're anti-American. No, you're anti-American.
Trump supporters and opponents jeered each other outside Atlanta's State Farm Arena. Inside, election workers processed up to 3,000 absentee ballots an hour. They started with around 145,000 of them in heavily Democratic Fulton County. By mid-afternoon, county officials said there were 1,000 left. In this warehouse, those elections...
Meanwhile, in Georgia, a judge tossed out a suit claiming dozens of unprocessed absentee ballots were mixed in with processed absentee ballots. CBS News projects Biden winning Michigan, but Georgia remains too close to call. For more on this and other legal fights surrounding the election, I am joined by Derek Muller, a professor of law at the University of Iowa College of Law. It's good to see you again, Derek. All right, we're on the other side of the election now, and we're seeing some of those lawsuits that you and I had discussed were likely going to come down the pike. So they're getting tossed out, though, rather quickly after being filed. What's your take on this, and what does it say about the Trump campaign's efforts to stop ballot counting?
Right, so stopping ballot counting is really only going to be a temporary measure, saying essentially we need to sort of hold things in place until we remedy questions. And right now, there haven't been really many opportunities. Briefly for an hour in Pennsylvania, you heard. But right now, it's sort of a two-track approach. One is we need observers, which they've had a little bit of mixed success on. We need observers in Pennsylvania, which they won on. They lost one of those in Michigan. And in some other cases, saying there's some problems about, these batches of ballots shouldn't be counted. One dispute about 53 ballots in Georgia. And as these disputes have arisen, the question is, what kind of evidence does the campaign have? They file the lawsuit, and then you show up in court and have to show the evidence. And unfortunately for the Trump campaign, right now, the evidence is just not there of any kind of systematic fraud. That the complaints are filed, there's an allegation, but there's not enough proof to back it up, and so they're getting thrown out. So they won that case in Pennsylvania on getting more observers in the polling places, but in a lot of other places, it looks like the evidence just isn't there to slow things down.
Yeah, it's important for people who aren't necessarily as familiar with the law to remind folks that anybody can file a lawsuit. It doesn't mean that there is any basis to those claims, and in fact, being tossed out rather quickly would indicate that perhaps there wasn't much basis for those claims, right?
Yeah, so these are things I think that are not being filed by just random voters, right? They are sort of with the sanction of the Trump campaign or those who are affiliated with it. But you're right that it doesn't take a whole lot to file a complaint. They're not maybe outright frivolous, or lawyers could get disbarred for filing those kinds of claims. It's just enough there to open the door. But yeah, when there is a hearing and there's an exchange and they hear the election official side, the other side of things, they are starting to lose these claims.
Well, the Trump campaign says it plans on suing Nevada over allegations that 10,000 people who cast a ballot no longer live in the state. Officials have denied improper ballots are being counted. What exactly does the Trump campaign need to do to prove that there is, in fact, this level of voter fraud that they're alleging?
Right, so we haven't seen the complaint filed yet, so we're still kind of guessing what that might look like. But, evidence of residency is a difficult thing sometimes to prove. Voters who register in a state, we kind of presume they're still there until they've moved somewhere else. And we have systems in place to cross-check if they leave the state, that there's, voter systems that try to verify if you've gotten a driver's license elsewhere, they'll cancel your registration in a different state. It's not always perfect, and it takes a little time. But to get to a level of 10,000 voters, right, is going to require some substantial evidence. And even then, the question is, what's the remedy, right? If you think there's 10,000 illegal votes cast in a state, the most drastic remedy is to throw out the election and hold a new one. And that's a really difficult thing to do. We've done it before in other elections, like gubernatorial elections or a congressional election in North Carolina last year that was thrown out on account of fraud, and they held a new election. It's difficult to see how that remedy works in a presidential election because the presidential electors are supposed to meet December 14th to cast their electoral votes for the next president of the United States. So I think it's not just finding the evidence of extensive fraud, it's also thinking about what the remedy looks like, which is a real challenge here.
Well, the Trump campaign also says it will formally request a recount in Wisconsin, a state that CBS News has projected that Biden will win. Walk us through how this process could work.
Yeah, recounts are totally ordinary things that candidates are entitled to. Losing candidates can petition for them. If you remember, we actually recounted Wisconsin in the presidential election 4 years ago. Green Party candidate Jill Stein requested a recount where Donald Trump won the state by about 22,000 votes. Now he's down about 20,000 votes, and he might want to recount. So candidates can petition. They're entitled to do that. Sometimes in some states it's on a statewide basis. Sometimes you can request particular counties for a recount, and the election officials will get together in those counties and they'll walk through the ballots and make sure every vote was counted. And for the most part, what we've seen in recounts is recounts can sometimes shift a race by 100 or 200 votes. But shifting it 1,000 or 10,000 votes is really extraordinary. So recounts are ordinary. We should see those play out over the next few weeks. But if the margin is 20, 30,000 votes in a state, I think it's very difficult for a recount to change the outcome of a state that's already had a preliminary count.
Derek, I think that when people think about these types of recounts and these legal challenges, minds immediately go back to Bush and Gore in 2000 and that Florida recount. How do the lawsuits that we're seeing now compare to what we saw back in 2000?
Right, so it's sort of a different posture in those cases, right? In 2000, it was really a question of the recount, right? So we aren't even at the recount stage yet. We're still in the count. In 2000, it was the recount. And the Gore campaign said, we're looking at these few counties. We want to count these kinds of ballots in a particular way. The ballots were actually not the best kind of ballot. If we talk about hanging chads, right? Punch cards.
No, they were really terrible.
These little scraps, yes. These little scraps of paper flying all over the room, right? So that made the recount extra challenging. So the litigation really focused on this one state where it was narrowly decided. At the time, Florida was decided by 537 votes before getting to the Supreme Court. So we're thinking about one state being the difference and a very narrow margin of victory. And in that case, it was sort of challenging, like vote by vote, where each of these ballots one at a time was challenged. So at this stage, it's a little bit scattershot of litigation. It's sort of everywhere trying to figure out if there's going to be something that sticks, sort of stemming the tide till the vote is completed. So right now, we're sort of patiently waiting to see if Georgia and Pennsylvania can complete their counts in the near future. I think we'll have a much better idea of where the race stands Friday and what the litigation or recount picture might look like early next week.
I think that's a good point, Derek, because back in 2000, it was just one state, a few counties, a really messed up butterfly ballot, voters who said that they were confused about who they were casting a vote for. In this case, at least as things stand right now, President Trump's pathway to victory is narrowing. We're not just talking about one state. He'd actually have to win several of these states in order to have an argument for his 270. But still, we heard him again say just a little bit ago that he would go all the way up to the Supreme Court. Does he have any legal ground to do so, in particular when we're talking about stopping ballot counting, or in any other case? How realistic is it that we would see this issue go to the highest court, and under what basis, what argument?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's difficult to stop the counting unless you can say this batch of ballots was unlawfully cast, right? That the signatures were mismatched, that someone mishandled the ballots in the chain of custody. Again, so far, those claims haven't gone very far. But it's worth reminding people, there is a case in front of the Supreme Court right now. The Trump campaign intervened in that lawsuit, and that's the lawsuit out of Pennsylvania. And I know earlier in the program, you had a reporter talking about this dispute out of Pennsylvania, those ballots that arrive in the 3 days after Election Day, those that are postmarked on Election Day and those that are lacking a postmark. And the Trump campaign challenged this to say the state Supreme Court essentially rewrote the law. The law in Pennsylvania was very clear. It clearly said ballots have to be received by Election Day. So there's going to be a question about that batch of ballots. But even in that question, right, is Pennsylvania the decisive state, the one swing state that turns the election? Are the number of ballots coming in after Election Day enough to change the outcome of the election? Because the Secretary of State has said it's going to be a few thousand ballots. It's probably not going to be something in the 100,000 margin, which means it's a very small pool. And would that small pool change the outcome of the election? So it's still possible to think about the Supreme Court with an issue in front of it right now to change it. But one other thing's happened. We've held the election. And a lot of voters went to the polls on Election Day expecting that their votes were going to be counted if they were mailed by Election Day. And I think that makes it also a much more difficult claim for the Supreme Court in considering the validity of these late arriving ballots.
All right, Derek Muller, thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Vote counters have been working around the clock to make sure that all ballots are checked. But they're not the only ones keeping busy since Tuesday's election. Dueling protests have formed near the White House and in cities across the country. This comes as the president repeatedly claims election fraud without providing evidence. Deborah Alfarone is in Washington with more.
Freedom! Freedom! President Trump supporters are back outside Detroit's ballot processing location, following last night's protest where they chanted, "Stop the count." They've also gathered in Washington, D.C. and in downtown Phoenix.
I just want to see a fair election. I want every legal vote to be counted.
Without citing evidence, Trump supporters say they believe what the president has told them, that there were major problems with voting and ballot counting.
We're not trying to break in. We just like to watch you count the ballots.
Last night, outside a Phoenix area vote processing center, Trump supporters demanded more access to watch vote counting, even though observers from both parties were inside and the procedure was live streamed. Sheriff's deputies in tactical gear guarded the location after a far-right group walked in and complained ballots marked with Sharpies were being tossed out. Election officials said Sharpie pens don't disqualify ballots. Supporters of former Vice President Joe Biden are demonstrating too, including outside of the Philadelphia vote counting center and outside the White House.
This group says they're pro-Joe Biden and also anti-President Trump. They say they'll stay here at Black Lives Matter Plaza until every vote is counted.
President's alluded to maybe throwing out mail-in ballots or absentee ballots, and I'm here today to just make it clear that I don't think that should happen.
Election officials across the country have repeatedly said vote counting is continuing as expected, and there have been no reports of fraud. Deborah Alfarone, CBS News, Washington.
Tropical Depression Ida is being blamed for the deaths of at least 57 people in Central America. The rain-heavy remnants of the storm flooded homes from Panama to Guatemala on Thursday. Aid organizations have warned of a slow-moving humanitarian disaster. It's currently heading northwest across the region and is expected to strengthen over Caribbean waters. Though it made landfall as a Category 4 hurricane in Nicaragua on Tuesday, it's not yet clear just how major this storm will be. As it passes over Cuba and on to Florida, the storm is expected to bring up to a foot of rain to the state, which hasn't yet seen a hurricane this season. Some forecasters say after Florida, the storm could regain strength for a third time as it circles back to Gulf waters. Coming up after the break, England is set to begin its second national coronavirus lockdown, how other European countries are tackling a new surge in cases. Plus, we'll take a look at the down-ballot races that could influence the balance of power in Washington, what the next few years might look like on Capitol Hill. You're streaming CBSN.
So, I've got a question for you. What if you could watch all the CCO news you want and see all your favorite CCOers anytime, anywhere? Well, you can. Go ahead and grab your phone. Come on, I know it's close by. And go to WCCO.com or get the app and poof, there we are, right next to all those other networks you stream. Bonus time, it's free. You heard right, zip nada zilch, for free. CBSN Minnesota, built by CBS News, powered locally by WCCO.
Wherever you are, wherever you go, breaking Bay Area news, live.
This is CBSN Bay Area. I'm Michelle Griego.
CBSN Bay Area, in your hand, on demand, and absolutely free. Highly updated top local stories and weather where you live. Available everywhere. Powered by KPIX 5 News. CBSN Bay Area. Always on, always free at KPIX.com.
We spoke to black officers all around the country about the challenges that they face.
When you're not in uniform, are you ever concerned for your safety?
Out of uniform, I'm just another guy. I'm a black man first.
CBSN Pittsburgh, your neighborhood news, streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on KDKA.com and on all your favorite devices.
So much of the attention this week has focused on the race for the presidency, but there were also a lot of down-ballot races that were just as important and perhaps more so, depending on where you live. Democrats were, of course, hoping for a blue wave takeover in the Senate, but those hopes are quickly diminishing. However, there are still a few Senate races that are too close to call. Over in the House of Representatives, Democrats will keep their majority, but they did lose a few seats to Republican challengers. For more on how things are shaping up on Capitol Hill, I'm joined by Siobhan Hughes, a congressional reporter for the Wall Street Journal. Siobhan, always a pleasure talking to you. Let's go ahead and start with the Senate. Democrats were hoping to win a majority. They felt good about it. They were talking about it. We heard President Trump talk about it, but it looks like that is not going to happen. There are still a few toss-up races, one in North Carolina, two in Georgia. Tell us the latest on those races, please.
So the North Carolina race, the outcome of that is not likely to be known until next week, November 13th. That's because there are absentee ballots that still have to be counted. That said, the Republican Thom Tillis has already declared he's won it. The numbers do suggest that he is favored, which is why attention is turning to Georgia, where there are two Senate seats that are up for grabs. One held by Republican Senator David Perdue just got a lot more interesting because this afternoon his vote tally dropped below the 50% mark. Georgia is a state in which, in order to win election, a candidate must get more than 50% of the vote. And so if those trends hold, and we're not going to know until later tonight or possibly even tomorrow when the count is done, that race would be headed for a runoff on January 5th. The same thing with a seat held by Republican Kelly Loeffler. She did not get 50% of the vote in that jungle primary, that jungle race. She is going to be competing against Democrat Jon Ossoff also on January 5th. Those two seats are the two seats that it seems Democrats are going to need to win to get to 50 and have a hope of controlling the Senate only if Joe Biden becomes the president. So a lot at stake with those two Georgia seats.
A lot at stake. And I think for a lot of people, they may be wondering, how is it possible that Georgia has both of its Senate seats up for election right now? Explain that to us.
So one of those seats is held by Kelly Loeffler. She is a Republican who was appointed to that seat when her predecessor, Johnny Isakson, stepped down. He had Parkinson's disease. He had suffered a big spill, but she holds that seat only temporarily. She's got to run for that seat to earn that seat. And that vacancy coincided with an election for David Perdue. And so that's why we have the unusual situation of a state having two seats open in the same year.
Well, one Senate seat that is looking like it can flip to the Democratic side is Arizona. Mark Kelly is projected to defeat Republican Martha McSally, who is appointed to that seat, meaning that both of Arizona's senators will be Democrats in what's traditionally been a Republican stronghold. Now, neither of those senators are particularly on the further left part of the party, but still, how significant would Kelly's win be for the state of Arizona?
Mark Kelly is very interesting because he brings much more of a centrist profile to the Democratic Party at a time when the energy and the pull is on the left. He's got a couple of very high-profile issues, and I'm going to be really interested to follow what he does. One of those has to do with gun control. He has nearly unique moral stature to address that issue because his wife, the former Congresswoman Gabby Giffords, was shot in the head in January 2011. He has made gun restrictions, for example, universal background checks, a big part of his campaign. He's also a gun owner, so he's someone who could speak to both sides of that equation. Also, he has a very profile. Oh, go on.
Oh, no, I was just going to echo what you were saying there. He's a gun owner. He's a military man. He's an astronaut. And in all the times that he has talked about it, it's been sensible gun reform and sensible gun laws that protect gun owners, but also protect the country.
Exactly. And this gives him a credibility that a lot of Democrats lack, because when a lot of gun owners hear Democrats speak about gun regulations, they think the government is coming to take away their guns. And on top of it, that the government is establishing some type of list of gun owners that has nefarious purposes. Mark Kelly can speak to that issue in a very different sort of way from most Democrats. He can also speak to the issue of climate legislation. You mentioned he was a former astronaut. He talks a lot about the view of Earth from up in space, about what it's like to interact with the NASA scientists. And so he views the problem of climate change as a real issue. Also from a state, Arizona, that has suffered the effects of some extreme heat waves. And I've talked to progressives groups who say, you know, he's someone we could work with on that particular issue. So he brings a very interesting profile to the new Senate. Of course, it's only 2 years. He will be elected to fill out John McCain's term. And Martha McSally has that seat right now. That term expires in 2022. So up in the air as to whether or not he would be able to keep that seat and how that's going to affect his management of his term.
Well, let's switch to the other chamber. Over in the House, Democrats are keeping their majority, but they did lose seats to Republicans. What does this do for the power dynamics in that chamber, and what does it say about Pelosi's leadership?
So this diminishes the power of the Democratic majority. It's still going to be a majority, but less powerful than it might have been, and also less powerful than it thought it was going to be, given that Nancy Pelosi thought she would be working with a strong partner, Chuck Schumer, on the Senate side. There was a conference call today among House Democrats that featured a fair amount of tension. You saw Virginia Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger say basically that the elections were a disaster. They had not gone well for a lot of the moderates, even as Nancy Pelosi put on a brave face and said she was very happy with that outcome. There is a side conversation among a number of Democrats about whether it is wise to keep her as Speaker of the House. This is a conversation that we saw play out, of course, after the 2016 elections. We saw it again in 2018. The problem is that Democrats have never been able to find an alternative. And so at this point, it seems unlikely that Democrats would be able to find someone to replace her. But that conversation is a very real conversation.
Well, regardless of who wins the presidency, Siobhan, it's looking more and more likely that Congress will remain split. I'm wondering if you can tell us what you think the next 2 to 4 years are going to look like on Capitol Hill, but also let's go ahead and be specific about the fact that many Americans are waiting for Congress to come to some sort of agreement when it comes to another stimulus package and some pandemic relief. What are the chances, given what we're seeing play out, that that's going to happen?
Well, you're seeing some things start to shift. After Mitch McConnell won his re-election last week, he gave a press conference in which he said, we should do a coronavirus aid package in the lame duck. That refers to the period after the elections before the new Congress. So meaning sometime really by next month. Democrats, of course, would have to go along with that. Mitch McConnell's last offer was something on the order of between $600 billion and $700 billion. It included a $300 a month subsidy for the unemployed, down from that $600, but still better than the nothing they're getting now. Two issues there. Number one, Democrats in the Senate would have to go along with Mitch McConnell's offer. Mitch McConnell might have to come up a little bit to find the middle ground. What other Democrats tell me, though, is that for them, a question mark is where President Trump is going to be on that. If President Trump has lost his reelection bid, is he going to be willing to sign a new coronavirus aid package, or will he flip on his heel in a fit of pique and simply say, I'm not doing anything? And so there are a couple of different wild cards there. Also, the government has to be funded. Currently, funding is set to expire on December 11th. Both Mitch McConnell and Nancy Pelosi have said they would like some type of package that could extend for the rest of the fiscal year through September of next year. But an open question as to whether or not, again, that is going to be possible. Beyond that, for the long term, at this point, it seems like the best the country can hope for is a set of modest deals built on compromise. If Mitch McConnell is the Senate Majority Leader, and again, we don't know, pending the outcome of these Senate races, the question will be, how does he want to play his hand? If it's Mitch McConnell and Joe Biden, those are two men who work together in the Senate, had a history of working together when Joe Biden was the vice president. And so is there a possibility for a deal there? One Democrat today posited to me, would there be a situation in which Joe Biden would try to use his pen? Are there things he could do through executive order? We've seen a lot of executive orders over the past decade with President Obama and then later on President Trump turning to that when they felt they simply couldn't get what they wanted through Congress. There are, of course, constraints on what a president can do independent of Congress, particularly when it comes to funding. Congress, of course, has the power of the purse. And so those are the parameters in which these deals will be struck.
All right, Siobhan Hughes, thank you.
Good to see you.
For many Americans, the uncertain outcome of the presidential election is only adding to the anxiety of an already stressful year. About 6 in 10 of the nation's voters feel that the country is on the wrong track. That's according to a survey by the Associated Press. David Begnow has the details.
From New York to Chicago to Las Vegas, protesters on both sides of the political divide took to the streets Wednesday. Some people are angered by President Trump's declaration that he already had the votes to win before all the votes had even been counted.
The concern is that Donald Trump may seek to interfere in the vote count.
Meanwhile, in Detroit, dozens of Trump supporters protested outside of a vote counting center shortly before Michigan was declared a win for Joe Biden.
Every voice counts.
And in the battleground state of Pennsylvania, which is also still counting mail-in and provisional ballots, voters say the tension there is intense.
I am absolutely in a state of high anxiety.
I've never seen a president act this way.
21-year-old Zion Marunga is from Pennsylvania. I met him at the Sussex Sit-In and Chat Diner in nearby New Jersey.
What's your anxiety level?
Yeah, I'm definitely a bit anxious just because in past elections it hasn't taken this long and hasn't been like all this like suspense. So that's a bit like jarring, I guess.
Not everyone I met was as concerned, like 80-year-old Trump supporter Louis Post.
How anxious are you feeling right now about the results?
I feel good. I think he's going to get in.
But Louis's wife Carol was worried about claims of widespread voter fraud.
Ballots have been thrown away. They've been thrown away. They found ballots all over the place.
But that's not true. There has been no widespread ballot throwing away.
That's what I heard.
That's what you heard?
Right.
And where are you hearing that
from?
I
heard that from the president.
You heard it from the president?
Right.
Yeah. And you believe what he says?
I'd like to believe what he says. He's our president.
Do you always believe what he says?
I'd rather not say.
So you believe the president when he says that mail-in ballots have been thrown away, but you chose to vote mail-in ballot?
Yeah, because of the virus.
We asked Ms. Post who she voted for, but she said, I'd rather not say. She said, there's a big political divide in my family, and I don't want to get myself in any trouble by admitting who I voted for. David Begnow, CBS News, in Times Square here in New York City.
European countries are imposing new restrictions to control the spread of the coronavirus. The UK will begin its second national lockdown starting midnight on Thursday as infection rates continue to rise across the country. Roxana Saberi reports from London.
For the past few months here in England, piecemeal measures have failed to slow the spread of the virus. So now authorities are ordering people across the country to stay home for at least a month. Many people filled the streets and bars yesterday to enjoy one last night out before the second national lockdown. Restaurants, gyms, and non-essential shops have now had to close. Households are banned from mixing indoors or in private gardens unless they're in a support bubble. Rule breakers could face fines of up to around $13,000. Schools and universities will remain open. The UK has Europe's highest official COVID death toll and is now grappling with more than 25,000 new cases a day. Greece has also announced a new nationwide lockdown. It's set to start on Saturday and last through the end of this month. Supermarkets and primary schools will stay open, but restaurants can only offer deliveries. In Italy, 4 regions will enter a lockdown starting tomorrow for at least 2 weeks. People in those areas have to stay home, except to work, shop for essentials, or exercise nearby. The entire country will begin a 10 p.m. curfew tomorrow night. And to stop the spread of the virus in Denmark, authorities say they plan to cull the country's entire population of mink. Scientists have found that a mutated strain of COVID-19 detected in the animals spread to several people. With more than 15 million mink, Denmark is the world's biggest producer of mink fur. And for a bit of better news, Ireland is reporting that its rate of COVID-19 transmission is dropping. The news comes 2 weeks after the country imposed its second nationwide lockdown. Roxana Saberi, CBS News, London.
As you heard Roxana say, minks are actually at the center of several coronavirus outbreaks in Denmark. The country plans to slaughter millions of the furry animals to prevent more from spreading a mutated version of the virus to humans. Riley Carlson explains.
Wearing protective equipment usually seen in hospitals, health officials in Denmark are targeting mink farms to stop the spread of the coronavirus. Infections in the otter-like animals have been found on more than 200 farms. The bigger concern is a mutated version of COVID-19 that officials say turned up not only in minks, but in at least 12 people. And it's leading to the mass slaughter of about 15 million minks. The country's prime minister says the mutated virus could interfere with the effectiveness of a future vaccine. Denmark is one of the world's biggest mink exporters, and the killing could cost the industry nearly $800 million. But the government says farmers will be compensated. Residents across the infected region are being advised to get tested so officials can make sure the mutated virus hasn't spread any further. Riley Carlson, CBS News, London.
And now we're going to take you to a decades-old murder case. Michelle Martinko was a high school senior when she was stabbed to death outside an Iowa mall. The case went unsolved, baffling generations of police until one day Michelle helped them solve her own murder. Jamie Yukas investigated the case for this week's episode of 48 Hours. Here's a preview.
A few days before Christmas in 1979, 18-year-old Michelle Martinko went to Westdale Mall. Detective Matt Denlinger.
Michelle walks out and gets in her car. This person snuck up on Michelle, opened the door, and climbed in.
Michelle was stabbed and cut a total of 29 times.
This was a real fight.
Friends and family had one person in mind, Michelle's ex-boyfriend, Andy Seidel. Michelle's brother-in-law, John Stonebreaker.
I took an instant dislike to Andy. He was very possessive of Michelle.
Andy even ran into Michelle at the mall that night, but he had an alibi. Without any physical evidence or witnesses tying Andy to the crime, he couldn't be charged. The murder went unsolved. But in 2005, Detective Doug Larison discovered that earlier in the case, blood scrapings from the gear shift of Michelle's car had been sent out for testing.
And it just stays in the file until somebody finds it?
And it can get lost in the file.
That lab report showed not only did the gear shift contain DNA, but it was male DNA. Michelle's dress was also sent out and came back with the same male DNA profile. Investigators thought they were finally getting closer, but the killer's DNA didn't match Michelle's old boyfriend, and it was not found on any criminal database. But by 2015, DNA technology had advanced further.
We used genealogical records, anything we could find to fill in a bunch of these unknowns.
A 38-year-old trail would lead them to a surprising new suspect.
I was speechless.
You will hear more about that if you watch Jamie Ukas's 48 Hours report, Murder at the Mall, the Michelle Martinko case on Saturday at 10 p.m. Eastern on CBS. Well, we have to take a quick break, but we'll be right back with the rest of the day's news. You're streaming CBSN, CBS News, always on.
So, I've got a question for you. What if you could watch all the CCO news you want and see all your favorite CCOers anytime, anywhere? Well, you can. Go ahead and grab your phone. Come on, I know it's close by. And go to WCCO.com or get the app and poof, there we are, right next to all those other networks you stream. Bonus time, it's free. You heard right, zip nada zilch, for free. CBSN Minnesota, built by CBS News, powered locally by WCCO.
Wherever you are, wherever you go, breaking Bay Area news, live.
This is CBSN Bay Area. I'm Michelle Griego.
CBSN Bay Area, in your hand, on demand, and absolutely free. Highly updated top local stories and weather where you live. Available everywhere. Powered by KPIX5 News. CBSN Bay Area. Always on, always free at KPIX.com.
We spoke to black officers all around the country about the challenges that they face.
When you're not in uniform, are you ever concerned for your safety?
Out of uniform, I'm just another guy. I'm a black man first.
CBSN Pittsburgh, your neighborhood news, streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on KDKA.com and on all your favorite devices.
The pandemic has turned school into a virtual experience for millions of children. But researchers say that cyberbullying is still happening, and it's not just among teenagers. Nancy Chen explains.
COVID forced students at this North Carolina school to take classes at home. Sheilyn White says that's when remote learning became a lesson in cyberbullying for her son, Jalen.
Once he started logging into Zoom for his classes, we started to receive messages.
Someone apparently hacked the sixth grader's computer and sent messages like, "I will find and kill Jalen."
He can't understand why somebody would want to bully him, and he really doesn't understand why somebody would want to kill him.
New research finds more than 14% of tweens 9 to 12 years old have experienced cyberbullying.
It affected their feelings about themselves. It affected their friendships.
Professor Justin Patchen with the Cyberbullying Research Center says it's not clear if online bullying is increasing now that kids are spending more time on devices.
But another study did find a 70% increase in hate speech when the pandemic started between teenagers during online chats.
The vast majority of kids who are cyberbullied are also being bullied at school.
Patchen says it's important to make sure kids can protect themselves.
Work with them to understand the tools that the app or the game or the site have to kind of thwart online abuse. So do they know how to block somebody? Do they know how to report somebody?
He says it's also important for kids to feel comfortable enough to talk to their parents about cyberbullying when they experience it. Nancy Chen, CBS News, New York.
So you think 2020's been tough? It's been tough to live here on Earth? Well, there's another planet outside our solar system That makes Earth seem really nice right now. The scorching hot planet named K2141b is hundreds of light years away from us, but according to a new study, its oceans are made of molten lava, winds reach supersonic speeds, and rain, well, it rains rocks there. Scientists say that this bizarre Hello exoplanet is one of the most extreme ever discovered. It's pretty looking, though. Were you looking for some comfort food and alcohol to get through the tense election night? Well, if you did, it turns out that you weren't alone. Even though our country seems incredibly fractured, we agree on one thing. According to Google Trends, searches for fries and liquor stores hit an all-time high on Tuesday night. The search engine also tweeted the top 5 election night searches from earlier in the evening. They revealed that Americans are united when it comes to pizza, Chinese food, alcohol, sushi, and Mexican food. Those are all the most popular search options among Americans. While much of the world had their eyes on the U.S. election on Tuesday, in Sri Lanka, a major rescue operation was underway to save more than 100 beached whales. Villagers defied a coronavirus curfew to try and save the short-finned mammals stranded on the island's southwest coast. They were joined by members of the country's Navy and Coast Guard to help push them back out into the water. The group worked through the night and were able to save all but 4 of the whales. It's unclear how the whales became stranded, but Sri Lankan officials believe it's the country's largest mass whale beaching, and wonderful to know that it worked out so well for those whales. Well, here's a look at some of the stories that we are covering in our next hour. COVID-19 cases are surging in every state across the country. The warning from doctors as we head into colder months. Plus, Joe Biden tightens his grip on the race for the White House as President Trump lashes out and falsely repeats claims that he has won the election. We'll have the latest projections ahead. You're streaming CBSN, CBS News, always on.
So, I've got a question for you. What if you could watch all the CCO news you want and see all your favorite CCOers anytime, anywhere? Well, you can. Go ahead and grab your phone. Come on, I know it's close by. And go to WCCO.com. Or get the app, and poof, there we are, right next to all those other networks you stream. Bonus time, it's free. You heard right, zip nada zilch, for free. CBSN Minnesota, built by CBS News, powered locally by WCCO.
Wherever you are, wherever you go, breaking Bay Area news, live.
This is CBSN Bay Area. I'm Michelle Griego.
CBSN Bay Area, in your hand, on demand, and absolutely free. Highly updated top local stories and weather where you live. Available everywhere. Powered by KPIX5 News. CBSN Bay Area. Always on, always free at KPIX.com.
We spoke to black officers all around the country about the challenges that they face.
When you're not in uniform, are you ever concerned for your safety?
Out of uniform, I'm just another guy. I'm a black man first.
CBSN Pittsburgh, your neighborhood news, streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on KDKA.com and on all your favorite devices. CBSN Philly, hyper local, exactly what you need to know. Exclusive content on all your streaming devices. Check us out on CBSPhilly.com and on all your favorite devices. Stream it free.
Hello, everyone. I am Lana Zach. Thank you for joining me. The waiting game continues as we head into the third night of vote counting in the 2020 presidential election. The race for the White House is getting tighter in several battleground states. Here's a look at the current electoral map. CBS News has not yet projected a winner. Former Vice President Joe Biden leads in the popular vote count as well as the Electoral College. But neither he nor President Trump have reached the 270 electoral votes needed to win the White House. That's because votes are still being counted in 5 key states: Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania. As it stands, Joe Biden has a shorter path to victory. He only needs 17 votes to win the election. President Trump's lead is shrinking in Pennsylvania with its 20 electoral votes. Officials there say there are still more than 300,000 ballots that need to be counted. In Georgia, President Trump's lead is currently under 5,000 votes. The state has 16 electoral votes. Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, says that there are more than 30,000 votes that still need to be counted. North Carolina looks better for President Trump. He leads by close to 1.5 points. 15 electoral votes are up for grabs there, but votes there are still being accepted until next week. In Arizona, Biden is still ahead by about 2.5 points. However, his lead has been shrinking as more votes are counted. CBS News rates the state and its 11 electoral votes as likely Democratic. After not reporting any results on Wednesday, Nevada has started to submit updated totals. Biden's lead grew a bit Thursday as new numbers came in from Clark County, home to Las Vegas. That is another state that CBS News characterizes as likely Democratic. President Trump addressed the nation for the first time since Wednesday morning. The president falsely claimed that he had won the election. He slammed the process to count legally cast ballots in those states we just mentioned. And once again, he claimed without evidence that there was massive fraud related to mail-in ballots. It comes as his campaign is mounting legal challenges in several states. A senior administration official tells CBS News White House correspondent Ben Tracy that President Trump does not plan to concede if Joe Biden declares victory. Meanwhile, Joe Biden addressed reporters in Delaware on Thursday. He urged Americans to remain calm and assured them that the electoral process is working. The Biden campaign has maintained that they will be victorious once all votes are counted. CBS News political correspondent Ed O'Keefe starts us off.
With the election in limbo and some key states continuing to report results through the weekend, Joe Biden told supporters they'll have to wait a little bit longer.
Democracy is sometimes messy. It sometimes requires a little patience as well. We have no doubt that when the count is finished, Senator Harris and I will be declared the winners.
You will never understand where I am coming from.
Biden's comments came amid heated arguments among some anxious Biden and Trump supporters across the country.
Now you're anti-American. I ask everyone to stay calm, all the people to stay calm. The process is working. The count is being completed.
Biden aides say their internal data shows a win in Pennsylvania as soon as tonight, which would give him the presidency. Both there and in Georgia, the president's advantage is slowly eroding as mail-in ballots continue to be counted. While the president has tried to stop the count with lawsuits in some states, Biden said the election should be left up to voters.
It is the will of the voters, no one, not anything else, that chooses the president of the United States of America. So, each ballot must be counted, and that's what we're going to see going through now, and that's how it should be.
Before he spoke today, former Vice President Biden and his running mate Kamala Harris got a briefing on the coronavirus pandemic and the state of the economy. Aides say that he's expected to be seen in public at least once a day until the race is settled. Lana?
All right, thank you, Ed. For more, let's bring in Caitlin Huey-Burns. She's CBSN's political reporter, and she joins us now from Philadelphia. Caitlin, let's go back to President Trump's remarks from the White House earlier. The president falsely said Election Day votes count and absentee ballots don't. You've covered this for months. I also want to say that he repeatedly said, I won by a lot. It got whittled down. He would talk about each state and say on election night, I won by a lot, but it's not possible to have won when the votes haven't been counted. How do you respond to what the president was saying this evening?
Lana, you outlined that perfectly. What the president said was false. It was not true. And nobody has won this election yet. Votes are still being counted, especially here in Pennsylvania. If we could just kind of take a step back, we have been reporting for months that there is going to be an influx in mail-in absentee votes and ballots because states were giving people more options to be able to vote in a pandemic. We have also been reporting for months that because of that, it may take longer in some of these states to count all of those votes. The reasons why? Well, here in Pennsylvania, for example, they were not allowed by state law to start opening up ballots to be processed until Election Day. States like Florida, which can process those ballots weeks in advance, were able to do that. Absentee ballots, the president himself voted absentee in Florida. Florida was able to get results more quickly on election night because they had the time ahead of time to process them. It's not the case here in Pennsylvania. It wasn't the case in Wisconsin and Michigan. It's been taking a longer time to count those votes, but those votes are being counted. How elections have always worked in the United States is Election Day vote and absentee vote. All of the votes are counted before a winner is declared. The reason why it is taking a little bit longer to determine a winner is because this race is so close. So in normal elections, if there is a decisive lead, these votes are still being counted, but it's not. There isn't as much scrutiny, of course, on every single last vote because those races aren't close. So fact-checking the president, what he said was entirely false. That's not how elections work. That's not how this election works. The votes are still being counted.
Caitlin, why would a president of the United States tell Americans that he said that he has seen it happen in the past, that this type of election stealing and that it's all happening in secret? Isn't that, I mean, crazy unusual for an American president to tell the American people you shouldn't have faith in our democracy? And I'm wondering if you can tell us a little bit about how Joe Biden is responding to that.
What the president said is false. It's unusual, as you mentioned, and it's telling that there aren't many Republicans, especially Republicans in the U.S. Senate, coming to his side on this. So we'll kind of wait and see what the response is from Republicans. But it's flat out dangerous. This kind of denigrating of a U.S. election by the President of the United States is extremely dangerous. And that's why we have been preparing our viewers. And Lana, you've been reporting on this as well and covering this. That's why we've been preparing our viewers for a night like tonight, where we kind of knew the president would make this argument, this false argument, saying only to count the votes on Election Day and not absentee ballots. And so we kind of expected him to say this because he has been telegraphing this. It also suggests that he knows that the more votes are counted, the more his margin shrinks. But it's also important to note that the campaign and the president are being kind of all over the map on this a little bit. So saying the votes still being counted here in Pennsylvania, which, by the way, the Secretary of State said arrived by Election Day, should not count, but they should still keep counting votes in Arizona, where the gap is narrowing and perhaps narrowing to the president's favor. We'll see what those votes say. So it's kind of all over the place and not true, and suggests that he knows the more votes are being counted, like places in Pennsylvania, the more his margin is shrinking.
Yeah, and it is a little funny to say all votes should be counted in one state where I think it's going to help me and not in another state. Caitlin, I want to ask you, you're there in Pennsylvania. I want to ask you about Allegheny County. It includes the city of Pittsburgh. Officials there have stopped counting with more than 35,000 votes left to process. What can you tell us about what's going on there?
That's right. So Allegheny County finished they finished counting the votes, but there are about 35,000 ballots that they still have to process. And what happened was earlier there was a discrepancy in mailing out some of these ballots. So they had to correct that, and those ballots will be double checked on Friday just to make sure there's no overlap. So this is actually a security measure to make sure that those ballots cast were not cast also in person. So doing some checks there. They're also checking on a few cured ballots, people who maybe forgot a signature, forgot to put a date on it, and that sort of thing. So that's also something we've been reporting on. So they are going to start looking at those, scrutinizing those on Friday, which is tomorrow.
It's hard, I know, to keep track of space and time anymore, Caitlin. Several Trump surrogates, including former Florida Attorney General Pam Bondi and the president's former campaign manager, Corey Lewandowski, were in Philadelphia on Thursday to discuss the Trump campaign's legal challenge in Pennsylvania. What are they arguing?
Well, a judge here said that the campaign can have someone inside this building. Actually, right next to me is the Pennsylvania Convention Center, where we've been reporting all week. It's where all of the votes for Philadelphia County are being counted. And so a judge said that someone from the campaign could be in there to watch those votes being counted. The Trump campaign is arguing that there have been disturbances to that or blocks to that. We haven't seen that. It's also important, so that's what they have been arguing here in Philadelphia. It's also important to note, however, that there have been cameras inside this building where the votes are being counted the whole time.
Right, our viewers actually, Caitlin.
Exactly.
Caitlin, actually right now our viewers can see those votes being processed. The president said that it's all being whittled away in secret, but we can see it right there happening in front of our very faces. I know that you're out there on the street, so I wanted to make sure that that our viewers knew and that you knew that we're taking a live look at those votes being counted right now.
Perfect, Lana. You teed it up perfectly. Right. So that's exactly what we've been watching this whole time. And 150 workers have been in there working 8-hour shifts, rotating around the clock, trying to count those votes. As of now, there are about 320,000 votes still left to be counted in Pennsylvania. So we're keeping an eye on Philadelphia County, Allegheny County, and all of these other places that still are counting some votes here.
All right, Caitlin, real quick before I let you go, a Pennsylvania appellate court is ordering counties to separate more ballots. People who are watching our program may have been hearing about this. Can you explain what this order is about, how many votes it could impact, and what parts of the state are those votes from?
Right. So if I'm understanding your question correctly, basically what the guidance here from the Secretary of State is to separate ballots out from those that arrived after Election Day. And there was a state Supreme Court ruling that said that ballots in Pennsylvania could count if they arrive after Election Day up till Friday, as long as they were postmarked by Election Day. But interestingly, the Secretary of State tonight, in updating us about the vote count, updating reporters in a press conference, said that all of the votes that we're talking about that have been counted are those that arrived before Election Day. So if it comes down to a really close race here, if it comes down to a close number of votes, which it very well could be, there'll be more scrutiny on those that arrived after Election Day. But the court here said that as long as if they arrive 3 days after Election Day, which will be tomorrow, as long as they were postmarked by Election Day, they still count.
All right, Caitlin Huey-Burns, thank you.
Thank you.
Members of the president's party are reacting to his unfounded claims that he made Thursday night about vote counting and the election being rigged. Maryland Governor Larry Hogan tweeted, "There is no defense for the president's comments tonight undermining our democratic process. America is counting the votes, and we must respect the results as we always have before. No election or person is more important than our democracy." Utah Republican Senator Mitt Romney also said in a Twitter post, quote, "Counting every vote is at the heart of democracy. That process is often long and for those running, frustrating. The votes will be counted. If there are irregularities alleged, they will be investigated and ultimately resolved in the court. Have faith in democracy, in our Constitution, and the American people." Ballots, as Caitlin mentioned, are still being counted in several key battleground states, including Nevada and Arizona. Biden has been maintaining a narrow lead in both states. Jamie Yukas is in Phoenix with the latest.
Arizona supporters of President Trump are angry over the delay and demanding to see the ballot count to its finish.
We need to have oversight. We want to see the ballots. We want to make sure that there isn't mystery ballots showing up.
We're not trying to break in. We just like to watch you count the ballots.
Protesters, many armed, gathered outside the Maricopa County recording site, shouting that the election is being stolen, booing officials and blocking the exit. Police in riot gear were called in to walk employees to their cars.
They literally are trying to steal this from us. This fenced-in freedom of speech zone was put up today so demonstrators can express themselves on one side and ballot counters can work on the other. Inside the building, bipartisan teams, many making minimum wage, are feverishly and carefully counting ballots, up to 8,000 an hour. In Nevada, election officials have gotten threats. They too have added security guards to protect the staff.
We will not allow anyone to stop us from doing what our duty is in counting ballots.
President Trump's lead in Pennsylvania is shrinking as more ballots are being counted in heavily Democratic areas. If Joe Biden pushes through, he would win the White House. As Jerika Duncan reports, officials say the statewide result could be known by Thursday night.
That gap continues to shrink. In fact, within the last hour, dropped about 3,000 to 4,000 votes, 73,000 votes about separating Joe Biden between President Trump. Now, I want to go to some video, though, that we shot earlier today. This was outside of the Pennsylvania Convention Center, where you could see just how tense things got with some of the protesters and demonstrators that were out there. You had people on the Trump side yelling 4 more years, and also demonstrators saying count every single vote. They want to ensure that every vote is counted. Now, the mood overall, though, was upbeat. There were some tense moments. The latest tally, though, again shows that Trump is leading Biden by about 73,000 votes. It was nearly 500,000 on Tuesday, and at last check, there were still more than 325,000 mail-in ballots to count, including some 85,000 in Philadelphia. There was about an hour-long pause in the count to negotiate a judge's poll observation order, but the Secretary of State, Kathy Boockvar, says the vast majority of Pennsylvania's outstanding ballots could be finished tonight.
Thank you, Jerika. Programming note, we'll have a special Friday edition of Red and Blue. My colleague Elaine Quijano will break down the latest on the 2020 election. Of course, you can stream that right here at 5 p.m. Eastern. A dozen U.S. states hit their highest daily record of confirmed coronavirus cases on Thursday. This comes after the nation set a record of more than 100,000 new infections in a single day. More than 9.5 million cases have been confirmed across the country, and more than 234,000 Americans have died. Nikki Batiste has the latest.
Tonight, Americans aren't just getting infected at record levels. At least 16 states have just broken hospitalization records. In Minneapolis, health officials say only 23 ICU beds are available. In Iowa, where the 7-day positivity rate has soared to nearly 40%, the head of the University of Iowa Health System says we are in danger of losing control of this pandemic.
Clearly, we are not in total control right now.
That was Dr. Anthony Fauci 4 months ago in June, when daily COVID cases were a record at 40,000. He also made this dire prediction.
I would not be surprised if we go up to 100,000 a day if this does not turn around.
In hard-hit Wisconsin, this ominous warning from the White House Coronavirus Task Force in a private memo obtained by CBS News. Wisconsin is seeing an unrelenting rise in cases and test positivity. A more comprehensive mitigation strategy is needed.
Coming up after the break, protests sweep the nation over ballot counting, what supporters of both President Trump and Joe Biden are calling for. Plus, 2 legal setbacks for the Trump campaign. We'll tell you why judges in Michigan and Georgia tossed out lawsuits attacking the voting process. This is CBSN, CBS News, always on.
So, I've got a question for you. What if you could watch all the CCO news you want and see all your favorite CCOers anytime, anywhere? Well, you can. Go ahead and grab your phone. Come on, I know it's close by. And go to WCCO.com or get the app and poof, there we are, right next to all those other networks you stream. Bonus time, it's free. You heard right, zip nada zilch, free. CBSN Minnesota, built by CBS News, powered locally by WCCO.
Wherever you are, wherever you go, breaking Bay Area news, live.
This is CBSN Bay Area. I'm Michelle Griego.
CBSN Bay Area. In your hand, on demand, and absolutely free. Highly updated top local stories and weather where you live. Available everywhere. Powered by KPIX 5 News. CBSN Bay Area. Always on, always free at KPIX.com.
We spoke to black officers all around the country about the challenges that they face.
When you're not in uniform, are you ever concerned for your safety?
Out of uniform, I'm just another guy. I'm a black man first.
CBSN Pittsburgh. Your neighborhood news, streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on KDKA.com and on all your favorite devices.
President Trump's campaign has been dealt legal defeats in 2 key swing states over ballot counting. A judge in Michigan dismissed a lawsuit from the campaign requesting officials stop counting ballots while the campaign got, quote, meaningful access to observe the tallying process. Meanwhile, in Georgia, a judge tossed out a suit claiming dozens of unprocessed absentee ballots were mixed in with processed absentee ballots. CBS News projects Biden winning Michigan, but Georgia remains too close to call. For more on this and other legal fights surrounding the election, I am joined by Derek Muller, a professor of law at the University of Iowa College of Law. It's good to see you again, Derek. All right, we're on the other side of the election now, and we're seeing some of those lawsuits that you and I had discussed were likely going to come down the pike. So they're getting tossed out, though, rather quickly after being filed. What's your take on this, and what does it say about the Trump campaign's efforts to stop ballot counting?
Right, so stopping ballot counting is really only going to be a temporary measure, saying essentially we need to sort of hold things in place until we remedy questions. And right now, there haven't been really many opportunities. Briefly for an hour in Pennsylvania, you heard. But right now, it's sort of a 2-track approach. One is we need observers, which they've had a little bit of mixed success on. We need observers in Pennsylvania, which they won on. They lost one of those in Michigan. And in some other cases, saying there's some problems about, these batches of ballots shouldn't be counted. One dispute about 53 ballots in Georgia. And as these disputes have arisen, the question is, what kind of evidence does the campaign have? They file the lawsuit, and then you show up in court and have to show the evidence. And unfortunately for the Trump campaign, right now, the evidence is just not there of any kind of systematic fraud. That the complaints are filed, there's an allegation, but there's not enough proof to back it up, and so they're getting thrown out. So they won that case in Pennsylvania on getting more observers in the polling places, but in a lot of other places, it looks like the evidence just isn't there to slow things down.
Yeah, it's important for people who aren't necessarily as familiar with the law to remind folks that anybody can file a lawsuit. It doesn't mean that there is any basis to those claims, and in fact, being tossed out rather quickly would indicate that perhaps there wasn't much basis for those claims, right?
Yeah, so these are things I think that are not being filed by just random voters, right? They are sort of with the sanction of the Trump campaign or those who are affiliated with it. But you're right that it doesn't take a whole lot to file a complaint. They're not maybe outright frivolous, or lawyers could get disbarred for filing those kinds of claims. It's just enough there to open the door. But yeah, when there is a hearing and there's an exchange and they hear the election officials' side, the other side of things, they are starting to lose these claims.
Well, the Trump campaign says it plans on suing Nevada over allegations that 10,000 people who cast a ballot no longer live in the state. Officials have denied improper ballots are being counted. What exactly does the Trump campaign need to do to prove that there is, in fact, this level of voter fraud that they're alleging?
Right, so we haven't seen the complaint filed yet, so we're still kind of guessing what that might look like. But, evidence of residency is a difficult thing sometimes to prove. Voters who register in a state, we kind of presume they're still there until they've moved somewhere else. And we have systems in place to cross-check if they leave the state, that there's, voter systems that try to verify if you've gotten a driver's license elsewhere, they'll cancel your registration in a different state. It's not always perfect, and it takes a little time. But to get to a level of 10,000 voters, right, is going to require some substantial evidence. And even then, the question is, what's the remedy, right? If you think there's 10,000 illegal votes cast in a state, the most drastic remedy is to throw out the election and hold a new one. And that's a really difficult thing to do. We've done it before in other elections, like gubernatorial elections or a congressional election in North Carolina last year that was thrown out on account of fraud, and they held a new election. It's difficult to see how that remedy works in a presidential election, because the presidential electors are supposed to meet December 14th to cast their electoral votes for the next president of the United States. So I think it's not just finding the evidence of extensive fraud, it's also thinking about what the remedy looks like, which is a real challenge here.
Well, the Trump campaign also says it will formally request a recount in Wisconsin, a state that CBS News has projected that Biden will win. Walk us through how this process could work.
Yeah, recounts are totally ordinary things that candidates are entitled to. Losing candidates can petition for them. If you remember, we actually recounted Wisconsin in the presidential election 4 years ago. Green Party candidate Jill Stein requested a recount where Donald Trump won the state by about 22,000 votes. Now he's down about 20,000 votes, and he might want to recount. So candidates can petition. They're entitled to do that. Sometimes in some states it's on a statewide basis. Sometimes you can request particular counties for a recount, and the election officials will get together in those counties and they'll walk through the ballots and make sure every vote was counted. And for the most part, what we've seen in recounts is recounts can sometimes shift a race by 100 or 200 votes. But shifting it 1,000 or 10,000 votes is really extraordinary. So recounts are ordinary. We should see those play out over the next few weeks. But if the margin is 20, 30,000 votes in a state, I think it's very difficult for a recount to change the outcome of a state that's already had a preliminary count.
Derek, I think that when people think about these types of recounts and these legal challenges, minds immediately go back to Bush and Gore in 2000 and that Florida recount. How do the lawsuits that we're seeing now compare to what we saw back in 2000?
Right, so it's sort of a different posture in those cases, right? In 2000, it was really a question of the recount, right? So we aren't even at the recount stage yet. We're still in the count. In 2000, it was the recount. And the Gore campaign said, we're looking at these few counties. We want to count these kinds of ballots in a particular way. The ballots were actually not the best kind of ballot. If we talk about hanging chads, right? Punch cards.
They were really terrible.
These little scraps, yes. These little scraps of paper flying all over the room, right? So that made the recount extra challenging. So the litigation really focused on this one state where it was narrowly decided. At the time, Florida was decided by 537 votes before getting to the Supreme Court. So we're thinking about one state being the difference and a very narrow margin of victory. And in that case, it was sort of challenging, like vote by vote, where each of these ballots one at a time was challenged. So at this stage, it's a little bit scattershot of litigation. It's sort of everywhere trying to figure out if there's going to be something that sticks, sort of stemming the tide till the vote is completed. So right now, we're sort of patiently waiting to see if Georgia and Pennsylvania can complete their counts in the near future. I think we'll have a much better idea of where the race stands Friday and what the litigation or recount picture might look like early next week.
I think that's a good point, Derek, because back in 2000, it was just one state, a few counties, a really messed up butterfly ballot, voters who said that they were confused about who they were casting a vote for. In this case, at least as things stand right now, President Trump's pathway to victory is narrowing. We're not just talking about one state. He'd actually have to win several of these states in order to have an argument for his 270. But still, we heard him again say just a little bit ago that he would go all the way up to the Supreme Court. Does he have any legal ground to do so, in particular when we're talking about stopping ballot counting, or in any other case? How realistic is it that we would see this issue go to the highest court, and under what basis, what argument?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's difficult to stop the counting unless you can say this batch of ballots was unlawfully cast, right? That the signatures were mismatched, that someone mishandled the ballots in the chain of custody. Again, so far, those claims haven't gone very far. But it's worth reminding people, there is a case in front of the Supreme Court right now. The Trump campaign intervened in that lawsuit, and that's the lawsuit out of Pennsylvania. And I know earlier in the program, you had a reporter talking about this dispute out of Pennsylvania, those ballots that arrive in the 3 days after Election Day, those that are postmarked on Election Day and those that are lacking a postmark. And the Trump campaign challenged this to say the state Supreme Court essentially rewrote the law. The law in Pennsylvania was very clear. It clearly said ballots have to be received by Election Day. So there's going to be a question about that batch of ballots. But even in that question, right, is Pennsylvania the decisive state, the one swing state that turns the election? Are the number of ballots coming in after Election Day enough to change the outcome of the election? Because the Secretary of State has said it's going to be a few thousand ballots. It's probably not going to be something in the 100,000 margin, which means it's a very small pool. And would that small pool change the outcome of the election? So it's still possible to think about the Supreme Court with an issue in front of it right now to change it. But one other thing's happened. We've held the election. And a lot of voters went to the polls on Election Day expecting that their votes were going to be counted if they were mailed by Election Day. And I think that makes it also a much more difficult claim for the Supreme Court in considering the validity of these late arriving ballots.
All right, Derek Muller, thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Vote counters have been working around the clock to make sure that all ballots are checked. But they're not the only ones keeping busy. Since Tuesday's election, dueling protests have formed near the White House and in cities across the country. This comes as the president repeatedly claims election fraud without providing evidence. Deborah Alfarone is in Washington with more.
Freedom! Freedom! President Trump supporters are back outside Detroit's ballot processing location, following last night's protest where they chanted, "Stop the count." They've also gathered in Washington, D.C. and in downtown Phoenix.
I just want to see a fair election. I want every legal vote to be counted.
Without citing evidence, Trump supporters say they believe what the president has told them, that there were major problems with voting and ballot counting.
We're not trying to break in. We just like to watch you count the ballots.
Last night, outside a Phoenix area vote processing center, Trump supporters demanded more access to watch vote counting, even though observers from both parties were inside and the procedure was live streamed. Sheriff's deputies in tactical gear guarded the location after a far-right group walked in and complained ballots marked with Sharpies were being tossed out. Election officials said Sharpie pens don't disqualify ballots. Supporters of former Vice President Joe Biden are demonstrating too, including outside of the Philadelphia vote counting center and outside the White House. This group says they're pro-Joe Biden and also anti-President Trump. They say they'll stay here at Black Lives Matter Plaza until every vote is counted.
President's alluded to maybe throwing out mail-in ballots or absentee ballots, and I'm here today to just make it clear that I don't think that should happen.
Election officials across the country have repeatedly said vote counting is continuing as expected, and there have been no reports of fraud. Deborah Alfarone, CBS News, Washington.
We're going to take a quick break, but there's more news ahead, so stick with us. You're streaming CBSN, CBS News, always on.
So, I've got a question for you. What if you could watch all the CCO news you want and see all your favorite CCOers anytime, anywhere? Well, you can. Go ahead and grab your phone. Come on, I know it's close by. And go to WCCO.com or get the app and poof, there we are, right next to all those other networks you stream. Bonus time, it's free. You heard right, zip nada zilch, free. CBSN Minnesota, built by CBS News, powered locally by WCCO.
Wherever you are, wherever you go, breaking Bay Area news, live.
This is CBSN Bay Area. I'm Michelle Griego.
CBSN Bay Area, in your hand, on demand, and absolutely free. Highly updated top local stories and weather where you live. Available everywhere. Powered by KPIX5 News. CBSN Bay Area. Always on, always free at KPIX.com.
We spoke to black officers all around the country about the challenges that they face.
When you're not in uniform, are you ever concerned for your safety?
Out of uniform, I'm just another guy. I'm a black man first.
CBSN Pittsburgh, your neighborhood news, streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on KDKA.com and on all your favorite devices.
European countries are imposing new restrictions to control the spread of the coronavirus. The UK will begin its second national lockdown starting midnight on Thursday as infection rates continue to rise across the country. Roxana Saberi reports from London.
For the past few months here in England, piecemeal measures have failed to slow the spread of the virus. So now authorities are ordering people across the country to stay home for at least a month. Many people filled the streets and bars yesterday to enjoy one last night out before the second national lockdown. Restaurants, gyms, and non-essential shops have now had to close. Households are banned from mixing indoors or in private gardens unless they're in a support bubble. Rule breakers could face fines of up to around $13,000. Schools and universities will remain open. The UK has Europe's highest official COVID death toll and is now grappling with more than 25,000 new cases a day. Greece has also announced a new nationwide lockdown. It's set to start on Saturday and last through the end of this month. Supermarkets and primary schools will stay open, but restaurants can only offer deliveries. In Italy, 4 regions will enter a lockdown starting tomorrow for at least 2 weeks. People in those areas have to stay home, except to work, shop for essentials, or exercise nearby. The entire country will begin a 10 p.m. curfew tomorrow night. And to stop the spread of the virus in Denmark, authorities say they plan to cull the country's entire population of mink. Scientists have found that a mutated strain of COVID-19 detected in the animals spread to several people. With more than 15 million mink, Denmark is the world's biggest producer of mink fur. And for a bit of better news, Ireland is reporting that its rate of COVID-19 transmission is dropping. The news comes 2 weeks after the country imposed its second nationwide lockdown. Roxana Saberi, CBS News, London.
Well, we have to take a quick break, but we'll be right back with the rest of the day's news. You're streaming CBS News, always on.
So, I've got a question for you. What if you could watch all the CCO news you want and see all your favorite CCOers anytime, anywhere? Well, you can. Go ahead and grab your phone. Come on, I know it's close by. And go to WCCO.com. Or get the app, and poof, there we are, right next to all those other networks you stream. Bonus time, it's free. You heard right, zip nada zilch, for free. CBSN Minnesota, built by CBS News, powered locally by WCCO.
Wherever you are, wherever you go, breaking Bay Area news, live.
This is CBSN Bay Area. I'm Michelle Griego.
CBSN Bay Area, in your hand, on demand, and absolutely free. Highly updated top local stories and weather where you live. Available everywhere. Powered by KPIX5 News. CBSN Bay Area. Always on, always free at KPIX.com.
We spoke to black officers all around the country about the challenges that they face.
When you're not in uniform, are you ever concerned for your safety?
Out of uniform, I'm just another guy. I'm a black man first.
CBSN Pittsburgh, your neighborhood news, streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on KDKA.com and on all your favorite devices.
So you think 2020's been tough? It's been tough to live here on Earth? Well, there's another planet outside our solar system that makes Earth seem really nice right now. The scorching hot planet named K2141b is hundreds of light years away from us, but according to a new study, its oceans are made of molten lava, winds reach supersonic speeds, and rain, well, it rains rocks there. Scientists say that this bizarre Hello exoplanet is one of the most extreme ever discovered. Were you looking for some comfort food and alcohol to get through the tense election night? Well, if you did, it turns out that you weren't alone. Even though our country seems incredibly fractured, we agree on one thing. According to Google Trends, searches for fries and liquor stores hit an all-time high on Tuesday night. The search engine also tweeted the top 5 election night searches from earlier in the evening. They revealed that Americans are united when it comes to pizza, Chinese food, alcohol, sushi, and Mexican food. Those are all the most popular search options among Americans. While much of the world had their eyes on the U.S. election, in Sri Lanka, a major rescue operation was underway to save more than 100 beached whales. Villagers defied a coronavirus curfew to try